Lesbian? Lace? Lin Yao exclaimed in astonishment as he returned to the shop, confronted by the scene before him. The tableau was undeniably scandalous. His boss, Wu Shuiyin, was pinned beneath another employee, Xiaowan. It was still broad daylight, in the heart of Zhonghan City's renowned commercial center. Did they not fear being seen in such a compromising position? Moreover, Wu Shuiyin was emitting sharp cries with Xiaowan forcefully assaulting her. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Lin Yao leaned against the doorframe, a smile gracing his features as he observed. Xiaowan, straddling Wu Shuiyin, turned abruptly at the sound of Lin Yao's voice. Taken aback, Lin Yao sensed something was amiss. Xiaowan, previously a fellow employee at the men's clothing store on the 5th floor, stood at around 5 feet, sporting a youthful complexion that was neither unattractive nor striking. However, the Xiaowan before him now bore a ghastly visage. Her eyes were wild, her mouth grotesquely agape, revealing a set of teeth as she emitted primal growls akin to a beast. Before Lin Yao could comprehend the situation, Wu Shuiyin, spotting him, urgently cried out, "Lin Yao, help! Xiaowan has gone mad!" In that instant, Wu Shuiyin summoned every ounce of strength to shove Xiaowan off her, sending the latter sprawling to the ground before Lin Yao. Roar! Xiaowan quickly regained her footing and charged at Lin Yao. What the hell? Has she turned into a zombie? Lin Yao furrowed his brow, instinctively sidestepping. Xiaowan, unable to halt her momentum, collided forcefully with a nearby concrete pillar. Bang! Yet, despite her head bleeding profusely, Xiaowan appeared unfazed and lunged once more at Lin Yao. With no time to lose, Lin Yao snatched up a wrench left behind from previous repairs of the roll-up door and swung it at Xiaowan as she approached. Get lost! Bang! The wrench met Xiaowan's skull with a sickening crunch, a sound reminiscent of shattering bone. At last, the dazed Xiaowan collapsed to the floor. Ding dong! Detected that the host has eliminated the first zombie reward, a beginner's gift package. The gift package opens automatically. Congratulations, host, for binding the multiple offspring lottery system. By rescuing beautiful women willing to be yours, you can earn lottery chances. The host is currently granted one free lottery opportunity. The global apocalypse has arrived. It is the host's duty to survive and propagate humanity. Good luck. Ah! Suddenly, an electronic interface appeared before Lin Yao, visible only to him, accompanied by a cold mechanical voice resonating in his mind. What on earth? The multiple offspring system? An apocalypse? Lin Yao was momentarily stunned. Then exhilaration surged within him. Before he could delve into the system further, a cacophony of roars pierced the air. Glancing up, he spotted numerous individuals fleeing, pursued by several zombies in a state akin to Xiaowan's. With a sickening crunch, one person was caught, a zombie sinking its teeth into their neck, blood gushing forth. Help me! The person cried in despair. Yet amidst the chaos, who could afford to assist? Lin Yao noticed a few zombies had set their sights on him, advancing with alarming speed. Oh crap! He kicked Xiaowan's lifeless body aside and leaped to pull down the roll-up door. The zombies, thwarted by the door, howled and pounded against it. Fearing they might see him, Lin Yao hastily pulled down the curtains over the glass doors. Minutes later, the zombies, seemingly aware that the door was impenetrable, turned and sought other victims. Wow, that was intense. Lin Yao finally exhaled, collapsing onto the floor as relief washed over him. The rapid succession of events had left him utterly frazzled. Lin Yao, what just happened? Wu Zuyin's voice came from behind him. She had witnessed the horrific scene and was now trembling, having sought refuge behind the cash register until the danger passed. Lin Yao glanced at his pale-faced boss, who was visibly shaken, and replied, "Nothing much. As you can see, everyone has turned into zombies." Zombies! Wu Zuyin's complexion paled further, her body quaking with fear. She hurriedly approached Lin Yao, gripping his arm tightly. "Lin Yao, you must protect me." "Protect you? On what grounds?" Lin Yao rejected her without a hint of sentiment. "Because I'm your boss. I pay you every month." Wu Shuiyin was taken aback by Lin Yao's refusal. However, before she could finish, Lin Yao interrupted, "You pay me a mere 4,000 yuan a month. Do you expect me to risk my life for that? Dream on. I've diligently helped you boost sales, yet you constantly find reasons to cut my pay. To be frank, I came here today to resign. If it weren't for this chaos, I wouldn't give a damn about you. Now, let go of my arm." After being chastised, Wu Shuiyin recognized her past shortcomings, but stubbornly refused to release her grip. Lin Yao, it was all my fault. I promise, once this is over, it'll increase your salary to 5,000, no? 6,000, how about that? Lin Yao looked at his somewhat endearing, yet foolish boss and snickered. Are you truly this naive? What time is it? Zombies. The apocalypse. What good is money now? I wouldn't even wipe my backside with it. Just get away, I've just returned, and need a moment to breathe. With that, he shrugged off Wu Zuyan's hand and plopped down onto a stool, feeling a pang of hunger. He retrieved a piece of bread from his backpack and began to nibble as he contemplated the system. Wu Zuyan, witnessing Lin Yao's newfound defiance, felt a surge of anger, standing by with her arms crossed, glaring at him. You, Lin Yao, I will ensure you receive no salary this month. Not a single cent. She seated, plotting her revenge. Outside, the occasional roar of zombies continued to echo, but inside the shop, silence reigned. Grr! Suddenly, Wu Ziyan's stomach growled audibly as she eyed the bread in Lin Yao's hand, her mouth watering. She had intended to go out for lunch before the attack by Xiao Wan, and after the earlier fright, her hunger had intensified. Lin Yao, I don't ask for much, but considering our years of camaraderie, could you spare me a piece of bread? Wu Shuyan approached Lin Yao once more. Not a chance, unless you become my woman. Lin Yao flatly refused. Chapter 2. The First System Lottery. While gnawing on the bread moments ago, Lin Yao had been examining the system. Currently, he had access to two interfaces. One was the lottery interface, featuring a large spinning wheel divided into numerous segments. The rewards obscured from view. At its center was a pointer, and beneath it lay a lottery button, displaying that he had one chance to draw, resembling a gaming interface. The other was a personal panel, revealing the following information. Host: Lin Yao, Strength 10 Defense 5 Agility 4 Mental Fortitude 5 Charm 7 Skill Points 0 Wife, none skills, none items, none. This was all the system currently displayed. Lin Yao did not rush to draw. He was inherently composed, contemplating how to navigate survival in this apocalyptic world. The system's mandate was clear. Marry and bear children as often as possible to earn lottery chances. While the skills and items section suggested that lottery draws would yield these two aspects, it was all quite straightforward. The remaining task was to seek out beautiful women. At this juncture, Wu Shuyan had approached him for food, prompting Lin Yao to set his sights on her as his first target. Their men's clothing store was not ideally situated, located in a corner on the 5th floor, leading to sparse foot traffic. However, it had managed to survive for several years, largely due to Lin Yao's silver-tongued driving sales, complemented by Wu Zuyan's striking appearance. Today, she wore a black cheongsam that reached mid-thigh, her fair complexion adorned with light makeup, her hair elegantly pinned back. Although she was already in her 30s, she bore no excess weight. Her figure curvaceous, exuding an enticing allure that was irresistible to a 25-year-old like Lin Yao. Thus, he directly spoke up, expressing his desire for food and suggesting that she simply be with him. What? You, a toad, dream of eating swan meat? Have you not considered your own status unworthy of my attention? Wu Shuyan exclaimed, seemingly seeing a ghost, and promptly rejected him. Though Lin Yao was younger and possessed a hint of handsomeness, at her age, women had long surpassed the superficiality of appearances. Youthful charm was but a fleeting whim. It was the robust, affluent men who captured her aspirations. In Wu Zuyan's eyes, Lin Yao was merely slightly superior to a beggar on the street. Since you are unwilling, go ahead and starve, Lin Yao retorted nonchalantly, packing the remaining bread into his backpack. With zombies lurking outside, he needed to ration his food. Who would covet your bread? If it weren't for the danger outside, I wouldn't even spare it a glance if you tossed it on the ground. Wu Shuyan, infuriated, haughtily turned her back and sat down at the cash register. The store fell silent once more as Lin Yao, unperturbed, arranged a few stools in a row and reclined upon them. Originally hailing from an ordinary family in a small city, Lin Yao had lost his father at a young age, with his mother raising him single-handedly. After graduating from university, filled with hope, he entered society, believing that hard work would lead him to wealth and allow him to bring his mother to Zhonghan City for a life of comfort. However, the harshness of reality soon struck him. The employment landscape was challenging, and Lin Yao found himself wandering into a men's clothing store, where he became a sales associate for the past 2 years. He had initially thought the store owner was a kind-hearted individual, but in truth, she was exceedingly miserly, always seeking ways to dock his pay at the slightest dissatisfaction. Although she promised a monthly salary of 4,000, he often received a mere 3,500, a classic case of a femme fatale. Lin Yao had contemplated resigning in frustration, but when his mother suddenly fell gravely ill, he had to leave his job for a time to take on physically demanding work for a higher salary. Unfortunately, after barely 2 months, he collapsed from exhaustion, his frail constitution unable to withstand it, leading him back to this store. Recently, after his mother passed away from her illness, Lin Yao took a leave of absence to arrange her funeral and had just returned today, only to be confronted with the outbreak of the apocalypse. After years of working, Lin Yao had come to understand the helplessness of life at the bottom of society. He was no longer the naive youth brimming with dreams for the future. Since I can't go out, I might as well try my luck with the lottery, Lin Yao sighed, opening the system's lottery interface, gritting his teeth before pressing the draw button. He had often fantasized about sudden wealth through the lottery, but he had only ever won a meager 10 yuan, leaving him doubtful of his luck. The system's pointer began to rotate slowly, gaining speed until, after several moments, it gradually slowed, finally settling on a specific area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the night vision skill. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the fireball skill. As the results were revealed, Lin Yao felt a sudden influx of knowledge, as if something strange had entered his mind. He continued to examine the skill descriptions. Night vision allows one to see all objects clearly in complete darkness. Fireball level 1 can launch a high-temperature fireball with perfect accuracy within 20 meters. With the skills now acquired, Lin Yao restrained his urge to test the fireball ability, realizing it likely had limitations. If it entered cooldown while zombies invaded, he would be left defenseless. Moreover, this was a clothing store. Should he accidentally ignite the garments and cause a fire, there would be nowhere for him to hide. As for night vision, he would have to wait until nightfall to experiment. With the system offering nothing more to explore, Lin Yao returned behind the curtain, peering outside. Wait, where are the bodies? Lin Yao stifled his astonishment, unable to suppress an exclamation. Xiaowan's body still lay at the store's entrance, yet the corpses of those who had been bitten by zombies had mysteriously vanished. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yao. If the corpses of zombies remained while those of humans disappeared, it could only signify one thing. Just like in the movies, those bitten by zombies transform into zombies themselves. Feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back upon realizing his deduction was correct, Lin Yao hurriedly turned to Wu Shuyan. Have you been bitten by Xiaowan? Lin Yao asked urgently, fearing for Wu Zuyan's safety. If she had been bitten, she would inevitably become a zombie, putting him in grave danger. I want to tell you. Wu Shuyan, initially disinclined to respond, turned her head away haughtily at his anxious demeanor. What a time to be proud. Lin Yao, unwilling to indulge her, marched over and tugged her hair, dragging her toward the door. If you don't speak up, they'll toss you out to feed the zombies. Wu Shuyan had never been treated so rudely, gripping Lin Yao's hand. She screamed. Ah, Lin Yao, what are you doing? Let me go. Be careful, I'll accuse you of harassment. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Yao prepared to forcibly check, a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Chapter 3. You strike? I slapped. The sudden sound of banging interrupted them, leaving Lin Yao and Wu Shuyan momentarily silent, paralyzed by fear. A chilling growl, distinctive to the undead, echoed from outside, signaling that zombies were at the door. Now, they were even more hesitant to move. After a few minutes, the knocking gradually subsided. Lin Yao hurriedly approached the curtain, peering through the gap, and observed the zombies staggering away in a tremulous manner. It seemed his assumption was correct. These creatures were highly sensitive to sound and could be easily attracted by it. He turned to Wu Shuyan, whispering a warning, these zombies will come if they hear any noise. If you wish to stay alive, you must heed my words. Wu Shuyan, realizing the truth of his statement, quickly nodded in agreement. Are you certain you weren't bitten by Xiaowan? Lin Yao pressed, suppressing his voice. No, I wasn't bitten, Wu Shuyan exclaimed, fearfully shaking her head, wary of provoking Lin Yao's temper again. Are you sure? Absolutely. Lin Yao's tone turned cold. Let me make it clear. If you have been bitten, you will inevitably turn into one of them. If you truly were bitten and fail to admit it, I will end your life right now. No, you must believe me. Just look. Wu Shuyan, in a panic, extended her pale arms and legs to show there were no wounds. Lin Yao scrutinized her closely. Indeed, there were no visible injuries, yet he remained unconvinced. What about the rest of your body, my body? There are no injuries, Wu Shuiyan quickly reassured him. I don't believe you. Lin Yao was exceptionally cautious. Who could tell if she had been bitten? Even a scratch could lead to transformation. What are you going to do? Wu Shuiyan stepped back, clutching her chest. What kind of situation are we in right now? If you can't prove your safety, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. Lin Yao found the wrench he had used to dispatch Xiao Wan and prepared to deal with Wu Shuiyan. Seeing his determination, Wu Shuiyan panicked, raising her hands. Okay, please don't kill me. I will listen to you. Minutes later, Lin Yao rubbed his nose, which was on the verge of bleeding, and said, All right, you truly haven't been bitten. Get dressed? He had nearly lost control earlier, but recalling that the system required her to willingly agree to be his woman, he restrained his impulse. Wu Shuiyan hurriedly donned her qipao, secretly relieved that Lin Yao was merely checking for injuries and had not acted violently. Could it be that her figure no longer captivated him? Wu Shuiyan couldn't help but wonder. After the earlier tense encounter, both felt awkward and retreated to their respective corners to rest. Throughout the afternoon, the sounds of desperate pleas and the growls of zombies echoed from outside. Lin Yao remained hidden behind the curtain, observing the behavior of the undead. After careful analysis, he concluded that the zombies still retained the physical abilities they had in life. Showing no extraordinary traits, they mindlessly pursued the living, and in the absence of prey, they would wander aimlessly, their heads crooked, unable to navigate around obstacles. Not only were they drawn to sound, but they also seemed capable of seeing the living. Albeit their brains were not functioning properly, as night descended, the commercial center remained brightly lit, and Lin Yao inwardly cursed the persistent electricity. How could he possibly venture out with such glaring lights? Meanwhile, Wu Shuiyan had not been idle in the afternoon. She had been using her phone to check the current situation. The more she scrolled, the heavier her heart felt. The outside world had descended into chaos, with zombies attacking indiscriminately. Those bitten transformed into zombies themselves, and the military and police systems had collapsed, leaving everyone in a state of fear. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the entire globe succumbed to the undead. Feeling despondent, Wu Shuiyan could only gaze at Lin Yao, who was reclining on a chair. He was her only hope for survival. Lin Yao glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. He took out a piece of bread and began to nibble on it. The bread had been purchased prior to boarding the train to Zhonghanqing, and it would only suffice for 2 days at most, even with frugal consumption. Lin Yao, could you spare me a piece of bread? I'm about to faint from hunger. Wu Shuiyan, having missed 2 meals, felt dizzy from starvation. Sure, but only if you agree to be my woman. Lin Yao casually tossed a stylish new jacket from the store over his stomach in response. My mother used to say that no matter how hot it is at night, one must cover their belly button. Wu Shuiyan was not pleased and attempted to appeal to Lin Yao's sense of decency. Lin Yao, can't you make a different request? I'm a woman after all, ASM man. Shouldn't you show a little leniency? I know I might have treated you poorly in the past. But putting that aside, don't you think you bear any responsibility? You know how much we, women from Huagua, value our purity. Can't you show a bit of manly responsibility and make a more reasonable request? Are you serious? Fighting? Lin Yao was astonished. In such dire circumstances, she still had the energy to spar. How dare she disregard the gravity of the situation? He stepped toward Wu Shuiyan and delivered a swift slap. If you dare to lay a finger on me again, you won't need to worry about zombies. I'll send you straight to hell. Watching Wu Shuiyan cover her face in tears, Lin Yao coldly admonished her before returning to his resting place. Ignoring her sobs, he used his backpack as a pillow and closed his eyes, albeit leaving a slight crack open. Who knew if the landlady might attempt to ambush him for food in the dead of night? Better to be cautious. As time passed, the sounds of zombies outside faded, indicating that the commercial center was either devoid of survivors or that the living had successfully hidden away, leaving only the slow shuffling of the undead. Wu Shuiyan wished she could emulate Lin Yao and fall asleep, but hunger and fear kept her wide awake. Gazing at Lin Yao's backpack, she contemplated stealing a piece of bread, yet she feared waking him. With his volatile temperament, she could easily find herself on the receiving end of another violent outburst. With no other option, she resolved to try and sleep. Once asleep, she wouldn't feel hunger. Seeing that the landlady's breathing had steadied, Lin Yao finally allowed himself to relax and rest. The following morning, he awoke promptly, feeling invigorated, and stretched lazily. That sleep had been refreshing. Turning to Wu Shuiyan, He chose to ignore her and took out another piece of bread to eat. Lin Yao, I am willing to be your woman. Please give me something to eat. Wu Shuiyan felt she could no longer endure. If she didn't eat soon, she feared she might perish from hunger before the zombies could get to her. Have you made up your mind? Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. Wu Shuiyan nodded. Lin Yao sat up straight, producing another piece of bread. All right then, you know what you need to do now. Chapter 4, Virus Resistance Skill. Why yes. Wu Shuiyan felt utterly wronged, yet in order to avoid starvation, she could only nod in agreement. Ding dong. Detected that the host has acquired their first woman. The reward system grants one lottery draw. Ding dong. The system triggers an additional reward. The host gains 10 points in physical enhancement attributes. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Lin Yao's heart soared with joy. Not only had he received an extra lottery draw, but he also gained additional rewards. The system was truly remarkable. In high spirits, Lin Yao handed the bread to Wu Shuiyan. Wu Shuiyan eagerly accepted the bread and began to devour it, having gone nearly 24 hours without food. She felt as though her stomach might implode from hunger. Are you satisfied now? Lin Yao observed Wu Shuiyan hastily finish the bread, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he patted the soft seat beside him. Although the landlady had a cruel heart, her appearance was impeccable. At 30 years old, her skin remained as fair and supple as that of an 18-year-old, without an ounce of excess flesh. Furthermore, she possessed a mature allure that surpassed that of younger girls. Wu Shuiyan paused momentarily. She was no naive fledgling. In fact, she had endured a failed marriage in her youth, and this shop was a product of that divorce. But now, everything lay in ruins, with her sole objective being survival. Without any means to defend herself, she understood that surviving would come at a cost. In the afternoon, Lin Yao continued to hide behind the curtain, observing the situation outside. With Wu Shuiyan sharing his food, the bread in his backpack would not last them for 2 days. At the latest, it would be gone by tonight, so he needed to devise a plan to procure more sustenance. The zombies continued to roam outside, and Lin Yao found himself perplexed. Did these creatures not feel hunger? It had been a full day, yet they showed no signs of weakness. Peeking through the gap, Lin Yao spotted a vending machine approximately 20 meters away. This commercial center had jewelry and department stores on the first and second floors, a food court on the third, women's clothing on the fourth, men's clothing on the fifth, and a comprehensive entertainment area on the sixth. Currently, he found himself on the fifth floor, and it was unrealistic to venture to the third for food. He would have to set his sights on the current level. Thankfully, the mall had thoughtfully placed vending machines at intervals on all floors except the third. Lin Yao noticed that the vending machine's glass had been shattered, and snacks littered the ground, crushed beneath the feet of passing zombies. However, some treats still remained inside the machine. It seemed tonight's target would be that vending machine, and he would have to pray for a blackout. Otherwise, with the lights blazing, he would be at a loss. For now, he decided to check the rewards provided by the system. This time, the system had granted him 10 attribute points to enhance his physique. Lin Yao contemplated briefly, allocating 5 points to defense. The zombies were terrifying, and he needed to bolster his defenses. The remaining 5 points went directly to agility. Being able to run fast would aid in evading the undead. Feeling the changes in his physique, Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction before opening the lottery interface once more. He clicked the draw button. The pointer spun again and finally came to a stop. Ding dong. Congratulations, the host has drawn the Virus Resistance Level 1 skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 skill points. Virus Resistance Level 1. Capable of withstanding the viral invasion of Level 1 zombies. This skill is quite impressive. Lin Yao had long suspected that those living beings transform into zombies after being bitten, indicating that these zombies carry a virus. With this skill, he need not fear being bitten. Moreover, it appears that zombies are categorized by levels. However, it remains uncertain whether there are any visible differences between Level 1 and Level 2 zombies. The other reward comprises 10 skill points. Lin Yao discovered that only Fireball Level 1 and Virus Resistance Level 1 had buttons indicating they could be upgraded, implying that these two skills are eligible for enhancement, while Night Vision is not. He refrained from hastily utilizing the skill points, noticing some changes in his personal panel. Host, Lin Yao, Strength, 10, Defense, 10, Agility, 9, Mental Power, 5, Charm, 7, Skill Points, 10, Skills, Night Vision, Fireball Level 1, Virus Resistance Level 1. Items, none. The section previously designated for his wife had vanished. Lin Yao attempted to scroll through the system and discovered a third page, which contained a separate list. The first entry being the avatar of Wu Shuiyan. This is intriguing, Lin Yao mused, subsequently clicking on Wu Shuiyan's avatar. Name: Wu Shuiyan, age, 30, height, 164 centimeters, measurements, 35C-20-31, charm rating, A, loyalty, 10, offspring, none, special abilities, not yet awakened. The description succinctly introduced Wu Shuiyan's physical attributes and charm rating. Lin Yao's attention was drawn to the loyalty, offspring, and special abilities sections. Loyalty is easily understood. It indicates that Wu Shuiyan has agreed to be his woman merely for sustenance, not out of genuine affection, making her 10 loyalty quite normal. The absence of offspring suggests she has not conceived. The special abilities section merits discussion. Does it imply that Wu Shuiyan may awaken special abilities in the future? Does this system qualify as a special ability or something else? Given that Wu Shuiyan might develop special abilities, it stands to reason that other survivors could potentially do the same. This world is beginning to evolve in ways that are difficult to comprehend. Lin Yao rubbed his temples, slowly processing this information. It stands to reason that with his system and skills, others should not be left entirely defenseless. Thus, the path of survival ahead promises to be vibrant and multifaceted. However, he remains uncertain whether the evolution of special abilities will be universal or limited to a select few. This is a question for the future. Lin Yao's gaze returned to the vending machine outside, his mind beginning to churn with ideas. It was not until noon that Wu Shuiyan finally awoke, feeling the ache in her body. She propped herself up, momentarily dazed. Yet, being a married woman, she quickly accepted her circumstances. Lin Yao, I'm still hungry, Wu Shuiyan softly remarked as she dressed. Here, take this and eat. Lin Yao, being generous towards his woman, produced a piece of bread and handed it to her. Wu Shuiyan accepted the bread and swallowed it. While it was not enough to satiate her hunger, it prevented her from feeling faint, and she began to feel a sense of gratitude towards Lin Yao. Has loyalty increased? Lin Yao noticed on the system that Wu Shuiyan's loyalty had risen to 20. He found himself somewhat hopeful for it to reach 100, as the tips in the corner of the system indicated that achieving 100 loyalty would grant another lottery opportunity. The two remained together until nightfall, when suddenly, the power went out. Lin Yao realized that his opportunity had arrived. Chapter 5. Rescuing a college student. He found a retractable clothing rod and transparent tape. Wrapping the head of the rod several times in reverse around the air conditioning duct's opening, he cautiously detached the ventilation duct of the central air conditioning system. He dared not venture outside recklessly under the cover of night. The risks were too great. Who could say whether those zombies possessed night vision? After much deliberation, he resolved to crawl through the air conditioning duct. Coincidentally, the vending machine was situated just below the duct. As long as he remained silent, the chances of obtaining food were substantial. Lin Yao, please be careful, Wu Shuiyan said. Worry etched on her face as she watched Lin Yao enter the duct. She could only rely on him to procure food for survival. Lin Yao nodded, fully immersing himself in the duct. The mall was vast, and the air conditioning duct was sufficiently wide, with a diameter of half a meter, allowing him to crawl comfortably within. Damn. How long has it been since this place was cleaned? Lin Yao thought, glancing at his filthy clothes, but he continued crawling forward. He moved cautiously, fearful of making any noise. Although the duct was over 3 meters off the ground, and zombies could not fly, it was wise to exercise caution. Every duct opening he passed, Lin Yao would peer outside to ascertain his position. His night vision skill proved invaluable. While the outside was pitch black, it appeared as clear as day to him. Below, a zombie wandered aimlessly with its head tilted, the stench of blood wafting up through the duct, stimulating Lin Yao's nostrils. Not daring to linger, he continued to crawl forward, and after several minutes, he finally reached the top of the vending machine. With utmost care, he removed the duct cover and extended the clothing rod into the vending machine. The rod measured 2 meters in length, and he only needed to reach out to make contact with the machine. Lin Yao held his breath, cautiously touching the end of the rod to a bucket of instant noodles. The noodles were securely affixed by the tape, and Lin Yao gently pulled the rod back. With the noodles in hand, Lin Yao exhaled, wary of the zombies lingering nearby, frightened of inadvertently awakening them. His first attempt had succeeded, bolstering his confidence as he began to gather food while remaining vigilant of the surrounding zombies. The entire process was fraught with peril. Some zombies even passed by the vending machine, yet they failed to notice his clothing rod, suggesting that they lacked night vision. Once he had collected all the remaining food from the vending machine, Lin Yao suppressed his excitement. He had successfully acquired 3 buckets of instant noodles, 4 small loaves of bread, 7 sausages, 5 bags of marinated eggs, and 1 box of self-heating hot pot. These provisions, if rationed, would suffice for several more days for both him and Wu Shuiyan. After stowing the food away and preparing to return through the duct, Lin Yao suddenly noticed that the vending machine was being pushed aside. He recalled that behind the vending machine, there had originally been a recess for storing fire safety equipment, which had been vacated once the vending machine was installed. Could there be a living person inside? Utilizing his night vision, Lin Yao peered through the gap in the vending machine and saw a pair of large eyes. It was a young woman. She had been hiding behind the vending machine. Witnessing Lin Yao's entire food-gathering endeavor, and she understood that this was her only chance for salvation. As the gap widened, the girl extended a piece of paper, upon which was written, SOS. She did not know if the person in the duct could see her writing, but she was willing to take the risk. After hiding in that recess for 2 days, with food tantalizingly close yet out of reach, she felt she might faint from hunger. Upon seeing the note, Lin Yao took out a piece of paper and a pin from his pocket, attaching it to the clothing rod before extending it through the gap, writing, Show your face. He had no intention of playing the role of a foolhardy hero. If she were unappealing, he would simply turn around. The girl paused momentarily but complied, widening the gap just enough to reveal her face. Lin Yao's eyes lit up. She was indeed quite beautiful. She appeared to be a college student, with a delicate face and large eyes, rivaling even the proprietress in allure. Worth saving. Lin Yao began to contemplate how to rescue her. Testing the strength of the clothing rod in his hand, he scribbled a few more words and held it out. Grab the clothing rod. I'll pull you up. The girl hesitated, worried that the rod might not be strong enough. If it broke midway, she would be exposed to the zombies. As the nearby zombies moved away, Lin Yao extended the rod towards the gap, signaling her to hurry and grasp it. The girl bit her lip, realizing this was her only opportunity. She emerged from the gap and firmly grasped the clothing rod. Lin Yao exerted all his strength to pull her up. Although she did not seem heavy, he pulled with great effort. If only I had invested more points in strength, he thought, silently cursing as he felt his arms threaten to give out. Fortunately, having eaten earlier, he had some strength left, and he managed to pull her to the duct's opening. Suddenly, with a crack, the clothing rod could no longer withstand the weight and broke, causing the girl to scream as her body began to plummet. Lin Yao reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch her. That scream was akin to a loudspeaker, awakening the zombies on the 5th floor, who began to converge towards their location. Shut up, or I'll drop you. Lin Yao hissed in a suppressed tone, urgently pulling her up. Damn, that was terrifying. The zombies below, having seen no one, could only gather and howl in frustration. Lin Yao gestured for the girl to follow him as they crawled back, both moving silently. After several minutes, they finally returned to the store. Lin Yao, you're back. Did you get the food? Wu Shuiyan exclaimed upon seeing Lin Yao return, a weight lifting from her heart, but she suddenly noticed the beautiful girl he had brought back. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Lin Yao paid her no mind, gently placing the girl on the ground, finally taking in her full appearance. In addition to her pretty face, she stood at a height of around 1.6 meters with a slender figure, though she was well endowed. She wore a white short-sleeved top and denim shorts, exuding youthful vibrancy. The girl quickly bowed to Lin Yao, saying, Thank you for saving me. Tears of relief glimmered in her eyes. Lin Yao did not say you're welcome, but instead inquired, What is your name? How old are you? The girl paused, questioning the purpose of such inquiries, which felt akin to an interrogation. However, recalling that he was her savior, she answered truthfully, My name is Uxin, a sophomore at Hanchang University, and I am 19 years old. How young? Lin Yao nodded in acknowledgement. He then introduced himself and Wu Shuiyan, offering Wu Shuiyan a sausage while he settled down to open a self-heating hot pot. The hot pot was quite small, sufficient for only one person. Seeing that Lin Yao had no intention of sharing, Wu Shuiyan sulked in a corner with her sausage. Soon, the aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air, causing Uxin to salivate. Sensing that Lin Yao had not extended an invitation to her,
She mustered her courage and approached him. Lin Yao, may I have just one bite? Sure, just become my woman. Lin Yao replied, putting down his chopsticks, wiping his mouth and smiling. Chapter 6. A fairy needs no sustenance. Upon hearing Lin Yao suggest that the newcomer should become his woman, Wu Shuiyan was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Was she not enough? Yu Xian was equally astonished, her face contorting in disgust. If you don't want to share, then don't. How dare you ask me to be your woman? Have you looked in the mirror? Do you even know who I am? I'm the campus belle of the media department at Hancheng University. There are at least 80 suitors after me. You merely saved my life. What's there to be smug about? Humph. If I can't eat, then I won't. With that, she turned away, disregarding Lin Yao's frosty demeanor, and found a place to sit. Lin Yao, torn between annoyance and hunger, opted to eat, as he had been subsisting on bread for the past 2 days. A warm meal would nourish him. He finished the soup before wiping his mouth, lighting a cigarette, and remarking, "You are indeed a lofty campus belle. A fairy, I am merely an ordinary worker with no particular talents. I shouldn't aspire to the unattainable. However, since you are a fairy, you surely do not require earthly sustenance. My apologies for the presumption." He then took the food he had just gathered and stuffed it into his backpack. Wu Shuiyan's eyes lit up at the sight of so much food. She no longer felt inclined to sulk and willingly sat beside Lin Yao. "Well, since you are being so compliant, I shall treat you to a braised egg tomorrow morning," Lin Yao said, pleased with her behavior, and patted her head. Yu Xian had initially intended to retort, but realizing she owed her life to him, she could only turn her head away. Lin Yao shot her a sidelong glance before ignoring her. What did it matter if she was a campus belle? In this apocalypse, did she expect him to shower her with roses and take her out for meals and movies? That was a fantasy. Seeing that the two had settled down, Yu Xian, after 2 days of discomfort, finally lay down on the ground to sleep. A night passed without incident. At 7 in the morning. Lin Yao awoke promptly, followed shortly by Wu Shuiyan. Feeling parched, he retrieved the last bottle of mineral water from his backpack, took a sip, and offered it to Wu Shuiyan. Without food, they could endure a few more days. But without water, survival was precarious. Thus, that bottle of water had to be rationed. True to his word, Lin Yao provided Wu Shuiyan with a small pack of braised eggs in addition to the little bread, delighting her and prompting her to kiss him affectionately. Her loyalty then rose to 50. Women's affections can change swiftly. After breakfast, Wu Shuiyan observed the still sleeping Yu Xian and asked Lin Yao, "What do you plan to do with this girl?" "Nothing, that I saved her life. That is sufficient kindness. If she does not agree to be my woman, then let her starve here," Lin Yao said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting the last one. Meanwhile, he pondered whether he should procure some more cigarettes. He had never smoked until his mother passed away. In his sorrow, he had smoked through the night, inadvertently adopting the habit. "Why do you insist that she become your woman? Isn't my presence enough?" Wu Shuiyan questioned, voicing her curiosity. Lin Yao, of course, would not divulge the truth. Rolling his eyes, he replied, "If she won't be my woman, then why did I save her? To share our food?" Seeing that Lin Yao was not inclined to provide a straightforward answer, Wu Shuiyan did not dare to press further. Their conversation roused Yu Xian from her slumber. Struggling to prop herself up, she spotted the two of them and slowly recalled her circumstances. Lin Yao ignored her and either chatted with Wu Shuiyan or observed the zombies behind a curtain. By noon, Lin Yao offered Wu Shuiyan a bowl of instant noodles with sausage, and Yu Xian could no longer hold back. After waking, Yu Xian had been contemplating how to extract food from Lin Yao, but she realized that men like him, who had experienced life outside the school environment, were not easily fooled. If she did not offer him some incentive, it would be impossible to obtain food. Through eavesdropping on Lin Yao's conversation with Wu Shuiyan, she deduced that Wu Shuiyan was the owner of the establishment, and Lin Yao was merely an employee. The sudden appearance of zombies had forced the owner and employee into an alliance for survival, further affirming that without becoming his woman, acquiring food was a futile endeavor. Thus, Yu Xian was left with 2 choices: either survive by offering her body or starve in place. The university student's mind was sharp. Having realized this, she resolved to live on, for she was still young and had a wealth of youthful years ahead. "Lin Yao, I am willing to become your woman. Can you spare me something to eat?" Yu Xian, summoning her courage, approached Lin Yao and declared. Lin Yao turned to her, crossing his legs, and said, "Don't. You are a fairy. You have at least 100 suitors. Go find them. Do you think I would need to beg you if I could find them? Yu Exine cursed silently in her heart, yet spoke humbly. Last night I was out of line. I am sorry. Lin Yao recognized her lack of sincerity but was indifferent. He pointed to the soft bench where Wu Shuyan had slept, saying, "Lie down." Yu Exine's face stiffened. She had planned to negotiate for food before resorting to such measures, but Lin Yao's command shattered her scheming. "What's the matter? Still unwilling? Don't worry. I won't force you." Lin Yao seemed to see through her intentions. I am willing. I am willing." Yu Exine quickly nodded, her eyes brimming with tears as she approached the soft bench. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired the second woman. The reward system grants one lottery draw. This time there were no additional rewards, but Lin Yao was content simply to have a lottery chance. Yu Exine held the bowl of instant noodles with sausage that Lin Yao had given her. Her expression ashen. She had sold her body for this meager meal, a notion she could never have entertained before. The boys who pursued her would have to take her to upscale restaurants in the heart of Hancheng. Anything less than a few $1,000s was unacceptable. Yet now, to obtain this bowl of noodles, Wu Shuyan observed Yu Exine's plight and shook her head inwardly. She understood the girl's feelings but did not approach to console her. For now, they could only rely on Lin Yao to survive, and all past matters had vanished like smoke. Chapter 7. Killing zombies grants experience. Lin Yao dressed and sat nearby, showing no inclination to comfort Yu Exine. Displaying a rather callous-natured, on the wife page of his system, Yu Exine's avatar had appeared. He clicked to view it. Name: Yu Exine. Age: 19. Height: 165 centimeters. Measurements: 34B-20-31. Charm rating: A. Loyalty: 5. Offspring: none. Special ability: not yet awakened. In terms of figure, she did not compare to the stunning owner, yet her appearance was not lacking, and her overall rating was surprisingly A. Henceforth, Lin Yao would not settle for anything below an A. Having acquired 2 A-rated individuals from the outset, his standards had been raised. He then stroked his chin. Surely A was not the highest tier. There must be an S rating, perhaps even SS or SSS, if both the owner and Yu Exine were merely A-rated. He began to anticipate encountering even higher caliber beauties. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to try his luck at the lottery. As the wheel spun, Lin Yao's face displayed a hint of expectation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the item. Advanced alloy crossbow arrows, unlimited quantity. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up your monster slaying skill by 1 level. Lin Yao's body straightened abruptly, a look of surprise crossing his face. It was no wonder he was taken aback. This was the first time the system had granted him an item. Advanced composite crossbow arrows? But only arrows, no crossbow? Then Lin Yao noticed something odd. How could he shoot without a crossbow? Would he be throwing them by hand? What good would that do? Throwing arrows would be less effective than tossing bricks. Lin Yao inwardly cursed the pitiful system but chose to check the item details, which brought a renewed smile to his face. Advanced alloy crossbow arrows, made from various rare alloys, incredibly hard. The host can control the release using thought alone, achieving speeds comparable to rifle bullets. The arrows can be upgraded using materials produced by the system. This was indeed impressive. Lin Yao was overjoyed. This item meant he could shoot arrows without a crossbow, with speeds rivaling that of rifle bullets. Who could evade such a projectile? With this item in hand, Lin Yao need not fear the zombies lurking outside. He could simply find a hiding spot and unleash a barrage of crossbow bolts. Unlike gunfire, crossbow shots generate minimal noise. How splendid! Following this, Lin Yao examined the newly acquired skill, which was indeed an upgradable one. Level 1. For every 10 first-level zombies killed, the host gains 1 skill point. With a chance to earn an additional attribute point, elated, Lin Yao nearly leaped with joy. The rewards from this system lottery were astonishing. Crossbow bolts to slay zombies, and killing them also facilitated leveling up. It was an all-in-one service. Wu Shuyan stared at Lin Yao in bewilderment. One moment he wore a frown, the next he beamed with joy, and then he was bouncing around. What was he doing? Putting on a performance? Lin Yao could hardly contain his eagerness to test out his recent gains, so he slipped back into the air conditioning duct, while Wu Shuyan watched on, somewhat puzzled. After crawling outside, Lin Yao stealthily removed event cover and used his mind to control the crossbow, aiming at a wandering zombie nearby. Whoosh! The bolt whistled softly through the air, striking the zombie squarely in the abdomen, the tremendous impact causing it to stagger backward and fall gore. The zombie, suddenly under attack, let out a deafening roar, prompting a throng of other zombies to converge, clamoring in a chaotic mass. Lin Yao was quite satisfied with the crossbow's power. It was quiet and swift, making it ideal for ambushing zombies. However, why couldn't he kill the zombie? Hiding in the duct, he peered through a gap and saw the zombie he had struck rising from the ground, blood pooling around it, yet still able to move. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yao recalled the incident with Xiao Wan, where he had used a wrench to strike her head, resulting in her demise. Thus, to kill a zombie, one must aim for the head. Let us give it a try. The zombies below were oblivious to his presence above, so he focused his mind and targeted a zombie's head. Whoosh! This bolt struck with pinpoint accuracy, eliciting a feeble groan from the creature as it collapsed to the ground. Success! Feeling exhilarated, Lin Yao remained stationary, launching bolt after bolt. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Not every shot found its mark on the head. But Lin Yao remained unperturbed. There were plenty of zombies to practice on. The zombies in the 5th floor area flitted about like headless flies, completely unaware that the danger lay above them. After half an hour of experimentation, Lin Yao felt dizzy. Utilizing his mind to aim and fire was quite taxing. Nevertheless, the results were commendable. He had dispatched at least 20 zombies, though some, with their erratic movements, were riddled with bolts yet evaded a headshot. Calculating his success rate, Lin Yao estimated he had a headshot accuracy of over 60. Against slowly moving zombies, he was practically guaranteed a hit. Not only had his accuracy improved, but Lin Yao also found the release of the crossbow bolts to be increasingly effortless. They emanated directly from the system, which was not a tangible entity, making the bolts seem to materialize from thin air. The maximum firing distance allowed him to be up to 1 meter away from his physical location, meaning he could remain safely within the store and shoot through walls, a significant enhancement to his safety. Furthermore, Lin Yao tested the range and found that the bolts retained their accuracy at least up to 100 meters. As for the maximum distance, that remained to be explored at a later time. Feeling less dizzy, Lin Yao began to crawl back. Upon returning to the store, he found Wu Shuiyin and Yu Xian engaged in conversation. It seemed the proprietress was utilizing her strongest PUA techniques to brainwash Yu Xian. The young college student, unaccustomed to such tactics, appeared utterly bewildered. How did Lin Yao know? The loyalty levels revealed all. Wu Shuiyin's loyalty had risen to 60, while Yu Xian's had reached 40 upon seeing Lin Yao return. Both women rose simultaneously. Lin Yao, you're back, Lin Yao. It seems the zombies outside went into a frenzy. I peeked and saw many zombies had perished. Was that your doing? With a thud, Lin Yao plopped down onto the floor, grinning as he replied, Indeed, it was me. I possess some rather unique abilities. I ventured out to test them and have already dispatched over 20 zombies. The two women exchanged delighted glances. Really? Of course. Do you not see how exhausted I am? Boss lady, give my head a rub. Yu Xian, please massage my arm. Lin Yao reclined on the floor, issuing commands. The two women exchanged a glance but complied, one massaging his temple and the other kneading his arm. Lin Yao, since you can kill zombies, could you possibly save my sister? Yu Xian asked quietly while massaging his arm. Your sister? Is she still alive? Where is she? Lin Yao, eyes closed in relaxation, opened them at Yu Xian's words. Yu Xian glanced outside before replying. My sister and I came here together to shop. We were singing at the mini KTV, and when we grew tired, my sister rested there while I went out to find a vending machine for snacks. To my dismay, I didn't get anything, but I witnessed zombies attacking people. Fortunately, I spotted a recess behind the vending machine and managed to hide there. My sister is still inside the mini KTV. I messaged her earlier, and she remains hidden behind a curtain, which has shielded her from the zombies. She then showed Lin Yao the chat history on her phone. After reviewing the messages, Lin Yao recalled the mini KTV located about 30 meters away on this floor. These mini KTVs were small rooms, merely 1 square meter in size, capable of accommodating 2 people, and equipped with curtains for privacy. If a person remained inside and did not venture out, zombies might very well overlook them. However, 30 meters was quite a distance. Lin Yao remembered that a convenience store was situated just a few meters beyond the mini KTV. The food supplies there would far exceed those of the vending machine, and with his current provisions only sufficient for the day, he needed to replenish his stock. Yet, he could not simply rescue someone for nothing. Your sister, you say? What's her name? What does she look like? Lin Yao inquired, unwilling to act as a benevolent savior without reason. Yu Xian paused, realization dawning as she understood Lin Yao's implication. It's my biological sister. Lin Yao, please don't make it difficult for her. I can. You are you, and she is she. That I want to take risks for your sister simply because you are my woman. So think carefully. You can still contact her directly, if she is unwilling. Then that, Lin Yao said with a mischievous smile, then closed his eyes again, ignoring Yu Xian's thoughts. Sisters, indeed. If Yu Xian was so attractive, her sister could hardly be lacking in beauty. Yu Xian hesitated. Then finally said, well, I'll ask her. She stepped aside to message her sister. Lin Yao was unconcerned with whether Yu Xian's sister would agree or not. He intended to visit the convenience store tonight to resupply. After resting, he would venture out to slay more zombies. The 5th floor alone had hundreds of zombies visible, and he needed to be cautious not to attract attention from other floors. There was much work to be done. Yu Xian and her sister communicated via their phones, and Lin Yao could see the dismay on Yu Xian's face when her sister appeared to decline. Yu Xian was growing anxious. Finally, after 2 hours, Yu Xian sighed with relief, her face alight with joy as she approached Lin Yao. Lin Yao, my sister has agreed. Agreed? To be your woman? Yu Xian found it difficult to voice her thoughts. She agreed. But I haven't tea yet. First, introduce me to your sister, and show me her photo. Lin Yao, feeling rejuvenated, was ready to continue. Yu Xian produced her phone and began scrolling through photos, then handed it to Lin Yao. This is my sister, Yu Qian. She is 4 years older than me and works at an internet company. Lin Yao nodded, noting that Yu Qian bore a resemblance to Yu Xian, albeit with a more mature appearance. She had a flair for fashion, her face adorned with light makeup and hair dyed a rich burgundy, presenting an image of an alluring urban beauty. All right, tell her that I will find an opportunity to rescue her tonight. Make sure she remains silent. If the zombies close in, I want to be able to save her. Lin Yao felt quite pleased with Yu Qian. Okay, thank you, Lin Yao. Yu Xian joyfully accepted her phone and hurried to send the message. Sisters sharing a man and still so cheerful. Were young women truly so naive? Lin Yao chuckled inwardly at the thought, then stood up, preparing to hunt zombies once more. With 4 hours until nightfall, he had ample time for at least 2 more rounds. This time, Lin Yao intentionally avoided the route between the store and the mini KTV, opting for alternative paths to confront the zombies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts mercilessly pierced through the zombies, and this time the haul was impressive. Within merely 10 minutes, he had slain over 30 zombies. After resting for 2 hours, he emerged once more, eliminating another 30. In just one day, Lin Yao had dispatched approximately 100 zombies. Phew. Today had been quite fruitful. Upon returning to the store, after distributing the food, he munched on a sausage while checking the system. The 100 zombies had granted him 10 skill points, and combined with the unused points from before, he now had a total of 20 skill points. Additionally, the system awarded him 5 attribute points, all of which he allocated to strength. Host, Lin Yao, strength, 15, defense, 10, agility, 9, mental power, 5, charm, 7, skill points, 20, skills, night vision, fireball level 1, virus resistance level 1, monster killing level 1, items, 10 advanced alloy crossbow arrows. Although 10 skill points may seem plentiful, Lin Yao soon realized that they were only sufficient to upgrade one level 1 skill to level 2, leaving no room for others. Upgrading any skill from level 1 to level 2 required 10 skill points, and surely advancing from level 2 to level 3 would demand even more. Lin Yao felt overwhelmed. After an exhausting day, he could only manage to elevate 1 skill. After some contemplation, he decided to upgrade monster killing and virus resistance to level 2. Monster killing level 2. For every 8 level 1 zombies killed, gain 1 skill point, with a chance to receive additional attribute points. Remarkably, the required number of kills had diminished, meaning that if he were to slay a similar number of zombies tomorrow, he could acquire even more skill points. Moreover, just on this floor, Lin Yao estimated there to be no less than 500 zombies. After all, it was a renowned commercial center in Zhonghan City, and the outbreak occurred on a weekend. Attracting a considerable crowd, the future appeared promising. Virus resistance level 2, capable of resisting the corpse poison of level 2 zombies. It seemed there truly were level 2 zombies. As night fell, Lin Yao closed his eyes to rest. Tonight, He anticipated a fierce battle. However, for the sake of sustenance and personal strength, he had to take this risk. By 8 p.m., the entire commercial center was once again engulfed in darkness, and Lin Yao crawled out of the vent. This time, he could not replicate the method used to rescue Uxin, as the vent he occupied was not connected to the mini KTV's vent, leaving him no choice but to descend. Nevertheless, he had to go to the convenience store. Regardless of whether he saved Yuqian, he had to come down. At the end of the vent, Lin Yao skillfully opened the exit. Peering out cautiously, below, 2 zombies wandered aimlessly, and within this vicinity, there were no less than 50 zombies roaming, with shadows of more lurking in the distance. Lin Yao was not foolish enough to confront such a horde directly. Instead, he decided to employ a cunning strategy, playing a game of deception. Sound the east, strike the west. Chapter 9. My sister is also a bit dull. Lin Yao was now positioned near the mini KTV and convenience store. Directing his gaze towards a glass pane 100 meters away, he swiftly fired a crossbow bolt. Whoosh, crash, clatter. The glass shattered, awakening all the zombies, who began to rush towards the source of the sound. Noticing that none were focused on him, Lin Yao quickly descended from the vent and sprinted towards the convenience store. Rescuing someone was secondary, obtaining food was paramount. Inside the convenience store, chaos reigned, snacks and water strewn across the floor, with several shelves toppled. Nevertheless, there was still an abundance of food. Lin Yao removed his backpack and hastily stuffed items into it without discrimination. The distant zombies continued to roar, but Lin Yao moved swiftly, and soon his backpack was filled to capacity. Perfect. Just as he prepared to turn, Lin Yao's head emerged, only to hastily retreat again. The zombies, having wandered near the shattered glass for several minutes without detecting any living beings, returned to their mechanical state, but a few began to approach his direction. Unfazed, Lin Yao aimed at another glass pane and fired another crossbow bolt. The loud noise once again drew the zombies' attention, allowing Lin Yao to escape the convenience store and reach the mini KTV. This row housed 5 small rooms, only one of which was concealed by a curtain. Lin Yao approached the mini KTV, gently tapping on the glass door. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped 3 times, a prearranged signal. The glass door opened slightly, and Yuqian peeked through the gap, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of a young man about to speak. Lin Yao quickly gestured for silence. How could his sister be so oblivious, and her elder sister too? He then signaled Yuqian to follow him, to which she nodded and stealthily emerged from the small room. Lin Yao led the way, possessing night vision that allowed him to see the ground clearly. Suddenly, Lin Yao halted, turning incredulously to Yuqian, who also sensed something amiss, her face displaying fear. What the hell? Why are you still wearing high heels? Lin Yao cursed inwardly. Earlier, he had only seen Yuqian's head, failing to notice her choice of footwear. This oblivious woman was putting them in grave danger. Glancing back towards the zombies, he saw that they were indeed attracted by the sound of her heels and were charging toward them. Run barefoot, Lin Yao shouted, kicking off Yuqian's high heels and pulling her into a frantic sprint. The distance to the store was 30 meters. At his speed, he could cover it in less than 5 seconds, but he was burdened by a dead weight. Why Yuqian, quick to react, discarded her high heels and followed Lin Yao's lead. But just as they took a few steps, she slipped and fell to the ground in a heap. Lin Yao was so furious he nearly considered abandoning her to the zombies, but for the sake of gaining strength, he gritted his teeth, squatted down, and hoisted her up to continue their mad dash. Open the door, Lin Yao shouted at the store, and Wu Shuiyan quickly raised the roller shutter. In no time, Lin Yao realized that holding Yuqian was slowing him down significantly, and zombies were closing in fast. If he waited to enter, the zombies would swarm and block the shutter, sealing their fate. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully tossed Yuqian towards Wu Shuiyan and Uxian. Then turned around. Fireball! Lin Yao unleashed the fireball spell, and in an instant, 10 tennis ball-sized fireballs appeared around him. With a wave of his hand, the fireballs soared towards the nearest zombies. They moved swiftly, colliding with the zombies and erupting in a blaze of flames. Enveloping the creatures, the zombies stumbled forward a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground. Lin Yao felt elated. The fireball spell was incredibly powerful. In that case, let us unleash another. He launched another 10 fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. This round took down a whole cluster of zombies. Lin Yao was eager to unleash more, but suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. As if he had been drained, it appeared that he could only cast the fireball spell twice at most. Seeing that the zombies were momentarily unable to catch up, he turned and dashed into the store, using the last of his strength to help Wu Shuiyan pull down the roller shutter. Countless zombies surged towards the clothing store's entrance, banging against the shutter with force. The lone man and 3 women inside held their breaths, praying that the door would hold. Only after several minutes did the pounding subside, and Lin Yao peered through the curtain, observing the zombies slowly disperse. Phew, that was incredibly exhilarating. Lin Yao plopped down on the ground, exhaling deeply. The entire ordeal had not lasted long. From his departure to his return, it had been less than a few minutes. However, having been nearly done in by Yu Qian, he felt a rush of anger. Approaching Yu Qian, still shaken, he extended his hand and grasped her throat firmly. "It's all your fault, you fool. You almost got me fed to the zombies," Lin Yao spoke coldly, applying slight pressure. "Lin Yao, what are you doing? Let go of my sister," Yu Xian exclaimed, rushing forward to pull Lin Yao away. "Get lost. If it weren't for your sister's incessant blunders, would I have had to go to such extremes?" Lin Yao shoved Yu Xian aside, appearing genuinely intent on throttling Yu Qian. Why Yu Qian's face quickly turned red from the lack of air, and she gasped out, "I'm sorry." Just as her eyes began to glaze over, Lin Yao scoffed and released his grip. He had no intention of killing her. He needed her to grow stronger. Finally able to breathe, Yu Qian sat on the ground, gasping for air, while Yu Xian hurried to support her. "Sister, are you all right?" Feeling as though she had returned to life, Yu Qian shook her head. "I'm fine." "I'm fine." Lin Yao then scrutinized Yu Qian closely. Unlike Yu Xian's student attire, Yu Qian wore a black crop top and an orange-red skirt, complemented by her wine-red hair and bold makeup, giving her a captivating allure. She is also an A grade. Lin Yao's anger dissipated as he mentally rated Yu Qian. Once Yu Qian's breathing steadied and she looked at him with trepidation, Lin Yao spoke directly. "Didn't I tell you and your sister what to do? Do you understand your role now?" Yu Qian's already pale face turned even paler as she nodded submissively. "I understand. That's good." Lin Yao gestured towards a nearby soft couch. Ding dong. Detected that the host has acquired the 3rd woman. Reward system lottery once. Feeling hunger pangs, Lin Yao opened his backpack, pulling out several packets of instant noodles and handing them to the 3 women, along with a bottle of mineral water. Signaling them to share, he then walked to the curtain, peering outside. After the confrontation with the zombies, he had earned 3 skill points, but that was not the most significant gain. The most crucial revelation was that he seemed to have spotted living beings inside the leasing office. Chapter 10. I have abilities in this commercial center. Every floor housed a leasing office responsible for tenant recruitment. Lin Yao recalled having wandered into one previously. The office was considerably larger than the clothing store he was currently in, which measured less than 30 square meters. During the earlier skirmish with the zombies, he had attracted quite a commotion, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed someone looking out from the office. Most importantly, that office had a restroom. Having been cooped up in the clothing store for nearly 4 days, he had managed to stave off the urge to relieve himself by eating and drinking minimally. But soon he would have no choice but to go to BY tomorrow night at the latest. He needed to devise a plan to seize that office. Lin Yao had made up his mind. Even fairies must relieve themselves. After eating, the sisters Yu Qian embraced each other and drifted off to sleep. Wu Shuiyan noticed Lin Yao lost in thought and approached him. "Lin Yao, what was that fire all about just now?" Wu Shuiyan had initially believed that Lin Yao and the others were doomed and had prepared to lower the curtain, but was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the fireball. Lin Yao stretched out on his makeshift bed and gestured for her to lie down beside him, saying it was a special ability. "A special ability?" Wu Shuiyan was taken aback. Lin Yao wrapped his arms around her, saying, "Indeed. Do you remember the strange occurrences that happened right before Xiao Wan went berserk?" Wu Shuiyan furrowed her brow and pondered, uncertain. "I recall preparing to have lunch when suddenly everything turned white for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. I thought I was just experiencing low blood sugar." "You are not alone in that. I also experienced a brief moment of whiteness, and then chaos erupted on the other floors. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but when I returned to the store and saw Xiao Wan transformed into a zombie, it all clicked together. That must have been when the abilities were acquired." Lin Yao spoke the words without a hint of embarrassment, believing his deduction to be accurate. It seemed that during that moment of whiteness, Some people had transformed into zombies while others had not. So, do I have a special ability? Wu Shuiyan asked with a hint of anticipation. Lin Yao chuckled. Who knows? When you awaken your ability, will you be the first to seek revenge on me? Of course not. I would never do such a thing. Wu Shuiyan curled up in his embrace, resembling a docile little kitten. Lin Yao laughed heartily and refrained from probing further. Even if Wu Shuiyan were to awaken her abilities, she would hardly be a match for him. Once Wu Shuiyan had fallen asleep, Lin Yao opened the system and glanced at Yu Qian's personal information. Name: Yu Qian. Age: 23. Height: 164 centimeters. Measurements: 36E-20-32. Charm rating: A. Loyalty: 20. Offspring: none. Ability: not yet awakened. Indeed. The sister possessed a more voluptuous figure than the younger one, though still only rated as a dead. Having accepted Yu Qian, Lin Yao was granted another opportunity to draw from the lottery, which he eagerly seized. Ding! Congratulations, host has drawn the zombie transformation skill level 1. Congratulations, host has drawn the zombie tongue skill. Huh. What are these abilities? Zombie transformation level 1. The host can transform into a regular level 1 zombie for a duration of 10 minutes each day. Note: this is merely a superficial change, lacking the zombie virus, and will be detected by zombies of level 3 and above. Zombie tongue. The host possesses the ability to communicate with zombies. After reading the skill descriptions, Lin Yao was nearly left speechless. These two skills, one upgradable and the other not, were incredibly practical. Transforming into a zombie meant he could roam about in plain sight, and with the ability to communicate with zombies. It suggested that, if managed properly, he might even control them. This was extraordinary. That night, Lin Yao felt as if he had finally acquired the means to survive. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Lin Yao, having regained his strength, resolved to venture out boldly. Firstly, he could disguise himself as a zombie, affording him a degree of camouflage. Secondly, he needed to assess the situation at the recruitment office, where there were likely living people to consider. Lastly, if luck was on his side, he might blend in with the zombie crowd and glean useful information from their conversations. Resolute, Lin Yao once again crawled through the ducts, finding a spot unnoticed by the zombies, and transformed into one. Before stepping out, he glanced at his reflection in the glass, satisfied with the appearance that now matched that of the other zombies. His eyes were entirely white, his flesh appeared somewhat desiccated, and he walked with a noticeable limp. The recruitment office was located on the 5th floor, a distance of about 70 to 80 meters from the menswear store. Gathering his courage, Lin Yao ventured into the midst of the zombie crowd. Gra gra gra, each zombie remained in a standby state, occasionally emitting guttural sounds. Lin Yao understood that this indicated hunger. Mimicking the sound, he limped closer to the recruitment office. The office was surrounded by walls, with only a single tempered glass door at the entrance, now veiled by a curtain. Lin Yao, feigning his zombie persona, wandered near the glass, where a slight gap in the curtain allowed him a glimpse inside. Ah, it's a woman, Lin Yao thought to himself. Through the gap, he could see that the office was shrouded in darkness, but his night vision capabilities revealed a young woman in uniform peacefully sleeping, presumably a staff member. The woman had her back to him, obscuring her features, and Lin Yao contemplated how to gain entry into the office. Circling around, he discovered a hidden passage, the back door of the office leading to the emergency exit, a relatively concealed area. How could he entice the person inside to open the door? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a female zombie entering the passage. Quickly shifting into a vacant expression befitting a zombie, he observed her closely. If she were not in her current state, this woman would have been quite beautiful. Her phoenix-like eyes, slender waist, and delicate brows were striking, especially her ample curves. Lin Yao speculated that she might even surpass the shop owner in that regard. Alas, what a pity. Gra. I want meat. The female zombie suddenly let out a growl. To his astonishment, the female zombie was communicating with him. Gra, I know where there's meat. Lin Yao tilted his head in response. The female zombie paused, then shouted at him. Gra, where is it? Take me there. An idea flashed through Lin Yao's mind as he spoke. Gra, be my woman, and I will take you there. Chapter 11. The system is truly unpicky. The female zombie was momentarily taken aback. What a peculiar request, even in their zombie state. Could one still possess such desires? Yet, driven by the prospect of food. The female zombie replied, "Grr. I am willing, ding." Detected that the host has acquired the fourth woman, granting the host one lottery draw. Goodness, even zombies count. Lin Yao couldn't help but exclaim internally, the system is truly unpicky. How should he approach this? Would he suddenly bite into her mid-conversation? Even if he were immune to the zombie virus, a bite could still lead to significant blood loss and death. As his thoughts raced, Lin Yao devised a plan and beckoned to the female zombie, "Grr. Follow me." With that, he turned and led the way, and the female zombie followed without hesitation. Lin Yao guided her into a convenience store, surveying the surroundings before picking up a pork sausage, tearing it open, and offering it to the female zombie. "Grah, eat this." He had noticed earlier that the female zombie was still wearing her previous attire, which appeared clean and tidy, indicating that she had not consumed human flesh. The female zombie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the sausage and stuffed it into her mouth. "Grah, delicious, delicious, grr. This is my territory. Only I can bring you here. You are not allowed to come here at any other time." Lin Yao attempted to assert authority over the female zombie. The female zombie tilted her head in response. "Grah, okay." Afterward, Lin Yao led the female zombie away, instructing her on various matters. The female zombie only responded in a dull manner, unsure if she would comply. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Who knew if it might succeed? While the female zombie entertained herself, Lin Yao took the opportunity to write a note and affixed it to the door of the recruitment office, then knocked on the glass door before leaving. As his transformation time was nearing its end, inside the recruitment office, Zhou Chu-Chu, startled by the knocking, awoke with a start and quickly turned to look outside. "Phew, I hope I wasn't discovered," Zhou Chu-Chu sighed in relief. Since the zombie outbreak, she had been hiding here alone with the curtain hung up. Without food, she had to rely on sleep to conserve energy, and fortunately, the office was stocked with water for guests, allowing her to barely survive thus far. However, despair weighed heavily on her heart. She had consumed all the snacks hoarded by her colleagues, and if she did not find food soon, she felt she would not survive the night. Just as she prepared to sleep again, she caught something out of the corner of her eye on the glass door. Approaching the door, she saw a piece of paper stuck to it, and her face lit up with joy upon realizing it bore writing. "We are the survivors from the Yuyan menswear store and wish to relocate to your location. Fear not, we mean you no harm. And we even have food out if you agree. We will find a way to divert the zombies at 8 p.m. tonight, and you can let us in through the back door." Zhou Chu-Chu recalled hearing of the Yuyan menswear store, where the owner was a seductive woman older than her. She was astonished to learn that there were still living individuals, and most importantly, they had food. With food came the hope of survival. Zhou Chu-Chu could hardly contain her anticipation, eagerly awaiting nightfall. Back at the menswear store, Lin Yao climbed back through the ducts, panting heavily, not from exhaustion but from the thrill of navigating through the horde of zombies. Observing the three women who had approached, Lin Yao remarked, "Tonight, we shall relocate to the office at the southeast corner. Please prepare yourselves and travel light." The three women were momentarily taken aback. Lin Yao had never discussed his thoughts with them before, and now he had unilaterally decided on a move. "Lin Yao, why do we need to relocate? This place seems quite satisfactory." Wu Shuyan expressed her reluctance. Lin Yao rolled his eyes at her and retorted, "How long has it been since you last used the restroom? How many days since you last bathed?" Wu Shuyan was momentarily stunned, finally grasping Lin Yao's intent. She lowered her head, ceasing her objections. The office possessed an independent restroom and a water source, making bathing feasible. However, Yu Xian and Yu Qian were somewhat apprehensive about safety. "What about the zombies outside? We can't possibly walk past so many of them. Can we?" "Of course, I am aware. This evening, I will devise a method to lure all the zombies away. You must reach there as swiftly as possible. Remember, do not cause any trouble," Lin Yao concluded with a warning glance directed at Yu Qian. If this scatterbrained duo made another foolish move, he would wash his hands of the matter. Why Yu Qian's face flushed with embarrassment as she silently nodded. Subsequently, Lin Yao took out paper and a pen, sketching a rudimentary map while outlining the relocation plan to the women. Thus, the decision was made. After a brief respite, Lin Yao examined the system interface. Name, Su Qingyan, Level 1 Zombie, age, 25, height, 167 centimeters, measurements, 38D-21-34, charm rating, A, Loyalty, 90. Offspring, none. Special ability, not yet awakened. It turned out this was the name of the beautiful zombie. Lin Yao was somewhat astonished. Her rating surpassed even that of the boss lady and her companions, and her loyalty was remarkably high. Was it truly so easy to manipulate a zombie? A mere pork sausage could elicit a 90 loyalty. Lin Yao began contemplating the prospect of charming beautiful zombies in the future. Nevertheless, despite their appearance, zombies were still lacking in substance. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning 20 skill points. Congratulations, host, for winning 10 attribute points. Damn it, no new items. Lin Yao cursed under his breath. The previous lottery draws had yielded practical rewards, and he had approached this one with high hopes. Only to receive this. Well, something was better than nothing, Lin Yao adeptly reassured himself. Those 20 skill points could only elevate 2 level 1 skills to level 2. He promptly upgraded his zombie transformation to level 2 and enhanced his fireball technique, which was his ultimate weapon. Stronger was always better. Fireball technique level 2, capable of launching 20 high-temperature fireballs per day, each the size of a basketball, with perfect accuracy within 50 meters. Compared to level 1, the fireballs had increased in size and range. Zombie transformation level 2. The host can transform into an ordinary level 1 zombie for up to 30 minutes per day. Note: this is merely a superficial change. No zombie virus is present, and it will be detected by zombies of level 3 or above. There was a significant increase in the duration of transformation, but little else had changed. However, with the duration now at 30 minutes, Lin Yao had already used 10 minutes today, reserving the remaining 20 for the evening. Next came the allocation of the 10 attribute points. After some contemplation, he decided to distribute 5 points each to agility and mental strength. Mental strength influenced the number of zombies he could eliminate daily, while agility was crucial for evading their pursuit. Once the distribution was complete, Lin Yao felt the changes in his body before immersing himself in the task of zombie extermination. Chapter 12. Zombie Crystals and Awakening Abilities. This time, Lin Yao refrained from crawling into the pipes and opted to remain inside the shop. Controlling the crossbow bolts through the glass, whoosh, with the enhancement of his mental strength, the accuracy of his bolts had significantly improved, allowing him to eliminate nearly every zombie within his line of sight. An hour later, Lin Yao shook his slightly swollen head and surveyed his impressive 18 skill points, nodding in satisfaction. In just that hour, he had dispatched over 100 zombies, achieving unprecedented efficiency. However, that was where it ended. The remaining zombies were no longer in this area. To continue his onslaught, he would either need to lure more zombies over or venture out himself. After a brief rest, Lin Yao allocated some food for lunch. Once satiated, he resolved to venture out on his own. After all, he could always transform into a zombie and return if necessary. There were approximately 200 zombie corpses scattered nearby, the stench almost overwhelming. Having eaten well, Lin Yao crawled out of the pipe once more, landing lightly while donning a mask. Observing the corpses that obstructed the evening's relocation route, he frowned and sighed, beginning to move the bodies. After all, if they were piled haphazardly, who could predict whether those foolish women might trip or scream, attracting more zombies? Now that his physical strength had notably improved, he noticed that no zombies were paying him any heed and began to haul the corpses away. One by one, in the same direction. Clang! Suddenly, something fell to the floor with a clatter. Without a second thought, Lin Yao transformed into a zombie, tilting his head. As expected, the noise attracted the attention of other zombies, who turned to investigate. However, as the sound was not particularly loud, the zombies soon returned to their dormant state. What the hell was that? Lin Yao observed that no zombies were focusing on him anymore and let out a sigh of relief. Looking down, he discovered a white object resembling jade that had fallen to the ground. It was this item that had caused the noise. Picking it up, he felt its icy coolness. It was about the size of a Bluetooth earbud case, and he had never encountered anything like it before. It appeared to be a crystal. Glancing around, Lin Yao recalled the zombie he had just shot. Its head had exploded, leaving a gaping hole from which this object had evidently fallen. Upon inspecting the other zombies, Lin Yao realized that each seemed to possess such a crystal. Now, the task was to ascertain the purpose of these objects. Using the arrowhead of his crossbow, he excavated several similar crystals and stowed them away. Finding a safe location, he resumed his assault on the zombies. After another hour, He had accrued about 12 more skill points before returning to the clothing store. Boss lady, have you seen this item? Lin Yao produced the white crystal and handed it to Wu Shuiyan. She took it, inspecting it from various angles before shaking her head. I have never seen it before. Lin Yao then distributed one to each of the Yu sisters, both of whom also shook their heads in ignorance. All right then, does this mean it is useless? Lin Yao reclaimed the 3 crystals, giving them a slight tap, and suddenly noticed something amiss. Why have they shrunk? Lin Yao recalled that these crystals had all weighed similarly, and he still had one in his pocket. Comparing it to the ones he had taken back from the boss lady and the sisters, it was evident that they were significantly smaller. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, he observed that the crystals no longer appeared as pure white. Instead, they had taken on a somewhat translucent quality, as if something within them had been extracted. I am so tired, Wu Shuiyan yawned, stating her intent to take a short nap before collapsing onto her side. Strange, I feel tired too. Me too. The Yu sisters chimed in unison, lying down to sleep as well. Lin Yao was taken aback. Could it be that the crystals had some adverse effect? He retreated to a corner, remaining vigilant. Yet, the 3 women were merely asleep, their breathing steady, and their skin showed no signs of withering. Lin Yao rolled their eyelids and saw no pallor. What on earth was happening? Lin Yao scratched his head in confusion and subsequently opened the system panel to check. Name: Wu Shuiyan, age, 30, height, 164 centimeters, measurements, 35C-24-25, charm rating, A, loyalty, 70, offspring, none, special ability, X-ray vision level 1. She had awakened her special ability. Lin Yao was momentarily stunned before examining the Yu sisters' panels. Wai Yu Qian's special ability was listed as strength type level 1, while Yu Xian's was ultrasound level 1. Indeed, all 3 women had begun to awaken their abilities simultaneously. Their fatigue must have been a result of this. Lin Yao rubbed his hands together in excitement. The 3 women had all come into contact with the zombie crystals. There was no reason he wouldn't awaken an ability as well. He opened his personal panel. Host: Lin Yao, strength, 15, defense, 10, agility, 14, mental strength, 10, charm, 7, skill points, 30, skills, night vision, fireball technique level 2, virus resistance level 2, monster upgrading level 2, zombie transformation level 2, zombie speech, items, high-grade alloy crossbow bolts. Was this it? There were no changes compared to before. What a frustrating system. Give me back my special ability. Lin Yao cursed, but no one was there to respond. It became evident that only the 3 women had awakened their abilities, while he had not. Lin Yao suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. Would these women, now endowed with abilities, seek to eliminate him first? Yet, reassured by his numerous skills, Lin Yao calmed himself. He was exceptionally powerful now. He could practically traverse the 5th floor with ease. His caution stemmed from his inherently prudent nature. Returning to the wives' interface, Lin Yao keenly noticed an update in the tip section. For each wife that awakened an ability, the host would receive corresponding skill points. Now, that made sense, Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a win-win situation. I slay zombies, providing the women with crystals, and in return, they grow stronger and grant me skill points. I become more powerful, and this cycle continues. A true path to sustainable development. With several women still asleep, Lin Yao refrained from venturing out to hunt zombies, choosing instead to wait for them to awaken. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that Wu Shuiyan and the others began to stir. Oddly, I feel as though I have changed somewhat. I feel it too. What could this mean? I shouldn't have turned into a zombie, right? Observing the anxious expressions of the 3 women, Lin Yao chuckled and reassured them. Do not fear. Congratulations. You have all awakened your extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? The 3 women exclaimed in unison. Indeed, extraordinary abilities. Take a moment to sense the changes within your bodies. You will undoubtedly notice something different. Lin Yao helped guide them. In truth, he possessed no extraordinary abilities, or rather, his ability was the system itself. Yet, when extracting new skills, there was still an inexplicable sensation within him. The 3 women closed their eyes to feel, and moments later, they opened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 13. The zombie leader. I sensed that my extraordinary ability is related to my eyes, Wu Shuiyan remarked, her eyes lighting up on him. My ability appears to be connected to my mouth. Yin Rao scratched her head, somewhat uncertain. Only Yu Qian, with her head tilted, said, I don't quite grasp it. It feels as if my physique has simply improved a bit. Lin Yao laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You are all correct in your perceptions. The boss lady's ability is X-ray vision. Those who understand know what that entails. Yu Xian's ability is called ultrasound, an offensive type of power. As for you, Yu Qian, do not feel disheartened. Your ability falls under the category of strength. Though it may seem unremarkable, your physique will increasingly strengthen, possibly even evolving into a superhuman constitution. A smile finally graced Yu Qian's face, followed by her astonishment. How do you know all this so clearly? Yu Xian and the boss lady shared the same confusion. They had yet to fully comprehend their own abilities, yet Lin Yao spoke as if he were well acquainted with them. Lin Yao raised his chin. That is because my extraordinary ability was the first to awaken, and it is immensely powerful. What is your ability? The three women inquired simultaneously. Lin Yao snapped his fingers, conjuring a fireball the size of a basketball. This is one of my abilities. He then retracted the fireball, pointing at the wall, where a crossbow bolt materialized, piercing through the wall. This is my second ability. I possess other abilities as well, though I cannot demonstrate them directly due to their destructive potential. You only need to know that your man is quite formidable. As long as you follow me faithfully, your lives will only improve from here on. With that, he opened his arms wide, at present. The loyalty of these women did not exceed 100, and it was necessary to demonstrate some strength to instill a sense of awe. Otherwise, if they ever contemplated revenge, things could turn disastrous, as anticipated. The three women were mesmerized by his extraordinary abilities, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they embraced him. Lin Yao, your abilities are astonishing. Indeed, they are truly remarkable. Why do you have two abilities? Will we also possess two in the future? Lin Yao discreetly glanced at the system, noting the varying degrees of loyalty among the three women, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. My abilities are somewhat unique. In fact, I possess more than just these two, and should continue to acquire more in the future. As for your abilities, I am currently unsure if they will evolve. But know that there are pathways to strengthening them. The three women simultaneously turned to him, asking, What pathways? Lin Yao produced a white crystal. Here, this is it, extracted from the brains of zombies. As long as you absorb the energy within the crystal, your extraordinary abilities will strengthen. Then, let us go hunt zombies. Wu Shuiyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to rush out immediately. Lin Yao quickly calmed her. There is no need to rush. Do not assume that having extraordinary abilities means you can act recklessly in front of zombies. You have merely awakened your powers, but aside from Yu Qian, your physiques remain unchanged. One bite from a zombie, and you would still perish. Moreover, even with an enhanced physique, Yu Qian is merely comparable to an ordinary adult man. There are plenty of adult men outside who have turned into zombies. This cold splash of reality brought the three women back to their senses. Yes, they could not even utilize their extraordinary abilities yet. Encountering a zombie would still spell doom. Now, if they wished to grow stronger, they had to rely on the man before them. All right, let us eat first. Then prepare. We shall move out promptly at 8 p.m. After distributing the food, Lin Yao instructed them to get ready. He himself took a piece of bread and returned to the curtain to observe. He had already slain half the zombies on the 5th floor, and the remaining ones depended on Su Qingyan's effectiveness. However, even if Su Qingyan faltered, he felt no alarm. The food in his backpack was nearly depleted. Meant to sustain 4 people. At 8 p.m., Lin Yao led Wu Shuiyan and the others into the ducts, emerging in a corner where the zombies were not paying attention. Wu Shuiyan finally stepped out of her shop, unable to resist inhaling the fresh air. Yet, an overwhelming stench assaulted her nostrils, nearly causing her to retch. Lin Yao shot her a stern glare, then instructed them to conceal themselves and act according to the plan. The three women nodded, each finding a hiding spot to shield their figures. After departing from them, Lin Yao transformed into a zombie, wielding a flashlight as he approached the horde. Roar, 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 are you all hungry? Lin Yao called out to the zombies. The zombies halted in surprise at the sight of the flashlight, the blinding light preventing them from opening their eyes, yet their instincts compelled them to respond. Hungry. Roar, 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 if you're hungry, come with me. Lin Yao boldly led the way, moving off into the distance. The other zombies, clearly unable to comprehend, instinctively followed him. That zombie? Is Lin Yao? Wu Shuiyan, seeing the leading zombie clad in Lin Yao's clothing, found it hard to believe why Yu Xian's face showed panic. Has he been bitten by a zombie? What should we do? Yu Qian, remaining somewhat calmer, said, do not panic. Lin Yao's plan is for him to lead the zombies away while we stealthily relocate. Since he is so confident, let us follow his lead for now. Although Wu Shuiyin and Yu Xian were worried about Lin Yao, they nodded in agreement, for to them, Lin Yao was formidable and surely would not come to harm. Seeing that all the zombies had been drawn away, the three women took advantage of the faint starlight outside and cautiously made their way toward the convenience store. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses, and the three women fought against their fear, finally arriving at the convenience store, each with a bag in hand, frantically stuffing it with food. Meanwhile, Lin Yao observed that the zombies on the 5th floor had mostly gathered around him. Finding a high vantage point from which he called down to the horde, roar, 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 ha ha ha, I know you're all very hungry. Hiss, hiss, roar, hiss. However, the entire 5th floor is now devoid of living humans. Hee hee. Roar, hiss, hiss, hiss. Therefore, I believe you should have a leader. Who, hiss, hiss, roar. This leader will guide you to other floors in search of living humans. Roar, are you willing? The horde of zombies responded with their mechanical instincts. Roar, willing. Lin Yao was quite pleased with the response of these simple-minded zombies. Ha? Roar, ha ha ha, good. Then I will help you select a leader. He then pointed at Su Qingyin among the zombies. Who, ha ha, who, you shall lead everyone to other floors. Su Qingyin promptly replied. Roar? Hiss, everyone, follow me. With that, she confidently made her way toward the stairs, and the other zombies genuinely swarmed around her as they entered the hallway. Thankfully, the zombies had simple minds, gratitude to the system. Amen. Hundreds of zombies moved to other floors, and whether they would turn on each other was no longer Lin Yao's concern. Once he saw all the zombies had departed, Lin Yao returned to his original form and headed to the convenience store to reunite with the other women. Chapter 14. Settling into the investment office upon seeing Lin Yao return safely, the women all sighed in relief. Lin Yao, what was that zombie earlier? Let us not dwell on that. We must focus on gathering supplies. Lin Yao could not risk those zombies returning unexpectedly. If they discovered their presence, a loud roar would spell disaster. Within half a minute, Lin Yao's backpack was filled, and each woman held a bag brimming with food. Let us go. With Lin Yao's command, the women hurriedly followed him toward the investment office. Inside the office, Zhou Chuchu anxiously waited by the back door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Chuchu jumped in fright, retreating behind the door, uncertain whether the one knocking was a zombie or a human. Open the door, Lin Yao's voice called out. Upon hearing a human voice, Zhou Chuchu exhaled in relief and quickly unlocked the security door. With the light from her phone, she clearly saw the newcomers, 1 man and 3 women, and she hurriedly stepped aside to let them in. Bang. Once the door shut, Zhou Chuchu finally felt at ease. It appeared that this group had managed to evade attracting any zombies. Thank you, thank you. This bag of food is our token of gratitude. Lin Yao turned and, upon seeing Zhou Chuchu's face, paused momentarily, then lifted a bag full of provisions and handed it to her. Others had taken the risk to shelter them, and Lin Yao was not the heartless sort. He hadn't seen Zhou Chuchu's features clearly during the day. But now, he realized she was quite the beauty. She was tall and clad in a work uniform, her legs adorned with black silk stockings, exuding an air of gracefulness. Her face was equally beautiful, rivaling even the likes of Xian. Zhou Chuchu, pleasantly surprised, accepted the bag and cast a deep glance at the charming young man. No need to thank me. It's not easy for any of us to survive. From now on, we must look out for one another. As she spoke, she assessed the other women present, and upon seeing them, was momentarily stunned. Aside from the owner of the men's clothing store, whom she recognized, there were 2 exceptionally beautiful sisters. Lin Yao allowed them to converse among themselves while he observed from the front glass door. Indeed, while the zombies appeared foolish, they were foolish to a fault, as some had wandered back to their original spots. However, the overall number had decreased significantly, and Lin Yao felt confident that he could eliminate all the zombies on the 5th floor by the next day. Zhou Chuchu was devouring her food while chatting with Wu Shuiyin and the others. Upon learning that these 3 had become Lin Yao's women, she was taken aback and began to feel a sense of worry. She was confident in her own beauty, but what if Lin Yao forced her to become one of his women? After observing the zombies, Lin Yao returned to Zhou Chuchu. Beautiful lady, my name is Lin Yao. May I ask how to address you? Noting Lin Yao's courteous demeanor, Zhou Chuchu hastily replied, Hello, Mr. Lin. Sister Shuiyin has already introduced you to me. My name is Zhou Chuchu, and I am a staff member here. After exchanging names, Lin Yao scanned the office. All the desks had been pushed aside by Zhou Chuchu, and a few pieces of clothing lay on the floor, serving as makeshift bedding. The overall area was considerably larger than the clothing store. And this was merely a temporary stronghold, sufficient for their needs. Miss Zhou, we will be residing here for a while. I apologize for any inconvenience, Lin Yao said, extending his hand. Wu Shuiyin and the other women looked at Lin Yao in astonishment. Was this the same Lin Yao they knew, treating a beautiful woman with such courtesy? Had he become possessed? In reality, their circumstances differed from Zhou Chuchu's. Wu Shuiyin had often bullied Lin Yao in the past, while the Yu sisters owed their lives to him. However, Zhou Chuchu was different. He was their savior, and as her man, it was only fitting for him to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor towards her. Zhou Chuchu, equally surprised by Lin Yao's politeness, quickly extended her hand and smiled. Mr. Lin, you are too courteous. Just call me Chuchu. We will rely on each other here from now on. Unexpectedly, Lin Yao shook his head. We will only be staying here temporarily. Once we have cleared out these zombies, we shall depart. Clear out the zombies? Depart? Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. She had seen many zombies lying on the ground from a distance and had assumed they had died on their own. Moreover, this commercial center housed an unknown number of zombies. When would they ever finish off all of them? And what would happen afterward? Who knew how many zombies lurked outside? Lin Yao nodded with a smile, offering no further explanation, and instructed Wu Shuiyin and the others to take care of their personal needs. Those who wished to bathe should do so, while he took out blankets and clothing to prepare makeshift bedding. Zhou Chuchu wanted to ask more, but she understood that the four of them were already a family, and as an outsider, it was indeed inappropriate for her to say much. With the bag of food she had acquired, surviving for a few days would be no problem. Having been trapped in the clothing store for several days, Wu Shuiyin and the others were eager to take a proper bath, and they all expressed their intention to do so that evening. They decided that Wu Shuiyin would go first, followed by Yu Xian, and finally Yu Qian, perfectly aligning with the order in which they had become Lin Yao's women. Yes, from now on, regardless of age. We will follow this order, Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction. Although the bathroom only had cold water, it was summer, and the mall's air conditioning had long ceased to function. After taking a cold shower, they felt remarkably refreshed. At dawn, Lin Yao rose promptly, and once the three women were awake, he distributed breakfast, not rushing to leave just yet. He intended to help the women familiarize themselves with their newfound abilities. With the exception of Yu Xian. Unfortunately, her ability was related to sound waves, and it was not prudent for her to produce any noise, as it might attract zombies. Come, concentrate, and refrain from letting your mind wander. Do not exert too much effort, relax. Yes, how does that feel? Lin Yao guided Wu Shuiyin, who was experiencing her powers for the first time. Her body remained tense throughout, and it took considerable coaxing for her to finally relax. Lin Yao, I think I can see through walls, Wu Shuiyin exclaimed, her eyes widening with joy. How many layers can you see through? Lin Yao inquired, equally intrigued. Wu Shuiyin turned her head to test, then closed her eyes and said, Not too many. I can see through at most 2 walls, but beyond that, it doesn't work. Lin Yao was quite pleased with this result. Being able to see through 2 walls at the start is quite impressive. Do not lose heart. Remember this sensation, and with practice, it can improve further. Wu Shuiyin nodded, her face beaming with a smile. When Zhou Chuchu awoke and began eating a marinated egg, she overheard their conversation and felt puzzled. Asking Yu Xian beside her, what are they doing? They are practicing their abilities, Yu Xian replied, observing Wu Shuiyin's progress with some envy. Abilities? What is that? Zhou Chuchu was taken aback, wondering if the girl was delusional. Yu Xian turned to her and chuckled, Sister Chuchu, it's superpowers. Zhou Chuchu expressed her confusion further, reaching out to feel Yu Xian's forehead, then her own. I'm not feverish. Why are you speaking nonsense? Oh, Sister Chuchu, I'm not talking nonsense. You've seen how many zombies have fallen outside, right? It's all thanks to Lin Yao, who awakened his abilities first and has been eliminating them these past few days. Yesterday my sister, the boss, and I also awakened our powers, Yu Xian explained with a smile. Knowing that Zhou Chuchu was skeptical, I still don't understand. Zhou Chuchu felt as though she and Yu Xian were living in entirely different worlds. Yu Xian pointed at Wu Shuiyin, saying, The boss can now see through walls, just as I said before. She can see through 2 layers of walls. And my sister has awakened her strength ability, significantly enhancing her physical prowess. As you can see, it's that moment. Yu Qian effortlessly lifted a bottle of water and placed it on the water dispenser, showcasing a strength that was not typical of a delicate woman. Lin Yao observed Yu Qian's demonstration with a smile. It seems you don't need my instruction. You figured it out on your own. Hee hee, I feel incredibly strong now. Yu Qian raised her small fist. A look of pride on her face. Zhou Chuchu felt bewildered by this bizarre world and stared at Yu Exine in disbelief, asking, "What about you?" "Me? I have ultrasonic abilities." However, Lin Yao is worried that if I make any noise, it might attract the zombies, so he hasn't let me practice. Yu Exine replied with a hint of resignation. "That's all right. We used a lot of soundproof materials during the office renovation. If you shout inside, no one outside will hear you." Zhou Chuchu quickly interjected. Why Yu Exine's face lit up with delight. "Really?" She immediately turned to Lin Yao, playfully saying, "Lin Yao, you heard what Sister Chuchu said, right? I want to practice too." Lin Yao, unable to deny her, nodded. "All right, I'll take you through it." He instructed Zhou Chuchu, Wu Shuiyin, and Yu Qian to step aside and cover their ears while placing a glass cup in front of Yu Exine. "Give it a try. Let us see the power of your ultrasound." Yu Exine nodded and opened her mouth to scream. Crash. As soon as Yu Exine emitted sound, the glass cup shattered into pieces. "Yay! I did it on my first try," Yu Exine exclaimed, thrilled with her achievement, jumping up in excitement. Lin Yao nodded, acknowledging her talent. "No wonder you're a university student. Your grasp of this is indeed impressive." He then brought out various other items for Yu Exine to experiment with, and she rapidly became accustomed to her powers, continuing until her throat grew hoarse. Your ultrasonic abilities are indeed formidable. An ordinary person caught off guard would easily be stunned," Lin Yao remarked, patting Yu Exine's slightly dazed head in approval. Since Yu Exine's power was ultrasonic, it did not rely solely on sound. She had learned to emit inaudible vibrations, and although her current strength was modest, its potential was promising. "Can I go outside with you to hunt zombies?" Yu Exine asked, her face lighting up with anticipation despite her sore throat. "Not so fast. You will have your opportunity to shine." Lin Yao chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Zhou Chuchu watched with envy. After all, these were superpowers, and she finally began to believe that the residents before her possessed extraordinary abilities. "Lin Yao, can I also have powers?" Zhou Chuchu approached Lin Yao, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yao regarded her thoughtfully, raising an eyebrow. "You might have them, or you might not." Zhou Chuchu did not grasp the deeper meaning behind his words and quickly pointed to Wu Shuiyin, saying, "But Sister Shuiyin just said you have a way to help them awaken their powers. So can you tell me how?" Lin Yao glanced at Wu Shuiyin and, seeing her return a flirtatious look, smiled. "All right, I can tell you. The method is quite simple." He then produced a white crystal and said, "It's this. As long as you can kill a zombie and extract this from its brain, you can absorb it and gain powers." Kill zombies? Zhou Chuchu's face immediately went pale. After these days, she had come to understand the nature of zombies. They did not play fair as soon as they spotted a living person. They would swarm. Moreover, even if there was only one zombie outside, how could she, a frail woman, dare to go and kill it? Lin Yao paid her no mind, stowing away the crystal as he prepared to embark on today's monumental task of slaying zombies. Upon witnessing his intent to leave, Zhou Chuchu hurriedly rushed forward and grasped his arm, saying, "Lin Yao, Mr. Lin, I see you still have a crystal in your hand. How about selling it to me?" "Sell?" Lin Yao replied with a bemused expression, gazing at her. "What does Miss Zhou intend to use for payment?" "Of course, money. The outside world is far too perilous, and my phone still has battery. I can transfer the funds via mobile." Zhou Chuchu thought Lin Yao was genuinely willing to sell it to her, eagerly pulling out her phone, exuding an air of financial confidence. Lin Yao merely shot her a glance and remained silent, shaking off her hand as he proceeded toward the back door. He instructed the landlady to first use her X-ray vision to ensure there were no zombies lurking before he ventured out alone. Zhou Chuchu stared blankly as Lin Yao departed, perplexed by his rejection. How foolish, in such dire times, still clinging to money. Lin Yao silently cursed under his breath, subsequently transforming into a zombie and began to roam the 5th floor. Following a previous night of clever deception, the number of zombies on the 5th floor had been significantly reduced, leaving only a few aimlessly wandering about. Lin Yao did not hold back and promptly shot them all down. earning himself a handful of skill points. Now, he was hesitant to openly mine crystals, for the duration of his transformation was limited. Should he revert to his human form, the zombies on the 6th floor would undoubtedly spot him. As he traversed and eliminated, he fortuitously encountered a beautiful zombie also wandering about. None other than Su Qingyan. It appeared that this woman had retained a modicum of intelligence. After helping to lure away the majority of the zombies on the 5th floor, she had slipped back in. Upon seeing Lin Yao, Su Qingyan slowly approached him, uttering, "Hungry? Hungry?" Lin Yao glanced around and led her to a corner, offering her 2 pork sausages, which the starved Su Qingyan devoured eagerly. "You performed admirably last night. Allow me to reward you with something else," Lin Yao mused, running his fingers through Su Qingyan's silky hair as he suddenly had an idea and pulled out a piece of white crystal. Su Qingyan stared blankly at the crystal before abruptly shoving it into her mouth. Lin Yao barely had time to react. By the time he reached out to stop her, the crystal had already vanished into her mouth. "Tasty?" Lin Yao inquired, observing Su Qingyan's cheeks puffing out. After a considerable struggle, she swallowed the crystal and gleefully exclaimed, "So delicious." Chapter 16. Teaching zombies to count. Lin Yao astutely noted that after consuming the crystal, Su Qingyan did not exhibit the immediate drowsiness that the landlady and others did. Rather, she appeared more spirited, even speaking without hesitation. Most importantly, the color of her eyes began to shift slightly. Previously, her gaze had mirrored that of other zombies. Entirely devoid of color, but post-consumption, a hint of blue had started to emerge in the center of her pupils. Could it be that the crystal enabled zombies to evolve? Lin Yao speculated, then retrieved another crystal. This one infused with energy absorbed by the landlady. Upon sighting the crystal, Su Qingyan eagerly snatched it from him and consumed it joyfully. Before long, the blue in her eyes deepened. "Hey, you truly are not picky. You'll devour anything," Lin Yao thought to himself as he handed over all the crystals he had on him. After gulping down 4 crystals, Su Qingyan's blue pupils were now markedly more pronounced. Lin Yao dared not feed her more. Should she evolve directly, he feared he would no longer be able to maintain his guise in front of her. If she were to realize he was human, her zombie instincts would undoubtedly compel her to attack him. Su Qingyan, oblivious to Lin Yao's concerns, felt an increasing surge of power within her and became even more enamored with him, gazing at him with adoration as she said, "Thank you, my beloved." Lin Yao felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily interjected, "Please refrain from such flattery. Just call me Lin." "All right, Lin," Su Qingyan replied obediently. Lin Yao, observing the sweet demeanor of Su Qingyan, asked, "Do you remember your name?" Su Qingyan paused, tilting her head cutely. "I don't remember very well. I shall give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Su Qingyan." Lin Yao shamelessly returned her name to her. Su Qingyan beamed with delight, her head straightening. "Good. I will listen to you." Lin Yao raised his chin. "As long as you obediently follow my instructions, there will be plenty more of that white food." "Good. I will behave." Su Qingyan quickly pledged her loyalty. Lin Yao secretly checked her loyalty level in the system, now at 95, and silently commended his own cleverness. He then instructed Su Qingyan, "Today, go to the 6th floor and count how many zombies are there." Su Qingyan tilted her head once more. "Count? Zombies?" Lin Yao sighed. It seemed Su Qingyan's intellect was akin to that of a 3-year-old child, if not less. After considerable effort explaining the concepts of counting and zombies, Su Qingyan finally grasped what a zombie was. However, after Lin Yao's relentless teaching, she had learned to count to 10. "All right, just go up and see if there are many zombies. Come back and find me tomorrow." Lin Yao ultimately conceded, allowing Su Qingyan to head to the 6th floor. With the 5th floor now cleared of zombies, Lin Yao chose to first eradicate those on the 6th floor, as they were directly above him and could easily discover him during the day. Moreover, the number of zombies on the 6th floor was likely fewer than on the 4th, given that the 4th floor catered to women's clothing. With women being the primary consumers in this commercial hub, there would undoubtedly be many more than in the men's section. One should always choose the soft targets first. After Su Qingyan departed, Lin Yao did not remain idle. He concealed himself and began to pick off the zombies on the 4th floor from a vantage point. By lunchtime, having dispatched over 200 zombies, he returned to his office. It must be said that the number of zombies on the 4th floor was indeed substantial. He had eliminated over 200, and yet the ground below was still teeming with people. His skill points had now reached 55, and he intended to continue hunting in the afternoon. Lin Yao planned to upgrade his zombie transformation to level 3 once he accumulated 100 points. Leveling up from 1 to 2 required 10 skill points, while advancing from 2 to 3 necessitated 100 points. Lin Yao found himself lamenting the arduous path to power. As skill levels increased, so too did the points required. With the landlady's X-ray ability in play, Lin Yao hadn't even knocked on the door when the women inside realized he had returned, hastily opening the door to welcome him. After distributing food to his 3 companions, Lin Yao sat alone, contemplating his next moves. With the 5th floor devoid of zombies, he planned to ransack all the convenience stores in the area later. But he couldn't take the women with him, meaning he had quite a bit of work ahead. Lin Yao, Zhou Chuchu, munching on cookies, approached him once again. "What is it?" Lin Yao replied, his expression impassive. After spending the morning with the landlady and the others' guidance, Zhou Chuchu finally grasped the grim reality of the apocalypse. Money had become an insignificant number devoid of meaning. Only food and strength remained as the true currencies of survival. With tears welling in her eyes, Zhou Chuchu bowed deeply to Lin Yao, saying, "Mr. Lin, this morning it was my ignorance that led me to foolishly attempt to purchase a crystal from you with money. That was my mistake." Lin Yao waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Zhou, there is no need for such formality. It is hardly a matter worth concern." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuchu's face brightened instantly, and she eagerly inquired, "Then, Mr. Lin, could you perhaps gift me a crystal?" Lin Yao returned her a sunny smile. "That is not possible." Zhou Chuchu's smile faltered immediately, and she adopted a pitiful expression. "Mr. Lin, consider this. Yesterday I opened the door for you without hesitation. You could show some generosity and give me one. Besides," Lin Yao swiftly raised his hand to halt her, "while I am indeed grateful for Miss Zhou's assistance in opening the door yesterday, I believe I already provided you with a bag of food as a token of my appreciation. As an adult, you should understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you desire something for nothing, it would be best to refrain from saying so. Otherwise, we could simply leave." Zhou Chuchu felt utterly frustrated by Lin Yao's bluntness. Previously, she had always relied on her looks, and everywhere she went, men would cater to her. Yet here was Lin Yao, impervious to her charms. "Then I shall purchase it, Mr. Lin. Would you be willing to sell?" Zhou Chuchu contemplated displaying her displeasure, but she dared not offend this man too severely. "Certainly. Besides money, does Miss Zhou possess anything else of value to offer?" Lin Yao did not disguise his scrutiny, appraising her from head to toe. Zhou Chuchu felt a flutter of unease under Lin Yao's gaze, and she turned to retrieve half a bag of food, left over from the supplies Lin Yao had given her the previous night. Would this be enough to trade for a crystal? Lin Yao regarded Zhou Chuchu with admiration. She was rather clever. If he agreed to this exchange, she would gain supernatural abilities, enabling her to forage for food on her own. With the 5th floor now devoid of living zombies, it would be much easier for her to procure sustenance. "Deal?" Lin Yao smiled slightly. Chapter 17. Rescuing a starlet. Zhou Chuchu was overjoyed. She had feared Lin Yao might refuse, but to her surprise, he had readily consented. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Zhou Chuchu gleefully handed over the half-filled bag of snacks to Lin Yao while receiving the white crystal in return. As soon as the crystal was grasped, a refreshing chill coursed through the body. Zhou Chuchu had yet to inquire about the usage of this object when an overwhelming drowsiness suddenly enveloped her, prompting her to lie down on the ground and drift off to sleep. Wu Shuiyan, taken aback, turned to Lin Yao and asked, "Is it truly this simple? You don't intend to keep her?" The stark contrast between the experiences of her and Yu Qian, the sister duo, and the present Zhou Chuchu was striking. Lin Yao, it seemed, was being rather lenient towards Zhou Chuchu. "No need to worry about her. She will come seeking me when the time arises." Lin Yao offered no further explanation, stowing away the half-bag of food, taking a brief rest, and then venturing out once more. The entire 5th floor was devoid of zombies, allowing Lin Yao to stroll out with an air of confidence. The convenience store had already been nearly emptied by Lin Yao and his companions. He estimated that just 3 or 4 more trips would suffice to clear out all the supplies. Without hesitation, Lin Yao donned his backpack, grasped 2 large bags in his hands, and soon amassed a considerable amount of food, transporting it back to the office. After several trips, the convenience store was completely emptied. "Keep a close watch on this food. You may eat, but do not casually share with outsiders," Lin Yao instructed, as food piled high in one corner of the office. Wu Shuiyan and the others understood that the outsider referred explicitly to the slumbering Zhou Chuchu. and they nodded in agreement. They had all paid a physical price to acquire this food, and naturally, they would not so easily permit Zhou Chuchu to partake. In truth, even without Lin Yao's explicit instructions, they would have refrained from offering her a morsel. The jealousy among women could be quite formidable. Once his instructions were complete, Lin Yao noted that he still had some time left in his zombie transformation and slipped out once more. The entire mall was vast, and as Lin Yao wandered, he arrived at a large open area, still in his zombie guise. There was a brightly lit stage, presumably set up for a promotional event by a menswear store, adorned with a poster featuring a strikingly beautiful woman. Lin Yao surmised that this establishment must have enlisted her to assist with the marketing. The woman seemed somewhat familiar. What was her name? He stared at the enormous poster, pondering for a moment, until a vague recollection surfaced. She was perhaps a minor celebrity, an 18-line starlet who had made a fleeting appearance on a variety show. It made sense, after all, that few merchants here possessed the means to hire well-known celebrities. Her name was Lu Yin. It was not that Lin Yao had suddenly remembered. Rather, the poster bore her name. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise, prompting him to turn around instinctively, yet he saw nothing amiss. The sound had been so subtle that, had it not been for the numerous enhancements he had made to his physique, he might have overlooked it entirely. After a moment of scrutiny, his gaze landed on a large box, likely used to store stage equipment, as it was the sole source of the sound. Maintaining his zombie persona, Lin Yao approached the box cautiously, surveying the area to ensure no one or zombie was nearby. Taking a deep breath, he opened the box. Inside lay a woman who, upon seeing the box, suddenly opened above her, looked up and was met with a zombie. The woman, already famished, was so startled that she could not even scream before fainting away. Is this the celebrity? Lin Yao had initially worried that the woman might cry out, but seeing her faint so compliantly eased his concerns. He examined her face. Indeed, this was the star from the poster. What a stroke of luck to stumble upon a celebrity while merely wandering about. Lin Yao felt fortunate. The starlet was quite slender. Aside from her ample bosom, there was not an ounce of excess flesh to be seen, indicating her dedication to maintaining her figure. The box was spacious enough that she fit within it comfortably, surrounded by scattered snack wrappers, suggesting that she had survived on these meager provisions. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to take her directly back to the office. Instead, he carried the starlet around until he found an empty clothing store and brought her inside. Observing Lu Yan's severely chapped lips, Lin Yao retrieved a bottle of water and gently offered it to her. Having been dehydrated for several days, Lu Yin instinctively opened her mouth to drink as soon as her lips felt moisture. However, her eagerness led her to choke, causing her to cough. But this also roused her from her stupor. She groggily opened her eyes. The sight that met her was not a terrifying zombie, but a handsome young man holding a bottle of mineral water. Upon noticing the water, Lu Yin snatched the bottle from his hands and began to gulp it down. "No need to thank me." Lin Yao waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. This woman was rather impolite, but considering her prolonged thirst, he decided to overlook it. After finishing the bottle of water, Lu Yin felt rejuvenated and finally took a moment to assess the young man before her. He was somewhat handsome, though he paled in comparison to the charming stars of the entertainment industry. "Is there more?" she inquired. "What more?" Lin Yao was taken aback. Was this celebrity truly so demanding? Lu Yin rolled her eyes and replied, "Water. If you have more, hurry and give me 2 more bottles." Lin Yao was astonished. Did she genuinely consider herself a star? He had rescued her and provided her with water, and yet she didn't even utter a word of gratitude. Instead, she had the audacity to act so entitled upon awakening. There should be a public restroom outside. Go drink from there. Lin Yao's patience waned, and he turned to leave. "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?" Lu Yin's face flushed with anger as she confronted the young man. Without hesitation, Lin Yao delivered a sharp slap to her face. You dare to hit me?" Lu Yin recoiled in disbelief, clutching her cheek. "I did hit you. I saved you, yet you remain so ungrateful. Speak out of turn again, and I will throw you out to feed the zombies." Lin Yao's tone was icy. "Fine, you're ruthless. I will have my followers cyberbully you," Lu Yin retorted, pulling out her phone to snap a picture of Lin Yao. He complied, striking a pose and flashing a peace sign. However, Lu Yan's movement halted abruptly as she realized her phone was out of battery. "Go ahead and take the picture." Let your fans cyberbully me, Lin Yao urged, his expression unfazed. Lu Yin looked around and found an outlet. She retrieved her charger and prepared to power her phone. Yet, the entire mall was experiencing a blackout, and the store was equally dark. A cold sweat trickled down Lu Yan's forehead as she gritted her teeth and declared, "Humph. I will spare you this once. Don't. I'm eagerly awaiting your followers to cyberbully me," Lin Yao remarked as he exited the store. Moments later, he returned with a shared power bank, tossing it to her. Chapter 18. I will cyberbully you. Lu Yin found herself puzzled by Lin Yao's intentions. Why did he seem to be inviting her to cyberbully him? Fine. Considering you saved me, I will let you off the hook. Lu Yin waved her hand dismissively, adopting an air of superiority. Please, great star. I've never been cyberbullied before. You are so formidable. Let me experience it. While she was ready to forgive, Lin Yao had no intention of letting her off easily. What else with you? I already said I would let you go, yet you continue to pester me. Lu Yin frowned. Lin Yao's expression darkened further as he stepped forward and delivered another slap. How about now? Hurry and cyberbully me with that. He slapped her once more, repeatedly insisting she should cyberbully him. Lu Yin was utterly bewildered. Since becoming a celebrity, she had always been the center of attention, cherished by many, aside from a few industry bigwigs who would dare treat her this way. Even those influential figures, despite their disdain for someone, would at least maintain a facade of warmth. This man was incredibly rude. You will regret this. Lu Yin glared at Lin Yao fiercely. As soon as the power bank charged her phone, she eagerly switched it on, took a picture of Lin Yao, and began composing a post. Dear friends, this man suddenly lunged at me with ill intentions. If I hadn't reacted quickly, he would have taken advantage of me. After completing her post, she sent it out, confident that with her tens of thousands of followers, her fans would swiftly rally to denounce Lin Yao. Observing her smug demeanor, Lin Yao settled into a nearby spot, lit a cigarette, and watched her quietly. Humph. My post is out now. It won't be long before your reputation is ruined. If you kneel and beg me, I might show mercy and retract my statements, Lu Yin taunted, convinced that Lin Yao would be adversely affected by the online backlash. Kneel before you? How about we make a bet? Lin Yao, amused by her bravado, suggested a bet on your fans' affection for you. After I finish this cigarette, more than 10 of your followers criticize me, I will admit defeat and apologize to you. But if not, you must agree to be my woman and spend the night with me. Dare you? Lu Yin regarded the freshly lit cigarette in Lin Yao's hand, her eyes brimming with confidence. I accept the bet. Who is afraid? The two of them sat in silence, each exuding an air of self-assuredness as they awaited the outcome. Lin Yao did not cheat. He smoked leisurely, only extinguishing the cigarette 5 minutes later. As he lifted his gaze to Lu Yin, he remarked, I've finished my smoke. Shall the great star show me what online harassment looks like? Lu Yin, with a confident smile, unlocked her phone, opened her Weibo, and placed it in front of Lin Yao's face. Humph. Take your time to look, but remember not to break down. Lin Yao did not touch her phone, merely glanced at it before averting his gaze. What does this mean? Great star? Why are you showing me your handsome pictures? What handsome pictures? You wouldn't dare scroll down. Lu Yin, assuming he was unfamiliar with Weibo, retrieved her phone to show him the comments, but upon opening the comments, her words caught in her throat. There were no comments at all. The screen displayed only Lin Yao's photo and her edited text. This cannot be. It must be a poor network connection, Lu Yin reassured herself, and attempted to refresh the page. However, the signal was strong, and other apps functioned normally. This meant that truly, no one was paying attention to her. How could this be possible? It was only 3 in the afternoon, not the dead of night. Panic set in for Lu Yin, who suspected her account was being restricted, and she began to post frantically. Hello, everyone, good afternoon. No one responded. Oh dear, dieting has been so difficult lately. Does anyone have any tips? Still, no responses. Hey, everyone, I've recently shot a sexy photo shoot. If you want to see it, comment one. Finally, someone commented, and Lu Yin quickly opened the replies, only for her smile to freeze again. 1. Lin Yao, who wants to be cyberbullied. She looked up to see Lin Yao grinning, shaking his phone. Great star, I helped you with the comment. How could this be? Lu Yin was utterly panicked, completely unaware of the chaos outside. When the zombie apocalypse first erupted, she had been on stage singing as the crowd erupted into chaos. The security assumed it was a conflict among customers and hurriedly pulled her off stage. Witnessing the zombies attacking, Lu Yin, in a moment of desperation, hid inside a box. Coincidentally, the box was made of a special material that blocked signals, so Lu Yin had no idea of the outside world. She could only glimpse the zombies through the box's seams. Until today, when Lin Yao rescued her, she naively believed the zombie threat had been quelled and that she was still the exalted star. The sudden cold reality hit her like a bucket of ice water. No. I refuse to believe it. Lu Yin remained skeptical, continuing to post updates across various platforms, yet Lin Yao had already smoked several cigarettes and still no one acknowledged her. It's over. It's truly over. Lu Yin's complexion turned pale as she realized, after navigating multiple platforms, even overseas, a terrifying truth. The world was overrun by zombies. It was indeed the apocalypse. She was no longer the lofty star in the eyes of ordinary people. So, great star, I've given you plenty of chances. Is anyone cyberbullying me now? Lin Yao discarded his cigarette and stood up. This foolish woman should have recognized the reality by now. I'm sorry. Lu Yin recalled their bet. Her panic escalating. Lin Yao, of course, would not let her off that easily, shaking his head. What are you doing, great star? Our bet didn't include an apology. With that, he slowly approached Lu Yin, wearing a mischievous grin. No, the bet doesn't count. You deceived me. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated as she saw Lin Yao closing in. Deceived you? What did I deceive you about? Lin Yao was taken aback. Lu Yin's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face as she cried. There are clearly no living people outside. You still dare to bet with me? You are deceiving me. Indeed, I am deceiving you. You can cyberbully me? Lin Yao sneered. Chapter 19. I do not like forcing others. If cyberbullying were effective, Lu Yin would not be so terrified, shaking her head vigorously. No. I do not like you. I will never sleep with you. Dream on. Even in death, you shall not touch me. Lin Yao halted, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Lu Yin. If that is the case, then you have brought this upon yourself. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Lu Yin was momentarily stunned, thinking Lin Yao was afraid of her, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the reality was far more terrifying than she could have imagined. Moments later, Lin Yao returned, leading a zombie with him. There were no zombies on the 5th floor, but a few lingered in the hallway. Lin Yao, having transformed into a zombie, casually beckoned one over. Lu Yin, believing Lin Yao had departed, peeked out to assess the situation, only to be startled by 2 zombies approaching her. Terrified, she hurriedly ducked back into the store. Grr! Lin Yao skillfully opened the store door, ushering the zombie inside. The moment the zombie spotted a living person, it let out a roar and charged at Lu Yin. Help me! Lu Yin shrieked in terror, her throat raw as she saw the zombie barreling towards her, darting around the shelves in a frantic escape. Concerned that she might attract other zombies, Lin Yao reverted to human form and quickly shut the store door. Only then did Lu Yin realize that the other zombie was, in fact, Lin Yao. Nearly fainting from fright. Great star, don't hide. Aren't you pure and above all? You would rather die than let me touch you. Well, look, I brought a zombie to help you, so don't be shy. Lin Yao closed the door, watching with amusement as the zombie chased Lu Yin. To be fair, the great star had excellent stamina. Despite the chase, she had not been caught yet. However, the zombie Lin Yao had lured was rather scrawny, resembling someone who hadn't eaten in days. Lu Yin was in a dire situation, having gone several days without food, relying solely on her survival instinct to escape, but she couldn't last much longer. Suddenly, the zombie heard Lin Yao's voice, turned its head, and seeing another living person standing still, it abandoned Lu Yin and prepared to attack Lin Yao instead. Damn it, can't you tell the difference between a big shot and a little one? Lin Yao stared in disbelief as the zombie rushed towards him, muttering a curse under his breath. Yet, he did not flee. As the zombie drew near, he slapped it hard across the face. Smack! This slap was just right. Leaving the zombie dazed and confused, the zombie was sent flying 5 meters away, crashing into a stack of shelves. By the time the zombie managed to get back on its feet, Lu Yin was utterly horrified. Lin Yao's slap had turned the zombie's head a full 180 degrees. Now, if the zombie lowered its head, it could see its own back. Yet, even so, the zombie did not shook its bewildered head. seemingly realizing Lin Yao was not to be trifled with, and went after Lu Yin again. Lin Yao looked at his hand with satisfaction. That was quite the strength, and with his current physical condition. Handling multiple zombies was not a problem. I was wrong. I promised to be your woman. Just lead the zombies away. Lu Yin, having played hide and seek with the zombie for long enough, was utterly exhausted. Her voice hoarse as she pleaded with Lin Yao. Lin Yao, sitting casually with one leg crossed, replied, "Oh, come on. Were you not the one who said you'd rather die than submit?" He also wasn't inclined to be overly harsh on Lu Yin. Rather, this woman was simply too much. After saving her, not a single word of gratitude, and she treated him like a servant, casually mentioning cyberbullying others, then refusing to admit defeat in a bet. Such a duplicitous woman. Lin Yao genuinely considered turning her into a zombie. Just look at Su Qingyin. She was so obedient in Lin Yao's eyes. Zombies were far more manageable than humans. As Lu Yin fled, tears streaming down her face. She cried, "I'm sorry. I won't dare do it again. Just lead the zombies away, and I'll do anything you want." As if I were forcing you. Lin Yao remained unmoved. Not forcing. It's all voluntary. Lu Yin seethed with hatred towards Lin Yao. Yet she had to swallow her pride. Finally, Lin Yao stood up, saying, "Fine. I will give you another chance. If you go back on your word again, next time, it won't just be one zombie." With that, he pointed, and a crossbow bolt appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the zombie's head. Lu Yin, hiding behind a shelf, gasping for breath, saw the zombie suddenly fall still, forcing herself to suppress her fear as she peeked out. The zombie, having been killed, stood still for a moment before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. As Lin Yao slowly approached her, Lu Yin collapsed to the floor, utterly terrified of this man. This man was ruthless, devoid of any semblance of tenderness, clearly possessing immense strength yet relishing in cruel antics, and his speech was laced with sarcasm. What kind of person was he? "So, great star, it's time for you to make your declaration," Lin Yao said, eyeing Lu Yin's impressive figure and exquisite face, his gaze still burning with intensity. Calculating her worth, he believed this woman to be of a caliber. Lu Yin understood that if she reneged again, this man would indeed bring more zombies. In her current state, escape was impossible. I am willing. I am willing to be your woman." Lu Yin, resigned, lowered her head. "Kneel and say it." Lin Yao looked at her coldly. He aimed to shatter this woman's pride, making her realize that in this world, such meaningless pride would only lead to greater humiliation. Lu Yin, incredulous, looked up at Lin Yao, her eyes red. "You? What about me?" Lin Yao shot back. "Not willing? I do not like forcing others." Lin Yao felt an utter lack of emotion at that moment. Lu Yin, feeling wronged, began to cry. Throughout her life, when had she ever faced such humiliation? Lin Yao, having lost his patience, turned to leave. Lu Yin, fearing he might go to attract zombies again, knelt heavily on the ground and cried out, "I am willing to be your woman." Ding dong. Detected that the host has acquired the fifth woman. Awarding a lottery draw from the system. Ding dong. System triggers an additional reward. The host gains 10 points in physical enhancement attributes. Excellent, excellent. Another bonus. Lin Yao cheered inwardly before turning to look at the kneeling Lu Yin. He pulled 2 small marinated eggs from his pocket and said, "Rise." He then handed the marinated eggs over. Lu Yin struggled to get up from the ground, hesitating to reach for the food Lin Yao offered. "Take it and eat, as my woman. You shall not go hungry." Lin Yao observed the fear in Lu Yin's eyes and softened his tone slightly. Only then did Lu Yin accept the marinated eggs and tear open the packaging to shove them into her mouth. After swallowing the 2 eggs, she felt a semblance of life returning to her, and with her big red eyes, she stealthily scrutinized Lin Yao, who was smoking nearby. "Stop looking, you can observe later." Lin Yao chuckled as he extinguished the cigarette butt. My relative has arrived," Lu Yin said, lowering her head and stammering, feeling intimidated by Lin Yao's gaze. Chapter 20. Acquiring storage space. What? Lin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you truly seeking death by playing this game with me?" "Really? I'm not lying," Lu Yin panically explained upon noticing his skepticism. Lin Yao silently stared at Lu Yin, sensing she was not deceiving him, and suddenly asked, "By the way, what kind of star are you?" "A singer?" Lu Yin quickly nodded. Since she was a singer, Lin Yao smirked mischievously. Half an hour later, He instructed her to hide in the store while he contentedly carried away the corpses of the zombies. Once outside, he vowed, "I will make you suffer." Lu Yin clenched her jaw, glaring fiercely at Lin Yao's retreating figure. Lin Yao was aware that she must harbor intense hatred for him, as Lu Yin had set a new low for the loyalty of a wife. Name: Lu Yin, age 24, height 172 centimeters, measurements 38 E-20-33, charm rating A, loyalty 0, offspring none, superpower not yet awakened. This loyalty level was akin to that of an enemy. Lin Yao tightened his belt. As he strolled, he distributed the attribute points, allocating 5 points each to defense and mental strength. Host: Lin Yao, strength 20, defense 20, agility 21, mental strength 20, charm value 7, skill points 55, skills, night vision, fireball level 2, virus resistance level 2, monster level up level 2, zombie transformation level 2, zombie language, items, high-grade alloy crossbow arrows. It appeared to be much more balanced. Comprehensive development is the hallmark of a good student. Having completed the distribution, it was time for the lottery draw. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning a storage space item. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the Skill Clear Insight Level 1. Oh, how delightful new items. Lin Yao was overjoyed. Previously, when he accepted Su Qingyin, he had only received skill points and attribute points, and he thought no new skills or items would appear. To his surprise, they arrived so swiftly. Storage space. The host possesses a space for storing materials. Note: cannot store living beings, can be upgraded and expanded with system-produced items. This was truly a treasure. If one were to inquire what Lin Yao desired most, it would undoubtedly be this, a means to store materials. Finally, he would no longer need to carry bags and haul items for resource collection every day. Nor would he need to fear theft. Lin Yao attempted to interact with it mentally and discovered a pitch-black space of approximately 4 cubic meters. While not large, it was certainly sufficient for his current needs. Moreover, it seemed that whatever he stored in the space retained its original state upon retrieval, meaning that if he placed food inside, he wouldn't have to worry about spoilage. After a few attempts, Lin Yao was already proficient in utilizing the storage space. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Filled with joy, Lin Yao recalled that there were several convenience stores on the 5th floor. With his storage space, clearing out 1 or 2 should pose no problem. However, he took his time to examine the newly acquired skill. Clear Insight Level 1. Can view the superpowers possessed by other beings. Note: currently can only view Level 1. This was yet another auxiliary skill. Yet Lin Yao was quite pleased. This skill would allow him to have a clear understanding of any enemy's abilities in the future, while they would remain unaware of his own capabilities. Making it highly practical, he now possessed 55 skill points and readily upgraded Clear Insight to Level 2. Upon reaching Level 2, there were no other changes, except that the levels of superpowers he could view increased to 1 to 2, which should suffice for the time being. With the sun still shining, Lin Yao continued to stroll confidently, emptying a convenience store and several vending machines, and also made a stop at a knife supply store for later use in excavating crystals with the boss lady. Lin Yao also made other discoveries. The 5th floor was quite expansive, with most businesses having their doors wide open, although a few were closed. Lin Yao speculated that there might be survivors inside. However, he had no intention of rescuing them. In this world, being a foolishly good person would lead to dire consequences. Returning to Lu Yin, he left behind several packs of instant noodles and bottled water before heading back to the office. Zhu Chuchu was still asleep, so Lin Yao distributed some food as dinner to the 3 women. Taking advantage of their inattention, he stashed the food into the storage space, and now it was brimming. Hey, why is there so much food? The boss lady, feeling unsatisfied, prepared to grab a bit more, only to suddenly notice that all the food piled in the corner had vanished. It's with me. Do you still wish to eat? Lin Yao gestured for her to keep it down. When Wu Shuiyin nodded, Lin Yao flicked his wrist, and several pieces of sweet cake and spicy strips appeared in his hand. You? Is this magic? Wu Shuiyin was taken aback. Lin Yao didn't seem like someone who could hide items, yet he produced food just like that, reminiscent of old magic tricks. Are you not going to eat? If you don't, it will disappear. Lin Yao relished the surprise on the boss lady's face. Wu Shuiyin hurriedly nodded. I want to eat. Lin Yao handed her the food and, after a moment's thought, also offered 3 bottles of drinks. Let us share some with your sisters. Wu Shuiyan happily took the drinks and food to share with her two sisters, Yu Qian and Yu Xian. After dinner, noticing that it had grown dark outside, Lin Yao called the three women over. Tonight, I'll take you to excavate zombie crystals. Let us aim to finish all the crystals on the 5th floor. If I am not mistaken, those crystals should be sufficient to elevate your superpowers by a few levels. Tonight, he would excavate all the crystals to prevent others from benefiting. Huh. Does that mean we need to dig into the zombies' heads? Indeed. It sounds too gruesome. Ugh, just thinking about that scene makes me want to vomit. The three women simultaneously expressed their reluctance. Lin Yao's face hardened, and he spoke coldly. Sooner or later, someone will discover that crystals can grant and enhance superpowers. If we do not excavate, others will benefit instead, and if their abilities surpass ours, how many days do you think we will survive? Though I am your man, do you truly plan to remain here as idle vases? Merely consuming and waiting for death? The three women exchanged glances, finally comprehending the gravity of Lin Yao's words. History had long ago warned future generations with bloody lessons. Those who fall behind will be oppressed. If others uncovered the means to awaken and upgrade their abilities, in this chaotic world, they would surely be subjected to oppression. Sometimes, the truth is brutally harsh. All right, I will go with you. Wu Shuiyan, being the eldest, was more aware of the cruelty of society and was the first to express her willingness. With the boss lady leading, Yu Qian and Yu Xian reluctantly agreed as well. What about Chu Chu? Yu Xian took the knife Lin Yao handed her and glanced at Zhu Chu Chu, who was still fast asleep. Chapter 21. Collaborative excavation of crystals. Lin Yao took out paper and a pen. Writing as he spoke, "She is not my woman. Why bother with her? Just leave a note for her to help us open the door." After finishing the note, he placed it beside Zhu Chu Chu before leaving with the three women. During his stroll in the afternoon, Lin Yao had thoughtfully piled the corpses into several heaps. As the women gazed at the small mountain of zombie bodies, they couldn't help but retch violently. This time, Lin Yao did not stop them. Instead, he kindly handed them tissues and water to rinse their mouths, understanding that their reactions were normal for a first encounter. So, terrifying, Yu Xian, the youngest, felt as if her stomach was empty. Her legs weak, and she hid away, unable to muster the courage to dig. Lin Yao did not force her. He took the boss lady first to excavate the crystals. Aim here, yes, apply force correctly. Otherwise, if you pierce through, it would be all in vain. Yes, just like that, dig it out. Although his words might have sounded like instructions for driving, Lin Yao was softly guiding the boss lady while holding the lamp. Wu Shuiyan, with a face full of reluctance, extracted the crystal from the zombie's head. It is indeed peculiar. There was no flesh or blood within the zombie's cranium, and the crystal was unearthed in pristine condition. With her initial experience, Wu Shuiyan gradually discovered the technique. Observing her growing proficiency, Lin Yao turned his attention to teaching Yu Qian instead. Due to Yu Qian's awakened power system, she learned at a faster pace than Wu Shuiyan, and soon her efficiency surpassed that of the boss lady. Yu Xian, hiding nearby, watched as Lin Yao busily guided her sister and the boss lady, feeling neglected. Gritting her teeth, she joined the ranks of crystal excavators. As the three women slowly acclimated to the grotesque task of extracting crystals from zombies, Lin Yao finally felt at ease and began to sing while he worked in the small zombie head. Dig, 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 extracting little crystals. Yu Xian laughed heartily. In the big zombie head, dig, 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 extracting big crystals. Yu Qian joined in with laughter. In the particularly large, stop singing, the three women chimed in unison. The originally tense and exhilarating activity was disrupted by his antics, causing their focus to waver. However, Lin Yao's playful behavior alleviated the tension they had felt. Hey, Lin Yao, this crystal has shattered, Yu Xian exclaimed suddenly. Holding a crossbow bolt that had pierced the crystal, it was a bolt Lin Yao had shot himself. Can you feel if the energy inside can still be absorbed? Lin Yao asked, frowning. Yu Xian removed her gloves and grasped the crystal, closing her eyes to sense it for a moment before shaking her head. No, the energy is gone. This is troublesome. Lin Yao felt a headache coming on. He had essentially destroyed all the zombies on the 5th floor. How many crystals had he damaged? I truly am a waste. He scolded himself inwardly. Lin Yao, I've also found a damaged one. Mine too. Not long after, both the boss lady and Yu Qian reported finding ruined crystals. After some testing, it was confirmed that these crystals had indeed lost their energy. Lin Yao pondered for a moment and instructed the three women to halt their current work. This method is too inefficient. We need to work together. Boss lady, you are responsible for using your X-ray vision to identify which zombie crystals are intact. I will separate those with intact crystals from the rest. Yu Qian and Uxin. You two sisters will handle the digging. The three women nodded in agreement. This was undoubtedly the most efficient procedure. Under the boss lady's guidance, Lin Yao swiftly extracted the intact zombies one by one. This one, and this one, that one is also good. This pile contains only these few. After inspecting one pile, Lin Yao led her to another. By the time they finished sorting through all the zombie corpses on the 5th floor, it was already midnight. After midnight marked the 7th day of the apocalypse, unbeknownst to Lin Yao and the others, all survivors worldwide suddenly fell into a deep slumber at midnight, regardless of whether they were hiding or being chased by zombies. All collapsing to the ground in a snore. For those being pursued, the consequences of this sleep were dire. At 1 a.m. Zhou Chuchu slowly awoke, opening her eyes to utter darkness. Where is everyone? Utilizing her flashlight, Zhou Chuchu surveyed the office environment but found no sign of Lin Yao and the others. A sense of panic washed over her as she worried they had abandoned her. Just as she was about to get up, she noticed a note beside her. We went out to kill zombies. Please help us open the door in the morning. Zhou Chuchu sighed in relief. After hiding alone for several days, she was grateful for Lin Yao's company and did not wish to endure solitude any longer. Feeling hunger pangs, Zhou Chuchu turned to reach for her bag, only to find it empty. The food had been used to purchase the crystals Lin Yao possessed. What am I to do? Zhou Chuchu lamented, only able to rise and pour herself a glass of water to stave off her hunger. It was only then that she remembered to check her powers. Nothing at all? Zhou Chuchu closed her eyes and concentrated, but could sense no difference. However, she was not afraid. She would wait until Lin Yao returned to inquire about her powers. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a sense of dependency on Lin Yao. As if he knew everything and could accomplish anything. On the 5th floor, Lin Yao and Wu Shuiyan rejoined the ranks of crystal excavators. With their addition, the pace quickened significantly. As Lin Yao dug, he kept an eye on the zombie activity on the 6th floor, ensuring none would leap down upon them. It was not until 5 a.m., with the summer sun beginning to rise, that they finally completed their extraction of crystals. Let us go. Back to the office. Lin Yao waved his hand, leading them stealthily through the back door. Chu-Chu is awake. The boss lady, utilizing her X-ray vision, spotted Zhou Chuchu seated in the office. Lin Yao knocked on the door, and Zhou Chuchu hurriedly stood up, rushing to open it. You're back. Zhou Chuchu sighed in relief. Although Lin Yao had left a note, seeing them return truly put her mind at ease. Here, for you. Lin Yao kindly handed her a small bag of food. Gratefully, Zhou Chuchu accepted it, tearing open the packaging and stuffing it into her mouth. Lin Yao shook his head with a smile and, along with Wu Shuiyan and the others, settled in a corner to tally their nocturnal gains. Originally, Lin Yao had planned for Zhou Chuchu to obtain powers with half a bag of food, and if she desired more, she would need to become his woman. However, witnessing Zhou Chuchu's unmasked joy and relief when she opened the door softened his heart. Ultimately, Lin Yao decided against employing coercive tactics. After all, Zhou Chuchu had always treated them well, and whether she would become his woman was left to fate. Chapter 22. Telepathy. Zhou Chuchu nibbled on her bread while secretly observing Lin Yao and the others huddled together. Upon seeing them dump a heap of white crystals onto the ground, she was so astonished that she nearly choked. Coughing, she quickly took a sip of water, noticing Lin Yao and the others glance her way, causing her to shyly turn away. The group began counting the crystals in their bags. I have 73 here. I have 54. I have 80. The three women reported their numbers, and Lin Yao nodded. I have 93. Together, we have exactly 300. Alas, it's a pity we destroyed quite a few. Otherwise, our haul would have been even greater. Let's divide these 300 equally, 100 for each of you, and absorb the energy within. After speaking, Lin Yao divided the 300 crystals into 3 portions, placing them into 3 bags for the women to take and absorb. You don't want any? Wu Shuiyan asked in surprise. You all take it. What about me? Don't worry, when you grow stronger, it means I grow stronger too. Lin Yao reassured her with a smile, patting the boss lady's hand to ease her concerns. He certainly wouldn't mention that as their abilities upgraded, he would gain ability points in return. It was a win-win situation. The 3 women hesitated before each carrying a bag of crystals to absorb, and Lin Yao reminded them to be careful not to discard the waste from the absorbed crystals carelessly. Stretching, Lin Yao turned to see Zhou Chuchu, who was watching with eager eyes yet appeared slightly shy. He activated his insight skill. Zhou Chuchu, female, 27 years old. Ability. Telepathy level 1. Can glimpse the inner thoughts of others. Note. Currently can only probe level 1 ability users. Wow. What a skill. I really want it. Lin Yao's pupils constricted. Indeed, this skill was extraordinarily powerful. Being able to pry into others' thoughts meant there would be no privacy before her. Fortunately, this ability had its limitations. Otherwise, it would be incredibly overpowered. Noticing Lin Yao's unwavering gaze upon her, Zhou Chuchu, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Lin Yao?" Lin Yao concealed his astonishment, smiling as he approached her. "How is it? Can you use your powers now? By the way, Lin Yao, why can't I feel my powers?" Zhou Chuchu recalled her lack of sensation regarding her abilities and hurriedly inquired. Lin Yao's nose twitched slightly as he caught a faint fragrance emanating from Zhou Chuchu. This woman, with her own bathroom, seemed to bathe daily. "Actually, your powers have awakened. You just don't know how to use them yet." Lin Yao gestured for her to sit. "You know my powers?" Zhou Chuchu asked in astonishment. Lin Yao nodded with a smile. "Then, can you teach me?" Zhou Chuchu hesitated, concerned that Lin Yao might impose conditions. "All right, just turn around here," Lin Yao readily agreed, directing Zhou Chuchu to face Yu Qian, who was focused on absorbing crystals with her back to them. Zhou Chuchu was confused but followed his instructions. Then, Lin Yao's voice softly reached her from behind. "Take a deep breath, maintain your composure, keep your focus on Yu Qian. Don't rush, take your time." Zhou Chuchu obediently quieted down, her gaze fixed on Yu Qian. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Yao chuckled, "Did you hear something?" "Yes." Zhou Chuchu's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. "What did you hear?" Lin Yao inquired discreetly. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Zhou Chuchu finally realized what her ability entailed. Being able to pry into others' thoughts, she felt that listening to Lin Yao's inquiry was an invasion of privacy, making her hesitant to respond. "Don't worry. If I'm not mistaken, Yu Qian is probably cursing me in her heart," Lin Yao said dismissively. Zhou Chuchu's eyes widened even more. "You can hear it too? Did she really just curse at me?" This time, it was Lin Yao who was at a loss for words. Among these three women, Lin Yao could only gauge their feelings towards him through their loyalty levels. The proprietress had essentially devoted herself to him. With a loyalty level reaching 80, the young girl Uxin, on the other hand, had developed a budding affection for the man who had taken her innocence, and her loyalty had climbed to 70. Only Yu Qian remained an enigma. Since gaining her powers, her loyalty had stagnated at 30. Lin Yao speculated that this woman, awakened to her power, felt a tangible increase in her strength and thus believed she had become formidable. "What did she curse at me?" Lin Yao maintained his tranquil expression, a warm smile gracing his face. Zhou Chuchu whispered. She said, "Stinky Lin Yao, once I become strong, the first thing I'll do is beat you up for harming my sister. 3 days without a beating and the roof will cave in." Lin Yao scoffed. Zhou Chuchu stared intently at him, and Lin Yao suddenly felt as though he were being scrutinized. His mental energy stirred involuntarily. Zhou Chuchu suddenly clutched her head, crying out in pain. The three women, who were currently absorbing the crystal's energy, jolted awake and turned to look. Lin Yao was taken aback and hurried to support Zhou Chuchu. "What's wrong? I haven't bullied you." Noticing the ambiguous gazes from the proprietress and the others, Lin Yao hastily explained. "I'm fine now," Zhou Chuchu said, still shaken, looking at Lin Yao as if he were a ghost. Just now, she had been unable to resist peering into Lin Yao's thoughts. But before she could discern anything, a sudden pain struck her head as if someone had punched her, nearly causing her to faint. "You peeked at me, didn't you? You suffered a backlash, didn't you?" Lin Yao quickly deduced the cause of her sudden discomfort. Zhou Chuchu nodded slowly, the pain in her head subsiding. "Your powers have limitations. Don't casually pry into others' thoughts. Otherwise, the only one who will get hurt is you," Lin Yao advised, not pursuing her earlier intrusion. Zhou Chuchu obediently nodded again, still haunted by the earlier experience. "All right, for now, just grasp that feeling of your powers. By the way, their abilities should soon upgrade, so refrain from peeking. It could be dangerous for you," Lin Yao cautioned again. He had just received the skill points from the three women's ability upgrades. Lin Yao was pleasantly surprised to find that all three of their powers had reached level 2. granting him 60 skill points, 20 points each. Now, his total ability points exceeded 110, enough to elevate a level 2 skill to level 3. Without a second thought, Lin Yao upgraded his zombie transformation skill to level 3. This skill was essential for navigating through hordes of zombies. Zombie transformation level 3. The host can transform into a level 2 zombie for 60 minutes daily. Note: this is merely a superficial change, lacking the zombie virus, and will be detectable by level 4 zombies and above. Not bad. Not bad, Lin Yao said, clearly satisfied. Chapter 23. Yu Xian's intentions. Lin Yao, we have absorbed all the energy from the crystals, Wu Shuiyan and the others remarked, feeling their strength noticeably enhanced. All right, after a busy night, let's eat something and then get some rest. Lin Yao retrieved some food from his backpack and distributed it among them. When he reached Yu Qian, she did not reach out to take it, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Zhou Chuchu, nervously tucked in a corner, was well aware of Yu Qian's intentions. What's wrong? Not hungry? Lin Yao feigned ignorance, adopting a puzzled expression. Why? Yu Qian hesitated as she looked at the man before her, finally summoning her courage to speak. Lin Yao, can I challenge you to an arm wrestle? Huh? Lin Yao thought she was gearing up for a physical confrontation, only to find this was her intention. It seemed she wanted to test her newfound strength first. All right, let's see how much stronger you've gotten. Lin Yao replied with a smile, moving to one side of the table and extending his right hand. Yu Qian took her place opposite him. Yu Xian, unaware of her sister's true feelings, eagerly volunteered to act as the referee. As their hands clasped, Yu Xian declared the start, and Yu Qian suddenly exerted all her strength to go for it. You can do it. Yu Xian cheered enthusiastically from behind Yu Qian. However, despite Yu Qian straining with all her might and reddening her face, she could not budge Lin Yao in the slightest. In contrast, Lin Yao remained nonchalant, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he gazed into Yu Qian's eyes. This woman had likely been harboring thoughts of confronting him for days, and today he intended to clarify who held the authority in this household. The two maintained a stalemate for half a minute, but ultimately, Yu Qian was the first to relent, her head drooping. I lost. Sister, don't be disheartened. That guy is just a monster. Next time, we will definitely win. Yu Xian consoled her sister, mistakenly believing she had merely lost a contest of strength. Silly girl, you don't understand? Yu Qian said, her gaze towards her sister complex. The seemingly simple arm wrestling encapsulated the deeper sentiments of both women. Had Lin Yao lost, Yu Qian would have unhesitatingly attacked him. Even if she didn't kill him, she would have at least vented her frustrations on him before taking her sister away. But her defeat indicated that her power was still insufficient in Lin Yao's presence, leaving her incapable of taking her sister away. What don't I understand? Yu Xian tilted her head in confusion. Yu Qian sighed, preparing to return to her bathing and rest. Wait, Lin Yao interjected. Yu Qian turned, puzzled. Leaning against the wall with his legs crossed, Lin Yao lit a cigarette and smiled. I know what you're thinking. Now that you feel capable, you want to take your sister away, right? Here is your chance. Either stay by my side or take Yu Xian and leave. I'll even give you both a bag of food as a parting gift, considering our previous intimacy. The door is over there. It's entirely up to you, including the proprietress. Really? Yu Qian's face lit up with joy. She had not anticipated Lin Yao would be willing to let them leave. Of course. Lin Yao nodded with a smile. Wonderful, thank you. Yu Qian was overjoyed, immediately reaching for her sister to leave. However, as she extended her hand, she found only air. Sister, I don't want to leave. Yu Xian, observing Yu Qian's elation, retreated with a complex expression. Yu Qian was stunned, incredulous as she looked at her sister. Xiao Xian, we're going home. Our parents are waiting for us, sister. Stop lying to me. I called our parents on the first day of the apocalypse, and I couldn't get through, Yu Xian said, her eyes reddening, her voice choked. Yu Qian's face began to pale, and she moved closer, trying to pull her sister along. Silly girl, even if our parents, we can't keep being someone else's mistress. I'll take you away. We'll kill zombies and grow stronger together. We don't need men to survive. Although Yu Xian was tempted by her sister's words, a voice inside her continued to insist that she should not leave Lin Yao. Sister, I still don't want to go. Yu Xian followed her heart's inclination. Why? Yu Qian was utterly taken aback. Yu Xian lowered her head, her hands unconsciously clutching her clothes. I don't know. Seeing her sister's demeanor, Yu Qian's face grew even paler as she murmured. You've fallen for him? Haven T you? No. I Haven T, you Xian. As if her secret had been exposed, quickly shook her head. Her face flushed. Wai Yuqian felt utterly defeated. She had planned for every eventuality, even considering that Lin Yao might kill them, but she had never imagined that her sister had fallen for him. Silly girl, every time you lie in front of me, I can see right through you. Dio, you know why? Yuqian sighed, reaching out to stroke Yu Xian's head. I didn't lie, Yu Xian attempted to retort. But as she met her sister's gaze, her voice grew quieter. She knew that every time she lied, her hands would instinctively clutch her clothes, giving her away like a child caught in wrongdoing. Their parents and sister had long since figured her out. Wai Yuqian, unwilling to give up, pressed on. But once we get out, there are many boys out there, more handsome, more charming than him. Sister, don't say that. You have a boyfriend. You know what it feels like to like someone, Yu Xian interrupted. Her face burning. It was at that moment that Yu Xian finally grasped her own feelings. She had unknowingly fallen for Lin Yao. Even if he wasn't particularly suave or strikingly handsome, her heart was filled with his image. Wai Yuqian finally resigned herself to the situation. She understood that her sister was unwilling to leave. And with a resigned sigh, she said, Fine, then, let us stay. What about you, sister? Yu Xian, hearing her sister no longer insist on leaving, beamed like a magpie, stepping forward to grasp her sister's hand. Silly girl, if I leave, who will take care of you? Yuqian regarded her sister with a hint of affection. Implicitly, she was indicating that she too would remain, guiding Yu Xian to Lin Yao. Lin Yao, we will not be leaving. Have you made your decision? Lin Yao smiled as he looked at the two of them. In truth, Lin Yao remained entirely unfazed. On one hand, Yu Xian's unwavering loyalty had made it abundantly clear that the girl had developed feelings for him. On the other hand, while the zombies on the 5th floor had been eradicated, the hordes on the 1st to 4th floors had not yet been dealt with. As soon as the two sisters stepped through that door, they would inevitably return. Having formulated a plan, Yuqian and Yu Xian exchanged glances and responded in unison, their voices resolute. Lin Yao nodded, handing food to Yuqian once more, then turned to Wu Shuiyan with a smile and inquired, Madam Boss, what about you? Wu Shuiyan flashed a charming smile and approached, planting a kiss on his cheek, declaring, You shall not rid yourself of me so easily. Chapter 24. Forming a team. The atmosphere was one of mutual delight. The bond among the few had deepened following the earlier incident, and Zhou Chuchu observed with a hint of envy. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? Lin Yao suddenly recalled the conversation between the sisters and posed the question to Yuqian. She graciously nodded, Yes, but I haven't been able to contact him. I'm uncertain if he is alive or not. And if he is alive? Lin Yao asked with concern, as he had no inclination towards being a cuckold. If he is still alive, then he must be quite resilient. Lin Yao instructed the women to wash up, then approached Zhou Chuchu and asked, Miss Zhou, would you consider joining our team? Huh? Your team? Does that mean I need to be your woman? Zhou Chuchu felt a flicker of interest, yet feared that it might involve warming Lin Yao's bed. Lin Yao chuckled heartily, We are a legitimate team. No such arrangements are required. However, if Miss Zhou has any inclinations, I would warmly welcome them. No, let us skip the warming bed part. But what exactly do you mean by team? Zhou Chuchu hastily shook her head in refusal. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a twinge of disappointment flashed through her heart upon hearing that Lin Yao did not press her. Unaware of Zhou Chuchu's sentiments, Lin Yao continued to articulate his vision for the team. I have been contemplating these past few days how we acquire abilities through the crystals. Sooner or later, others will discover this method as well. Thus, it is likely that all survivors worldwide will gain abilities soon. Once everyone possesses these powers, the dangers in this world will extend beyond zombies. Those survivors will become a threat too. As people vie for resources and survival, conflicts are bound to erupt. Therefore, the phenomenon of seeking warmth in numbers will certainly arise. Given this, women like Miss Zhou, who possess unique abilities and are undeniably beautiful, will be highly sought after. Fortuitously, our collaboration with Miss Zhou has been quite pleasant, which is why I formally invite you to join our team. Our group will gradually expand. We do not initiate bullying, but no one shall dare to bully us. Lin Yao's words prompted Zhou Chuchu to nod fervently, acknowledging the logic in his reasoning. So, if I join your team, is food and lodging included? Zhou Chuchu timidly voiced her request. Lin Yao laughed heartily once more. Of course, not only will your meals and lodging be covered, but I will also ensure the enhancement of your abilities. I'll join. With such enticing benefits, Zhou Chuchu immediately stood up to express her decision. The two shook hands, sealing their agreement, and Lin Yao continued. Although our team is still in its infancy, there are a few matters I must clarify with Miss Zhou. First, our team operates on the principle of shared fortune and misfortune. Therefore, if a team member is in peril, we cannot stand idly by. Second, due to the unique nature of my abilities, I will temporarily manage and distribute our resources until we establish a secure base. Third, crystals obtained from slain zombies must not be hoarded and will be evenly distributed among team members. Fourth, that's all I can think of for now. I will add more as they come to mind. Zhou Chuchu nodded in agreement. These are reasonable expectations. Without some rules, teams are bound to encounter issues. Just then, the three women who had finished bathing emerged and, upon seeing Lin Yao engrossed in conversation with Zhou Chuchu, approached with curiosity. A team? They exchanged glances. Lin Yao patiently explained the concept once more, and all three expressed their consent, as they were already bound to Lin Yao. Shall we hold a simple founding ceremony? Xian suggested with a shy demeanor. Yes, a ceremony is indeed in order, but given the current circumstances, we shall keep it simple. After several days of consuming instant meals, let's enjoy some hot food today. Lin Yao agreed, waving his hand to produce several self-heating hot pots and bottles of beer. Wow! Finally, we can have cooked food, Xian exclaimed joyfully, spinning in place. The five of them joined two tables together. Setting up the hot pots, Lin Yao remained composed while the four women gazed intently at the pots as they began to bubble, their mouths watering involuntarily. Don't rush. Just a few more minutes. And we can eat. Come, let us toast. Seeing their eager expressions made Lin Yao chuckle as he raised a can of beer. Cheers. Each woman clinked her can with Lin Yao's. As they drank, Lin Yao noticed his fingers itching. Zhou Chuchu and Wu Shuiyan had already begun to flush after just a few sips, their beauty enhanced by the rosy glow. Wai Yuqian's sisters fared better. The elder sister remained composed while Xian began to sway. Clearly unable to handle her liquor. The hot pot is ready. Let us dig in, Lin Yao commanded, and the women eagerly reached for their chopsticks. The meal was filled with joy and laughter, the atmosphere lighthearted. After indulging in food and drink, the two with the weakest tolerance, Xian and Zhou Chuchu, had succumbed to sleep on the ground, while Yuqian shook her head in concern for her sister. The boss lady seemed to have had too much to drink as well, her face flushed as she stared dreamily at Lin Yao, lost in thought. Lin Yao rose, maintaining his composure, tidied up the table, and gathered the remaining crystal shells before stepping outside. He had noticed the boss lady's subtle hints, but pressing concerns required his attention. It was time to rendezvous with Su Qingyan. Thanks to the system-enhanced physique, Lin Yao found himself unaffected by alcohol, while the women were thoroughly intoxicated, leaving him only with a frequent need to relieve himself. Disposing of the trash, he transformed into a zombie and continued to wander around the 5th floor, tossing some snacks to Lu Yin along the way until he finally encountered Su Qingyan. So, how is it? Are there many zombies on the 6th floor? Lin Yao inquired directly. Su Qingyan tilted her head, seemingly pondering, before slowly replying, not many. Lin Yao nodded internally, as he had suspected. The 6th floor, being a comprehensive entertainment area, had likely seen fewer individuals during the zombie outbreak, coinciding with mealtime. Nevertheless, he intended to ascend today. If indeed there were not many zombies, he would eliminate them all. Here, these are all for you. Lin Yao generously presented the zombie crystals he had collected. These were merely refuse, but if given to Su Qingyan, they should suffice to elevate her to level 2. Su Qingyan's vacant eyes sparkled upon seeing the crystals, and she eagerly devoured them one after another with enthusiasm. You have quite the appetite, Lin Yao remarked, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he listened to her crunching sounds. Su Qingyan was consuming them with the fervor of someone munching on beans. Half an hour later, Su Qingyan had finished all the crystal refuse, and Lin Yao observed her eyes. The green pupils had fully formed, indicating she had advanced to a level 2 zombie. Delicious, thank you. Su Qingyan beamed at Lin Yao, now speaking without stuttering. Chapter 25. A little lowly discovered Lin Yao was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingyan was no longer stuttering. Do you feel any changes in your body? He scrutinized Su Qingyan's condition and found that aside from her fluent speech, there were no other obvious traits. I feel stronger, Su Qingyan replied, simultaneously stretching her limbs. Lin Yao encouraged her to run, and in an instant, Su Qingyan darted away. Damn, Lin Yao couldn't help but curse. Su Qingyan's speed was now nearly on par with his own. However, she had yet to awaken any abilities, and Lin Yao was not anxious. If Su Qingyan were to awaken a power stronger than his, he would struggle to maintain control over this beautiful zombie. For now, he continued to teach her numbers. Since you've grown stronger, let us head to the 4th floor and see if there are any zombies there who have also gained strength. We will reconvene here tomorrow. Lin Yao instructed after finishing the counting lesson. Su Qingyan, now adept at counting from 1 to 50, responded, okay, and made her way down the stairwell. Lin Yao observed her actions, noting that Su Qingyan now possessed the intellect of a 4 or 5-year-old child. It was imperative to slay zombies to strengthen himself. He could not allow his zombie wife to surpass him. Lin Yao muttered to himself as he hurried to the 6th floor. Indeed, the 6th floor was as Su Qingyan had described. There were not many zombies. After a quick estimation, he concluded that at most, there were around 200 zombies. Concealing himself in a corner, he reverted from his zombie form and commenced the hunt. With swift precision, Lin Yao attacked, intentionally avoiding the brain crystals of each zombie, which unfortunately led to a decrease in efficiency. As the morning passed, Lin Yao managed to slay over 70 zombies, but still had over 130 left. After returning to the 5th floor for lunch, he immediately set off for the 6th floor to continue his assault. If he could eliminate all the zombies on the 6th floor today, the women would be free to roam the 5th floor without concern. As long as they did not deliberately expose themselves or make noise, the zombies on the 4th floor would generally not look upward. Due to the scattered distribution of zombies, Lin Yao was compelled to eliminate several of them before relocating. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally dispatched all the zombies on the 6th floor. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yao sank onto the ground, utterly exhausted after a sleepless night followed by an entire day of battling the undead. However, the rewards were noteworthy. His efforts in slaying over 200 zombies had yielded him 25 skill points, which, combined with the remaining 45 from before, brought his total to 70. Additionally, he had randomly acquired 13 attribute points, which he distributed evenly. Currently, he found himself in the only convenience store on the 6th floor, pondering how he might transport the items within. His storage space was nearly full, and while he could not carry much more, he was unwilling to leave anything behind for others to take. He resolved that when the others came to collect crystals that evening, each could take a small portion back. With this determination, he approached the cashier's counter, intent on taking all the cigarettes. Suddenly, Lin Yao halted in his tracks. Beneath the counter, he spotted numerous snack bags. This indicated that someone had been here enjoying snacks, or perhaps someone was hiding in this very spot. The cashier's counter was small, and as he scanned the area, he surmised that only the space beneath the counter could conceal a person. However, how could anyone fit into such a tight space? Brandishing a large machete, Lin Yao approached cautiously, uncertain if the person hiding there had transformed into a zombie. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully pulled open the cabinet door. To his surprise, inside he found a small girl curled up in a ball, her big eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him in terror, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth, presumably to stifle any sounds of fear. Noticing her trembling form, Lin Yao quickly retracted his weapon and offered a warm smile. Asking gently, "Little sister, are you hiding here all by yourself?" The little girl remained frightened, but she nodded slightly, her hands still covering her mouth. It seemed his earlier display of the knife had truly frightened her. Lin Yao scratched his head, noticing some lollipops on the counter. He picked a few up and extended them towards her, saying, "Don't be afraid. Have some candy." Realizing that the adult before her posed no threat, the girl gradually lowered her hands and timidly replied, "Mommy said I can't eat candy. It will ruin my teeth." "Oh, what a good child you are. But where are your mommy and daddy?" Lin Yao felt his heart melt at the sight of the little girl, whose round face suggested she was no more than 7 or 8 years old, complemented by her innocent and pitiable demeanor, making her utterly adorable. The girl paused, and tears began to flow again as she sobbed, "Daddy, Daddy ate Mommy." Lin Yao's expression stiffened, and he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He could surmise the tragic events that had unfolded. The girl's parents had brought her here for a day of fun, only for the zombie virus to erupt unexpectedly. The father had turned into a zombie and had bitten the mother, right before the girl's eyes. It was no wonder she bore such psychological scars. He could hardly fathom how she had endured these past few days. "Don't be afraid. What is your name?" Lin Yao attempted to maintain his cheerful demeanor, hoping to alleviate her sorrow, while activating his insight skill to gather more information. Chu Wenwen, female, 6 years old, fortune avoidance. The ability owner unconsciously avoids danger, seeking safe people or places, and possesses exceptional luck. Nanny, this girl has awakened her powers too. I am Wenwen. I'm 6 years old. The little girl replied, sensing a semblance of warmth from Lin Yao, her tears beginning to cease. Wenwen, I am Lin Yao. You can call me Brother Lin, he introduced himself gently, concealing his surprise. Chu Wenwen nodded slowly, preparing to crawl out from the cabinet. By the way, Wenwen, have you been hiding here all this time? Is there anyone else? Lin Yao inquired as he helped her out, subtly probing for information. No, Wenwen is all alone here. Outside. Outside are those terrifying things, she said, peeking her little head out to look outside. Seeing her wariness, Lin Yao patted her head reassuringly, saying, Don't worry, all those terrifying things have been dealt with. What about my mommy and daddy? Chu Wenwen suddenly asked. Lin Yao hesitated, stammering. They? He found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Was he to tell the little girl that he had killed them? That would be incredibly cruel. Are my mommy and daddy dead? Chu Wenwen lowered her head, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. The sight tugged at Lin Yao's heartstrings as he slowly embraced her, saying, Don't be afraid. Wenwen, would you like to come with me? I will protect you from now on. As he held Chu Wenwen, Lin Yao was reminded of a younger sister he once had, who, tragically, had passed away at just 7 years old due to a sudden illness. This memory had always lingered painfully in his heart, and now, seeing Chu Wenwen, her image began to merge with that of his sister. Chu Wenwen nestled into his embrace, sobbing quietly until she eventually fell asleep. All right, brother will take that as your agreement. From now on, you shall follow me. Alone, you have no means of self-defense. With that, Lin Yao carried the sleeping Chu Wenwen and exited the convenience store. Chapter 26. The maternal affection of the shopkeeper rather than returning directly to the 6th floor. Lin Yao first inspected the remains of the fallen zombies. Eventually, he identified a male and a female zombie whose features bore some resemblance to those of Chu Wenwen. Most notably, they were clad in matching outfits, their attire mirroring that of the young girl. White t-shirts on top and gray denim shorts below. He placed the two zombies in a separate area by the window and summoned a small fireball to incinerate their bodies. I deeply regret the sudden misfortune that has befallen your family. I will take good care of her. As long as I, Lin Yao, have food to eat, Wenwen will not go hungry. Rest in peace. As if responding to Lin Yao's words, tears inexplicably began to flow from the corners of the two zombies' eyes, further solidifying his belief that these were indeed Wenwen's parents. The flames flickered gently, casting a warm glow on Lin Yao's face. This marked the first time since the apocalypse that he had acted out of pure kindness. Previously, his rescues had always been driven by ulterior motives. But for this poor girl, he felt a genuine compassion. Of course, a part of him was also drawn to Chu Wenwen due to her remarkable ability. Fortune avoidance. Having her by his side would be like having a good luck charm. Only when the two bodies had turned to ashes did Lin Yao turn to leave, heading back to the 5th floor. By this time, the women in his group had finished their rest and were astonished to see Lin Yao return with the little girl in tow. You beast! You don't spare even the tiniest ones? Wu Shuiyan exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. She had felt abandoned earlier that morning, and now, seeing him return with an underage girl, her resentment boiled over. Lin Yao shot her an exasperated look. What are you thinking? This girl's parents turned into zombies, and she was hiding alone on the 6th floor until I found her and brought her back. Really? Wu Shuiyan remained skeptical. Lin Yao retorted playfully, Do you really see me as that kind of person? Yes, the women, including Zhou Chu-Chu, chimed in unison. Lin Yao was taken aback. So they truly thought of him this way? All right, I believe you won't harbor any ill intentions towards a little girl, but what do we do now that you've brought her back? Wu Shuiyan teased, amused by his predicament, of course. I'll take care of her. Don't let her age fool you. Her powers are quite formidable. Lin Yao gently laid Chu Wenwen down on the bedding, tucking her in. She has awakened her powers too? Did you give her crystals? Wu Shuiyan asked, her expression one of disbelief. It really too cruel to awaken a child's powers and send her out to fight zombies and collect crystals? Lin Yao gazed at the peacefully sleeping Chu Wenwen, unable to resist smoothing her disheveled hair. What truly astonishes me is that her powers were likely self-awakened. What? The women exclaimed in unison, "Keep it down." Lin Yao quickly hushed them as he noticed Chu Wenwen stir slightly in her sleep. The women promptly covered their mouth. He patted Chu Wenwen gently. She merely turned over and continued to sleep. He then explained softly, she was the only living person on the 6th floor. How could such a small girl possibly venture out to collect crystals? Besides, I only killed the zombies on that floor today. She likely never even encountered any crystals. When I found her, her powers had already awakened. The women, along with Lin Yao, furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend. They had all awakened their powers through contact with crystals. And now, the sudden appearance of a self-awakened girl was beyond their understanding. That's so. What exactly are her powers? Wu Shuiyin inquired, gazing at the sleeping girl's innocent face, unable to resist reaching out to touch her. Lin Yao chuckled, observing the maternal glow emanating from the shopkeeper. Fortune avoidance. The women once again looked on in astonishment. As the name suggests, this young girl instinctively seeks out safe individuals or places to avoid danger. And her luck is remarkably fortuitous. Strictly speaking, such an ability is the most powerful. Therefore, let us treat this girl with kindness. In the future, she shall be the treasure of our team. With her presence, our team's safety will be maximized. Lin Yao reiterated the significance of Chu Wenwen. The other women finally grasped how extraordinary this little girl was, even more effective than a fortune cat of Guanyu in the shop. For her abilities were undeniably real. Wu Shuiyin, gazing at Lin Yao, was transfixed by the little girl, her eyes brimming with affection as she queried, "Did you know her before? I can't shake the feeling that she resembles your little sister. It's as if her eyes were meant to be yours." Lin Yao shook his head, refraining from elaborating. The primary reason for bringing Chu Wenwen back was the subconscious desire to fill the void left by his own sister's absence. At 7 p.m., as darkness began to envelop the sky, Lin Yao distributed food among the women and was briefing them on the night's crystal excavation when Chu Wenwen awoke. The little girl, upon waking, blinked her large eyes and surveyed her surroundings. "Ah, you're awake. Are you hungry or thirsty?" Wu Shuiyin exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Chu Wenwen with a warmth that surpassed even Lin Yao's. Lin Yao was momentarily taken aback. Had the shopkeeper suddenly been overtaken by maternal instincts? He recalled that she had no children. Startled by Wu Shuiyin's enthusiasm, Chu Wenwen looked to Lin Yao for help, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Yao quickly took her from Wu Shuiyin's arms. The little girl clung tightly to his clothing, timidly inquiring, "Big brother, where is this place?" "Fear not. This is where your brother is staying temporarily, and it is quite safe. Would you like something to eat?" Lin Yao gently caressed Chu Wenwen's head, his tone unusually tender. It was then that she felt a pang of hunger and slowly nodded. Concerned that constant snacking might hinder her growth, Lin Yao thoughtfully placed the rice he had scavenged from the convenience store atop the self-heating hot pot. Once heated, he retrieved a carton of pure milk and handed it to her. Chu Wenwen's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food, and she sat in Lin Yao's embrace, savoring each bite. Wu Shuiyin watched with envy, swallowing her bread while wiping the grains from Chu Wenwen's mouth, resembling a doting mother watching her daughter eat. "Wenwen, eat slowly. If you don't have enough, you can ask Auntie, or rather, your big brother," Wu Shuiyin said, her eyes brimming with compassion at the sight of the little girl's hunger. Lin Yao chuckled, saying, "You call me brother, and you call her Auntie. Isn't that a tad inconsistent? Who cares?" Wu Shuiyin shot him a glance, her expression momentarily turning melancholic. Chapter 27. The shopkeeper's 100 loyalty. Lin Yao observed the rapid change in Wu Shuiyin's complexion. Puzzled. "What's wrong?" Wu Shuiyin sighed, saying, "Seeing this girl makes me think how wonderful it would be if she were my daughter. If you want a daughter, why not just have one?" Lin Yao blurted out. I can't." Wu Shuiyin lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. "What do you mean?" Lin Yao was bewildered. Typically, it was men who faced such issues, not women. Wu Shuiyin's eyes reddened as she looked up at Lin Yao and confessed, "To be honest, I am infertile. I know men generally adore children, so if you mind, I can leave." The reason Wu Shuiyin had divorced her ex-husband was precisely due to their years of marriage without children, compounded by her mother-in-law's relentless pressure. When her ex-husband took her for medical examinations, the final result revealed her infertility. Consequently, he used this as grounds for divorce. Initially, Wu Shuiyin was in disbelief, suspecting her husband had issues as well, only to have him present her with his pregnant mistress. Heartbroken, Wu Shuiyin eventually accepted the grim reality, leading to their divorce. Seeing Lin Yao dote on Chu Wanwen today, she assumed he longed for a child too. Upon recalling her own infertility, she felt compelled to be honest with Lin Yao, despite her reluctance. Infertile or not, it's not a big deal, Lin Yao remarked nonchalantly. Wu Shuiyan was taken aback, her expression filled with uncertainty. You don't mind? Lin Yao smiled as he took a tissue to wipe Chu Wenwen's greasy mouth, looking earnestly at Wu Shuiyan. What's the matter? Regarding having children, let nature take its course. If it happens, it happens. If not, then it doesn't tea that I care for Wanwen because she reminds me of my sister. Moreover, we are currently in precarious circumstances. Who knows when we might be devoured by zombies? So, let us not dwell on it. If we truly desire children, despite the current medical limitations, it doesn't imply that abilities are ineffective. Once our team expands, we can recruit those with healing abilities into our ranks. And everything will be fine. So, don't lose heart. His words brought a smile back to Wu Shuiyan's face, lifting the weight from her heart. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the other women, she approached Lin Yao and planted a fervent kiss on his lips. Are you serious? If there are abilities that can heal my condition, I'll bear you a football team. Ah, there are children present. Do be mindful, Lin Yao chuckled, pushing Wu Shuiyan away playfully, indicating that Wanwen was watching. Chu Wanwen, sipping her milk, looked at them with a beaming face, exclaiming, Big brother, you are being shy. After their meal, Chu Wanwen gradually became more familiar with the women, all of whom were beautiful older sisters and aunties. The innocent little girl found it easy to develop a fondness for them. The women, in turn, adored the cherubic face of the little girl, taking turns to hold and shower her with affection. Filling the office with laughter and joy. Ding dong. Congratulations, the loyalty of your wife, Wu Shuiyan, has reached 100. You are awarded one lottery draw from the system. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed, and Lin Yao was momentarily taken aback before a jubilant expression spread across his face. At last, I have completely won over the shopkeeper. Until now, her loyalty had been stuck at 80, likely due to her concerns about his feelings regarding her infertility, which had made her somewhat guarded, especially since her ex-husband had hurt her over the same issue. However, after Lin Yao's heartfelt words, she had fully let her guard down, wholeheartedly falling for him, resulting in her loyalty finally reaching 100. The accompanying benefit was a lottery draw from the system, which was quite delightful. With a sense of elation, Lin Yao approached Wu Shuiyan, planted a kiss on her cheek, and cradled Chu Wanwen in his arms as he prepared to draw. This girl's ability was synonymous with good fortune, and he intended to make the most of it. Ding dong. Congratulations! You have drawn one portion of spatial stone material. Congratulations! You have drawn the skill All Things Disperse at level 1. Wonderful, a prop and a skill. How splendid! Spatial stone. One portion of spatial stone can upgrade storage space by 1 cubic meter. All Things Disperse level 1. Upon releasing this skill, all objects within a 5-meter radius of the host will be forcibly dispersed, once per day. Fantastic! So powerful! Lin Yao couldn't help but gawk. While in his arms, Chu Wanwen giggled, teasing, Big brother, you're drooling like an adult. Lin Yao, what's the matter? Wu Shuiyan and the others noticed his unusual demeanor and approached with concern. Nothing, nothing, Lin Yao quickly shook his head, suppressing his earlier excitement. The spatial stone was exactly what he needed. His storage space was already filled to capacity at 4 cubic meters, and he was still pondering how to accommodate supplies from the convenience store on the 6th floor. He hadn't expected the system to kindly provide him with an upgrade item, though it was a pity that it could only increase by 1 cubic meter. Nevertheless, it would still create some additional space. What delighted him even more was the All Things Disperse skill. Despite its name, after reviewing its description, Lin Yao mentally rebranded the skill as Shinra Tensei. The effects were strikingly similar. He couldn't help but envision himself donning a black cloak, floating in midair, and murmuring, I need to carry a bag of rice up several floors, and then, oh my, how exhilarating. Currently, he had 70 skill points at his disposal, and without hesitation, he spent 10 of them to upgrade the skill to level 2. The skill's range expanded from 5 meters to 10 meters, and its usage increased from once per day to 3 times per day. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Lin Yao reveled in his newfound abilities until he noticed the time. It was already 9 p.m. Remembering that there were still tasks to attend to, he cleared his throat and said, Now that the time is right, let us make arrangements. He collected his thoughts and addressed the women earnestly. Wanwen is still young. Tonight, the shopkeeper and Yu Qian will stay with her. Yuxin and Chu Chu will accompany me as we head to the 6th floor to excavate crystals. The decision to keep Yuqian was due to her being a strength-type ability user. Now at level 2, her strength exceeded that of an average adult man, making her suitable for protecting the shopkeeper and the little girl, who lacked any offensive abilities. The women nodded in agreement and began to prepare. After being showered with Wu Shuiyan's maternal affection, Chu Wenwen had started to warm up to this beautiful auntie and readily agreed to sleep with her. Once preparations were complete, Lin Yao quietly led Yu Chu and Yu Xine out the door. Heading to the 6th floor, Zhou Chu Chu, being a novice in the art of excavating zombies, found herself retching for an extended period, despite Wu Shuiyan's earlier psychological preparations during the day. When the moment arrived to pierce the zombie's skull, she could not contain her nausea. Chapter 28. The arrival of other survivors. Lin Yao was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Zhou Chu Chu was even less resilient than Yu Xine. Just yesterday, Yu Xine had only retched for half an hour before joining the ranks of crystal excavators. Yet Zhou Chu Chu had been retching for a full hour without respite. I'm sorry, Zhou Chu Chu whimpered. Fully aware that her condition was impeding the progress of their work. It's all right. Yu Xine and I have already unearthed quite a number, Lin Yao reassured her, unable to scold her due to her pitiful demeanor. As he kindly offered her a bottle of water, Zhou Chu Chu opened her mouth to gauge her state, then nodded. I've finished? I think I've expelled all the fluids. Well then, shall we give it another go? Lin Yao suggested, presenting her with a knife once more. With a firm set of her jaw, Zhou Chu Chu silently vowed to herself that she could not allow herself to appear foolish any longer. She approached the corpse, bringing the knife down decisively. Not with such force. You'll damage the crystals. Yes, control your strength. That's it. Look, you have quite the talent for excavating. Lin Yao was not being dishonest. Once Zhou Chu Chu acclimated, her efficiency in unearthing crystal soared, matching Yu Xian's pace. With Zhou Chu Chu now in the zone, Lin Yao felt reassured enough to continue his own excavation. Having deliberately avoided the crystal locations while dispatching zombies during the day, the malfunction rate of the crystals remained exceptionally low that night. By 4 in the morning, as dawn began to break, they had successfully unearthed over 180 crystals. With the crystals collected, it was time to gather supplies from the convenience store. Let's prioritize food and water. Grab some lollipops for Wenwen, Lin Yao instructed while diligently collecting the supplies. Before long, his storage was brimming once more. Unsatisfied, he retrieved several large bags, filling them until he felt content to depart. Thus, the three of them, each laden with multiple bags, returned to the 5th floor as if racing against time, oblivious to the fact that several merchants had already glimpsed them through the cracks. Upon returning to the office, Chu Wenwen and the others remained asleep, so Lin Yao and his companions refrained from waking them, opting instead to set down the plastic bags and retreat for some much-needed rest. By 8 in the morning, the sun had risen high in the sky. After a restful night, Yu Qian, Chu Wenwen, and Wu Shuiyan gradually awoke. Upon noticing the bags of food and a note left nearby, Wu Shuiyan took the initiative to allocate the provisions, quietly beginning to eat. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the glass door outside the office. Wu Shuiyan, startled, quickly enveloped Chu Wenwen in her arms. Didn't Lin Yao clear out all the zombies on the 5th floor? She pondered anxiously, activating her vision to take a peek outside. Living humans? Wu Shuiyan observed a middle-aged man standing outside the glass door, who seemed to be the owner of a men's clothing store, likely surnamed Feng. Realizing he was a living person, their initial fear subsided, and Yu Qian approached the glass door to pull back the curtain. Feng Shang, upon seeing the door open to reveal an unfamiliar yet strikingly beautiful woman, was momentarily entranced. What brings you here? Yu Qian, also encountering another living person for the first time, felt a flicker of joy at first. However, upon witnessing the man's lecherous expression, her demeanor quickly turned icy. Feng Shang snapped back to reality and grinned. Hello, beautiful. I'm Feng Shang, the owner of a clothing store on the 5th floor. What can I do for you? Yu Qian, indifferent to his name, continued her inquiry. What do you want? As a seasoned store owner, Feng Shang was accustomed to cold shoulders and maintained his composure. Responding, well, I noticed the zombies on the 5th floor have all been dealt with, so I dared to venture out in search of food. However, I was disappointed to find the convenience stores and vending machines completely empty. I happened to see a few figures here this morning, so I thought I would ask if you have any food available. None. With a frosty expression, Yu Qian attempted to close the curtain. Wait, Wait, wait. I'm willing to buy. I'll pay whatever it takes. Please don't be so quick to refuse. Feng Sheng exclaimed, reaching out in an attempt to halt her, but the barrier of glass made his efforts futile. Su Qian pulled the curtain shut and turned away. She paused again, for Feng Sheng was relentless in his knocking. Concerned about waking Lin Yao and her sister, with a cold glare, she reopened the curtain and scolded, "Keep your voice down, Wu Shuiyan." Noticing that Yu Qian had yet to dismiss the man, encouraged Wenwen to continue eating while she took the initiative to step outside. Feng Sheng had intended to negotiate with Yu Qian, but upon suddenly spotting the mature and alluring woman, his eyes lit up. "I ascended that Wu boss? You're still alive. What a relief. Feng boss, you're alive too." Wu Shuiyan replied with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. It was no wonder Yu Qian had been keeping her distance. This man's lecherous demeanor was exceedingly off-putting. Feng Sheng was elated, never expecting that the stunning Wu would remember him. Before he could engage in pleasantries, Wu Shuiyan began to usher him away. "Feng boss, please leave. We truly have no food here." Feng Sheng's smile faltered, his expression darkening. "It seems you are unwilling to share." Wu Shuiyan frowned at his sudden change in demeanor. "Feng boss, we genuinely have no food left. You should try your luck elsewhere." "Imph. Do you take me for a fool? I saw you all hauling bags of supplies this morning. You cleared out several convenience stores. We're all merchants on the 5th floor. Surely you could spare a bite for others." Feng Sheng accused, pointing at them through the glass door. Why Yu Qian's temper flared instantly, and she retorted through the glass, "I told you. We don't have any. Why are you making such a fuss? Furthermore, even if we had food, why should we give it to you?" Feng Sheng's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared at Yu Qian. "Fine. Just you wait with that." He turned and stormed off. Yu Qian was about to unleash another tirade, but Wu Shuiyan quickly restrained her, for Lin Yao was already stirring awake. "What is going on?" Lin Yao, having been deep in slumber, blinked open his eyes in confusion. After days of tirelessly excavating crystals, he had not had enough sleep. "I'm furious. Lin Yao, there's a man outside asking for food. When I refused, he had the audacity to insult me," Yu Qian fumed. Reporting her grievances to Lin Yao. Lin Yao paused, rubbing his eyes, before looking up with curiosity. "A man? A living one?" "Yes," Yu Qian affirmed with a nod. Lin Yao shook off the remnants of sleep, feeling more awake as he asked, "And where is he now?" "He left after making a threat. The coward," Yu Qian replied, settling down with a piece of bread. "All right then, we'll wait. If he returns, make sure to call for me." Lin Yao dismissed the matter. Knowing there were other survivors on the 5th floor, most of whom were ordinary folk incapable of breaching the tempered glass door of the office, and thus posed no real threat. After speaking, he affectionately ruffled Chu Wenwen's hair before lying back down to sleep. After storming off, Feng Sheng turned a corner, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Chapter 29. Madness unleashed with a cold smirk. Feng Sheng returned to a clothing store that had been shuttered. He knocked on the door, and the rolling shutter opened slightly, allowing him to slip inside. "How did it go, Boss Feng?" Another man, lounging in a chair with his legs crossed, asked. Upon seeing the man, a flicker of trepidation crossed Feng Sheng's eyes as he took a seat before him. "Not much, bossly. The food is indeed there, and there's an unexpected surprise as well." "Oh, what kind of surprise?" the man inquired, lowering his legs. Feng Sheng's eyes glimmered with desire. "You see, bossly, that office houses many beautiful women." "Beautiful women? How beautiful? More so than her," Bosley scoffed, gesturing toward a skeletal remains behind him. Feng Sheng glanced at the skeleton, then turned his attention back to Bosley. "Surely you remember the owner of the Yuyan men's clothing store on the east corner of the 5th floor?" Bosley's eyes brightened. "You mean Wu Boss? She's there?" "Indeed, that's her," Feng Sheng confirmed with a nod. Bosley burst into hearty laughter. "I can't believe it. The stunning Wu is still alive. She's the belle of our floor, Boss Feng. I'm quite pleased with this beauty." Feng Sheng nodded and bowed slightly. "Bosley, your joy is premature. That office contains not just Wu Boss, but several other women, each as captivating as her. Is that so?" The man stood, brimming with excitement. "Why would I deceive you? I have seen it with my own eyes," Feng Sheng insisted earnestly, recalling the alluring yet cold beauty that ignited his passions. "What are we waiting for? Let us head out now," Bosley exclaimed impatiently, eager to seize both food and beauty without delay. Feng Sheng quickly interjected, "Hold on, Boss Li. There's a man in there as well. And a tempered glass barrier. We need a plan." "A man?" Boss Li frowned, his mood darkening. Indeed, while a man could be dealt with, Boss Li's strength could easily handle him. However, the tempered glass was another matter entirely. Feng Sheng hesitated. With a dismissive wave, Boss Li declared, "A trivial matter. Just wait for me." He then turned and strode into the store's back storage room. Feng Sheng watched as Boss Li passed by the skeleton on the ground, casually kicking it as he sighed. He and Li Dequan, the owner of this clothing store, were friends. On the day of the zombie outbreak, he had coincidentally wandered into Li Dequan's shop, intending for the two of them to go out for a meal together. In that moment, a young couple was in the store, selecting garments. Suddenly, an outbreak of the zombie virus occurred, and the young man burst forth from the fitting room, intent on devouring the young woman. Observing the alarming situation, Li Dequan, relying on his robust physique, intervened to save the girl. However, upon seeing the boy's grotesque visage, both Li Dequan and Feng Sheng were taken aback by his zombie-like appearance. Outside, chaos reigned as the zombie horde surged, prompting Li Dequan to act decisively. He hurled the boy-turned-zombie outside and swiftly pulled down the rolling shutter, narrowly escaping the initial wave of the undead. The girl was left behind in his store. As the number of zombies outside escalated, aimlessly wandering, Li Dequan and Feng Sheng soon realized their entrapment. Survival became their pressing concern, and after merely a day's sanity, they seized the scant snacks remaining in the girl's bag to share. By the following day, they began to commit unspeakable acts against her, fearing her cries would attract more zombies. In a fit of madness, Li Dequan forcefully covered the girl's head with clothing. When their depravity concluded, the girl lay lifeless. After the initial terror subsided, the two men adopted a grim acceptance of their reality. In this apocalyptic world, who could hold them accountable? They endured 2 more days of hunger, and ultimately, a famished Li Dequan contemplated the prospect of consuming the corpse. Initially repulsed, Feng Sheng managed to resist for only half a day before succumbing to the idea. Eventually, confronted with the skeletal remains, they were compelled to reconsider their dietary choices. Li Dequan harbored thoughts of eliminating Feng Sheng, casting menacing glances that left Feng Sheng trembling with fear. Had Feng Sheng not remained vigilant, Li Dequan might have acted on his impulses. However, a turning point arrived the previous day when Li Dequan awoke to find his strength significantly enhanced, with Feng Sheng sensing something amiss as well. After conferring, they confirmed that they had acquired supernatural abilities. Li Dequan's power was strength-based, amplifying his already formidable physique, while Feng Sheng possessed a unique ability to access the memories of a person from the past hour. With their newfound powers, Li Dequan resolved to venture out in search of sustenance. Yet, before he could do so, he was startled back by the sight of 2 zombies, a male and a female, wandering outside. The female zombie, having ingested something, moved with alarming speed. Li Dequan, feeling inadequate to outrun her, decided they must remain hidden in the store for another day. Eventually, the female zombie vanished, and with the male zombie also gone. The starving duo fortuitously spotted Lin Yao and his companions returning with supplies. Realizing there were other survivors on their floor, in pursuit of food, Li Dequan instructed Feng Sheng to gather intelligence. Given Feng Sheng's suitability for this task due to his powers, by reviewing the recent memories of Yu Qian, Feng Sheng discovered not only food but also many beautiful women within the building. Now, if they could breach the glass door, the food and women would be theirs for the taking. Before long, Li Dequan retrieved an iron bar from storage, grinning. This should suffice. Sufficient indeed. Feng Sheng exclaimed, overjoyed. Though Li Dequan was incredibly strong, he knew he couldn't break through tempered glass with bare hands. This tool would make all the difference. The 2 men, brimming with excitement, opened the rolling shutter and proceeded toward the leasing office. However, after just a few steps, they dashed back in dismay. Blast it. How did that female zombie reappear? Li Dequan exclaimed, filled with terror as Feng Sheng quivered behind him. As the female zombie approached, they hurriedly sought refuge in the storage room, scarcely daring to breathe. Had it been an ordinary zombie, Li Dequan would have felt confident, but having witnessed the female zombie's astonishing speed, he knew he couldn't evade her deadly grasp. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan, who had planned to meet Lin Yao, returned from the 4th floor to the 5th, wandering aimlessly as she awaited his arrival. Passing by a store, she caught the scent of blood, mechanically turning her head to peer inside. Chapter 30. Even zombies need a clean-up since her transformation into a zombie. Su Qingyin had not tasted human flesh. After being fed pork sausages and later crystals by Lin Yao, this was her first encounter with a corpse. Her primal instincts guided her step by step into the store. She gazed down at the skeletal remains, surrounded by a pile of decaying entrails, and could not resist bending down to grasp a piece of offal. Li Dequan and Feng Sheng held their breath, horrified as they watched Su Qingyin prepare to bring the entrails to her mouth. The grotesque scene of a zombie consuming human flesh was almost too much to bear. Just as the gruesome morsel was about to touch her lips, she paused, shaking her head as memories of Lin Yao's words flooded back to her. He had once gently patted her head and instructed, "Little Qianqian, only eat what I give you, no matter how tempting. You must not eat anything else, understood? Those things are filthy and could make you sick. If you disobey me and eat them, I will ignore you from now on." This recollection halted her actions. The instinct to devour the meat grappled with her remaining sense of reason. "I can't eat. If I do, Lin will ignore me." The two men in hiding felt their hearts racing in anticipation. "If you want to eat, then eat quickly and leave." They remained oblivious to Su Qingyin's internal struggle. After 2 tense minutes, she shook her head, emitted a series of growls, discarded the entrails, and slowly exited the store. Roar. Not eating. Once Su Qingyin had distanced herself, Li Dequan summoned his courage and cautiously emerged, gently pulling the rolling shutter back down. Phew! Li Dequan and Feng Sheng exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief, their hearts still racing. This zombie, she didn't eat human flesh? Feng Sheng wiped the sweat from his brow, puzzled. Li Dequan nodded, equally bewildered. Indeed, it's quite strange. Could it be that zombies can change their nature? Having witnessed numerous zombies attack the living without hesitation, they had come to view zombies as devoid of humanity, driven solely by primal instincts. Yet today, Su Qingyin shattered their preconceptions. Both men scratched their heads in confusion. That zombie is rather attractive, Li Dequan mused, recalling the female zombie's appearance, unable to suppress a swallow. Since evolving into a level 2 zombie, Su Qingyin's appearance had transformed. Her skin was now fairer, devoid of the withered flesh characteristic of level 1 zombies. If not for her eyes, she could easily be mistaken for an ordinary person. "Are you serious, Boss Li? You?" Feng Sheng stared at him in astonishment. Li Dequan laughed heartily, "Just jesting, Boss Feng. While that zombie may be lovely, my life is far more valuable." Feng Sheng finally relaxed. If Li Dequan dared to toy with zombies, he would undoubtedly earn the title of warrior. However, Feng Sheng noted that this zombie seemed different from the others. Perhaps evolved? Recalling Su Qingyin's azure irises, he couldn't help but speculate. Whereas other zombies had vacant white eyes, this one was indeed unique. Li Dequan sighed and nodded, having noticed as well. "Alas, it seems we are not to survive." Even zombies can evolve. Defeated, they sat in silence, uncertain if the female zombie might return, too afraid to venture out. They resolved to wait until afternoon to reassess the situation. At 10 a.m. An awakened Lin Yao, having been deep in slumber, suddenly remembered his appointment with Su Qingyin. He swiftly dressed, exchanged greetings, and headed out. Transforming into a zombie, Lin Yao spotted Su Qingyin wandering nearby. Have you eaten someone?" Upon their first meeting, Lin Yao noticed the remnants of blood and flesh on Su Qingyin's hands and couldn't help but inquire coldly. Su Qingyin, like a child caught misbehaving, slowly shook her head. "No, I didn't eat." Lin Yao scrutinized her closely. Aside from her blood-stained hands, her body was clean. He leaned in to sniff her breath. Detecting no trace of blood, it appeared she truly had not consumed any flesh, Lin Yao muttered to himself. Patting Su Qingyin's head, he wasn't opposed to zombies eating humans, but given that she was his acknowledged partner, he imagined that if she had eaten someone, it might trouble him during intimate moments in the future. Killing was one thing, but cannibalism was a bridge too far. He led Su Qingyin to a public restroom to wash her hands. Glancing at her low-cut outfit and tilting his head, he asked, "Little Qianqian, have you not bathed in several days?" "Bathe?" Su Qingyin mirrored his head tilt, entirely oblivious to the concept. "Wait here for me," Lin Yao instructed before dashing out. Moments later, he returned with a water hose and a set of male athletic wear. "Let me help you rinse off. We must be clean zombies." With the hose connected to the faucet, he smiled at the dazed Su Qingyin. As the water sprayed forth, after 20 minutes, Su Qingyin was clad in the oversized athletic gear, which concealed much of her skin but did little to hide her admirable figure. "You are my woman. Your physique shouldn't be on display for others," Lin Yao asserted, leading Su Qingyin out. She followed obediently, resembling a well-behaved child. "What do you think? Are there many formidable zombies on the 4th floor, like you?" Lin Yao finally recalled the pressing matter at hand. Su Qingyin tilted her head in contemplation for a moment before responding. "There are 3. 3? Lin Yao furrowed his brow, confirming his suspicions that Su Qingyin was not the only level 2 zombie. He pondered whether these 3 level 2 zombies had always been of that rank or had somehow evolved. With only 3 level 2 zombies, Lin Yao felt a sense of confidence. Given his current strength, taking on 3 would pose no challenge. However, why resort to combat? Lin Yao took Su Qingyin on a leisurely stroll around the 5th floor, ultimately pausing in an open area where he had previously encountered Lu Yin. "Xiao Yin, I'll send you a signal tonight, the same sound as last time. When you hear it, lead a portion of the zombies up that corridor. Once they ascend, hurry back to the 4th floor, understood?" Su Qingyin tilted her little head, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Having gained experience, she felt assured about the task at hand. Lin Yao patted her on the head, indicating that she could return to the 4th floor. Yet, Su Qingyin did not obediently leave. She gazed at Lin Yao and slowly spoke. "I'm hungry." Chapter 31. Lin Yao, I hate you. Lin Yao slapped his forehead. Realizing he had forgotten to feed her, he casually retrieved several crystals from his space. This time, he offered unconsumed crystals, wary of Su Qingyin suddenly ascending to level 3, hence he refrained from giving her too many. Upon seeing the crystals, Su Qingyin snatched them and began stuffing them into her mouth. "Eat slowly." Noticing her cheeks bulging, Lin Yao gently patted her back. After consuming 10 crystals, Lin Yao observed that Su Qingyin's pupils began to exhibit a hint of green, indicating that the pupils of level 3 zombies were indeed green. "Remember what I said. All right, now go." Lin Yao hesitated to feed her further and urged Su Qingyin to head downstairs. It seemed she understood that the delectable treat was finished, as she obediently descended the stairs. "Level 1 is white, level 2 is cyan, level 3 is green. Then level 4 must be purple, level 5 orange." As Lin Yao watched Su Qingyin leave, he pondered thoughtfully. "Forget it, let us check on the star." Lin Yao quickly dismissed these thoughts, glancing at the poster before turning to head towards the shop where Lu Yin was located. Tonight, a horde of zombies would converge here, and Lin Yao intended to relocate the star. Lu Yin lay on the ground, her complexion pale. Suffering from menstrual cramps, she had been subsisting on snacks and cold water that Lin Yao had provided in recent days, exacerbating her discomfort. Upon seeing Lin Yao approach, she couldn't help but plead. "Lin Yao, my stomach hurts terribly. Stomach ache? Drink more hot water." Lin Yao noticed that Lu Yin still maintained her lofty demeanor, and he tossed down food and water, preparing to leave. He contemplated having Su Qingyin deliver some zombie virus to her, as zombies were much more obedient than the star. However, where could he find hot water? Lu Yin's eyes reddened, her voice tinged with anguish. "There are zombies outside, the electricity is out, and drinking hot water has become a luxury." This guy, being her man, had no understanding of cherishing her. Lin Yao paused, turning to observe Lu Yan's clearly painful expression. With a sigh, he retrieved a self-heating hot pot and bottled water. After tearing open the heating pack and adding some brown sugar to the bottled water, he set it to boil. Lu Yin stared at Lin Yao as if he were a ghost. Where had he pulled these items from? Was he really preparing brown sugar water for her? Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the bubbling of the water. Minutes later, the water boiled, and Lin Yao placed it before Lu Yin. "Drink some brown sugar water. I'll heat another bottle for you to soothe your stomach." "Thank you." Lu Yin accepted the brown sugar water, blowing gently on it before cautiously sipping. As the warm liquid settled in her stomach, she felt considerable relief from the pain and gazed up at Lin Yao, who was engrossed in heating water, momentarily entranced. Although this man could be rough with her, there was an undeniable charm in his attentiveness. "Lin Yao, do you have a girlfriend?" Lu Yin suddenly inquired, somewhat inexplicably. Lin Yao was taken aback, testing the water temperature with his hand before offering her the bottled water. "Yes. Aren't you one?" Lu Yin received the bottle, placing it on her abdomen, and rolled her eyes. "Besides me? Who else?" Lin Yao glanced at her with a smile. "Yes, and several more." "You scoundrel!" Lu Yin retorted, speechless. though she had already surmised that Lin Yao always carried a faint fragrance whenever he visited, undoubtedly from other women. Lin Yao, completely unashamed, laughed heartily. Indeed, I am a scoundrel. There will be more girlfriends in the future. Behave well, or I'll cast you into the cold palace, leaving you without even the chance to warm my bed. Who cares? Lu Yin haughtily turned her head but then recalled Lin Yao's adeptness in preparing the brown sugar water, unable to resist asking again. I see you're quite skilled at making brown sugar water. The sweetness is just right, neither too light nor too cloying. Do you often prepare it for those girlfriends? While Lin Yao was tidying up the trash, he paused at her words, letting out a sigh as he shook his head. He had indeed made brown sugar water for his girlfriend, or rather, his ex-girlfriend, on numerous occasions. During his university days, Lin Yao had a girlfriend whom he showered with care, bringing breakfast to class, preparing brown sugar water during her menstrual cycle, and showering her with gifts on holidays, acts of devotion he had performed. Alas, she later rejected him for a wealthy heir from the same school, deeming him too poor. They say first loves are unforgettable. Although years had passed, the mention of brown sugar water made Lin Yao reminisce about that striking figure clad in a flowing white dress. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. The past was but a wisp of smoke. And Lin Yao had no desire to dwell on it. Seeing him shake his head, Lu Yin, with a curious expression, asked, "Have you never made it for anyone else?" Or, Lin Yao abruptly flicked her forehead. Interrupting, "Why so many questions? Let me ask you, do you want to relocate with me? Relocate? Where to?" Lu Yin was taken aback. The topic had shifted too rapidly. "To live with my other girlfriends. It's not safe here tonight." Lin Yao glanced outside and replied softly. Lu Yin furrowed her brow but, considering Lin Yao's warning about the danger, hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. There was nothing left to tidy up. Lu Yin rose from the ground and, with a hint of playfulness, said to Lin Yao, "My stomach hurts. Carry me." Having decided to relocate, Lu Yan's mind began to race with scheming thoughts. Though she still despised Lin Yao, she wanted to make a favorable impression on him amidst the other women, employing tactics often seen in dramas about harem intrigue. Huh? Lin Yao was surprised. Lu Yan actually dared to act coy with him? Had the sun risen from the west? What? I'm your woman, and my stomach still aches. What's wrong with you carrying me? Lu Yan pouted, feigning innocence. All right, I'll carry you. Lin Yao, lacking any mind-reading abilities, genuinely believed she was unable to walk due to her stomach pain. He crouched down, signaling her to climb on while considering to check Lu Yin's loyalty. Name, Lu Yin, age, 24, height, 172 centimeters, measurements, 38E-20-33, charm rating, A, loyalty, 20, offspring, none, ability, localized giantization level 1, M. Her loyalty has increased to 20. That is quite a significant improvement. In light of her enhanced loyalty, I'll help her awaken. Lin Yao mused to himself, suddenly noticing the ability section. Good heavens! Lin Yao was startled. Springing up, Lu Yin, who was just about to climb on, lost her grip and was flung backward. Bang! Lu Yin tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Her already discomfort body felt as if it were about to fall apart, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. Lin Yao, I hate you. Chapter 32. The basketball turns into a water tank. Lin Yao stared blankly for a moment before rushing over to help Lu Yin up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Yin, feeling wronged, began to cry. Woo, you did it on purpose. Realizing he had acted a bit recklessly, Lin Yao consoled her for a while until she finally stopped crying. When did your ability awaken? Lin Yao inquired, frowning. It was strange. Just a few days ago, Lu Yin had not awakened, and he hadn't provided her with any crystals recently. She certainly hadn't ventured outside. So how had she gained this ability? First it was Chu 11, and now Lu Yin. Lin Yao felt as though awakening abilities might not require direct contact with crystals after all. Lu Yin was taken aback by the question and then pointed at Lin Yao. Lamenting, don't change the subject, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Lin Yao retorted coldly. Compensate? You don't even realize you have an ability? What are you talking about? Lu Yin, intimidated by Lin Yao's frosty demeanor, dared not be impertinent. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yao snapped his fingers, and a small fireball suddenly appeared. Lu Yin was so startled, she fell back onto the ground. Don't panic. This is your ability, which you can think of as a superpower. With another snap, the fireball vanished. You mean I also have superpowers? Lu Yin finally grasped the situation, realizing that Lin Yao had been inquiring about her ability as awakening. So you truly didn't know? Lin Yao was at a loss for words. Am I supposed to know? Lu Yin felt her head spinning. Superpowers? If I have superpowers, does that mean I don't have to fear the zombies outside? Lin Yao activated his skill and confirmed it once more. Lu Yin, female, 24 years old, partial giantization level 1. Can enlarge a part of the body once a day, lasting 5 minutes. This appears to be the technique of partial multiplication. Lin Yao scratched the back of his head and helped Lu Yin sit upright in a chair, adopting a serious tone. In the past few days, aside from eating and sleeping, have you noticed any peculiar phenomena? Lu Yin tilted her head in thought, then shook it. No, you've kept me locked up here, the internet is down, and I have no phone to play with. Each day, I could only eat and sleep. However, I've been having a hard time sleeping these past few days due to stomach pains. I slept quite soundly the night before last. The night before last? Lin Yao furrowed his brow in recollection that night. He had been on the 5th floor excavating crystals with several women and had not noticed anything amiss. This woman is rather carefree. Her powers have awakened for 2 days, yet she remains unaware. Forget it? It seems you're not clear on things. Would you like me to teach you how to use your powers? Lin Yao shifted his thoughts and donned a mischievous grin. Sure. How do I use it? Lu Yin's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Lin Yao's willingness to instruct her. Lin Yao adjusted her posture, encouraged her to relax, and began his slow guidance. 2 minutes later, what in the world is this? Lu Yin shrieked. Lin Yao hurriedly covered her mouth, gesturing for her to lower her voice, feeling a surge of excitement at the sight of the water tank before him. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Lin Yao was nearly tempted to take off his shoes and dance. Lin Yao, I've transformed into a monster. Sob, sob, sob. Lu Yin cried in fright at her own transformation. It's all right. It's all right. Focus your mind and see if you can revert back, Lin Yao urged, fearing she might develop a psychological trauma from the fright, which would render her unable to transform here in the future. An unworthy trade-off. Lu Yin obediently concentrated, silently wishing to revert back, and indeed, after her efforts, she returned to her original size. Earlier, her sudden size change had torn her clothes, prompting her to hastily grab a piece of Min's clothing from the shelf and put it on. The shock dissipated, but Lin Yao felt a tinge of regret as he rubbed his nose. Lin Yao, can my powers only change that part? Lu Yin recalled the earlier shocking scene, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Not just that, your powers allow for partial enlargement of the body, so aside from your chest, your hands and feet should also be capable of enlarging, Lin Yao explained, shaking his head. Lu Yin propped her chin in thought for a moment, then spat disdainfully. That would look so ugly. Where is it ugly? Wasn't he quite a spectacle? The world's number one, Lin Yao exclaimed excitedly. That was more akin to a basketball transforming into a water tank. Lin Yao could hardly wait to upgrade Lu Yin's abilities with all the crystals. TSK, pervert. Lu Yin turned her head away. All right, your powers can only change once a day and have a time limit. Later, I'll help you upgrade your abilities, and you can experiment more, Lin Yao said as he supported her, preparing to leave. After such a commotion, it was nearly noon. Time to return for lunch in the investment office. Upon seeing Lin Yao return with another beautiful woman, Wu Shuiyin and the others exchanged glances of disbelief, but still approached to introduce themselves. Lu Yin initially thought that upon her arrival, Lin Yao's girlfriends would feel inferior. However, who could have anticipated that Lin Yao's hidden treasures were all exceptional beauties? They came in various types, mature and charming, tall and elegant, youthful and vibrant, urban and stylish, and even, you pervert, you didn't even spare such a young girl? Lu Yin pointed incredulously at Chu Wenwen, who was cuddling Wu Shuiyin and acting coy. Lin Yao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why did everyone perceive him as a lecherous rogue? Don't make wild assumptions. She is my sister. Lin Yao scooped up Chu Wenwen and offered her a lollipop. Lu Yin gradually got to know the other women, and when she learned that Zhou Chuchu was not Lin Yao's girlfriend, she was momentarily taken aback. This guy is sometimes crude and other times quite gentlemanly. It's hard to comprehend. The other women, however, did not recognize Lu Yin, this 18-line little star, which stirred a sense of disappointment within her. All right, I have something to say. While everyone was having lunch, Lin Yao stood up and took out a floor plan of the 5th floor mall. Tonight, we will prepare to eliminate the zombies on the 4th floor. Upon hearing this, the women displayed expressions of surprise. They had only excavated zombie crystals and had no experience in killing zombies. Lin Yao had anticipated this. Don't be too surprised. Killing zombies requires strategy. This afternoon, we will all mobilize to establish a defensive line around all the passages surrounding this square. We cannot allow the zombies to cross the line. This square is quite spacious, at least the size of a basketball court. It will serve as our battlefield for eliminating zombies. Tonight, the landlady and Chu Chu will stay here to take care of Wanwen, while Lu Yin, Yu Qian, and Yu Xian will assist me in killing zombies. Once the zombies are lured up, Yu Xian will use her powers from the 6th floor to incapacitate as many invading zombies as possible. After her powers are exhausted, she should rest on the 6th floor. Why Yu Qian and Chu Chu will stay close to me. Yu Qian has developed some combat ability, so I'll give you a large cleaver. Any zombies that come near will not be spared. Lu Yin, your powers should level up to level 2 soon. If zombies approach, just use your fists. Chapter 33. I've been hungry for several days too. After arranging everything, Lin Yao evenly distributed over 100 crystals among the women. Wu Shuayin and the Yu sisters. Already having reached level 2, didn't he gain much, but Chu Wanwan, Zhou Chu Chu, and Lu Yin all upgraded to level 2. Among them, Lu Yin's upgrade to level 2 brought Lin Yao 10 skill points. After lunch, Lin Yao took the women to scour the 5th and 6th floors for all resources that could be used to block zombies. They dismantled any shelves they could and moved tables and chairs over. The group was bustling with energy, with even little Chu Wanwen helping to carry things. Inside Li Daqian's clothing store, Feng Sheng and he peered through a gap, observing Lin Yao and the others busy outside. Boss Li, it's them. Feng Sheng immediately recognized the source of the women upon seeing Yu Qian and Wu Shuayan. Really? Let me take a look. Li Daqian squinted and focused his gaze. Before long, saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. After working hard, the women were all glistening with fragrant sweat, exuding an irresistible allure. Moreover, Li Daqian had also spotted several exquisite beauties aside from Wu Shuayan. Instantly igniting his desire, Li Daqian's heart raced with excitement as he prepared to open the roller shutter and rush out to snatch these women. Feng Sheng quickly grabbed him. Boss Li? Don't act rashly. Why are you holding me back? With so many beauties outside, how can I not be impulsive? Li Daqian asked, bewildered. Boss Li, have you forgotten about that female zombie from this morning? Who knows if she is still around? It would be foolish for us to rush out. If that female zombie shows up, none of us will escape. Feng Sheng urged urgently. Upon hearing about the female zombie, Li Daqian's excitement subsided. Then, should we just watch? Just watching one tea fill our bellies. That would be courting death. Feng Sheng's mind whirred as he analyzed. Boss Li, think about it. That female zombie only appeared during the day and has never shown herself at night. How about Lin Yao meticulously inspected all the passages of the square? Unless zombies could fly, there was no way they could cross the obstacles. Only by concentrating the zombies together could they be easily eliminated. After setting up the battlefield, Lin Yao left an opening and took the women to the 6th floor, scavenging all the supplies from the convenience store. At 7 p.m., under the glow of the setting sun, Lin Yao and the women returned to the investment office for dinner. Knock, 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 and knocking sound echoed once more. Lin Yao turned to Wu Shuayan, who withdrew her gaze and remarked, 2 people have arrived. One is Feng Boss from this morning, and the other is unfamiliar but seems to be hiding a weapon. Oh, I've been busy today and Haven T sought trouble with you. Yet here you are, delivering yourselves to my doorstep. While chewing on his boxed meal, Lin Yao approached the glass door and pulled back the curtain. The door was opened by a young man, and Feng Sheng exchanged a discreet glance with Li Daqian before stepping forward to inquire, Haha. I didn't expect there would be a little brother here as well. May I ask how to address you? Lin Yao. Lin Yao responded with a mouthful of food, while simultaneously activating. Li Daqian, male, 39 years old, strength system level 1. Enhanced physical strength, Feng Sheng, male, 36 years old, memory exploration level 1. Can probe another S memory from the past hour, note. Can only be used once a day, This Feng Sheng's skill is quite interesting. It appears that something indeed transpired the night before last, as they all acquired powers after that night. Seeing that Lin Yao seemed approachable, Feng Sheng smiled and clasped his hands. So it's Brother Lin? The situation is as follows. The gentleman beside me is Boss Li. We are survivors from the 5th floor, and we have been starving for several days. The convenience stores on the 5th floor have been completely cleared out. I wonder if Brother Lin could spare us a little. We would be eternally grateful. They had been starving for a day, and only by eating could they muster the strength to fight for women. I see. That is truly unfortunate. However, we have no food either, Lin Yao remarked, picking up a piece of chicken and glancing at it before placing it in his mouth. This action was akin to a slap in the face, prompting the hot-tempered Li Daqian to point at Lin Yao and curse. Stop talking nonsense. What are you eating then? Lin Yao cast a cold glance at him, swiftly devouring the remaining portions of his meal without even taking a moment to wipe the rice grains from the corners of his mouth. Discarding the empty box with an innocent expression, he remarked, Not at all. I haven't eaten. Alas, I've been hungry for several days now. With that, he even let out a hearty belch. At this, even the seemingly good-natured Feng Sheng's expression darkened. As he fixed a stern gaze on Lin Yao and inquired, This young lad seems quite disrespectful. May I ask which establishment you hail from? This was clearly a provocation. Lin Yao carelessly wiped the grease from his mouth and replied, Oh, from the Yuyan men's clothing store. I used to be an employee there, but now I can consider myself the owner. Behind him, Wu Shuyan's lips curled into a charming smile at this revelation. Regardless of who he was, Feng boss, I can no longer tolerate this and am prepared to take action. The hot-tempered Li Daqian, infuriated by Lin Yao's demeanor, pulled out a concealed iron rod from behind him, ready to strike. Hey, hold on. Seeing the weapon drawn, Lin Yao quickly extended his hand to intervene. So, the little brat is begging for mercy now. Hand over the woman and the food, lest I be forced to act. Li Daqian, thinking Lin Yao was intimidated, wore a smug expression. Lin Yao pointed behind them with a smile and said, Not quite. Why don't you turn around and take a look? TCH, who do you think you're scaring? Do you take me for a child? You're not suggesting there are UFOs, are you? Feng boss, why are you pulling me? Li Daqian was not easily swayed and was about to continue when Feng Sheng seized him. Though he did not turn around, Feng Sheng did, and upon doing so, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Behind them, 2 gleaming crossbow bolts were ominously poised, aimed directly at their heads. A mere turn would place the arrowheads on their foreheads. Confused, Li Daqian turned around and was equally taken aback. Lin Yao stood no more than a meter away, effortlessly controlling the crossbow bolts aimed at them. So, shall we see whether your reflexes are quicker or my crossbow bolts? Lin Yao mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated how to deal with these 2 men. These lecherous wolves certainly could not be integrated into the team. Killing them outright wouldn't do, as Chu 11 was still watching from behind. It wouldn't be prudent to commit murder in front of a child. Realizing that this young man possessed the ability to control crossbow bolts, Li Daqian and Feng Sheng hastily begged for mercy. Brother Lin, we were blind to your prowess. Please, spare us this once and allow us to leave. Indeed, I assure you, we shall never appear before you again. Lin Yao ignored their pleas for mercy and, without turning back, said to Yu Qian, there's also a power-based individual here. Do you want to step out and have a little competition? Yu Qian's eyes lit up. Sure. She had longed to go out and unleash her strength. Chapter 34. A bait delivered to your door. This evening, when it came to slaying zombies, Yu Qian was to be one of the main forces. Lin Yao figured it would be beneficial for her to venture out, practice her skills, and get accustomed to the sight of blood, lest she become paralyzed with fear at the first encounter with a zombie. With a knife in hand, Lin Yao reminded her once more. Yu Qian nodded in agreement, grabbing a hefty machete as she exited through the back door, circling around the office until she stood before Li Daqian and Feng Sheng, cracking her knuckles. Lin Yao withdrew the crossbow bolt aimed at Li Daqian's forehead and pointed at Yu Qian, stating, I'll give you a chance. If you defeat her, I shall spare your life. Really? Li Daqian exclaimed, overjoyed. Did this man truly lack sense? How could such a delicate beauty possibly be his match? This was akin to serving a dish on a platter. Lin Yao nodded, signaling for them to commence. Li Daqian, grinning maliciously, picked up the iron rod, which felt as light as a rolling pin in his hands, and mockingly addressed Yu Qian. My dear lady, I shall go easy on you. Humph, I will not, Yu Qian retorted coldly, charging forward with her machete. Lin Yao focused intently on the battle. Yu Qian had recently reached level 2 in her power abilities. Surpassing Li Daqian's level 1. However, Due to her inferior physical constitution and lack of combat experience, she found herself struggling to gain the upper hand against Li Daqian. Should Yu Qian genuinely find herself in peril, he could always release the crossbow bolts to come to her aid. Initially, Li Daqian felt confident, thinking that this slender girl could not pose much of a threat. Yet, as they clashed, he began to panic. Yu Qian's machete struck relentlessly towards his head, and after parrying several blows, his arms grew numb. Could she be a power-based individual as well? Why was her strength so formidable? Li Daqian's mind began to spiral into despair. Yu Qian grew increasingly exhilarated, seemingly channeling all the frustration from being oppressed by Lin Yao onto Li Daqian, her footing becoming more stable and her strikes more merciless. Feng Shang, watching from the sidelines, felt terror wash over him. Had he ever witnessed a girl of barely 1.6 meters wielding a machete and pursuing a burly man of over 1.8 meters? He sensed that Li Daqian was in grave danger. What should he do? Staring at the crossbow bolt aimed at his forehead, Feng Shang dared not budge. Suddenly, with a decisive slash, Yu Qian's blow struck Li Daqian's head with such force that the machete became embedded within. Ah! Feng Shang was utterly horrified. The man he had once viewed as invincible had just been slain in a single stroke. Blood splattered across Yu Qian's face, and she froze, this being her first experience with taking a life. Her hand trembled, and Li Daqian's body crumpled to the ground, still clutching the machete. Lin Yao observed as the proprietress attentively shielded Chu Wenwen's eyes, nodding in satisfaction. The scene was indeed rather gruesome. Causing the other women to turn pale, Feng Shang fell to his knees before Lin Yao, pleading, "Brother Lin, Boss Lin, spare my life. It was all Li Boss's doing. Didn't he wish to partake in this? If you allow me to live, I will be your servant. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Even if you ask me to fight zombies, I won't bat an eye." He recognized that among these women, Lin Yao held the utmost authority, and seeking his mercy was his only hope. Lin Yao regarded him with a smile. "You will do whatever I ask?" "Indeed." Feng Shang nodded vigorously, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. This man was far too terrifying, enigmatic, ruthless, and most importantly, immensely powerful. He would rather face zombies than ever cross paths with Lin Yao again. Coincidentally, there was indeed a task that required your assistance, Lin Yao said with satisfaction. Observing him, Feng Shang was taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition. 8:09 p.m., the night had fully enveloped the sky. The plaza on the 5th floor was illuminated by the night, alleviating concerns of visibility. Lin Yao led Feng Shang to the stairwell entrance and bound him to the door latch with a rope. "Boss Lin, what is this about?" Feng Shang stammered, panic rising within him. Although there were no zombies around, he still felt fearful. "Didn't I say you would do whatever I asked? Behave, and stay quiet here," Lin Yao reassured him without glancing back. Timing the moment, it was time to signal Su Qingyan. With a crack, the sound of breaking glass echoed from the 4th floor as Su Qingyan skillfully lured hundreds of zombies into the stairwell. Initially, Feng Shang had been praying that the zombies would not come up. But suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps struck terror into his heart, draining the color from his face. It was the zombies. A horde of them, crowded within the narrow stairwell, surged toward the 5th floor upon spotting Feng Shang. "The living human? Lin Yao, you'll pay for this," Feng Shang cursed, only to be interrupted as a zombie lunged at him, biting into his windpipe. Lin Yao had intended to be the bait himself, confident in his agility that the zombies would not catch him. Who could have anticipated that Feng Shang would walk right into this trap? This natural bait was too good to pass up. "Prepare yourselves," Lin Yao gestured for the others to conceal themselves. A single Feng Shang would not suffice to satiate the horde of zombies. Soon, more began to flood into the 5th floor plaza, scattering chaotically. Utilizing his night vision, Lin Yao concealed himself to observe, confirming that the incoming zombies were all female. He needed to ensure that Su Qingyan was among them. Lin Yao could not bear the thought of mistakenly killing her. Before long, the plaza was packed with zombies, roughly estimated to be around 200. These zombies, obstructed by barriers, began to thrash against them. Yuxian. Once satisfied that the numbers were sufficient and Su Qingyan was not among them, Lin Yao called out to the 6th floor. Yuxian, concealed on the 6th floor, stifled her fear and extended her head to unleash her ability. Ultrasonic waves. The silent, invisible shockwaves bewildered the zombies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Yao leaped forth, standing atop a raised platform, and shouted, "Attack with that." The crossbows began to release bolt after bolt, claiming the lives of the zombies. Lu Yin also emerged, her level 2 abilities allowing her to expand her right arm, seizing nearby tables and chairs to hurl them at the zombies with vigor. Simultaneously, Yu Qian charged forth, her machete mercilessly cleaving towards the nearest zombie's head. Chaos erupted in the plaza as numerous zombies began to fall. Though Lin Yao, with his current power and UXIN's collaboration, could easily dispatch these zombies alone and monopolize the skill points they yielded, he still wanted these women to join the fray. His own strength was insufficient. He needed his women to grow stronger alongside him. Slaying zombies was a form of training. Chapter 35. More survivors. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Yao's eyes darted rapidly. He could now simultaneously control the launch of 2 to 3 crossbow bolts. Yet to an outsider, it appeared as if his bolts never ceased their flight. Controlling the crossbow to slay zombies requires a significant expenditure of mental energy. The attribute points gained from killing zombies were all allocated to enhancing his mental fortitude. UXIN's ultrasonic skill has a cooldown period, and after approximately 30 seconds, she must pause to recuperate. Without the disorienting effect of the ultrasonic waves, the remaining zombies regained their mobility and began charging towards Lin Yao and his companions. Lu Yin, Yu Qian, stay close to me, do not charge out recklessly, Lin Yao commanded the two women, emphasizing the need for tactical ground warfare. The zombies, shrieking about hunger and devouring flesh, surged towards Lin Yao in relentless waves. However, thanks to the previously cleared space, many zombies were struck down by Lin Yao's crossbow bolts before they could close the distance. Those that did manage to get closer found Lu Yin and Yu Qian waiting for them. The trio worked in perfect harmony, systematically diminishing the horde's numbers. Yet, the zombies showed no sign of fear, relentlessly pressing forward. Lin Yao, with his focus sharpened, sensed that his skill points had reached a full 100. He hastily upgraded his monster slaying ability to level 3. Monster slaying level 3, gain a skill point for every 3 level 1 zombies or 1 level 2 zombie killed, with a chance of acquiring an attribute point. With the skill upgrade, Lin Yao could now earn more skill points from slaying zombies, filling him with immense excitement as the speed of his crossbow bolts increased. After resting for 2 minutes, UXIN unleashed her ultrasonic wave again from the 5th floor, rendering the zombies motionless once more. Harvest! Lin Yao roared, seizing the opportunity to rush forward, with Lu Yin and Yu Qian following closely behind. As UXIN's skill concluded, Lin Yao finished off the final zombie just in time, barricading the hallway with the debris. As the battle calmed, Lu Yin and Yu Qian leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, while UXIN plopped down on the floor above. Although the fight had not lasted long, the danger had been considerable. Had it not been for Lin Yao's crossbow, dispatching the 200 zombies would have taken ages, even if they had stood still for the women to strike. He truly is a monster, Yu Qian exclaimed, her machete already dulled from use, which she tossed aside as she observed Lin Yao checking for any remaining threats. Lu Yin, equally exhausted, concurred, indeed. Together, we barely killed 10. He did the rest. After enlarging her arm, her strength had increased, allowing her to toss aside several tables and chairs, but once she returned to her normal size, her arms felt utterly fatigued. Yu Qian bit her lip and nodded. Although she had cooperated with her sister, it wasn't until today that she witnessed Lin Yao's true prowess, or perhaps it was merely the tip of the iceberg. She had seen Lin Yao wield an even more formidable fireball before. Unlike the usual playful and sarcastic Lin Yao, tonight he was calm, perceptive, and decisively lethal. Yu Qian suddenly felt that her sister's judgment was indeed astute, and she found herself somewhat in awe of him. Once Lin Yao confirmed that the area was clear of any lingering threats, he approached them with concern. You too must be exhausted. Go back and let the boss lady and Chu Chu come to collect the crystals. Yu Qian and Lu Yin were indeed fatigued and nodded before returning to the office. With the zombies cleared from the hallway, the 5th floor returned to tranquility, while waiting for the boss lady and her companion to arrive. Lin Yao took stock of their recent gains. Host: Lin Yao, Strength, 29, Defense, 32, Agility, 25, Mental Power, 30, Charm, 7, Skill Points, 102, Skills, Night Vision, Fireball Level 2, Virus Resistance Level 2, Monster Slaying Upgrade Level 3, Zombie Transformation Level 3, Zombie Language, Insight Level 2, Items. Advanced alloy crossbow bolts, storage space, 5 cubic meters. Now that he could kill fewer zombies to earn skill points. Lin Yao had an ample supply of skill points and decided to upgrade his fireball technique to level 3. This was his trump card. The level 3 fireball remained the size of a basketball but could now be launched 50 times a day. With an effective range of 100 meters, hitting its target every time. Lin Yao estimated that he could likely eliminate half of the zombies on the 4th floor relying solely on this fireball technique. It was worth noting that there were at least 2,000 zombies on the 4th floor, highlighting the fireball's formidable power. However, since it was his ace in the hole, he aimed to use it sparingly. The alloy crossbow bolts were sufficient for dealing with level 1 zombies, and based on Su Qingyan's speed, he believed he could handle level 2 zombies as well, though not as effortlessly as with level 1. He had already checked and confirmed that only level 1 zombies had come this way, with not a single level 2 zombie in sight. When Wu Shuiyan and Zhou Chuchu arrived, Yu Xian also descended from the 6th floor, and the four began to divide the task of collecting crystals. Due to the hasty arrival of the zombies, Lin Yao's crossbow had damaged many crystals, necessitating the boss lady's keen eyesight to sort through them first. The group worked silently and collaboratively until midnight, nearly finishing when Lin Yao suddenly glanced to the side. There, 4 individuals peeked at them. "Stop hiding, come out." Lin Yao's night vision allowed him to discern their presence. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Wu Shuiyan and the others were startled and quickly stood up, shielding the crystals behind them. Upon realizing they had been spotted, the 4 figures lurking in the shadows sheepishly emerged. Only when they revealed themselves did Lin Yao get a clearer view. A middle-aged strong man, 2 young lads, and a mature woman. The latter captured Lin Yao's attention, as she appeared slightly older than the boss lady but was equally captivating. Exuding a mature charm, with a pronounced bosom that seemed even more pronounced than Lu Yan's usual appearance, as the group approached him, Lin Yao activated his insight skill. Fong Yin, female, 34 years old, flexible as a willow level 1. Can soften parts of her body. Oh? Is this rubber? Fong Yi, male, 21 years old, swift as the wind level 1. Extremely fast movement speed, equivalent to a host agility value of 20. Lu Deshang, male, 46 years old, orc transformation level 1. Can transform into an orc, limited to 3 minutes per day. Lu Tian, male, 22 years old, howling wind level 1. Can generate a gust of wind. These were the abilities of the 3 men and 1 woman before him. The middle-aged strong man, Lu Deshang, stepped forward first and clasped his hands in greeting. "Hello, young brother. We are survivors from the 5th floor and did not intend to eavesdrop." He then introduced himself. "My name is Lu Deshang, and this is my son Lu Tian. The lady here is Fong Yin, the owner of a clothing store, and this is her nephew, Fong Ye.as." Lu Deshang introduced them. He caught a glimpse of the stunning women behind Lin Yao and quickly lowered his head. Chapter 36. Seeking cooperation. Lu Deshang had witnessed the prowess of the young man before him, who was not much older than his son. He had seen the latter half of the battle where Lin Yao and his companions had dispatched zombies. This young man's strength was formidable. Even with his awakened orc transformation ability, it was unlikely he could survive under such terrifying crossbow fire. Hence, Lu Deshang held Lin Yao in great esteem. Noticing his son gazing dreamily at the women behind Lin Yao, he promptly slapped Lu Tian on the head. "Oh, Fong Jia?" Lin Yao was about to respond when Wu Shuiyan recognized Fong Yin. Fong Yin was taken aback, and upon seeing Wu Shuiyan clearly, her face lit up with joy. "Sister Shuiyan, you're alive. That's wonderful." The 2 beautiful women, having previously known each other, rejoiced in their reunion and quickly clasped hands to catch up. "Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Lin Yao." Lin Yao extended his hand to shake Lu Deshang's. Noticing that Wu Shuiyan had already taken the initiative to befriend him, allowing him to relax his demeanor. Seeing Lin Yao's expression soften, Lu Deshang felt relieved and inquired with a smile, "I wonder what you were doing after dispatching the zombies." "Brother Lin?" The previously warm atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, pulling out a crystal and smiled. "This is what we were after." Lu Deshang scrutinized the white crystal, perplexed. "Is this from inside the zombies' heads? What purpose does it serve?" "It can upgrade abilities," Lin Yao replied naively, like an unsuspecting university student. "What?" Everyone gasped in unison. Fong Yin's beautiful eyes couldn't help but linger on Lin Yao for a moment longer. She had a reasonable understanding of Wu Shuiyan, and from the earlier positioning, it was clear that the women were rallying around Lin Yao. Yet, how could this young man so recklessly divulge such a secret? Just this small item? How could it enhance abilities? Lu Desheng restrained his urge to seize it, trembling as he asked. Lin Yao tossed the crystal to Wu Shuiyin. Boss lady, please demonstrate. Wu Shuiyin caught the crystal, glanced at Lin Yao, then absorbed the energy within. She had come to understand Lin Yao somewhat. Whenever he put on an innocent fade, it signaled he was up to something mischievous. Lu Desheng and the others watched in wide-eyed astonishment as the crystal in Wu Shuiyin's hand gradually diminished in size until it was fully consumed. Is that all it takes? Lu Desheng felt as though his eyes had been opened to a new world. Lin Yao took the remaining crystal residue from Wu Shuiyin and pocketed it. Indeed, it's that simple. Lu Desheng gazed at the multitude of zombie corpses behind Lin Yao, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. How many crystals must that be? By any chance, do you have these crystals for sale? Brother Lin. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Desheng finally curbed his urge to rob and posed the question. Lin Yao regarded him with a hint of admiration. Uncle, you are quite perceptive. I was planning to use you as bait tomorrow. But since you are so considerate, I shall refrain from doing so. Not for sale. Although he appreciated Lu Desheng, Lin Yao firmly declined. Lu Desheng sighed, having anticipated this outcome. This crystal could enhance one's abilities, and the stronger the abilities, the greater the chance of survival in this apocalyptic world. Who would willingly part with their hope of survival? Noticing the regretful expression on Lu Desheng's face, Lin Yao gestured for Yu Xian and the others to continue excavating the crystals. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Lu Desheng, and inquired, Mr. Lu, have you been on the 5th floor all this time? Lu Desheng gratefully accepted the cigarette, hurriedly lit it, and took a deep drag. A look of satisfaction crossing his face, he then slowly replied, speaking of luck, my son Lu Tian and Fong Yi are classmates. My son insisted on buying new clothes, and coincidentally, Fong said her aunt runs a men's clothing store. So, over the weekend, the three of us went to Fong's store to pick out clothes. Just as we were selecting, zombies suddenly appeared. Fortunately, none of us turned into zombies, and there were no other customers in the store. So we've been hiding in Fong's store until today. Lin Yao handed cigarettes to Lu Tian and Fong Yi, but they both quickly declined. He then turned to Lu Desheng and asked, What have you been eating? Lu Desheng took another drag and chuckled. So, we were quite fortunate. Originally, when we arrived at the shopping center this morning, my son was clamoring about being hungry, so we first went to the 3rd floor to eat. These two little rascals ordered a whole table of dishes and bought a bunch of snacks. Who knew we couldn't finish them? I thought it would be a waste, so I packed all the food. We've been surviving on those packed meals for the past few days. Lin Yao nodded, acknowledging the stroke of luck. Indeed, it's wise not to waste food. It can be a lifesaver in critical times. Lu Desheng and Lin Yao exchanged a few words when Yu Xian and Zhou Chuchu returned with several large bags, having finished excavating the remaining crystals. Lin Yao, we counted. There are a total of 207 crystals, Yu Xian said, handing over the bags. Lin Yao accepted them with a nod, while Lu Desheng gazed longingly at the bags, the cigarette in his hand losing its appeal. Thank you, Brother Lin, for the cigarettes and the information. I wonder when you plan to hunt zombies next? Lu Desheng's mind was racing. Since Lin Yao refused to sell, perhaps he could assist in the hunt. After all, with Lin Yao's strength, the risks should be minimal. Lin Yao regarded him seriously, acknowledging Lu Desheng's quick wit. Basically every day. As you've seen, there are at least tens of thousands of zombies below. We must be diligent. Lin Yao pointed downstairs. Then, Mr. Lin, may we join you in the zombie hunt tomorrow? Lu Desheng asked eagerly. Lin Yao nodded. That is possible, but how do we divide the crystals? He directly posed the crucial question. Lu Desheng pondered for a moment and cautiously suggested, 50-50. Lin Yao turned and walked away. Hey, Brother Lin, don't be hasty. We can negotiate. How about 60-40, with us taking the lesser share? Lu Desheng quickly grabbed Lin Yao's arm. Or perhaps 28. You take 2 and I take 8. We could even let you handle the excavation of the crystals afterwards. Lin Yao raised his finger. Lu Desheng shook his head. That won't do, too low. Lin Yao interrupted. Mr. Lu, I am not negotiating as you've observed. We can handle these zombies ourselves. I could even manage it alone. I offer you 20% solely because I sympathize with the women in my household, who are both hunting zombies and excavating crystals, barely managing to sleep, dark circles forming under their eyes. If you cannot accept that, then so be it with that. He turned to beckon Wu Shuiyin, preparing to leave. Lu Desheng felt a headache coming on. Lin Yao was impervious to reason, and his negotiation skills had not even gotten a chance to shine. Brother Lin, please wait a moment. Can we discuss this and give you a response? Lin Yao turned back. Sure. Chapter 37. My team only accepts women. Lu Deshang called Fang Yin and the others aside to confer, while Wu Shuiyin and the others gathered around Lin Yao. Did you intend from the start to have them assist in excavating crystals? Wu Shuiyin asked Lin Yao. Lin Yao nodded. Indeed. Killing zombies is easy, but excavating crystals requires pure strength. Now that we have labor at our disposal, why not take advantage of it? Yu Xian frowned. Lin Yao, why cooperate with them? We can kill and keep the crystals for ourselves. Why share the means to become stronger with others? Lin Yao chuckled. The young university student still lacks understanding of the world. Let me pat your head. You realize, we are in an era of universal evolution. Every survivor who made it through the night has gained abilities. Once we cleared out the zombies in the mall, we will inevitably need to establish a safe base, at that point. We won't just face zombies, but also other survivors with ill intentions. With just the few of us, we wouldn't stand a chance against those with malicious intent. By extending goodwill now, when we establish a safe base, these people will surely wish to follow us. They will become our security. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, forming alliances is a necessity. No matter how strong we are, being a lone wolf is not sustainable. But how do we ensure they won't betray us midway? Wu Shuiyin raised her concern. Lin Yao pointed at Zhou Chu. Have you forgotten that we have Chu? With her around, what thoughts could escape her mind-reading abilities? Make sure to keep her ability a secret from everyone. Zhou Chu, feeling valued at being mentioned, proudly raised her head. Wu Shuiyin nodded. So, you plan to recruit them into our team? Not at all. My team only accepts women. They are merely collaborators, Lin Yao replied, shaking his head. The women simultaneously rolled their eyes. His intentions were glaringly obvious. Lin Yao glanced at the voluptuous Fang Yin and turned to Wu Shuiyin. By the way, boss lady, are you familiar with Fang? Do you think we should bring her into our team? Wu Shuiyin shrugged. This guy doesn't even try to hide it. Fang Jie is someone I met when I first opened my shop. Her store is much larger than ours, and she is a woman of great ambition. She was quite helpful to me before. I recall Fang Jie is divorced, but I'm not sure if she has found anyone else since. Should I ask her? Lin Yao nodded. Sure, let us see what they decide in their discussion. Meanwhile, Lu Deshang was admonishing his son. You little rascal, keep your eyes to yourself. We are in the apocalypse now. There are no laws to protect us. If you anger Lin Yao, both of us are doomed. Lu Tian hung his head. I understand, Dad. Fang Yin similarly warned her nephew. Being older and more experienced, they quickly discerned that the women were Lin Yao's. Now that they needed something from others. If these two brash youngsters dared to provoke Lin Yao's women, they wouldn't even know how they died. Seeing that the two young ones were willing to behave, Lu Deshang finally relaxed and began to analyze. Lin Yao proposed a 28 split. If we estimate 200 to 300 zombies daily, the four of us could get around 100 crystals each day. Even if we split it evenly, that's 25 crystals per person. Considering the commercial center, as Lin Yao said, there are certainly no fewer than 10,000 zombies. If we continue cooperating, each of us would ultimately obtain around 500 crystals, a significant enhancement. Fang Yi grimaced. Uncle Lu? You make it sound easy, but he wants us to excavate the crystals too, which means facing the zombies. Lu Tian nodded in agreement. They were both pampered and had never done hard labor. Fang Yin sighed and addressed her nephew. Xiao Yi, you still don't grasp the harsh reality of the apocalypse. I know you were sneaking glances at that young lady earlier. It's hard to understand why such a beautiful girl would willingly become one of Lin Yao's women. Fang Yi, caught off guard, stammered. You saw that, Aunt? I think that girl looks like the school belle. Wait, now that you mention it, it does seem so. Lu Tian recalled having seen Yu Xian at school. Fang Yin exhaled in exasperation. That's not my point. What I mean is, Lin Yao wasn't he always this strong? He must have endured the hardships of killing zombies and excavating crystals to become so powerful. Why would that school belle choose to follow him? It's simply because he possesses the strength to protect her. In this apocalyptic world, devoid of legal constraints, strength reigns supreme. Such beautiful young women will not require pursuit. They will willingly present themselves at your doorstep. Thus, what do the hardships of the early days truly amount to? Fang Yi nodded, somewhat understanding, and then exclaimed in surprise, Auntie, do you mean to say that you permit me to have several girlfriends? That's quite different from what my parents taught me. Fang Yin shot him a knowing glance, replying, What your parents taught you were the survival rules of peacetime. What I am imparting to you today are the survival rules of the apocalypse. As long as you grow strong, you may take as many as you desire. With a sigh, she continued, having noticed Lin Yao's fervent gaze directed at her. If not for the concern that her nephew might lack care and the significant age gap between them, she would have considered seeking refuge in Lin Yao's arms. Liu Deshang concurred with Fang Yin's sentiments, stating, "What Boss Fang says is indeed correct. This applies equally to Lu Tian. Once we become powerful, what kind of women will we be unable to attract?" He then covertly glanced at Fang Yin and added, "Of course, we must never force any girl. Father, does that mean we have your approval?" Lu Tian, having been successfully brainwashed, began to envision a bright future. Liu Deshang and Fang Yin exchanged glances and spoke in unison, agreed. With the decision reached, Lu Deshang approached Lin Yao with a smile, saying, "Brother Lin, our deliberation has concluded. We accept your terms." Lin Yao appeared to have anticipated the outcome, for it was evident to anyone with sense that collaborating with him was the best choice. "In that case, Mr. Lu, let us embark on this partnership with joy, joy indeed. And please, do not call me Mr. I am merely a few years your senior. Call me Brother Lu instead." "Very well, Brother Lu." Meanwhile, Lu Tian whispered to Fang Yi, "Does this mean we just lowered our generation?" Chapter 38. A burdenous companion Lin Yao turned to them with a smile. "No worries. Let us keep it simple. You may call me brother, and I shall refer to you as nephew." As they finalized plans for their next outing, Wu Shuiyan suddenly halted Fang Yin, saying, "Sister Fang, it's rare for us to reunite in this apocalypse. Why not come to my place? It's been ages since we last caught up." Fang Yin seemed to perceive the deeper meaning in Wu Shuiyan's eyes and nodded in agreement. "Sure. It has been a long time since I've had a good chat with you, Shuiyan. Xiao Yi, you should accompany Uncle Lu back to rest. I'll return later." Xiao Yi had little interest in the conversation, merely consenting before following Lu Tian back. Liu Deshang sensed something amiss, but given his position, he could hardly voice any concerns and simply sighed as they returned together. In the office, Fang Yin was taken aback to find Yu Qian and Lu Yin waiting for Lin Yao's return. To her astonishment, beyond the few she had already seen, there were two more stunning beauties present, and even a little girl sleeping soundly. Noticing Fang Yin's gaze, Lin Yao rubbed his nose and said, "This is my sister." Fang Yin breathed a sigh of relief internally. Lin Yao's image in her mind had nearly shattered. After evenly distributing the crystals, he decided to keep Chu Wenwen's crystal for when the little girl woke up, and he took a shower before curling up in a corner to sleep. The other women focused on absorbing their crystals, while Wu Shuiyan took her time, sitting on the ground and chatting quietly with Fang Yin. "Sister Fang, I think Lu Deshang seems to have an interest in you," Wu Shuiyan said with a teasing look. Fang Yin sighed and smiled wryly. "Sister, please don't tease me. There's nothing between us." Wu Shuiyan clearly observed that Lu Deshang was currently smitten, and she leaned closer to ask, "Sister Fang, do you have a partner at the moment?" "No. After my divorce, I focused on my business and gradually lost interest in relationships." Fang Yin responded, recognizing that Wu Shuiyan shared her plight. They spoke freely about such personal matters. Being a woman alone can be quite challenging." Wu Shuiyan nodded in agreement. "You're not alone now. I see your skin is glowing and radiant. Could it be?" Fang Yin grinned mischievously. "Of course. Why don't you join me?" Wu Shuiyan replied with a similar playful smile. Fang Yin's face flushed instantly. "What nonsense are you saying? I would never compete for a man with you. Besides, at my age—" "Oh, come on, Sister Fang. You're not that much older than me. I've already been taken. What are you afraid of?" Wu Shuiyan said nonchalantly. I know, this one do. He's only 2 years older than my nephew. That's too scandalous." Fang Yin still hesitated. Wu Shuiyan was about to persuade her further when Fang Yin quickly raised her hand to stop her. "Sister, let us discuss this later. I'm not in the right frame of mind for it now." Whether or not she truly had the inclination was perhaps known only to her and Zhou Chuchu. But at that moment, Zhou Chuchu was preoccupied with absorbing her crystal. The two mature women then shifted back to casual conversation as the others finished their crystal absorption, showered, and went to sleep. "By the way, Sister Fang, would you consider joining our team?" Wu Shuiyan finally recalled Lin Yao's instructions. "Your team? What team?" Fang Yin was taken aback. Wu Shuiyan pointed to the women sleeping nearby. "Everyone in this room is part of the same team. Lin Yao mentioned that once we exit the market, we will establish a secure base. This is the era of awakening powers. Being in a team means we can look out for one another and avoid being bullied." Fang Yin pondered this. She understood Wu Shuiyan's reasoning. Women like them, possessing beauty, either needed to rely on a powerful man or join a strong team, lest they become mere playthings. Your so-called Team ISNT just composed of Lin Yao's women, is it? Fang Yin felt her cheeks heat up at the thought of Wu Shuyan's proposal. Wu Shuyan shook her head, pointing at Zhou Chuchu. She is not one of them, but I suspect she will be eventually. Fang Yin remarked, speechless, as the boss lady, her observational skills were keen. Zhou Chuchu's gaze often lingered on Lin Yao, indicating her budding affection. Wu Shuyan covered her mouth with a laugh, having noticed it too. Think about it, Sister Fang. You've seen Lin Yao's strength. Even I can't fathom him. With such a man and team to shield us, what do we have to fear outside? And here is a little secret. Every time we find crystals, Lin Yao shares them equally among us. Besides the crystals, we also stashed quite a bit of food. Can I bring my nephew along? Fang Yin felt tempted. Despite the large number of team members, the distribution of crystals after slaying zombies was minimal, but safety was paramount. She had witnessed Lin Yao's fierce prowess against the undead, effortlessly managing over 200 zombies alongside Yu Qian and Lu Yan. That sense of security was invaluable. If it were Lu Desheng leading them to fight zombies, even 20 would be a formidable challenge. However, upon seeing Wu Shuyan shake her head, Fang Yin's heart sank. Lin Yao stated that our team only accepts women. Fang Yin felt disheartened. Although she longed to join Lin Yao and his group, she had a nephew to care for. Then I suppose it will have to wait. Xiao Ye's parents have been unreachable, and as his aunt, I must shoulder the responsibility of looking after him. Fang Yin lowered her head with a sigh. Wu Shuyan felt helpless as well, with Fang Yin burdened by her nephew. There was little she could do. At 9 a.m., Lin Yao awoke to find the other women still sleeping. Chu Wenwen was awake, playing quietly on the bed. He approached her, gently ruffling her hair. Wenwen, are you hungry? Go wash your face and brush your teeth. I'll prepare breakfast for you. Chu Wenwen nodded obediently and headed to the bathroom. Lin Yao set out bread and pure milk, stretching lazily as he noticed Fang Yin sleeping beside Wu Shuyan. It seemed the two had stayed up late chatting, falling asleep right there. Fang Yin had not bathed in several days. She had washed up in the office before bed, now clad in a long white t-shirt belonging to a man. Her figure clearly visible a him. One should not gaze too long. Lin Yao accidentally caught sight of something and quickly turned away, but after a moment's thought, he decided not to feign ignorance and turned back. Why not look? After all, it was right there. After Chu Wenwen finished her breakfast, Lin Yao handed her a crystal for absorption while he checked on the progress of the other women's powers. Chapter 39. Persuading Fang Yin to join following yesterday's flurry of crystal absorption. The three women, Boss Lady, Yu Qian, and Lu Yan, who had been with him the longest, had all achieved level 3 abilities, granting Lin Yao 300 skill points, which he found quite pleasing. Zhou Chuchu, Lu Yan, and Chu Wenwen remained at level 2 but were close to reaching level 3. As he looked at the over 300 skill points on his panel, Lin Yao savored his breakfast, feeling immensely satisfied. He had never been this affluent before. Since he was so well off now, he decided to upgrade his skills, as he had only virus resistance, insight, and all things repel at level 2. Making it the perfect time to elevate them to level 3. I should now be considered a level 3 ability user, Lin Yao thought, gaining a general understanding of his strength. However, he remained somewhat uncertain about how to gauge his true power. He possessed numerous skills, but he assumed he could handle most typical level 3 ability users without issue. Lin Yao realized that advancing his skill from level 3 to level 4 required a staggering expenditure of 1,000 skill points. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. The cost for each incremental level seemed to increase tenfold, and if every skill demanded such an exorbitant amount of points, how would he ever manage? Nevertheless, grumbling aside, life had to go on. Lin Yao instructed Chu Wenwen to stay put and not venture outside, leaving breakfast for the other women before he set out alone. After meandering on the 5th floor for a while, he soon spotted Su Qingyan. Little Yin was doing splendidly. As Lin Yao approached, he affectionately ruffled Su Qingyan's hair. This female zombie was increasingly adept at cooperating with him. Although Su Qingyan couldn't smile, she expressed her joy by shaking her little head excitedly. Come, eat, Lin Yao said, handing her a bag of crystal scraps. For Su Qingyan, the greatest delight was Lin's praise, closely followed by the delectable food he provided her daily. She eagerly accepted the crystals and began to crunch on them with gusto. Lin Yao observed the change in her pupils. After consuming over 200 crystal scraps, they had noticeably shifted from blue to green. Calculating the numbers, Lin Yao deduced that with another 500 crystal scraps, Su Qingyin would ascend to a level 3 zombie. Taking Su Qingyin to another vacant area on the 5th floor, he pointed and instructed. Little Yin, this afternoon, when I signal you, guide the zombies up this corridor. Then, later tonight, lure another group to the corridor where we were last night. Su Qingyin's intelligence resembled that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. While there were many things she didn't understand, following orders was no problem. After she obediently agreed, Lin Yao let her return to the 4th floor. With Lu Desheng and the others assisting him, it was time to accelerate their plans. He aimed to capture the 4th floor swiftly, upgrade the zombie transformation technique to level 4, and then head to the 3rd floor snack street to procure some pots and pans. The hot pot self-heating packages were nearly exhausted, and he was growing weary of instant food. It was high time to acquire some equipment to enjoy warm meals. The reason for delaying his descent was a lingering concern. The zombie outbreak had coincided with noon, when the 3rd floor was likely bustling with diners and consequently swarming with zombies. He couldn't guarantee the absence of advanced zombies lurking there. If they recognized his transformation technique, it would spell disaster. Better to proceed with caution for now. Upon returning to the office, several women had gradually awoken. Fong Yin, upon seeing the food Lin Yao had left for her, felt a swell of gratitude mixed with guilt. Hesitating to eat despite Wu Shuiyin's encouragements, Lin Yao noticed that while the others were enjoying breakfast, Fong Yin was lost in thought, prompting him to ask, "Why aren't you eating, Boss Fong? Is it not to your liking?" Fong Yin quickly stood and shook her head. "Lin, you misunderstand. I simply feel this isn't your team's food. You have worked hard for it, and I cannot accept it without contributing." Lin Yao chuckled softly, taking the food and placing it directly in her hands. "Then why not join our team, Boss Fong?" "But I cannot join," Fong Yin replied, her face tinged with bitterness as she set the food back down. Wu Shuiyin sighed and pulled Lin Yao aside, whispering, "Actually, Fong Jie wants to join, but she has a nephew to care for, and no amount of persuasion seems to work." Understanding dawned on Lin Yao as he returned to Fong Yin, sitting down with a smile. "Boss Fong, you needn't worry too much. My team genuinely prefers not to take in other men. However, if you join us, it would be the best for your nephew." "Huh? How so?" Fong Yin asked, puzzled. "Consider this. If you join my team, I would share the crystals with Lu Desheng and the others in an 80-20 split. Without you, Fong Yi would receive a greater share of the crystals." Lin Yao's words struck a chord with Fong Yin. Although she felt slightly guilty towards Fong Yi, she rationalized that if it meant her nephew could gain strength more quickly than as his aunt, she would have fulfilled her duty. Biting her lip, she hesitated. "Could I discuss this privately first? After all, if I join your team, I would still need Mr. Lu's help with him. Of course, I'll accompany you." Lin Yao stood up, needing to discuss a few matters with Lu Desheng as well. Fong Yin nodded in agreement, changed her clothes in the restroom, and led Lin Yao outside. As Lin Yao watched Fong Yin sway ahead of him, he recalled the fleeting glimpse he had caught earlier. A smile gracing his lips in front of a clothing store, Fong Yin opened the door to find Lu Desheng idly leaning on the cash register, while Ru Tian and Fong Yi were engrossed in conversation. "Auntie, you're back. What are you all doing?" Fong Yi asked, noticing Fong Yin's return with Lin Yao trailing behind her. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Desheng stood up in surprise upon seeing Fong Yin, but his expression changed drastically when he spotted Lin Yao. The previous night had been restless for him, filled with thoughts of Fong Yin, and he couldn't help but harbor suspicions about her visit to Lin Yao's dwelling. What if something happened now that they returned together? A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Desheng. "Auntie, there's something I need to discuss with you," Fong Yin said, glancing at her nephew before nodding at Lu Desheng. Lin Yao greeted Lu Desheng with a friendly smile and settled down nearby, observing the four of them gather together. "What is it, Auntie?" Fong Yi inquired, glancing between Fong Yin and Lin Yao, sensing an underlying tension. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Yin summoned her courage and addressed Fong Yi. "Little Yi, I plan to join Lin Yao's team." "What?" Fong Yi was momentarily stunned, while Lu Desheng stood up in disbelief. "This is unbelievable." Fong Yi shot Lu Desheng a bewildered look. "This is my aunt, not yours. Why are you so excited?" He turned back to Fong Yin. "Auntie, what does joining them entail? Do I have to join too?" Fong Yin hesitated before revealing, "Lin Yao's team only accepts women. You cannot join." "No way. I can't agree." Lu Desheng, unlike the naive Fong Yi, was acutely aware that this was akin to sending Fong Yin into a den of wolves, urgently interjecting to halt the conversation. Fang Yin stood and addressed Lu Desheng. Mr. Lu, I appreciate your concern, but I cannot reciprocate your feelings. Ever since my divorce, I have not allowed any man into my heart. Lu Desheng's face turned pale, while Ru Tian and Fang Yi exchanged clueless glances. Then why do you want to join his team? Lu Desheng felt as if his heart were shattering, pointing at Lin Yao in disbelief. Fang Yin struggled to articulate her thoughts, her internal conflict too complex to explain succinctly. Noticing her hesitation, Lin Yao approached Lu Desheng with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Lu, shall we have a chat? About what? Lu Desheng asked, perplexed. Lin Yao offered him a cigarette and lit one for himself. Boss Fang joining my team would actually benefit both you and your son. Allow me to explain that we're all adults here. Let's set aside romantic notions for now. Consider what you and Ru Tian will do once you escape the mall. Don't tell me you plan to hide at home. If that's your mindset, then those decades of living would have been in vain. Think about it. Sooner or later, someone will discover that zombie crystals can enhance abilities, and all survivors will come to realize this. At that stage, a hierarchy will emerge among the ability users. Those with strength will possess women, crystals, and food, while the weak will be oppressed, violated, and killed. The wisdom of our ancestors, learned through bloodshed centuries ago, should not be forgotten. That's why I established a team. Once we escape them all, I intend to create a safe base where we can band together to withstand not only zombies, but also those with ulterior motives among the ability users. I advise you to form a team as well. Ru Tian and Fang Yi would be your core members. Once we're out, I can assure you that as long as you harbor no ill intentions, our two teams can support each other. Focusing on the present, with Boss Fang joining my team, the distribution will still be 80-20, allowing you, Ru Tian, and Fang Yi to acquire more crystals and grow your strength more rapidly. In this apocalyptic world, what holds more significance than power? Lin Yao's words, while unsettling to Lu Desheng, resonated with undeniable logic. Though he harbored feelings for Fang Yin, they remained unexpressed. He had no standing to oppose her decision. Fang Yin and Lin Yao were extending him respect by explaining their situation, hoping Lu Desheng would take good care of Fang Yi. With the bond of the aunt-nephew relationship in place, Lu Desheng found himself firmly aligned with Lin Yao. He understood that if they faced danger, Lin Yao would not abandon them, especially now that Fang Yin was part of his team. This realization struck Lu Desheng profoundly. It was all about strength. With a sigh, he took the last drag of his cigarette. With strength, he can confidently assert to the woman he secretly admires, I can protect you, rather than merely watching helplessly as she falls into someone else's embrace. Possessing strength, he can also orchestrate others to undertake laborious tasks, akin to Lin Yao, instead of being the one to toil. Lin Yao patted Lu Desheng on the shoulder and turned to Fang Yi, saying, you should stick with your Uncle Lu. Before long, you'll ascend to the position of general manager, become CEO, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. Doesn't that idea excite you a bit? Fang Yi nodded enthusiastically, but then sensed something amiss, his face revealing a naive confusion as he asked, is Uncle Lu starting a company? That's precisely what I mean. Just focus on becoming stronger. After all, you're an adult now, and can't always rely on your aunt's concerns. Lin Yao retorted with an eye roll. Is it just me? Or are university students today rather dim-witted? Fang Yi nodded, as if he half understood. Subsequently, Lin Yao pulled out a map, indicating the time and place for the afternoon's zombie eradication, and prepared to leave with Fang Yin. Hey, Uncle Lin, please take good care of my aunt. Fang Yi called out after Lin Yao's retreating figure. Lin Yao nearly stumbled in surprise. During lunch, with Fang Yin joining, Lin Yao's team held a simple welcoming ceremony, a self-heating hot pot feast. Observing the gradually bustling office and the women clad in men's attire, Lin Yao resolved to seize the fourth floor as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Lin Yao's team, alongside Lu Desheng and others, began constructing obstacles in the second vacant lot, working diligently until 3 o'clock. After a brief respite, they prepared to lure the zombies. This time, Lin Yao's entire team was deployed, while the young Chu Wenwen insisted on staying. Upon realizing that her ability ensured safety wherever she remained, she resolutely refused to leave. Very well, the boss lady and Fang Yin will keep an eye on her. Lin Yao instructed them to stay on the 6th floor, signaling Su Qingyan. Before long, the corridor echoed with the roars of countless zombies. This time, there were no decoys. Lin Yao boldly stood at the corridor's entrance, serving as bait, calmly observing the zombies surge forward. Now, that is true bravery. Lu Tian and Fang Yi held immeasurable admiration for Lin Yao. their own courage to face the horde of zombies still lacking. As the zombies approached, Lin Yao sprinted away. The dense mass of undead began flooding the 5th floor. Drawing from previous experience, without waiting for Lin Yao's signal, Uxin seized the moment and unleashed her ultrasonic ability on the zombies below. Attack! At Lin Yao's command, everyone launched their assault on the dazed zombies. Liu Deshang let out a roar, seemingly channeling his heartbreak into a fierce drive to slay the undead. His physique rapidly expanded, gaining considerable height, with black fur sprouting and his face transforming into something akin to a bear's. Bear strength? Lin Yao quipped while shooting zombies. Fang Yi, possessing agility-based powers, moved so swiftly that only a fleeting shadow could be seen darting about. However, while Fang Yi's speed was remarkable, his physical strength had not been significantly enhanced. After a flurry of actions, he had only managed to dispatch a few. Zombies fell in droves, and a minute later, Uxin's ability waned, allowing the zombies to regain their mobility and charge towards them. Liu Laoj, Fang Yi, fall back, Lin Yao shouted to Liu Tian. Do not let them approach. Following Lin Yao's command, Liu Deshang and Fang Yi retreated behind him to rest, while Liu Tian stepped forward to unleash his powers, summoning gusts of wind that slowed the advancing zombies. Lin Yao, Yu Qian, and Lu Yin also employed their abilities to decimate the undead, while Zhou Chuchu remained hidden at the back, not engaging. One must always be wary. Chuchu, stay at the rear and keep a lookout for any treachery from Liu Deshang and the others, Lin Yao instructed. Zhou Chuchu diligently committed Lin Yao's directive to memory. Soon, Uxin activated her second wave of powers, prompting Liu Tian to fall back while Liu Deshang and Fang Yi charged forward once more. By the time Uxin's second ability concluded, only a dozen zombies remained, but Lin Yao astutely noted that among them lurked a second-level zombie. Be cautious of the one in the middle. It is a level 2 zombie, Lin Yao warned, pointing at the agile creature dodging among the horde. This zombie, covered in spikes like a porcupine yet with a well-protected head, had retained a modicum of intelligence. Realizing it was surrounded, it let out a furious roar and charged toward Fang Yi. Xiao Yi, Fang Yin called out from above, urgently warning him. Being Fang Ye's first encounter with zombie combat, he instinctively screamed and fled as the formidable zombie barreled toward him. However, as he ran, the zombie broke free from the encirclement, plowing through obstacles with reckless abandon. Do not let it escape. Lin Yao nearly lost his temper over Fang Ye's panic. This guy was as fast as the level 2 zombie. What was the point of fleeing? If only he could stall it for a moment, Lin Yao would have a chance to shoot it in the head with an arrow. As the zombie surged into the building, Lin Yao instructed Yu Qian to handle the remaining zombies and swiftly pursued the fleeing creature. How terrifying! The level 2 zombie howled as it fled. When Lin Yao caught up, he found the level 2 zombie had crashed into their office, shattering the glass as it barreled inside. Phew! Thankfully, Wenwen didn't want to stay in there. Lin Yao, familiar with the office layout, dashed in, grateful for Chu Wenwen's ability to avoid danger. The level 2 zombie rampaged through the office, but when it found no escape, it hesitated momentarily before charging at Lin Yao. Instead of using his crossbow, Lin Yao brandished a large cleaver, delivering a decisive blow. With a sickening thud, the zombie's head flew off, rolling across the floor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Yu Qian arrived holding a cleaver. Is everything resolved on your end? Lin Yao inquired, pocketing the blue crystal he retrieved from the defeated level 2 zombie. Why? Yu Qian nodded, her attention drawn to the crystal in Lin Yao's hand. Is the crystal from the level 2 zombie blue? Indeed, it's my first time seeing such a thing. Besides the pupils, it seems the crystals also change color, Lin Yao mused while examining the blue crystal, noting its energy was far denser than that of the white level 1 crystals. After stowing the crystal away, Lin Yao returned to the battlefield, delegating Wu Shuiyin and Zhou Chuchu to supervise while he led the other women in search of a new residence. The office had been utterly wrecked by the level 2 zombie, and tidying it up would be too cumbersome. Furthermore, with the glass shattered, the women were reluctant to sleep there. After searching the entire 5th floor, it was Chu Wenwen who reminded them. I remember there's a furniture store on the 6th floor. My parents took me there once. The group ascended to the 6th floor, discovering a spacious furniture store. Elegantly furnished like a home, complete with a living room, bathroom, dining area, and several bedrooms. How did I not notice such a wonderful place before? Lin Yao remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the decor. After several days of sleeping on the floor, they could finally rest on beds tonight. Most importantly, everyone would not have to share a room. Without the little light bulb that was Chu Wanwen, he could finally implement his plans for expansion. Throughout the afternoon, the women cleared the area around the furniture store of zombie corpses. At 6 o'clock, Lu Deshang and the others returned, each carrying bags filled with crystals. Lin Xiaoga, we eliminated a total of 308 zombies this afternoon. After accounting for the damaged ones, we collected 254 crystals. Please verify the count, Lu Deshang said, feeling utterly exhausted. His ability was only at level 1, and he had exerted considerable effort during the battle. After slaying the zombies, he had to lead the two inexperienced youths in collecting crystals, which left him thoroughly worn out. Zhou Chuchu discreetly nodded at Lin Yao, confirming Lu Deshang's honesty and that he hadn't pocketed any for himself. Ah, Lu Laoj, you've worked hard. Here, take a moment to rest and have some water, Lin Yao said, genuinely pleased with Lu Deshang's integrity, handing him a bottle of mineral water. Lu Deshang accepted it gratefully, gulping it down without hesitation. By the way, Lu Laoj, have you named your team yet? Lin Yao inquired, impressed by Lu Deshang's demeanor as he packed 52 crystals into a bag and placed it at his feet. Ha ha ha, thank you. Lin Xiaoga, as for our team name, you might find it amusing. My son suggested, Lu Dachong. Lu Deshang chuckled. Noticing that Lin Yao had given them an extra crystal, he felt deeply appreciative. Lu Dachong? Lin Yao paused, then burst into laughter, realizing it was a pun on Lu Deshang's name. Indeed. While the name may not be melodious, I have no intention of changing it. Perhaps one day, our Lu Dachong team will become renowned worldwide. Lu Deshang chuckled heartily. As the two exchanged light banter, Lin Yao noticed the women from his team returning, aware that as an outsider, he should not overstay his welcome. Lu Laoj, wait a moment. Take these provisions with you. We have a tough battle ahead tonight, so ensure those two young lads pull their weight, Lin Yao urged, handing Lu Deshang a pile of food while casting him a knowing glance. He did not wish for any more incidents like the one involving Fang Yi that night. Thank you, Lin Xiaoga. To be honest, we have indeed run out of food. Rest assured, those two lads will not lag behind tonight. Lu Deshang nodded slightly, exchanging a knowing glance that indicated his understanding. Chapter 42. Do you believe me when I say I have nowhere to sleep? Fang Yin, standing nearby, deciphered the unspoken communication between the two men. After Lu Deshang departed, she approached Lin Yao, lowering her head and saying, Lin Yao, Xiao Yi has indeed been a bit off today. I apologize on his behalf. Please do not hold it against him. He is still young. Perhaps, should I scold him now? Lin Yao raised a hand to stop her. There is no need for you to apologize. It is not your fault. If you truly felt inclined to reprimand him, you would have done so by now. Rather than waiting until this moment, I am not so petty as to blame him for such a minor issue. After all, it has not led to any serious consequences. I merely asked Lu Deshang to give him a gentle admonition. Lu Deshang is now the leader of his team. He ought to possess a modicum of authority befitting his position. Moreover, Fang Yi requires growth. It is often men who best teach other men, so your involvement is unnecessary. Fang Yi nodded. Initially, her concern for her nephew had been instinctual, but upon reflection, she recognized that these are not peaceful times. If Fang Yi does not mature, even with Lin Yao's protection, he may commit grievous errors in the future. It is better to educate him now while there is still time. Speaking of which, you are not much older than Xiao Yi, yet you seem far more mature, Fang Yin observed, gazing at Lin Yao. This man, though evidently youthful, exudes a maturity that surpasses that of his peers. Lin Yao chuckled. Indeed? I have matured. If Boss Fang does not harvest soon, the fruit will rot. Rascal. Such a lack of decorum. Fang Yin blushed and playfully swatted his arm. The moment those words left her lips, both fell silent, their eyes locking in a moment thick with unspoken tension. Lin Yao, I am hungry. Suddenly, Lu Yan's voice pierced the air, shattering the atmosphere between them. Fang Yin stepped back, casting Lin Yao a lingering glance before fleeing. Always thinking about food. At this rate, you will become a glutton, Lin Yao teased as he returned to the dining area to distribute food among the women. Glancing at the dwindling supplies in their storage, Lin Yao sighed. His team had now expanded to 7 members, resulting in a staggering daily food consumption. His stock was nearing depletion, and he needed to hasten the pace of upgrades. After the meal, Lin Yao evenly divided the crystals among them, keeping the green second-level crystals in his pocket for the time being. He intended to wait until he acquired more second-level crystals before distributing them, as any allocation now would only incite jealousy. Following absorption, Zhou Chuchu, Lu Yin, and Chu Wenwen had all upgraded to level 3, while Fang Yin had reached level 2. The others remained stagnant. Notably, Lu Yan's advancement granted him an impressive 100 skill points. And after the afternoon skirmish with zombies, his total had risen to 400. Unfortunately, he still could not level up. Lin Yao mused that he needed to gather Zhou Chuchu and Boss Fang as well. Otherwise, their abilities would advance while he reaped no benefits. After completing the absorption, they rested until 9 p.m., at which point Lin Yao led the group to the square, where Lu Desheng's team awaited them. Noticing Fang Ye's determined expression, it was clear he had received encouragement after Lu Desheng's reprimand as before. Lin Yao signaled Su Qingyan, and waves of zombies began to surge forward. This time, there were no second-level zombies. And with the team's growing combat experience, they encountered no unexpected difficulties. Over 300 zombies fell to the ground. Calculating, Lin Yao realized he had slain nearly 1,000 zombies on the 4th floor. With approximately 1,000 remaining, if he exerted himself, he could eliminate them all by the day after tomorrow. Leaving Zhou Chuchu and Yu Qian to supervise, Lin Yao returned to the furniture store for some rest. He instructed Chu Wenwen to bathe and sleep first, and after finishing his own shower, he found an empty room and lay down on the large bed, filled with anticipation. Which esteemed concubine would grace his bed tonight? Would it be Empress Wu, concubine Yu, or Lady Lu? Clad in shorts and reclining comfortably, he awaited their arrival. As the clock approached midnight, Lin Yao's door finally swung open, revealing a visitor who completely took him by surprise. Do you believe me when I say I have nowhere to sleep? Fang Yin stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Having been the last to shower, she emerged to find Wu Shuiyan already asleep with Chu Wenwen, while Yu Xian and Lu Yin shared a bed. There was one empty bed left, but considering she had arrived last, she felt compelled to leave it for Yu Qian and Zhou Chuchu, who were still supervising. Thus, she had no choice but to seek refuge in Lin Yao's room. After much deliberation, Fang Yin mustered her courage and pushed open Lin Yao's door. Lin Yao's expression brightened. I believe you. I believe you. An hour later, Lin Yao, content and smoking, observed that Fang Yin had already fallen asleep. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired his 6th woman. The reward system grants 1 lottery draw. Ding! The system triggers an additional reward. The host receives 50 points in physical enhancement attributes. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Lin Yao chuckled, unable to contain his delight. Once again, he had triggered an additional reward, this time totaling 50 attribute points, which he allocated evenly among all attributes except charm. As for charm, he would enhance that once he had truly grown powerful. At present, strengthening his abilities took precedence. He decided to postpone the lottery draw given by the system, planning to wait until morning when he could embrace Chu Wenwen and draw then. He believed her aura was fortuitous, perhaps allowing him to obtain what he desired. Lu Desheng and his team toiled until 1 a.m., exhausted but finally delivering the crystals. Zhou Chuchu, oblivious to the scene before her, opened Lin Yao's door only to be startled by the sight of him and Fang Yin together. Quickly slamming the door and exclaiming, Lin Yao, they have finished. Do you want to receive the results? Goodness, how could it have escalated so quickly? Zhou Chuchu felt her face flush with heat. All right, I will be out shortly. Lin Yao replied, dressing and making his way to the living area. Rodeo, you must be weary. Here, take this pack of cigarettes, Lin Yao said, tossing a pack to Lu Desheng. Noticing Lin Yao's refreshed demeanor, Lu Desheng, understanding the unspoken camaraderie of adults, smiled broadly and said, Thank you, Lin Xiaoguhi. Tonight, we eliminated 332 zombies and collected 273 crystals. Please confirm the count. I no need to confirm. I trust your integrity, Lu Laoguo. Please take your share and rest early. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. Lin Yao expressed his full confidence in him. Excellent. Thank you for your trust, Lin Xiaoguo. We will strive to reach level 2 as soon as possible and will not disappoint you. Lu Desheng replied cheerfully, gathering his team's crystals before taking his leave. After bidding Lu Desheng farewell, Lin Yao turned to find Zhou Chuchu still lingering, her cheeks flushed as she stared at him. Is something the matter? Lin Yao inquired as he approached her. Chapter 43. My grandfather always said, Zhou Chuchu, feeling the closeness between them, took a step back, her face burning and unable to meet his gaze. In their team, aside from Chu Wenwen, the rest were Lin Yao's women. Zhou Chuchu had always feared that one day she might also be charmed into his bed, and she had harbored a lingering apprehension towards him. However, after spending these days together, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Especially during their battles with zombies, Lin Yao's strength and composure exuded a magnetic allure that she struggled to resist, though their interactions had been innocuous. Witnessing Fang Yin join the team for just one day and immediately become intimate with Lin Yao sparked a sense of urgency within her. Such an exceptional man, if she did not act soon. She feared she might find herself relegated to the sidelines. Thus, after Lu Desheng's departure, Zhou Chuchu steeled herself to confess her feelings to Lin Yao. Yet, she had never confessed to a man before. She had always been the one receiving declarations, and she had never agreed. Unsure if Lin Yao reciprocated her feelings, she worried about what would happen if her confession failed. How would they coexist under the same roof thereafter? Lin Yao, Zhou Chuchu struggled to articulate her emotions. What is wrong? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Lin Yao, oblivious to the subtleties of a girl's heart, mistook her flushed cheeks for illness and reached out to touch her forehead. The warmth of his broad hand sent Zhou Chuchu retreating once more. Flustered, I am not feverish. What I meant to say is, I also. Zhou Chuchu's heart raced, and the words I can also be your girlfriend clung stubbornly to her throat, refusing to emerge. You also what? Lin Yao was even more confused. This girl had never stuttered before. Zhou Chuchu mentally urged herself forward, biting her lip and gazing earnestly at Lin Yao. I also. My grandfather always said that even in the heat, one must keep their belly covered while sleeping, or else one might catch a cold. Please be cautious not to fall ill with that. She froze momentarily before dashing away, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Lin Yao, taken aback, murmured, I know. My mother told me that long ago. Why would she say this to me? Bewildered, he returned to his room to sleep. Heavens, what have I just said? Zhou Chuchu cried as she rushed into the bathroom, lamenting her own cowardice. Early the next morning, Lin Yao rose with a remarkable vitality. Despite having spent an hour in playful banter with Fang Yin before finally succumbing to sleep the previous night, he found that his exceptional constitution allowed him to recover to peak condition even after just 2 to 3 hours of rest. Upon entering the living room, he discovered Chu Wenwen playing alone, exploring her surroundings with delightful curiosity. Lin Yao was quite fond of this sensible little girl. He scooped her up into his arms and offered her bread, eggs, and milk to enjoy while nestled close. Let the lottery commence. I desire a space stone. I yearn for a space stone. I demand a space stone. The pointer whirled, and Lin Yao fervently repeated his wish in his mind, as his utmost desire at that moment was indeed the space stone, which would allow him to expand his storage capacity. With food supplies dwindling, he felt an urgent need to eliminate the zombies on the 4th floor over the next couple of days, and then scour the 3rd floor for sustenance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a premium space stone. 1 piece. Congratulations, host. You have acquired level 1 psychic detection skill. Nice. Lin Yao exclaimed exuberantly, startling Chu Wenwen in his embrace. Noticing the frightened expression on her face, he quickly reassured her, Wenwen, do not be afraid. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Why are you so happy, brother? Chu Wenwen asked, confusion evident in her eyes. Because our dear Wenwen is simply the best. Lin Yao gazed fondly at the little girl. Feeling increasingly affectionate, he realized that in future lotteries, he would be counting on her. Believing Lin Yao was praising her for being a good eater, Chu Wenwen beamed with pride. Wenwen has always been able to eat by herself. After playing with Chu Wenwen for a while, Lin Yao turned his attention to the descriptions of the items and skills he had acquired. Premium Space Stone. Can expand current storage capacity tenfold. Level 1 Psychic Detection. The host can expend mental energy, 1 point of mental energy per minute, to detect all objects within a 20-meter radius. Marvelous, marvelous. Now, with his storage space currently at 5 cubic meters, a 10-fold expansion would yield 50 cubic meters, significantly increasing his capacity for supplies, and providing him with greater confidence for his expedition to the 3rd floor. Eager to test the new psychic detection skill, Lin Yao activated it, and all objects within a 20-meter radius flooded his mind, akin to a 3D holographic image. Seated in the living room, he could discern the sleeping postures of several women in the bedroom. The dust on the floor, and every minute detail. This was incredible. He was thoroughly impressed with the skill, which proved far more useful than the boss lady's X-ray vision. Even if supplies were hidden in obscure corners when he ventured to the 3rd floor, They would not evade his detection. With over 700 skill points accrued, Lin Yao promptly invested 110 points to upgrade this skill to level 3, extending its range to 100 meters. The energy expenditure was manageable. With his current 37 points of mental energy, sustaining it for half an hour posed no challenge. By 9 a.m., the women began to wake up one by one, with Zhou Chuchu sporting dark circles under her eyes. Casting a resentful glance at Lin Yao in response to the concern of the other women, she could only shake her head, indicating she was fine. What could she say? That she wished to confess her feelings to their husband but was too shy to succeed. After ensuring the women had absorbed the crystal fragments from the previous night, Lin Yao warned them to remain indoors while he went out to rendezvous with Su Qingyan. Unbeknownst to anyone, not only did Lin Yao's household remain steadfast, but outside, a horde of zombies was also gathering. He handed all the crystal shells from yesterday, over 600 in total, to Su Qingyan. After consuming the crystals, Su Qingyan's pupils grew increasingly green, and her demeanor began to exhibit a newfound intelligence, even smiling at Lin Yao and displaying simple acts of affection. Observing the fierce zombie clinging to his arm with a look of adoration, Lin Yao felt a mix of trepidation and delight. The thrill of the situation was undeniably exhilarating. However, when it came to the last few remaining crystal fragments, Su Qingyan adamantly refused to consume them. Not tasty, not tasty, she insisted, shaking her head at the final few crystals while tugging at Lin Yao's arm. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yao considered that he had already fed Su Qingyan over 1,000 crystal shells. Perhaps she had grown weary of the flavor? If that were the case, he would provide her with a new taste. Pulling out the soul level 2 cyan crystal, Su Qingyan's eyes lit up at the sight, and she eagerly snatched it from his hand to feed it to herself. Su Qingyan, you've reached level 3. Chapter 44, King of Zombies and the Queen. Name, Su Qingyan, level 3 Zombie King, age, 25, height, 167 centimeters, measurements, 38D-21-24, charm rating, A, loyalty, 98, offspring, none, abilities, Bloodblade Claws level 3 now. As a level 3 zombie, Su Qingyan bore the title of Zombie King and had quietly awakened her extraordinary abilities, attaining level 3 powers upon her first awakening. It seemed that the evolution of zombie abilities paralleled that of humans, sharing both similarities and distinctions. Lin Yao pondered deeply while observing Su Qingyan's transformation. Fortunately, his zombie transformation technique could conceal zombies below level 4, so Su Qingyan remained unaware that her husband was meant to be her prey. As Su Qingyan ascended to the status of Zombie King, her entire aura began to shift subtly. While her gaze toward Lin Yao was still filled with love, her demeanor toward others now carried a hint of authority and coldness. I believe I can nurture a zombie empress, Lin Yao thought, filled with anticipation for Su Qingyan's future. Imagining himself as a human savior by day and indulging in intimacy with the zombie empress by night, he felt a surge of excitement at the thought of ruling the world. Yet for now, he decided to take things step by step, instructing Su Qingyan to return to the 4th floor and await his signal. In the afternoon, Lin Yao's team, in collaboration with the Lu Dachong team, successfully eliminated over 300 zombies, earning him more than 100 skill points and 27 attribute points. By nightfall, Su Qingyan attracted another wave of over 300 zombies, bringing Lin Yao's skill points to an unprecedented total of over 800, nearing 900, along with an additional 30 attribute points. The fruits of his labor that day meant that only about 300 zombies remained on the entire 4th floor, making it considerably emptier. Luring these zombies upstairs would prove to be much more challenging. Seeing the women exhausted, Lin Yao urged them to take baths and rest while he sat alone on the bed. Tallying his gains, host, Lin Yao, strength, 52, defense, 56, agility, 52, mental power, 59, charm, 7, skill points, 876, skills, night vision, fireball level 3, virus resistance level 3, monster leveling level 3, zombie transformation level 3, zombie language, clarity level 3, all things disperse level 3, psychic detection level 3, items, advanced alloy crossbow arrows, storage space, 50 cubic meters. Now, his attributes had strengthened significantly, far surpassing his initial capabilities. His raw physical strength now greatly exceeded that of the level 3 strength-based Yuqian. Tomorrow, I will venture down and begin hunting the remaining zombies alongside Ziyanyan. Once we conquer the 4th floor, All these women in the house can finally don dresses. However, 2 level 2 zombies still remained upstairs. He needed to locate and eliminate them with Su Qingyin before they could escape. Lying back on the large bed, Lin Yao pondered the actions of the following day while smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, the door to his bedroom swung open once more. Huh? Boss lady? Lin Yao was taken aback to find it was Wu Shuiyin who had arrived. What about Chu Wenwen? Seemingly reading Lin Yao's thoughts, Wu Shuiyin rolled her beautiful eyes playfully. What? Are you displeased with my age and appearance? Should I return to raising children? Not at all. How could I be? Come, has the Empress been thinking of me extra lately? Lin Yao grinned mischievously, patting the bed. Wu Shuiyin smiled seductively. I dream of you day and night. As dawn broke, Lin Yao reunited with Su Qingyin, bringing along the 700 crystal shells he had collected the previous day. However, after consuming the level 2 cyan crystal, Su Qingyin adamantly refused to eat the simple level 1 white crystals. You little one. Are you being picky? Lin Yao sighed in exasperation. Su Qingyin seemed to sense that Lin Yao no longer had the delightful treats from yesterday, adorably leaning against him. I'm not hungry. Let us go to the 4th floor. Guided by Su Qingyin, Lin Yao made his way to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was even more spacious than the 5th, with a greater number of storefronts. Since the zombies had been lured to the 5th floor for extermination, there were not many corpses to be found here. Su Qingyin led Lin Yao through a winding path until they arrived at a women's clothing store, where a pair of young male and female zombies were wandering. Upon spotting Su Qingyin, they both rushed forward, howling, Queen, Your Excellency. Huh? Lin Yao was puzzled. Had Su Qingyin taken them under her wing? Su Qingyin nodded humanely and gestured for Lin Yao. This is my husband. He shall be your king from now on. The 2 young zombies, appearing to be a couple due to their matching outfits, looked at Lin Yao with disdain. From Lin Yao's perspective, the female zombie, while not as towering as Su Qingyin, was still quite appealing. Seeing a level 2 zombie attempting to claim Lin Yao as their king, they were clearly displeased. You are unworthy, the male zombie roared at Lin Yao. Su Qingyin was immediately incensed, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon him. Her nails began to elongate slowly, ready to teach the male zombie a lesson, but she was halted by Lin Yao. Little thing, I was already prepared to end you. This is of your own making. Do you still recognize him? Lin Yao asked, pointing at the male zombie before turning to the female zombie. No. The female zombie replied hesitantly, for once one transforms into a zombie, they lose the memories of their former life. Well, that's good, Lin Yao nodded, suddenly extending his large hand to seize the male zombie by the neck. The male zombie was caught off guard, struggling fiercely for a moment, but Lin Yao's other hand pressed down on his shoulder. And with a forceful pull, the male zombie's head was wrenched off, resulting in a scene of unparalleled brutality. Su Qingyin gazed adoringly at Lin Yao, truly impressed by her husband's prowess. The female zombie, taken aback, was astonished at how this peer among zombies was even more terrifying than the queen herself. The headless corpse of the male zombie fell heavily to the ground, while Lin Yao held up its severed head and turned to the female zombie. Do you think I am worthy of being your king? Why, yes. Although the female zombie's intelligence was limited, her inherent nature to fear the strong was evident, prompting her to respond quickly. In that case, are you willing to become my woman? From now on, you shall assist the queen, Lin Yao stated, clearly satisfied with the female zombie's reaction. Su Qingyin and the female zombie were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yinyin, you are to become the queen of all zombies. One person is not enough. You will need help, Lin Yao said, noticing a hint of jealousy on Su Qingyin's face, and he quickly offered her reassurance. Chapter 45. Occupying the 4th floor, only then did Su Qingyin regain her smile, realizing that her husband had done all this for her. She then turned to the female zombie and commanded. Agree to him. Lin Yao secretly sighed in relief, glad that Su Qingyin was straightforward. The female zombie dared not oppose, timidly replying, I am willing. Ding. Detected that the host has acquired the 7th woman. Reward system lottery activated once. Lin Yao suppressed his inner excitement, expressionless as he nodded and handed over all the white crystal shells that Su Qingyin had refused to eat. It was the female zombie's first encounter with crystals. Instinctively, she grabbed the crystal and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling her thanks as she ate. Thank you. Thank you. Once the crystal shell was consumed, Lin Yao observed that the female zombie's pupils had largely shifted from blue to green, indicating she was not far from becoming a level 3 zombie king. Name: Wang Jialing, level 2 zombie, age, 19, height, 166 centimeters, measurements, 34B-20-21, charm rating, A, loyalty, 80, offspring, none, special ability, yet to awaken. Lin Yao reviewed the female zombie's personal information. Nodding to himself, she retained a simple mind, and as long as she agreed to become his woman, her loyalty would be high. Unlike Lu Yin, that arrogant star, who still languished at 30 loyalty without any progress. From now on, you shall be called Wang Jialing. Lin Yao unabashedly returned the female zombie's name to her. Okay. Wang Jialing quickly consented. With one level 2 zombie being recruited and another slain, Lin Yao led the two of them to an open space. Instructing Su Qingyin to gather the other zombies, that Su Qingyin had already become the queen of all zombies on the 4th floor, and with her command, all the zombies assembled on a high platform. Lin Yao stood with Su Qingyin and Wang Jialing, looking down at the densely packed level 1 zombies below. These zombies were puzzled as to why the 3 high-level zombie kings above them remained silent. Yet the inherent pressure exerted by higher-level zombies rendered them only able to emit soft growls. Su Qingyin also wondered why Lin Yao had summoned them without uttering a word. Lin, what do we need to arrange for them? Su Qingyin inquired softly. Meanwhile, Lin Yao was employing his mental detection skill, mapping the appearances and physiques of all the zombies in his mind. Don't rush. I'm selecting, Lin Yao replied without turning his head. Selecting. Su Qingyin did not understand what selection meant, but as it was her man's affair, she supported him unconditionally at that moment. Lin Yao was indeed selecting. This one is quite pretty, but alas, I can see from the stitching of her lips that she has tasted human flesh. Oh dear, this one has a good figure, but her makeup is too heavy. Her true appearance is likely unappealing. This one? Never mind, she's too dark. This one's legs are not appealing. This one, too flat. This one is quite clean, but there are pimples on her face. Forget it. After a round of selection, Lin Yao found none to his liking. It was not surprising that there were no beauties on the 4th floor. They had all been eliminated by him. Previously, when he had lured over 1,000 zombies to the 5th floor, many of them had included beautiful zombies, but at that time, he was solely focused on killing zombies to grow stronger and had no opportunity to recruit any beautiful female zombies. However, it was no concern. Were there not plenty of beauties in this world? He could always venture out to find more. Xiao Yinyin, Xiao Lingling, these zombies are all useless. Let's kill them all together, leaving only their heads. Lin Yao, utterly disappointed, issued the command for execution. Su Qingyin was perplexed, but she unconditionally obeyed Lin Yao's words, leaping forward first. Her nails had grown to 10 centimeters long, resembling Wolverine's claws, and with a swipe, several heads flew off. Seeing her queen leap into action, Wang Jialing followed suit. Though she had not yet awakened her special ability, her physical prowess already surpassed several times that of the zombies present. She violently emulated Lin Yao's earlier actions, grabbing a zombie's head and yanking it off like a turnip. Observing the two women in such a brutal display, Lin Yao scratched his head and began to control his crossbow to shoot down the zombies one by one. The level 1 zombies, witnessing their queen's wrath, panicked and scattered. However, at Su Qingyin's furious roar, they were compelled to turn back. Thus, the zombies alternated between fleeing and returning, creating a comically chaotic scene in just a few minutes. The open space was littered with corpses. All the zombies were either dismembered or had crossbow bolts embedded in their heads. Seeing the two female zombies drenched in blood, Lin Yao kindly led them to the public restroom, connecting the water pipe for another round of bathing their zombie forms. Xiao Yinyin, all the zombies on the 4th floor have been eliminated. You and Xiao Lingling should head to the 3rd floor and see if there are many level 2 zombies there. And whether any are of your level, I will come down to find you tomorrow. After dressing Su Qingyin in women's attire, Lin Yao tossed her a green crystal he had surreptitiously extracted from Wang Jialing's boyfriend's head. Su Qingyin gleefully accepted the green crystal, disregarding Wang Jialing's envious gaze, and swallowed it in one gulp. After agreeing, she took Wang Jialing to the 3rd floor. Lin Yao did not rush to enter the 3rd floor. His zombie transformation skill was about to expire. Activating his mental detection, Lin Yao reverted to human form and wandered around the 4th floor. Half an hour later, Lin Yao sighed in resignation. There were no survivors left on the entire 4th floor. It was no surprise. With the overwhelming number of zombies on the 4th floor, even if a few survivors had managed to evade them, they ultimately succumbed to starvation due to a lack of food. There were only 2 convenience stores on the 4th floor, and Lin Yao's inventory was replenished once more. After disposing of all the corpses on the 4th floor, Lin Yao returned to the 5th floor. Directing the Liu Dachong team to designated locations to excavate crystals, Liu Dachong, brimming with enthusiasm, took Liu Tian and Fang Yi to dig for crystals. Although the daily task of digging for crystals was disgusting and tiring, the tangible increase in strength kept the 3 men motivated. Upon returning to the 6th floor, during lunch, Lin Yao announced this news to them. The entire 4th floor has been cleared. From now on, we will rest here at night, and the battlefield for slaying zombies will shift to the 4th floor during the day. Today, you all get a day off. Feel free to go to the 4th floor and pick out your favorite clothes. Tomorrow, we shall continue our hunt for zombies. This announcement elicited cheers and excitement from the women. Wow! Finally, we can go to the women's clothing area. I no longer wish to wear these men's clothes. I want to pick skirts, all sorts of beautiful skirts. Let us go, let us go. I can't wait any longer. I want to go now. Hey, don't rush. Let's finish eating first. I want to pick out some lingerie first. Watching the women in their excited frenzy, Lin Yao felt anticipation as well. Though these women were beautiful, their allure was stifled by the men's clothing they wore daily. Chapter 46. Crossbow Evolution. All the women hurriedly went to the 4th floor to choose clothes, leaving Lin Yao with Chu Wanwan. There was no choice. It was time for the lottery, and he needed to ride on this girl's luck. Holding the bewildered Chu Wanwan, Lin Yao began the lottery, internally chanting once more, I want a space stone. I want a space stone. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a premium space stone. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a crystal forging stone. Incredible. My Wanwan is truly remarkable. Lin Yao was overjoyed, lifting Chu Wanwan high in the air. Her luck was indeed extraordinary. Though Chu Wanwan was puzzled, seeing Lin Yao so pleased with her, a joyful smile spread across her face. Utilizing the exquisite spatial stone, Lin Yao's storage capacity has expanded tenfold, reaching a staggering 500 cubic meters, equivalent to more than 2 swimming pools. As a result, his supplies now occupy merely a small corner within this vast space. With such ample room, Lin Yao is confident that he can completely clear out all the food on the 3rd floor by tomorrow. Additionally, he is equally delighted with the crystal forging stone, as it is intended for upgrading his crossbow bolts. After utilizing the crystal forging stone, his high-grade alloy crossbow bolts have evolved. Crystal crossbow bolt can be fired from any position within a 2-meter radius, with a speed comparable to that of a sniper rifle bullet, unlimited in quantity, with a maximum range of 800 meters, requires system-generated materials for upgrades. Lin Yao toyed with the translucent crossbow bolt in his hand. Its design was exceptionally simple, yet it was entirely crafted from crystal. Although its resilience might not match that of alloy materials, its sharpness and lethality far surpassed that of the alloy crossbow bolts. The crossbow bolt is his primary means of attack, and with this enhancement, Lin Yao is confident that the crystal crossbow bolt could easily slay a level 3 zombie. He devoted all the skill points he had painstakingly accumulated, over 1,000, into the zombie transformation skill, elevating it to level 4. Zombie transformation level 4. The host can transform into a level 3 zombie king for up to 2 hours daily. Note: this is merely a superficial transformation, devoid of the zombie virus, and can be detected by zombies of level 5 and above. After sending Chu Wanwan away, Lin Yao discreetly transformed in the bathroom, resembling Su Qingyin with his pupils turned green, the entire aura of the zombie becoming notably more chilling. Gazing at his emptied skill points, Lin Yao sighed. There simply aren't enough zombies to slay. Throughout the afternoon, several women on the 4th floor joyfully sifted through clothing, while Lin Yao remained on the 5th floor, catching up on sleep. The mental strain of activating his psychic detection while slaying zombies had drained much of his energy, so he needed to recuperate. Midway through, Lu Desheng came up to present him with over 200 crystals, and it wasn't until evening that the women returned, each laden with several shopping bags, chattering excitedly. After all, this was one of the larger shopping malls in Zhonghan City, and the variety and styles in the women's clothing section were indeed abundant. Moreover, the joy of a zero-cost shopping spree is something that money alone cannot buy. I absolutely adore Chanel clothing. I hesitated to buy it before, but now I can finally fulfill my wish. Not only clothes, but the quantity of cosmetics and skincare products was also considerable. It was a pity that with only 2 hands, one could only carry so much. Indeed, There are still so many beautiful garments. I wish I could take them all home. I managed to grab quite a bit. About those selections you made, make sure one doesn't see them. In truth, Lin Yao could have stored all the women's clothing from the fourth floor into the storage space, but his cautious nature led him to prioritize storing supplies and food first. If there was extra space afterward, he would consider clothing. If not, he could always find another woman to draw from. Observing the returning women, Lin Yao's eyes lit up. There seemed to be a silent competition among them. As they not only donned clean new outfits but also applied makeup, they looked stunning. These women were already strikingly beautiful, and with their enhancements, it was akin to the joy of an ancient emperor. The following morning, Lin Yao rose energetically, stretching comfortably. What a refreshing sensation. After breakfast, he allowed the women to rest at the furniture store while he joined Su Qingyin and Wang Jialing on the fourth floor. Upon seeing Lin Yao, Wang Jialing was momentarily stunned. This king, who was her peer yesterday, had transformed into a zombie king today. Lin, there are numerous zombies on the third floor. 12 of them are level 2 zombies. Su Qingyin reported about the situation on the third floor. Now, thanks to Lin Yao's guidance, Su had learned to count up to 200, though that was the extent of her numerical prowess. She could not provide a rough estimate of the total number of zombies on the third floor. All right, let us go down together. Lin Yao nodded, signaling Su Qingyin to lead the way. Upon arriving on the third floor, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. So many. There were far too many zombies. Unlike the women's clothing section on the fourth floor, the third floor was teeming with zombies to the point where one would inevitably step on them with just a few strides. Filling the various snack streets and eateries. After a quick estimation, he concluded there were no fewer than 5,000 zombies in total. One could only say that the people of Huaguo were indeed food enthusiasts. Fortunately, he had refrained from letting Su Qingyin recklessly initiate a massacre, as Lin Yao had spotted several exquisite female zombies. However, similarly, there was not a single living person on the third floor, not rushing to form a harem of zombies. Lin Yao first headed to the snack street. Unfortunately, after perusing, he found that all the food had either been trampled or had rotted, as the zombie outbreak had occurred over 10 days ago. And the mall had lost power long before, causing the refrigerated food to spoil. Nonetheless, many barbecue grills and iron plates remained usable, which Lin Yao collected without hesitation. After finding the snack street unfruitful, Lin Yao explored the kitchens of several restaurants, acquiring a few sets of utensils and cookware, even managing to collect a substantial number of gas canisters. However, as he continued to yield no food, Lin Yao began to feel anxious, for there were no convenience stores on the third floor. If food was unavailable here, he would have to venture down to the large supermarket on the second floor. Yet, he was unaware of whether there were high-level zombies lurking on that floor. He had only dared to descend with Su Qingyin scouting the way. Suddenly, Lin Yao halted as he stumbled upon a large iron door in a prominent restaurant. Upon employing his psychic detection, a smile spread across his face. This was a cold storage room. After clearing the restaurant of all zombies and assigning Su Qingyin and Wang Jialing to guard the entrance, Lin Yao pried open the cold storage with sheer brute force. Meat. It was all meat. With great joy, Lin Yao began collecting, not even neglecting the ice blocks. Chapter 47. A well-rounded student, it seemed as though Lin Yao's streak of good fortune had begun. For after emptying the cold storage of this restaurant, he subsequently gathered a significant amount of ingredients from several other eateries. He even managed to collect an abundant supply of long-lasting vegetables such as potatoes, carrots, and cabbages, and of course, the quantities of rice, flour, and cooking oil were even more substantial. Once he had finished exploring all the restaurants, Lin Yao left feeling thoroughly satisfied. His storage space was nearing its limit. By his estimation, the food he had stored would suffice for their team for at least a month. Lin Yao was confident that it wouldn't take a month. Within just a few days, he would be able to clear the entire commercial center. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Yao instructed Su Qingyin to bring back 3 female zombies. After meticulous selection, he chose 3 female zombies who were fair-skinned, beautiful and tall, and who had not fed on human flesh. With Su Qingyin's assistance, the 3 female zombies were seamlessly integrated into Lin Yao's harem. This sudden acquisition granted Lin Yao 3 chances for a lottery draw, bringing his harem total to 10, perfectly balanced, with 5 human women and 5 female zombies. Lin Yao felt he was a well-rounded student, never one to specialize in just one area. Not only did he gain 3 lottery chances, But the system also triggered an additional reward, granting him 50 attribute points. Host, Lin Yao, Strength, 70, Defense, 73, Agility, 75, Mental Power, 74, Charm, 10, Skill Points, 17, Skills, Night Vision, Fireball Technique Level 3, Virus Resistance Level 3, Monster Slaying Level 3, Zombie Transformation Level 4, Zombie Language, Clear Sight Level 3, Everything Retreats Level 3, Psychic Detection Level 3, Items, Crystal Crossbow Bolt, Storage Space, 500 cubic meters, now. All of Lin Yao's attributes had surpassed 70, and he even had the leisure to allocate an additional 3 points to his charm. His skin had improved. Lin Yao secretly glanced in the mirror. The acne scars that once marred his face had vanished, and his complexion appeared significantly clearer. From now on, you shall be named Zhao Yulan, you shall be called Li Yin, and you shall be known as Hu Xiaoling. Lin Yao adeptly returned names to the 3 female zombies. Among them, Zhao Yulan was merely 23 years old. Judging by her attire, she must have been a model in her previous life, boasting an exceptionally perfect figure. Clad in a model outfit from an auto show, Lin Yao recalled that on the day of the outbreak, there had indeed been an auto show outside the mall. Lin and Hu Xiaoling were aged 31 and 29 respectively. Exuding a unique charm of married women, both adorned in black silk bodycon dresses, perfectly aligning with Lin Yao's aesthetic preferences. Regrettably, all 3 were level 1 zombies. Lin Yao evenly distributed the crystal shells he had acquired from Lu Desheng last night among the 3 female zombies. Yet they still did not level up to level 2. However, there was no need for haste. There would be plenty of crystals in the future. He instructed Su Hu and Ghu to keep the 4 concubines on the 3rd floor until he signaled. And then Lin Yao returned to the 6th floor, summoning Lu Desheng as well. I just went down to investigate. There are approximately 5,000 zombies on the 3rd floor. This is quite a large undertaking. Next, we need to reorganize our tasks. I will establish 3 battlegrounds on the 4th floor, and we must eliminate 3 waves of zombies each day, Brother Lu. You can have Lu Tian from your team join us in slaying zombies. His wind-based abilities will be quite beneficial. You and Fong Yi just need to focus on mining crystals. I will lend you Fong Yin and Zhou Chu Chu to assist. Rest assured, the final distribution will still be 2 parts for you. 8 for us, so you 1 TB at a disadvantage. Only then did Lu Desheng feel reassured. Subsequently, Lin Yao took out a map and, after briefing everyone, they all busied themselves. The immediate priority was to establish a defense line at the locations designated by Lin Yao. Brother Lu, do you have something else to discuss? As the crowd busied themselves, Lu Desheng lingered behind, his face contorted in conflict, clearly intent on speaking with Lin Yao in private. Taking a deep breath, Lu Desheng looked up and asked, Brother Lin, can you give me the lowdown on Boss Fong? Fong Yin is currently my woman. Lin Yao responded directly, understanding Lu Desheng's feelings towards Fong Yin. However, he deemed it necessary to clarify, thereby extinguishing any lingering hopes. Lu Desheng's expression stiffened, followed by a resigned sigh. As expected. Alas, it appears my affections were one-sided. Lin Yao patted his shoulder earnestly. Brother Lu, our immediate priority is to eliminate the zombies here and escape. When it comes to women, we can discuss that later. Strength is paramount. I understand. Lu Desheng nodded solemnly. Now that the matter had been laid bare, he recognized that he could no longer dwell on Fong Yin. After all, she was Lin Yao's woman, and he relied on Lin Yao to lead them out of the mall. After establishing a defensive perimeter, Lin Yao signaled Su Qingyan. That afternoon, Lin Yao sent out 2 signals, resulting in the extermination of over 800 zombies, earning him 270 skill points and 43 attribute points. Later that evening, when Lin Yao unveiled an array of kitchen utensils and ingredients, a chorus of cheers erupted from the women. Finally, they would be able to enjoy hot meals. Hold your horses, Lin Yao interjected, pressing down the excitement of the women. The group fell silent simultaneously. Lin Yao scratched his head and inquired, who among you can cook? While he could manage a few simple dishes, they were merely edible. His team consisted of a businesswoman, university students, a celebrity, and office workers, not to mention a child. He was uncertain who among them possessed culinary skills. Fong Yin stepped forward with a radiant smile. I can cook? No worries, great. It's in your capable hands, and the rest of you assist Boss Fong. With someone ready to take charge in the kitchen, Lin Yao readily assumed the role of a hands-off manager, cradling Chu Wenwen and settling on the sofa. After a long day, it was time for a lottery. Now feeling extravagantly fortunate, he had 3 chances to draw. A level of opulence his ancestors never knew. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a premium spatial stone, 1 piece. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the immobilization skill, level 1. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Pudu crystal knife, 1 piece. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1,000 skill points. 3 draws yielded 6 rewards, and Lin Yao was immensely satisfied. Since the system produced the exquisite spatial stone, it had now produced a premium one, boasting even more remarkable effects, capable of expanding his current storage space by 50 times. Without hesitation, he activated it. His storage capacity surged to 25,000 cubic units. How to describe it? With his limited vocabulary, Lin Yao could only exclaim in wonder, "It's truly massive." With this newfound storage capacity, he could effortlessly transport all the supplies from the commercial center. Now, he just needed to conquer the 2nd floor and clear out the entire supermarket. Having drawn 3,000 skill points, Lin Yao promptly upgraded his fireball skill, monster leveling, and virus resistance to level 4. Chapter 48. You can only drink hot water after distributing the skill points. Lin Yao reviewed the skill descriptions. The level 4 fireball skill had evolved to allow for the casting of 100 fireballs daily, each the size of a water tank, with a hit range of 500 meters. Unfortunately, given Lin Yao's current strength, he had only utilized such a formidable skill once. The level 4 monster leveling skill was what truly thrilled Lin Yao. Now, killing a level 1 zombie granted him 1 skill point, a level 2 zombie yielded 10 skill points, and a level 3 zombie provided 100 skill points. This meant that if Lin Yao could eliminate all the remaining zombies in the commercial center, his skill points could exceed 10,000. However, 10,000 skill points would only suffice to upgrade one skill from level 4 to level 5. The path to becoming stronger truly was no simple endeavor. Lin Yao sighed. There was little to say about the level 4 virus resistance. It merely allowed him to withstand the toxins of level 4 zombies. Lin Yao then examined the new skill. Immobilization, level 1 upon release. It can immobilize a level 1 zombie or level 1 superhuman for 30 seconds, with a maximum of 10 units immobilized at once. This skill was quite impressive. Being able to immobilize a person or zombie for 30 seconds meant they would effectively be left waiting for their demise. Regardless, once this skill is upgraded, I certainly won't immobilize people while I indulge myself. Lin Yao muttered, elevating the immobilization skill to level 3. Finally, Lin Yao turned his gaze to the weapon produced by the system. Pudu crystal knife. Cuts through iron like mud, severing hair with a breath. This brief description, though succinct, undeniably hinted at the knife's formidable nature. Stepping outside, Lin Yao drew the Pudu crystal knife, a slender blade approximately 1.2 meters long, made entirely of an unknown transparent crystal. After a few glances, he found it too beautiful for his taste, as it did not align with his rugged and imposing demeanor. He preferred to keep his distance and strike with precision. Contemplating, he summoned Yuqian. Here, I see you've been working hard on dispatching zombies. Consider this a gift. Lin Yao offered the knife to Yuqian, now a level 3 strength type, was second only to Lin Yao in efficiency when it came to slaying zombies. After each battle, with over 300 zombies defeated, she managed to take down a 10th, but regrettably, she often broke several knives in the process. This beautiful knife. What use is it? Yuqian pondered, admiring its elegant lines and aesthetic appeal but concerned about its practicality. Don't want it? Then I'll take it back, Lin Yao said, preparing to retract his hand. Yuqian quickly grabbed it. Hey, wait. I want it. I want it. This was Lin Yao's first gift to her, and even if it was merely ornamental, she appreciated it. Thank you. Yuqian cradled the knife close, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed. Give it a try. Don't let its beauty fool you. It's incredibly sharp, Lin Yao encouraged, oblivious to Yuqian's bashfulness. Yuqian rolled her eyes secretly and murmured. Men are all clumsy fools, but after a moment's hesitation, she decided to give it a go. Approaching a sturdy steel pipe nearby, she swung the knife. To her astonishment, instead of the expected metallic clash, there was a soft slicing sound, and she found that the knife encountered no resistance at all, slicing through the steel pipe as effortlessly as cutting tofu. This knife is amazing, Lin Yao grinned. Right? The things I give are never of poor quality. From now on, use this to slay zombies. Yu Qian gently caressed the blade, nodding earnestly at Lin Yao. I will. Ding. Congratulations, the host's wife, Yu Qian, has reached 100 loyalty, rewarding the host with one lottery draw. Huh? Lin Yao was taken aback by the sudden notification. Previously, Yu Qian's loyalty had been low due to her concern about the potential harm to Xin, barely surpassing the aloof celebrity Lu Yin. Unexpectedly, after gifting her a knife, her loyalty skyrocketed to 100. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Observing Yu Qian tenderly caressing the knife, Lin Yao gently tousled her hair, saying, "All right, let's find a sheath for this knife in the morning, so you don't hurt yourself. Also, don't tell them this knife was a gift from me. Otherwise, they'll all pester me for presents." Yu Qian paused, then solemnly nodded, secretly thinking that he had prepared a gift just for her, momentarily wishing she could bear Lin Yao's child right then and there. After sending Yu Qian back, Lin Yao leaned against the balcony railing, smoking a cigarette while contemplating future plans. Suddenly, another system notification rang out, leaving Lin Yao momentarily stunned until the cigarette but burned his fingers, prompting him to hurriedly drop it. Damn. An hour later, under Fang Yin's guidance, an array of delectable dishes was served at the table. When Lin Yao returned to the dining area, he still wore a dazed expression. What's the matter, Lin Yao? Are you lacking an appetite? Fang Yin observed his lack of enthusiasm, mistakenly thinking he disapproved of her cooking. No. Oh, these dishes look incredibly appetizing. Everyone, please take a seat. Lin Yao quickly snapped back to reality, forcing a smile and offering praise. Wu Shuiyin, seated across from Lin Yao, chimed in, of course, our Fang Jie is not only beautiful but also skilled in the kitchen. Just looking at these dishes makes me want to drink, indeed. Is there any alcohol? Lu Yin echoed in agreement. Wu Shuiyin's suggestion garnered unanimous approval from everyone present, except for Chu Wanwan. After enduring so many tense days, it was finally time to celebrate their hard-won respite. Lin Yao nodded, retrieving various beers and spirits from his storage space, allowing the women to help themselves. I want beer. I'll have something white to avoid filling up. Then I'll have some red. The women were unreserved, each selecting their desired drinks. Lin Yao fetched a few bottles of children's beverages for Chu Wanwan, but swiftly snatched a beer from Wu Shuiyin's grasp. Huh? What is wrong? Is there an issue with this beer? Wu Shuiyin was taken aback, noticing others could take it, yet she could not. Lin Yao scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, and handed her a bottle of mineral water. You're not quite suited for alcohol yet. Drink this instead. What is it? It's not as if I am incapable of drinking. Just hand me a bottle. Wu Shuiyin was utterly perplexed by Lin Yao's reaction. In any case, drinking is out of the question. You should stick to mineral water. No, wait. It must be hot water. Lin Yao hurriedly dashed off to fetch hot water. Wu Shuiyin increasingly sensed that something was amiss with Lin Yao, her heart gradually sinking as she asked in a low voice, Lin Yao, am I unwell? She feared that Lin Yao, through some formidable means, had discovered her affliction. Lin Yao, in a flurry of anxiety, scratched his head, completely flummoxed by this unprecedented situation, his emotions too tangled to articulate. Just say it, Lin Yao. I can handle it, Wu Shuiyin declared with determination, yet her trembling form betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Yao sighed, aware that if he remained silent, Wu Shuiyin would only spiral into wild speculation. You are pregnant. Chapter 49. The boss's wife is expecting what? The women at the table exclaimed in unison, and even Wu Shuiyin was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head with a laugh, saying, Stop joking, Lin Yao. If I had any illness, just tell me directly. Lin Yao insisted, Why would I deceive you? You truly are pregnant, however, but I have undergone tests, Wu Shuiyin replied, still incredulous. So, it's not your fault. It's your ex-husband's issue. But he has shifted the blame onto you, Lin Yao asserted confidently. But then, Wu Shuiyin was utterly bewildered, hastily activating her ability to see through herself, only to look up and exclaim, There's nothing there. I see nothing, of course. You've just conceived. It's still a mere cell. Lin Yao rolled his eyes, astonished that she lacked such basic knowledge. Wu Shuiyin's eyes instantly filled with tears. At that moment, she began to believe Lin Yao. For so long, Wu Shuiyin had thought her previous marriage failed due to her inability to bear children, believing even when she learned of her husband's infidelity that it stemmed from his desire for a child. It turned out that all of it was a fabrication by her ex-husband. However, If her ex-husband was impotent, how had his mistress become pregnant? Upon reflection, while her ex-husband had been unfaithful, he too had been deceived. Lin Yao gestured for her not to become overly agitated. But it doesn't add up. If he knew he couldn't father a child, he should have realized he was being cheated on when his mistress became pregnant. Wu Shuiyan recognized a flaw in her reasoning. Lin Yao shrugged. Who knows? Regardless, what is done is done. We must look forward. Wu Shuiyan nodded deeply, cautiously caressing her abdomen, then hesitantly asked Lin Yao, should we keep this child? After all, given that they were now in the apocalyptic world, Wu Shuiyan worried that Lin Yao might find the situation troublesome. Having a child meant, aside from the medical system being in shambles, their own survival in this harsh environment was uncertain, of course. Why wouldn't we keep it? Lin Yao responded, astonished. The system encourages procreation. It is imperative to retain it. In this regard, Lin Yao was quite proactive. Unlike the government, which previously encouraged families to have more children without any tangible benefits, the advantages offered by the system were indeed substantial. Wu Shuiyan finally felt reassured, gazing dreamily at Lin Yao. With the unexpected news of Wu Shuiyan's pregnancy, the atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly jubilant, with congratulations ringing out continuously. Indeed, Boss Fong, your culinary skills are exceptional, Lin Yao remarked, quickly sampling a piece of meat and giving a thumbs up. With the assistance of several women, Fong Yin prepared an ample spread, and it had been many days since everyone had enjoyed a proper meal. Praises flowed freely. Encouraged by the compliments, Fong Yin confidently declared that she would take charge of future meals. On the 5th floor, Lu Desheng listened to the intermittent sounds of laughter from above, while munching on the food Fong Yin had previously brought, consumed by envy. Having 2 chances for a lottery draw, Lin Yao seized the opportunity to tap into Chu Wenwen's luck, fervently wishing for skill points. The system, indeed, delivered, granting him 4,000 skill points. Consequently, his abilities, including clarity of insight, dispersing all, mental detection, and binding technique, all advanced from level 3 to 4. Now, with an ample array of skills at his disposal, raising their levels was paramount. That night, Wu Shuiyan gently cradled her abdomen as she went to bed with Chu Wenwen. Lin Yao, deep in thought, considered the fact that Lu Guifei's relatives had departed, while Fong Guifei was in dire need of favor. Thus, he decided to explore both their talents. After all, Fong Guifei possessed the ability of soft as bone, which allowed her to execute complex movements with ease, and Lin Yao had learned numerous postures from her. Over the next few days, Lin Yao tirelessly led 2 teams to eliminate the zombies on the 3rd floor. With a substantial collection of crystals, apart from Fong Yin and Lu Yin, who remained at level 3, the other women had all progressed to level 4. Meanwhile, on the female zombie front, Su Qingyin was nearing level 4. And Wang Jialing had successfully advanced to a level 3 zombie king, awakening her bloodthirsty and frenzied abilities. Upon activating her powers, her eyes turned blood red, and her physique became robust and defined, her frenzied demeanor even more terrifying than Su Qingyan's. The 3 newly recruited female zombies had also advanced to level 2, showcasing a promising vitality. Once the zombies on the 3rd floor were eradicated, Lin Yao sent Su Qingyan and her team to scout the 1st and 2nd floors. Having been cooped up in the mall for over half a month, Lin Yao was eager to venture outside. According to Su Qingyan's report, there were over 20 level 2 zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors, along with 1 level 3 zombie, while the others were level 1. Su, still grappling with her mathematics, indicated that she had yet to learn such extensive calculations. To be prudent, Lin Yao instructed Su Qingyan to lure the level 3 zombie to the 3rd floor. However, the male zombie, having finally evolved to level 3, was swiftly defeated by the queen and the newly elevated zombie king, Wang Jialing. With the threat of the level 3 zombie eliminated, Lin Yao confidently strode into the supermarket on the 2nd floor. Beautiful! Absolutely splendid! Lin Yao exclaimed as he surveyed the vast supermarket brimming with various daily necessities and supplies, unable to contain his laughter. Lin Yao had now become the king of zombies within the commercial center. Surrounded by 5 female zombies, he swaggered about, collecting whatever caught his eye. This rice must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Take it all. These grains and oils must add up to several tons. All of it. These potatoes, cucumbers, and sweet potatoes are still in excellent condition. Take them. And I cannot overlook these snacks, beverages, and alcohol. Gather them all. The supermarket undoubtedly contains more than just food. Everyday supplies are also abundant, and Lin Yao would not let them slip away. Collect it all, After completely clearing the supermarket, Lin Yao proceeded to the first floor, where he found a treasure trove of gold, silver, jewels, and skincare products. He envisioned preparing everything for his women, so he gathered it all. After a day's work, Lin Yao's storage space was half filled with various supplies. Fortunately, retrieving items from the storage did not require searching. With a mere thought, he could summon whatever he desired in any quantity, emphasizing convenience and ease of access. With the first and second floors now stripped bare, Lin Yao, seeing that his storage space still had room, returned to the fourth floor to collect all the women's clothing. With the number of women in his life expected to grow, this entire floor of clothing should be just about sufficient. Right? After gathering the clothing, Lin Yao returned to the sixth floor to collect entertainment facilities and maternity supplies, as there was still a small child, Chu Wanwan, among them, and more children would be born in the future. Thus, preparation was essential. Finally, he had packed all usable and edible items from the entire commercial center. We are preparing to leave this place. Chapter 50. Choosing a safe base upon hearing Lin Yao's declaration. The women at home expressed their delight. Really? We can finally bask in the sunlight? Wonderful. I can no longer bear to stay here. Sob, sob, sob. But there are still zombies on the lower floors. How do we exit? Indeed, I estimate there must be at least several thousand zombies on the first and second floors combined. Lin Yao raised his hand to silence the women's chatter, saying, the zombies on the first and second floors pose no threat. We will likely eliminate nearly all of them tonight. What? The women were taken aback. The combined number of zombies on the first and second floors exceeded that of the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth floors. And based on their previous efficiency, it would take at least several days to clear them. How could Lin Yao be so confident that he could finish in a single day? There is no need for surprise. Just trust me, Lin Yao smiled confidently. Tomorrow, except for the boss lady and Wanwan, everyone else remember to help dig for crystals, Lin Yao assured them. Previously, he had attacked in waves, partly due to insufficient strength and partly because his team needed experience in battling zombies. Moreover, he had not yet looted the mall's resources, fearing that carelessly unleashing his power might ruin the supplies. However, now he had none of those concerns. The team had significantly improved their abilities through training. And with all the resources collected and no survivors left, Lin Yao intended to test his abilities. However, there was still a matter we needed to discuss together. Once we venture outside, where should we establish our safe base? Lin Yao had been contemplating this issue for some time. We will follow your lead. What are your thoughts? Wu Shuiyan, noticing the silence among the other women, spoke up. Lin Yao produced a map of Zhonghan City, taking a pin to encircle several locations, stating, to establish a secure base, the foremost consideration must undoubtedly be safety. After studying the map, I noted that the highlighted areas either boasted relatively high terrain, making them easy to defend yet difficult to assault, or were adjacent to lakes, where human presence was scarce and the likelihood of encountering advanced zombies was comparatively low. Naturally, we could not construct houses ourselves. Thus, we needed to select upscale residential communities and expand upon their existing structures. A group of women gathered around the table to examine the map. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the circles drawn by Lin Yao and suddenly pointed to one, exclaiming, I believe this location would suffice. This community is one of the most prestigious in Zhonghan City, consisting entirely of villas, with fairly comprehensive living facilities. Furthermore, it occupies a vast area, with high, sturdy walls, and is backed by Clearwater Lake. Offering splendid views, Lin Yao scrutinized the site Zhou Chuchu indicated, recognizing that the community, named Binhai Garden, was indeed as upscale as she described. After surveying the surroundings, he nodded in agreement. This place is truly commendable. By the way, how do you know it so well? Zhou Chuchu was momentarily taken aback before responding with a somewhat hesitant tone, because my family resides in this community. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Chuchu and Lin Yao were met with astonishment. I recall that the villas in this community are casually priced in the tens of millions, making it the pinnacle of luxury in Zhonghan City, Fang Yin remarked incredulously. Who would have thought that, Zhou Chuchu? A mere office worker in the fifth-floor commercial office earning at most 5,000 to 6,000 a month was actually an owner in Binhai Garden? It was purchased by my parents. Zhou Chuchu's face turned a shade of crimson. Lin Yao, looking at her with a smile, teased. So you, a rich second generation, are working as a little office worker here? Zhou Chuchu pouted. It's not like my parents don't want me to join their company. I am a girl, and dealing with steel all day is incredibly dull. So I ran off to find a little company to work at. Fang Yin and Wu Shuiyan were both taken aback. What is the name of your family's company? Zhou's Heavy Industry. Zhou Chuchu replied nonchalantly. Wow. The two businesswomen gasped in unison. Isn't that Zhou's Steel Heavy Industry Group? The leading enterprise in Zhonghan City steel manufacturing? It should be. At least my parents are quite wealthy, Zhou Chuchu said uncertainly. This time, not only the two businesswomen but also the other women, including Lin Yao, gasped in shock. Zhou's Heavy Industry holds a formidable reputation in Zhonghan City and even across the nation. With operations in various sectors and an annual net profit starting from over 100 billion, making it a true commercial tycoon. And no wonder. So she is indeed a rich second generation? Lin Yao couldn't help but exclaim. It makes sense why Zhou Chuchu's first reaction upon awakening her powers was to buy them. She is accustomed to wealth. Lin Yao then glanced at Lu Yin, observing that even a top-tier rich second generation like her had no airs about her. Had it not been for this sudden conversation, Lin Yao might have continued to believe Zhou Chuchu was merely an ordinary girl next door. In contrast, Lu Yin, the minor celebrity, likely earned less in a year than it would cost to buy a single bathroom in Zhou Chuchu's home. Yet she carried herself with considerable arrogance. Lu Yin looked utterly bewildered at Lin Yao's scrutiny. What does being a rich second generation matter? We are in the apocalypse now. Surviving is the utmost priority. Zhou Chuchu sighed, not feeling particularly proud of her affluent background. Lin Yao nodded, recognizing the truth in her words. In light of this, let us confirm Bin Hai Garden as our location. Chuchu, please provide us with more information about this community, such as the number of villas and the available infrastructure, Lin Yao instructed Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu took a moment to recollect and began detailing the specifics of Bin Hai Garden. After listening to her account, the women were all quite satisfied. Whether it was the living facilities or security, everything was of the highest caliber. They unanimously decided to proceed to Bin Hai Garden. With the safety base determined, preparations began for Lin Yao to venture alone to eliminate zombies that night. We will excavate crystals overnight, aiming to depart by morning and arrive at Bin Hai Garden by noon, Lin Yao declared, hammering down the plan in the absence of objections. After dinner, Lin Yao made his way to the plaza outside the first floor of the shopping mall. He had previously instructed Su Qingyin to lure all the zombies to this square, which was spacious enough to host over 5,000 zombies while still having ample open space. As Lin Yao strolled among the throng of zombies, several female zombies followed closely behind him. The zombies parted as he approached, as if a king surveying his domain. In truth, these zombies perceived him as their formidable king. Yet, the reality was that Lin Yao was merely selecting his brides. With a significant population to choose from, he found numerous female zombies that met his aesthetic standards. After half an hour of inspection, Lin Yao ultimately designated 10 female zombies to be his companions. What an incredible bounty! Lin Yao could hardly contain his joy. Chapter 51. Just because you are so beautiful, the 10 female zombies selected by Lin Yao were all pristine and beautiful. Having never devoured humans during their former lives, on the 6th floor of the shopping mall, Lin Yao's team of women and girls, along with the team of Lu Deshang, peered through the glass at the densely packed horde of zombies below. Is that Lin Yao? Fang Yin pointed at the arrogant male zombie and inquired. Indeed, it is. Lu Yin rolled her eyes. When Lin Yao had rescued her, he transformed into a zombie that frightened her into unconsciousness, only to later draw a more minor zombie to terrify her again. Wu Shuiyan expressed her concern. There are too many zombies down there. Is Lin Yao truly going to be all right? Yu Xian replied confidently. I believe in him. There's definitely no problem. Why? Yu Qian reassured her. Don't you know this guy? He must have enough confidence to undertake such a task. Just sit back and watch. Zhou Chuchu nodded in agreement. Having spent several days together, they believed there was nothing Lin Yao could not accomplish. Below, Lin Yao led his 15 beautiful zombies to a raised platform, originally intended for hosting events but now serving as his stage. Gazing at the myriad zombie heads before him, he cleared his throat and began to address them. My subjects, I am your king. The zombies below, as if invigorated, erupted into cries of king, creating a chaotic scene. Lin Yao raised his hand, and with it, Su Qingyin behind him emanated the aura of a zombie king, calming the thronged. Why, subjects, I hail from a distant paradise. I am that paradise. There is meat, blood, and all the sustenance we require. Living there, I shall never know hunger, only joy and satisfaction. As the sovereign of this paradise, I have come to guide you to my subjects. Do you wish to accept the king's guidance and venture to this paradise with me? The zombies below roared in unison. Roar, willing. I might have a knack for being a cult leader. Lin Yao smirked. Very well, my subjects, remain where you are. I shall procure for you. I will open the gateway to your ascendance. This process may be somewhat painful, but do not fear. The king shall not harm you. Observing the zombies below instinctively showing signs of movement, Lin Yao spread his arms and began chanting incantations. His shoulders trembling. The language he used was Mandarin, causing the zombies to be unable to comprehend. Just because you are so beautiful, baby. Just because you are so beautiful, baby. Just because you really are so beautiful, baby. Just because you are so beautiful, baby, come forth. Pikachu, fireball. Upon completing his incantation, hundreds of massive fireballs suddenly materialized in the sky. Each fireball was roughly the size of a washing machine, illuminating the area considerably. The zombies below sensed the intense heat radiating from the fireballs and began to stir uneasily, instinctively fearful, though not fear. My subjects, await the cleansing of the gateway, Lin Yao reassured the zombies below. Pressing his palm downward, whoosh, 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 the giant fireballs descended upon the horde below. Boom! The fireballs detonated within the mass of zombies, erupting into blinding flames. In an instant, the entire square transformed into an inferno, with zombies scattering in panic. Roar! It hurts. The zombies cried out in agony, some rolling on the ground, quickly falling silent. A miracle! A miracle! Lu Desheng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time he witnessed Lin Yao unleash the fireball technique. Its terrifying power was such that even he, a level 3 mutant, stood no chance of survival. Just how powerful is Lin Yao? This question remained unanswered, as everyone peering through the window was left slack-jawed. Even from the 6th floor, they could feel the searing heat emanating from the inferno below. In a wonder, Lin Yao claimed he could handle the zombies alone. This move was utterly terrifying. Not only the commercial center but also the nearby zombies, drawn by the flames and noise, instinctively rushed toward the commotion, resulting in even more of them meeting their demise in the fire. Survivors near the commercial center beheld a distant inferno through the windows. What is happening? Has a fire broken out? How peculiar! Is that not outdoors? How could it ignite? As several individuals engaged in animated discussion, the burly leader rose, his eyes gleaming. Regardless of how it started, this presents a splendid opportunity. What opportunity? The others turned to gaze at him. The leader smacked the back of one person's head, scolding, "Are you fools? So many zombies have perished in the flames. Once the fire dies down, we shall venture forth to extract the crystals." It was only then that the others grasped the situation. Indeed, with so many crystals, if we share, our abilities could elevate several levels. The man who had been struck slowly raised his hand and inquired, "What if the fire was set by someone else? Would we not have to compete with them?" A flicker of cold light flashed in the leader's eyes as he retorted, "Humph. Within a 5-kilometer radius, this is the territory of our Iron Dog base. Should anyone dare to intrude upon our domain to see zombies, they shall find themselves returning empty-handed. I can't shake the feeling that someone capable of incinerating so many zombies must possess formidable strength." The man mumbled softly. Yet, the others were oblivious, eagerly gazing at the square, awaiting the extinguishing of the inferno. In the square, as the fireball descended, Lin Yao had already led Su Qingyan and the others to escape. The flames spread rapidly, and lingering too long could invite disaster. "Lin, I want to go to heaven." Su Qingyan gazed longingly at Lin Yao. Lin Yao smiled, ruffling her hair. "Rest assured, once we grow stronger, I shall take you to the heavens. Humph. By the time I reach a level where I can dominate the world, not a single beautiful zombie will escape. I have never slept with a zombie before." Su Qingyan felt reassured, leaning her entire body against Lin Yao. After comforting her for a while, he finally said, "Xiao Yin Yin, we must temporarily part ways." "Part ways? No. Wherever you go, I will go." Su Qingyan stubbornly clung to Lin Yao's arm. Pouting, her eyes brimming with tears, Lin Yao felt overwhelmed. Had it not been for the fear of insufficient time for the zombie transformation, he would have preferred to consummate his feelings with Su Qingyan right then and there. "Do not fear, Xiao Yin Yin. It is merely a temporary separation. We shall reunite shortly," Lin Yao reassured her, stroking her head while pondering how to explain the situation to Su Qingyan. Chapter 52. The Iron Dog comes knocking. Once Lin Yao determined to establish the Binhai Garden as a base. He selected a nearby community for the accommodation of Su Qingyin and the others. However, the issue was that they could not travel together. He could not guarantee that Su Qingyin would not go mad upon encountering Wu Shuiyin and the other living beings. So she needed to go ahead first. Yet another problem arose. Did these female zombies know the way? Nevertheless, Lin Yao underestimated Su Qingyin, who was on the verge of reaching level 4, after he produced a map, pointed to a community, and meticulously outlined the route with paper and pen, reiterating the instructions multiple times. Su Qingyin finally declared that she had memorized everything. You truly remembered? Lin Yao asked. Uncertain, I remembered. Su Qingyin affirmed earnestly. With that, Lin Yao felt relieved and instructed her to set off with the group of beautiful zombies. Watching Su Qingyin and her companions vanish into the night, Lin Yao exhaled. The inferno in the square had begun to subside, and it was time to extract the crystals. In the square, Lin Yao surveyed the charred remains of the zombies scattered across the ground, feeling no guilt over the slaughter. He waved at the window, signaling for them to descend. Moments later, everyone came down. Lin, you truly are terrifying. Lu Desheng kicked at the charred zombie corpses beneath his feet, which had been reduced to near charcoal by the flames. Lin Yao smiled without explanation, maintaining an air of mystery, causing Lu Desheng to refrain from further thoughts. Currently, there were over 6,000 zombie bodies littering the ground, having initially attracted several hundred zombies from the mall's first and second floors, drawn to their demise by the blaze. Normally, extracting crystals from so many bodies would be an arduous task, but Lin Yao had managed the fire well. The zombie corpses could be pried open with ease, saving considerable effort. This endeavor yielded Lin Yao over 6,000 skill points and more than 400 attribute points, a true bonanza. Observing everyone join the extraction effort, Lin Yao found a clean spot to sit, smoking as he began to allocate his points. Host, Lin Yao, Strength, 212, Defense, 220, Agility, 209, Mental Power, 214, Charm, 10, Skill Points, 6,570, Skills, Night Vision, Fireball Level 4, Virus Resistance Level 4, Monster Leveling Level 4, Zombie Transformation Level 4, Zombie Language, Insight Level 4, All Things Reseed Level 4, Mental Detection Level 4, Immobilization Level 4, Items, Crystal Crossbow Arrows, Storage Space, 25,000 cubic. At this moment, Lin Yao truly possessed the means to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. All his attribute points had surpassed 200. It is noteworthy that when he first obtained the system, none of his attribute points exceeded 10. From acquiring the system to now, his physical capabilities alone had grown more than 20-fold. Physical prowess was one aspect. All skills had advanced to level 4. Lin Yao estimated that once this wave of crystals was absorbed by the women, his skill points would surpass 10,000, at which point he could prioritize upgrading his monster leveling skill. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Yao joined the extraction work. After toiling for over an hour, Lin Yao suddenly felt a shift in his spirit, raising his head to gaze in a certain direction. Within the range of his mental detection, a group of over a dozen individuals had suddenly appeared. These were the very individuals who had planned to take advantage of the extinguishing flames to extract crystals. With their leader, having discarded his former name, now known as Iron Dog. Iron Dog, accompanied by his subordinates, rushed over, only to discover that others were already extracting crystals, which incensed him. How dare you? This is my territory. Hey, what are you doing? Do you not know this is the domain of my Iron Dog gang? Who permitted you to extract crystals here? Iron Dog bellowed at Lin Yao and his companions. Wu Shuiyin and the others looked up, seeing the group of burly men approaching. No worries. Continue extracting. Lin Yao waved his hand dismissively and then walked toward Iron Dog, activating his insight skill. Iron Dog, male. 36 years old. Berserk Iron Dog Level 2. Can transform his entire body into a ferocious iron dog. Upon observing the others, Lin Yao felt a twinge of disappointment. Only this Iron Dog was a Level 2 ability user, while the rest were all Level 1, far inferior to even the weakest member of his team. Iron Dog, cloaked in the night, saw a handsome young man approaching him and snorted coldly. Which faction are you from? Who allowed you to come here to kill zombies and extract crystals? Lin Yao regarded him with indifference. What? Do these zombies still have an owner? Iron Dog scoffed. Of course. The zombies within the territory of my Iron Dog gang are all under my control. If they are under your control, why did you not eliminate them before? Only now do you appear once we have finished? Lin Yao retorted coldly, lighting a cigarette. Iron Dog was caught off guard. Why had he not killed them before? It was simply because he was unable to. Humph. I was simply saving them for later. You wouldn't he understand? Iron Dog muttered defensively. Enough. I have matters to attend to and no time to waste with you. What do you intend to do? Lin Yao, having discerned their intentions, grew impatient. They merely sought to take advantage of the situation. Iron Dog raised his chin. Considering your assistance in eliminating zombies, I won't hold this against you. Just get lost and stay far away. Lin Yao was almost amused. So you mean to say we can kill the zombies, but the crystals are for you to collect? Humph. You are perceptive. Otherwise, my brothers will not show any mercy. Iron Dog sneered, his gaze lingering on the group of busy beauties behind Lin Yao, igniting a flicker of desire within him. Sigh, since you are seeking your own demise. I shall not waste my breath with you, Lin Yao sighed, discarding his cigarette, but at that moment, dozens of crossbow arrows materialized and shot forth like bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the members of Iron Dog Gang fell to the ground, blood pooling around them, as they had not even had time to unleash their abilities. Iron Dog reacted the fastest. Sensing danger, he immediately activated his ability, transforming into a towering iron dog. However, Lin Yao's upgraded crossbow arrows easily pierced through his iron hide, turning him into a porcupine. Iron Dog let out a cry of pain. Lin Yao deliberately spared his life, avoiding any critical hits, as he had just emerged from the mall and needed to gather information about the outside world. Iron Dog cursed vehemently, "You brat! If you dare to kill me, my boss will not let you off." Your boss? Lin Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 53. Official Organization of Ability Users. Iron Dog believed Lin Yao was afraid. Despite the pain causing him to bare his teeth, he smugly declared, "My boss is the leader of the base in this area, Copper Wolf. Young man, are you scared? Let me tell you, my boss Copper Wolf is a formidable character with a ranking. If you are wise, you should promptly release me. Perhaps I could speak a few flattering words on your behalf to our leader and grant you a reprieve." Lin Yao fell silent, perplexed by the references to Iron Dog and Copper Wolf. Did you escape from a zoo? However, he was curious about the mention of rankings. What did that mean? Naturally, Lin Yao would not inquire slowly, but instead summoned Zhou Chuchu directly. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of a tall young woman, Iron Dog was taken aback. "Come, let us continue our discussion about how formidable your leader, Copper Wolf, truly is." As Lin Yao probed for information, he subtly gestured for Zhou Chuchu to eavesdrop on his thoughts. "What do you mean? Haven't you heard of my leader's reputation?" Iron Dog was momentarily stunned. "Should I have?" Lin Yao retorted. This flustered Iron Dog. If this individual had never heard of his leader, surely he wouldn't be intimidated by Copper Wolf's notoriety. "My leader, Copper Wolf, is a formidable force in Zhonghan City, ranked within the top 10,000. If you dare to kill me, my leader will undoubtedly track you down. At that point." Humph. Iron Dog hastily proclaimed his leader's might. "Rankings? What are those?" Lin Yao inquired. This left Iron Dog even more bewildered. Was this person truly a country bumpkin? Yet, before he could respond, Zhou Chuchu interjected, "That's enough." Lin Yao nodded and swiftly dispatched Iron Dog with a crossbow bolt. Iron Dog's eyes widened in shock as he watched the bolt pierce his skull, pondering in his final moments where this unexpected adversary had come from. Zhou Chuchu's telepathic abilities had now reached level 3, allowing her not only to listen to the thoughts of those before her, but also to access fragments of their memories. After collecting her thoughts, Zhou Chuchu spoke. He does indeed have a leader called Copper Wolf, who is also a level 2 ability user. His power is similar, allowing him to transform into a Copper Wolf. Copper Wolf oversees a portion of Hushan District. Given the circumstances, it seems there is an even higher-ranking leader above Copper Wolf. Currently, an official organization of ability users has emerged, tasked with documenting all ability users in Zhonghan City. According to Iron Dog's memories, this organization is quite powerful. Every registered ability user is gifted a weapon. And Iron Dog's weapon is a pair of iron claws that merge with his hands during transformation. This organization has established a ranking system for all registered ability users in Zhonghan City, with those ranked within the top 10,000 displayed on a leaderboard, while those outside the top 10,000 do not appear on it. Seems Copper Wolf is ranked around 8,000. Lin Yao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Had the world advanced to such a state during his confinement in the business center for over half a month? Is this official organization led by the Huagua government? Lin Yao asked. Zhou Chuchu shook her head. It is a newly emerged organization, not affiliated with the Huagua government. Lin Yao pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, what benefits does this organization derive from these ability users? None. Zhou Chuchu frowned, finding this quite peculiar. In Iron Dog's memories, this official organization was powerful. Once registered, users received a weapon that matched their abilities, and then they were left to their own devices. They merely maintained a ranking system and displayed it on a massive electronic screen in the city center. Moreover, whenever someone improved their rank, they could exchange their old weapon for an upgraded version for free, resembling a charitable organization. In the eyes of Zhonghan City's ability users, this organization held a status comparable to that of the Huagua government before the apocalypse. What shall we do once we emerge? Should we also register with the official organization? Zhou Chuchu expressed her curiosity about the weapons that might suit her abilities. Lin Yao shook his head. No. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. Why not? You must understand that what is free is often the most expensive. Lin Yao gazed at the moon hanging in the sky, letting out a long sigh. This organization, though not led by the Huagua government, pretended to be an official entity with ulterior motives. If this organization were to demand even a single crystal from ability users, I would regard it with a modicum of respect. However, a non-governmental organization brazenly engaging in charity, allowing people to come and go as they please, we shall maintain a watchful stance. Besides, if you desire a weapon, I can provide you with one when the opportunity arises. Zhou Chuchu nodded, somewhat understanding. With the troublemakers dealt with, Lin Yao turned his attention back to excavating crystals, but not before casting a glance at several shadowy figures lurking nearby. They likely had witnessed the conflagration and were hoping to take advantage of the situation. But after seeing how effortlessly he had dispatched Iron Dog, any fool should recognize that they were not to be trifled with. As for the news reaching Copper Wolf, what of it? With the dog dead? If the wolf sought trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to expend a few more crossbow bolts. Indeed, this incident served as a deterrent, causing the figures in the shadows to gradually disperse. They needed to relay this information back to their respective leaders. As dawn began to break, the excavation yielded a total of 6,000 zombie crystals, leaving everyone grinning from ear to ear at the sight of several large bags filled with them. Brother Liu, you've worked hard. What are your plans next? Lin Yao asked, observing the perspiring Liu Desheng. He offered him a cigarette. Liu Desheng wiped his hands and accepted the cigarette with a smile. Little brother Lin, you plan to leave here, right? Lin Yao nodded. The news of Fang Yin's nephew being in the Liu Desheng team would naturally not be kept secret, and he had no intention of doing so. Little brother Lin, we agreed beforehand that once our two teams emerge, we would support each other. Wherever you go, we will follow, Liu Desheng said cheerfully. Lin Yao pulled out a map and pointed to Binhai. Here is where our team will establish its base. I can set aside a villa for the Liu Desheng team. What do you think? Liu Desheng glanced at it and was immediately astonished. This is a renowned affluent area in Zhonghan City. Since little brother Lin is willing to provide us with a villa, I shall gladly accept. The two discussed briefly, after which Wu Shuiyan, Fang Yin, and Zhou Chuchu each arrived in their respective vehicles. Lin Yao gathered everyone together, 3 vehicles. One will be left for the Liu Desheng team, while our team will suffice with 2. Liu Desheng, along with Liu Tian and Fang Yi, boarded Fang Yin's car. While the others dispersed into Wu Shuiyan's and Zhou Chuchu's vehicles, As Lin Yao remained behind. Wu Shuiyan poked her head out of the driver's seat and asked, Lin Yao, why aren't you getting in the car? Lin Yao smiled slightly. I prefer to ride on the roof. Chapter 54. If you have the guts, call the police. The 3 vehicles formed a straight line, with Wu Shuiyan leading and Fang Yin's car bringing up the rear. While Lin Yao boldly sat atop Wu Shuiyan's vehicle, the streets were cluttered with abandoned cars due to the zombie outbreak, but fortunately, a path had been cleared. Why is brother Lin sitting on the roof? Chu Wenwen asked, puzzled. Wu Shuiyan smiled slightly. He worried that zombies might suddenly appear and block the way. With him up there on guard, we won't be caught off guard. Indeed, Lin Yao was too lazy to maintain constant mental detection. Enjoying the excellent vantage point from the roof, he could swiftly respond to any situation involving the 3 vehicles. As they drove slowly forward, a few zombies occasionally dashed out from corners, but before they could take more than a few steps, Lin Yao dispatched them with ease, ensuring they could not approach the vehicles. Binhai was approximately 10 kilometers from the commercial center where they were located. Under normal circumstances, it would take just over 10 minutes to reach without traffic. But now they took a full 2 hours to arrive, with the sun already risen. Everyone disembarked and gazed at the entrance of the upscale community, which had been significantly reinforced. The underground garage entrance was completely sealed, and even the walls had been raised with various materials topped with spikes, likely to prevent zombies from climbing over. Excellent. Someone has fortified the walls for us, saving us a lot of trouble, Lin Yao remarked with a faint smile. Sensing that individuals were already approaching, sure enough, two middle-aged men peeked out from the gaps in the gate, and upon noticing that most of Lin Yao's group consisted of stunning women, their faces lit up with delight. Meanwhile, Lin Yao scrutinized them and shook his head. One was named Li Eru, and the other Wang San. Both were level 1 ability users and posed no threat. "What are you doing here?" Li Eru asked. Lin Yao stepped forward with a smile. "We are home. We are the property owners here." "Property owners? Humph. What time is it now?" "That title means nothing. This is now the territory of our Red Fox base. If you know what's good for you, clear out," Li Eru scoffed. "What? Are we not allowed to return to our own home?" Lin Yao retorted coldly. Li Eru followed suit with a sneer. "You claim this is your home? So it must be. If you have the guts, call the police." Wang San, fixated on the beautiful women behind Lin Yao, pulled Li Eru and scolded. "Why waste words with them? Kill the man and take the women. With so many beauties, our leader might reward us with some crystals." Li Eru nodded. "Indeed. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Yao's eyes glinted with murderous intent. These scoundrels dared to covet what was his. Upon uttering those words, 2 crossbow bolts were swiftly released, piercing the heads of Li Eru and Wang Sanlian before they could even react or unleash their abilities. "Let us proceed. Let us see just how formidable this so-called Red Fox base truly is," Lin Yao declared, forcefully kicking open the heavily reinforced metal door and leading the way inside. The group strode confidently through the compound, and it did not take long for the personnel of the Red Fox base to notice their presence. "Enemy attack? Enemy attack. What is the situation? Have zombies breached our defenses? No. It's humans, possibly from another base. Damn. Who in the Lake District doesn't know that Binhua Garden is the territory of our Red Fox leader? These audacious scoundrels must be out of their minds. Brothers, follow me. Let us eliminate these bastards. Xiao Sun, go report the situation here to the boss." The defenders appear to be somewhat well trained. After a brief moment of chaos, they quickly mobilized a significant number of personnel to encircle Lin Yao and his companions. Many of them exhibited expressions of disbelief upon seeing the stunningly beautiful women among the group. It was well known that in the current apocalyptic conditions, any woman of beauty would either possess extraordinarily powerful abilities or be forced to rely on a strong man, becoming merely a plaything. Yet, the women before them maintained an air of calm, as if they were merely out for a leisurely stroll, indicating that their strength was formidable. However, such awareness was possessed by only a few. Many men, upon spotting the alluring women, could hardly contain their eagerness and rushed forward with a roar. Over 30 level 1 ability users? Is the strength of this base truly so lacking? Lin Yao mused to himself as he assessed the situation of everyone present, shaking his head in silence. While some individuals displayed peculiar abilities, their decision to confront him would only lead to one outcome, serving as bait. Under the guidance of his mental probing, Lin Yao needed not rely on his eyesight. Over 30 crossbow bolts were simultaneously loosed, and every combat-capable individual of the Red Fox base, aside from Lin Yao and his group, found their legs pierced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosha. What kind of ability is this, damn it? I wasn't prepared. You lack chivalry? Observing the writhing figures of the Red Fox personnel on the ground, Lin Yao let out a cold laugh and continued forward, unconcerned. Why doesn't Lin go kill them? Lu Desheng inquired, puzzled as he caught up. Without turning back, Lin Yao replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it too wasteful for them to die so easily? Rest assured, I will ensure they are thoroughly utilized before meeting their end." Simultaneously, within the opulent central villa of Binhua Garden, 2 women were engaged in an exceedingly intimate scene. Suddenly, a loud knocking sounded at the door, and the woman with short black hair immediately wore a furious expression. Shouting towards the outside, "Didn't I say not to disturb us? Are you seeking death? Boss, there are enemies. The enemies have invaded." Xiao Sun, shivering and out of breath, reported from outside. He was acutely aware of his boss's preferences. With the door shut during broad daylight, it was clear they were engaged in rather unsavory activities, and he knew she would be furious at the interruption. Indeed, the woman with short black hair seethed. If there are enemies, just fight them off. You've absorbed so many crystals. Are you all just sitting around? However, before Xiao Sun could explain further, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Thwack! A crystalline crossbow bolt pierced through his body, directly breaching the villa's door. Who dares? The black-haired woman roared, hastily donning a long black dress and covering the pink-haired woman beneath her with a garment, while brandishing a short knife, her gaze fixed warily on the door. Cover one's eyes. This scene may not be suitable for children, Lin Yao thought as he used his mental probing to assess the situation inside. To his surprise, these two women were not merely allies but lovers. And he had initially assumed the Red Fox was male. Chapter 55. The security won't allow the residents to return home. Wu Shuiyin naturally utilized her X-ray vision to discern the state of affairs within the villa. The two women, partially disrobed, were indeed not appropriate for children. Upon seeing Chu Wenwen being pulled away by the boss lady, Lin Yao kicked aside Xiao Sun's lifeless body and pushed open the door. Whoosh! As soon as he opened the door, the black-haired woman hurled a short knife at Lin Yao's forehead at breakneck speed. Crack! The knife moved quickly, yet for Lin Yao, now endowed with exceptional physical prowess, its speed seemed sluggish as the knife approached his forehead. He leisurely extended a finger to catch it. Realizing her attack had failed, the black-haired woman's eyes widened momentarily before several more short knives were launched at him. This time, Lin Yao did not need to intervene. Yu Qian, standing nearby, had already drawn her floating pagoda crystal knife and stepped forward, effortlessly deflecting all the incoming knives to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The black-haired woman's expression hardened. Not only was this young man formidable, but the stunning beauty beside him was equally powerful. Acknowledging the presence of two equally strong ability users, she realized her chance of escape had evaporated, prompting her to regain her composure. Who are you? Our Red Fox base has never wronged you, has it? The black-haired woman inquired coolly. Lin Yao unabashedly scrutinized the two women. The black-haired woman, clad in a long black dress, exuded an air of elegance, her features strikingly beautiful, with subtly muscular arms and legs. In contrast, the pink-haired woman reclining on the sofa appeared delicate and charming, evoking a sense of vulnerability. Quite impressive. These two women shall belong to me. Lin Yao resolved internally. Seeing Lin Yao so openly appraising the woman on the sofa, the black-haired beauty stepped aside to shield the pink-haired woman from his gaze. What? Are you here so brazenly just to gaze upon us? The black-haired woman inquired again, noticing Lin Yao's silence. Lin Yao chuckled, scratching his nose. This is all a misunderstanding, you see. A misunderstanding. The black-haired woman was taken aback. Indeed. We are the rightful owners of this community, having been trapped outside for many days. Today, after finally returning home, we find ourselves confronted by someone claiming this is the territory of the Red Fox base, forbidding us entry. What kind of security denies residents access? What a ludicrous excuse! Lin Yao feigned indignation. The black-haired woman smirked. The truth is, this is indeed the territory of our Red Fox base. Those outside are certainly not mere security. Is that so? Then who are they? Lin Yao feigned confusion. They are my subordinates, the black-haired woman proclaimed proudly. Lin Yao nodded seriously. So, you use her as a human shield, Red Fox leader? The last statement was directed at the pale-faced pink-haired woman on the sofa. What? The black-haired woman's eyes widened in shock. Realizing the implication, she quickly retorted coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? I am the true leader here. Lin Yao nonchalantly settled into another sofa, ignoring the black-haired woman as he focused on the pink-haired one. You, as the leader of a base, prefer to play the submissive role. I find that rather hard to accept. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The pink-haired woman timidly shrank her head. Enough with the pretense. Your allure holds no power over me, nor over any of us, Lin Yao declared, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. Laying his cards on the table upon entering, he had utilized his insight skill on both women. Li Xiaoxing, female, 23 years old, short knife blade level 2. Can release short knives as throwing weapons. This was the ability of the black-haired woman. Red Fox, female, 21 years old, charm level 2. Can control level 1 to 2 ability users through mental power. This belonged to the pink-haired woman. Thus, with such abilities, their little tricks were as child's play to Lin Yao, who saw through them effortlessly. Hearing Lin Yao's assertive claims, Red Fox's pallid complexion grew even more ashen. She had secretly attempted to use her charm to control Lin Yao. But his mental strength was so formidable that he had instinctively repelled her attack, causing harm to herself. Xiaoxing, step back, Red Fox sighed, commanding Li Xiaoxing. Although Li Xiaoxing wanted to persist, she ultimately yielded, standing behind Red Fox upon seeing her pitiful expression. Simultaneously, Lin Yao signaled to Lu Deshang and the others, instructing them to deal with the remaining ability users outside. So, Miss Red Fox, are you planning to simply chat with me? Lin Yao asked with a smile as he took a puff from his cigarette. Red Fox smiled seductively. Since you are so well informed about us and possess great strength, it appears we have nowhere to escape. It would be better to be frank. Indeed, Miss Red Fox, I appreciate your candor. I enjoy conversing with such forthright individuals. Lin Yao clapped his hands. I must remind you, it was you who insisted on being straightforward. Do not blame me for being unceremonious before you decide to kill us. May we know which faction you belong to? Red Fox inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on Lin Yao. Since Lin Yao's appearance, she had been pondering which of her enemies had come to confront her. But after comparing, she realized that none possessed an ability user like Lin Yao. Miss Honghu, you are far too courteous, and my name is Lin Yao. Currently, our faction consists of only a few individuals. As for our name, I have yet to decide, Lin Yao pondered before responding. Other teams, like the Lu Dachang group, have their own names, while ours has simply been referred to as the Lin Yao team, which sounds rather unimpressive. Miss Honghu contemplated seriously for a moment. Mr. Lin, may I inquire if anyone from our Honghu base has offended you in the past? Not at all, Lin Yao replied straightforwardly. What? Honghu was taken aback. You and your base have not wronged me, yet you have wiped out my people. Lin Yao chuckled heartily. Although there has been no prior offense, you have certainly offended me just now. Did I not mention? We are the owners here. Your subordinates not only barred the owners from returning home, but also attempted to abduct my woman. Tell me, did I err in my actions? Honghu was momentarily stunned, then nodded in resignation. Mr. Lin, you have acted quite rightly. She truly did not anticipate that these individuals were merely returning home. It was just that her subordinates foolishly coveted another's woman and met their demise as a result. Chapter 56. Eat less junk food and sleep more. Now that the matter was laid bare, Honghu had resigned herself to the situation. At this juncture, all threats were futile, especially given her perspective that Lin Yao and his companions appeared stronger than anyone she had encountered before, rendering any potential backing irrelevant. The misdeeds of my subordinates are a reflection of my lax management as their leader. I humbly request, Mr. Lin, that you grant me one favor, Honghu said, gazing intently at Li Xiaoxing. Ah? What favor? Lin Yao was momentarily taken aback. I only wish that when you do kill us, you leave behind a complete corpse, Honghu stated earnestly. Lin Yao laughed. When did I ever say I intended to kill you? Honghu was momentarily stunned, then joyfully inquired. Mr. Lin is not going to kill us? You are willing to let us go? Who would wish to die if they could live? Lin Yao discarded his cigarette, and stamped it out. It is impossible for me to let you leave. However, I can offer you a choice. Either join my team and become my women, or become food for zombies. Both Honghu and Li Xiaoxing were momentarily speechless. How could this man so cheerfully utter such merciless words? To be fed to zombies is far more terrifying than mere dismemberment. Absolutely not. Li Xiaoxing objected vehemently, drawing two short blades, prepared to fight Lin Yao. Lin Yao raised his hand to halt her. Hold on. Do not be so hasty. If you follow me, you might just enhance your abilities more swiftly. Upon hearing Lin Yao's words, Honghu quickly seized Li Xiaoxing's arm, incredulously asking, what does Mr. Lin mean by that? Do you possess a method to acquire a substantial number of crystals? Although they had recently reached level 2, it had taken immense effort to achieve this, and even at level 2, they were only marginally stronger than ordinary people, capable of dispatching a few solitary zombies, but forced to flee when confronted with hordes. Lin Yao flipped his wrist, tossing a large bag of crystals at their feet, gazing at the hastily gathered crystals resembling stones. Both Honghu and Li Xiaoxing inhaled sharply. This bag alone likely contained over 1,000 crystals. These are the fruits of our labor from last night. Currently, the weakest member of our team is at level 3. After absorption, at the very least, they will reach level 4. What do you think? Are you interested in my offer? Lin Yao was quite pleased by their astonishment, grinning as he collected the crystals. Honghu suppressed her desire to seize the crystals, hesitantly asking Lin Yao, May I inquire how the crystals will be distributed should we join your team? I do not want any. Let the team divide them evenly, Lin Yao replied candidly. And what is your current ability level, Mr. Lin? Honghu frowned, considering that such a distribution method seemed rather childish. In her base, she, as the leader, would take 50 of the crystals obtained from killing zombies, with the remaining half shared among her subordinates. Lin Yao tilted his head in thought. I am not quite certain, but I suppose I would be considered a level 4 ability user. His path diverged from others. All his skills were level 4. So it was reasonable to assign himself that level for now. As for his true strength, Lin Yao was unsure, having an abundance of skills. Besides his skills, his physical prowess was astonishing. Even a level 4 strength user like Yu Qian would surely beg for mercy if they were to arm wrestle. Honghu's breath hitched. A level 4 ability user was already among the top 100 in Zhonghan City. Currently, no level 5 ability users had emerged in the city. So, Mr. Lin, without crystals, how do you plan to level up? Honghu posed the pivotal question. Lin Yao chuckled. Read more books, stay informed, eat less junk food, and get plenty of sleep. Then, you will naturally level up. He certainly would not reveal his secret. Even Wu Shuiyan and the others were unaware of the system's existence. Honghu rolled her beautiful eyes, recognizing that Lin Yao was evading the truth. After contemplating for a moment, she addressed Lin Yao. If my sister and I were to join your team, it is not out of the question. However, I still have some reservations regarding the distribution of crystals. Reservations, you say? How unfortunate, Lin Yao sighed, standing up as 2 crossbow arrows materialized before him. Wait, Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Honghu was startled. Why was this man turning hostile over a disagreement? Lin Yao sneered. Miss Honghu, you seem to have misunderstood. I am inviting you to join my team as my women, not to assume the role of a leader. As my woman, you must heed a man's commands. Understand? In this team, I am the decision maker. If you cannot accept my distribution method and I do not wish to force anyone, then we must part ways, and it would be a pity for you both to descend into hell. This woman truly lacks appreciation. Managing such a harem is no easy task. If the distribution of crystals were to become uneven, it would surely lead to a power struggle. Only then did Honghu realize just how domineering this man was. His outwardly jovial demeanor was merely a facade. Her proposal to alter the distribution method had undoubtedly provoked Lin Yao's ire. Very well, it is my fault. I shall defer to Mr. Lin. Honghu lowered her head. So, are you willing to become my women? Lin Yao resumed his seat. Honghu nodded. In order to grow stronger, what was it to become his woman? It could be likened to a mere prick from a needle. Li Xiaoxing, seeing Honghu acquiesce, also reluctantly nodded in agreement. Lin Yao laughed heartily. Excellent. Congratulations to both of you for making the right choice. Now, why don't you both head upstairs and freshen up? Now, Honghu's cheeks flushed. What of it? Were you not just enjoying yourselves? Let us continue. Lin Yao grinned wickedly. Honghu sighed, knowing she would eventually have to face this situation, and silently led Li Xiaoxing upstairs. Outside, the Lu Dachang team had completed their patrol of the entire community and returned. Brother Lin, all the male ability users from the Honghu base have been tied together, along with a dozen female ability users. How do you wish to handle this? Lin Yao pondered for a moment and instructed Lu Dachang to bring all the female ability users over. Brother Lu, are you still looking to recruit? Lin Yao inquired of Lu Dachang while surveying the rather ordinary-looking women. Lu Dachang laughed heartily. What a coincidence. I was just thinking the same. With the 3 of us digging for crystals daily, our efficiency is far too low. It is indeed time to recruit. Since Brother Lin has this intention, shall I take all these individuals with me? Very well. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Lu. Now that this entire community belongs to us, I would appreciate it if you could select a building at the entrance to serve as your team's base of operations. As for those male ability users, restrain them for now. I have other uses for them. Lin Yao patted Lu Dachang on the shoulder. Lu Dachang nodded. Lin Yao's intent was clear. He wanted them to take on the responsibility of guarding the area. However, he understood this implicitly. Chapter 57. Honghu's passed as Lu Dachang led the dozen or so women away cheerfully. Lin Yao turned to Zhou Chuchu and asked, Chuchu, which building is yours? Zhou Chuchu shot him an exasperated glance. It is this one. Such a coincidence? Lin Yao was taken aback. This villa was the most lavishly decorated in the entire community. He had just used his mental probing to assess it. It was not only equipped with various amenities, but also contained numerous rooms. How do you manage to occupy such a large house all by yourself? Lin Yao inquired with a grin. This villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 below, with over 10 rooms. I simply change rooms daily. Why do you care? Zhou Chuchu turned away, somewhat irked. Lin Yao had just taken in 2 more women. When would it be her turn? Lin Yao was puzzled by Zhou Chuchu's reaction and cautiously probed. If you prefer, we can choose another villa. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Chuchu's eyes reddened at his words. Do you disdain my home? Not at all. It is merely a matter of returning what belongs to its rightful owner. Lin Yao was even more confused. Did Zhou Chuchu want him to stay or not? Just stay here. After all, I am already part of the team. With you all here, I won't feel so lonely. Zhou Chuchu realized she was being unreasonable. Lin Yao chuckled. Then we shall not stand on ceremony. I will take the largest room on the 3rd floor, and you all can divide the rest. He had long detected that there was a room on the 3rd floor likely reserved for Zhou Chuchu's parents when they occasionally came to stay. The space was expansive, and most importantly, the bed was also quite large. A few women cheered and eagerly went off to select their rooms, while Lin Yao ascended the stairs with a slow, deliberate gait. In the largest room, Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing were engaged in conversation. Miss, later on, I might try to catch him off guard when he has relaxed, Li Xiaoxing said, making a gesture as if to stroke her neck. Hong Hu quickly grasped her hand and warned. That's not permitted. Why not? Li Xiaoxing queried, puzzled. She had always believed that Hong Hu agreed to become Lin Yao's woman with the intention of striking when he was unaware. Hong Hu sighed and replied, Xiaoxing, how long have you been with me? Without hesitation, Li Xiaoxing exclaimed, Miss, it's been 5 years. Indeed, 5 years ago, in order to escape my uncle's pursuit, I was forced to roam for 5 years, and you protected me during that time. After the zombie outbreak, we both gained supernatural abilities and worked hard to establish this Hong Hu base. Hong Hu spoke with a tone of nostalgia. We initially thought that with our abilities and a base, I would have the means to exact revenge on my uncle, but who could have known that this Lin Yao would effortlessly destroy our efforts over these past days? All the strength we have accumulated seems utterly futile before him. Xiaoxing, I have resigned myself to fate. It is only today that I realize if I cannot align myself with a powerful man, the prospect of revenge may remain forever unattainable. Thus, I must take a gamble. Hoping that this Lin Yao will assist me in avenging my grievances, Li Xiaoxing sighed softly. And what if he refuses to help us seek revenge? If he refuses, then what? Do we really have any other options in our current predicament? Hong Hu replied with a bitter smile. Just then, Lin Yao pushed the door open and entered, having overheard their conversation. What is this? Do you harbor some deep-seated hatred? Lin Yao observed that both women had finished freshening up and, instead of rushing, took a seat nearby. Hong Hu shook her head, still silent, but Li Xiaoxing suddenly stood and approached Lin Yao, declaring, As long as you help the miss take her revenge, I will do anything you ask of me. Xiaoxing, Hong Hu exclaimed urgently. Lin Yao raised his hand and said, You have already agreed to be my woman. Therefore, you should do as I say, without any room for negotiation. Both Li Xiaoxing and Hong Hu felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, it was unrealistic to expect this man to help them with their vengeance. However, Lin Yao suddenly shifted his tone. But as long as you genuinely embrace being my woman, as a man, it is only fitting that I alleviate your worries. Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing simultaneously looked up in surprise. You are willing to help us seek revenge? Lin Yao, smoking a cigarette, listened intently as Hong Hu recounted her story. It turned out that Hong Hu's original surname was Chen, and she hailed from a powerful and influential family in Kyoto. 5 years ago, Hong Hu's father held the position of family head, and the entire clan was thriving, allowing her to grow up joyfully under his protection. However, Hong Hu's uncle harbored resentment towards his brother. Seizing the opportunity while Hong Hu's father was out with her, he secretly forced her mother into a compromising situation and recorded it. With the video as leverage, Hong Hu's mother was coerced into drugging her husband. The drug was capable of manipulating one's mind, and her father, unaware, ingested it, falling under his brother's control, and publicly ceded the family head position to him. It would have ended there, but Hong Hu's bodyguard, Li Xiaoxing, inadvertently stumbled upon her mother's affair with her uncle and immediately informed Hong Hu. It was then that Hong Hu realized her father's recent odd behaviors were all connected to her uncle. In a fit of youthful defiance, Hong Hu confronted her uncle in public, only for him to reveal his true intentions and attempt to kill his own niece. Fortunately, Li Xiaoxing's exceptional skills allowed them to escape. And for the following years, she devoted herself to protecting Hong Hu from the Chen family's pursuit. It was only after the zombie outbreak severed all communication that Hong Hu felt emboldened to establish the Hong Hu safe base alongside Li Xiaoxing. Are you truly certain that this vendetta can still be exacted? Could your uncle not have turned into a zombie or been devoured by one? Lin Yao inquired, puzzled. That is impossible. He is still alive. Hong Hu replied with a fierce expression. How do you know? Do you have news of him? Lin Yao pressed, more intrigued that Li Xiaoxing interjected, because of the sudden emergence of the official organization of supernatural beings. Mrs. Uncle, Chen Hanlin, is currently ranked at the top of the supernatural leaderboard in Kyoto. The mention of Chen Hanlin's name brought a fierce look to both Li Xiaoxing and Hong Hu's faces. Lin Yao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Such powerful individuals, if alive, could possess countless resources and swiftly enhance their strength. And what level is he at now? Lin Yao asked. Hong Hu's expression was complex as she replied. He is a level 5 supernatural being. Chapter 58 level 5 already? Just level 5. That's not too concerning. Lin Yao mused while stroking his chin. As of now, he had 12 system lottery draws that he hadn't yet utilized. Even if he used them all to draw for skill points, that would amount to 24,000 skill points, sufficient to elevate 2 skills to level 5. Moreover, they weren't even required to confront him immediately. Even if they did, Lin Yao was confident that his relentless skills could easily vanquish a level 5 supernatural being. Just level 5? You make it sound so simple. We have put in tremendous effort to establish our base and only managed to reach level 2? Li Xiaoxing scoffed. Lin Yao remained unfazed. Your lack of prowess does not imply I am equally inept, he remarked, tapping Hong Hu's forehead gently. Rest assured. Stay with me, and you shall have your vengeance. After their activities concluded, Lin Yao led them downstairs to have breakfast. After a long night of exertion, they had yet to eat. In the kitchen, Fang Yin was already preparing the meal, while the other women, exhausted from the previous night's endeavors, were busy washing up in preparation for breakfast before catching up on sleep. It was no wonder they were in a wealthy villa area. Zhou Chuchu's villa even boasted a massive cold storage in the basement, though it had already been nearly depleted by the members of the Hong Hu base. The first basement level contained a home theater and a large household generator, though the fuel had been completely consumed. It seemed that aside from food, they would need to venture out to stockpile some fuel. Lin Yao pondered for a moment before heading outdoors. The Lu Dachang team had thoughtfully cleared away the bodies and blood, leaving the community lush and vibrant, with an array of children's entertainment facilities and a gym, as well as an indoor swimming pool, which Lin Yao found quite satisfactory. This would become their stronghold. As he reached the entrance of the community, he noticed a building to the left where the Lu Dachang team was located. Lin Yao went to deliver some food to them, which was received by Fang Yi. After breakfast, while Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing looked on enviously, Lin Yao distributed the crystals he had acquired the previous night, which were the fruits of his team's efforts. Hong Hu could only hope to receive crystals for their next encounter with zombies. It wasn't until noon that everyone had absorbed the crystals. This is level 5 already? Hong Hu exclaimed in astonishment. The women in Lin Yao's team, seemingly unassuming, turned out to be formidable at levels 3 and 4. After absorbing the crystals, Wu Shuiyin, Yu Qian, Yu Xian, and Zhou Chuchu had all reached level 5. Those who arrived later, like Lu Yin, Chu Wenwen, and Fang Yin, had all reached level 4, according to Hong Hu's calculations. Should Lin Yao's team undergo testing at the official organization of supernatural beings, those with offensive abilities would surely dominate the top ranks in Hanzhong City. With his women growing so strong, just how powerful was Lin Yao himself? Hong Hu couldn't help but speculate about Lin Yao's strength, feeling a surge of confidence. That moment, Lin Yao was busy leveraging Chu Wenwen's luck to draw prizes. Previously, he had gifted Yu Qian a knife, but he was unable to conceal it from the other women, who all began to sweetly demand weapons. With no other option, Lin Yao silently wished for weapons suitable for each woman's abilities. With Chu Wenwen now at level 4, her luck had become even more incredible, leading Lin Yao to reap substantial rewards. For those possessing the ability of X-ray vision or laser vision, wearing these glasses allows them to emit terrifying lasers. Ah, this one is for the boss lady, Wu Shuiyin exclaimed after donning the glasses, and her X-ray vision transformed into a laser beam. Controls the frequency of sound waves for those with the sound wave ability. Ah, this is for you Xian. Made of tough material, these gloves can adapt to the user's body shape, are not easily damaged, and can withstand bites from zombies of level 4 and below. Ah, this is for Lu Yin. Fits snugly to the wearer's form, adapting as the wearer changes. Impervious to blades and bullets. Ah, this is for Fang Yin. When worn by those with mind-reading abilities, this device allows simultaneous listening to multiple thoughts. Ah, this is for Zhou Chu Chu. Those with extreme luck enhance their aura upon contact with this item. Ah, this is for Chu Wanwen. Adapts to the wearer's hands, transforming to form powerful alloy claws based on the wearer's abilities. Ah, this is for Su Qing Yin. Enhances the attacking power of the fingertips. Retractable at will. Ah, this is for Wang Jialing. Enhances the charm ability of those who possess it, increasing it by 1 level. Ah, this is for Hong Hu. Precise colored contact lenses. Wearing them can enhance the aiming ability of ability users. Ah. This belongs to Li Xiaoxing. It produced 10 types of weaponry in one go, each tailored for a corresponding wielder, and Lin Yao was immensely satisfied. As for the weapons of the other female zombies, Lin Yao was in no rush to produce them, as their powers had yet to awaken. He would address that once they did, he utilized all of the remaining 14 rewards to draw skill points, receiving a total of 14,000 skill points at once, bringing his total to 20,000. Without hesitation, he directly upgraded the zombie transformation technique and monster killing level to level 5. At level 5, the zombie transformation technique allowed him to transform into a level 4 zombie, with a daily transformation duration of 5 hours. Meanwhile, level 5 and monster killing level increased the skill points gained per zombie kill. Once everyone had absorbed the crystals, Lin Yao gathered all the crystal shells and distributed the weapons to them. The women joyfully accepted their weapons, each one perfectly suited to their abilities. With these armaments, everyone's combat power surged significantly. Among them, Yu Xin and Fang Yin's loyalty instantly reached 100, granting Lin Yao 2 system lottery chances. I have one too, Zhou Chu Chu said, her face slightly flushed, gazing at the headset Lin Yao handed over. Of course, you are my team member, Lin Yao replied, somewhat puzzled, as he placed the headset in her hand. Zhou Chu Chu's blush deepened as she lowered her head and murmured, just a team member? However, Lin Yao did not catch her words and proceeded to give the earrings and colored lenses to the newly joined Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing. Explaining their usage, we have them too? Hong Hu exclaimed in surprise. It was only their first day of joining, and Lin Yao was already providing them with appropriate weapons. Lin Yao smiled and nodded. As long as you are my team members, you will all receive them, and besides, you can be considered my women now. Both Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing's faces flushed simultaneously. Did you not go to the official organization for ability users to claim weapons? Lin Yao suddenly recalled that the organization would distribute weapons to ability users. Hong Hu sighed. Xiaoxing and I originally planned to go, but upon seeing the ability user rankings at the entrance, we were concerned that Xiaoxing's strength might appear on the leaderboard and be seen by my second uncle. Chapter 59. I'm very well behaved. Please don't bully me. Oh. Lin Yao nodded, and then instructed the two to ensure the safety of the women during the day. As he prepared to head out, after a night of digging for crystals, the other women had absorbed their crystals and returned to their rooms to sleep, leaving Lin Yao to exit the community alone. It was time to rendezvous with Su Qingyin. Earlier, he had designated another upscale community, located 1 kilometer from Binhua Garden, to accommodate Su Qingyin and the others. It was slightly inferior to Binhua Garden, but still a high-end area. The 1 kilometer distance was not too far, allowing for timely responses in case of any issues. Lin Yao strolled leisurely along the road, noticing that some shops had already been looted, thwarting his plans to pilfer supplies. However, he spotted a gas station and, using his mental detection, discovered that the underground tanks still contained a significant amount of fuel. With his formidable physique, he could easily shatter the ground with a single stomp and extract the several-ton tank with his bare hands. Securing the fuel ensured the electricity supply for the villa, and he happily stored the entire tank in his storage space. He also replicated the process for several other tanks. What the hell? The tanks have been dug up. Not long after Lin Yao left, a group of people arrived at the gas station. They came in vehicles, well-equipped, clearly intent on stealing oil. The leading middle-aged man got out, unable to contain his anger at the chaotic scene, and cursed, "Who the hell brought a digger to steal oil? Is there any sense of honor?" A nearby person asked, "Boss, what should we do? What to do? Isn't there still a gas station ahead? Hurry up and go check it out," the middle-aged man barked, urging his subordinates to get back in the vehicles. 2 minutes later, just as Lin Yao was about to leave after collecting the oil tanks from the second gas station, he heard the sound of vehicles approaching from behind. Lin Yao glanced back but paid it no mind. As long as they weren't looking for trouble with him, he was unconcerned. However, the occupants of the vehicles noticed the damaged ground at the gas station and saw a young man loitering nearby. Quickly signaling their convoy to surround him, creak. 4 vehicles came to a halt in front of Lin Yao. Activating his mental detection, he assessed the situation. These individuals were driving oil collection vehicles and were heavily armed. They were undoubtedly here to steal oil, but he had gotten there first. The middle-aged leader, Wang Han, got out in a fit of rage and shouted at Lin Yao, "Hey, you there, come here." Lin Yao looked around in confusion. Realizing the middle-aged man was pointing at him, he hurriedly jogged over while scanning the abilities of those present. They were all quite pathetic, with only level 1 abilities. Wang Han, seeing Lin Yao's seemingly harmless demeanor, arrogantly asked, "Kid, what is going on with this gas station?" Lin Yao shook his head. "I don't know. I just passed by and found it like this. Is that so?" Wang Han eyed Lin Yao skeptically. Having boosted his charm points, Lin Yao appeared youthful, like an inexperienced college student. Yes, Lin Yao nodded vigorously, feigning innocence. Wang Han considered that with the state of the gas station, it could either be due to an exceptionally powerful ability user or someone using a digger. Otherwise, such destruction would be impossible. The young man before him certainly did not exude any aura of a powerful figure. He must indeed be just a passerby. Wang Han, feeling anxious after not obtaining any oil all morning, was worried about being reprimanded by his boss upon returning. In his frustration, he decided to vent his anger on Lin Yao, pointing a finger at him and scolding, "What were you doing out here? You made me run empty-handed after 2 gas stations. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Lin Yao scratched his head. "Big brother, how can you say that? I didn't cause this gas station to be like this. I really just passed by. Passing by doesn't matter." Wang Han began to act unreasonable. "Oh, what should we do? I can tell you, you can't bully me. I'm very powerful." Lin Yao took a step back, adopting a stance as if ready to fight. Wang Han was both amused and enraged by Lin Yao's antics. "Oh really? Just how powerful can you be?" As he stepped forward, Lin Yao, frightened, took another step back, further convincing Wang Han that he was merely a blustering coward. Lin Yao rolled up his sleeves to showcase his muscles, declaring, I'm not afraid of you. I'm a level 1 strength type ability user. I am very strong." "Oh, a strength type, huh? No wonder you're so cocky. But you're only level 1, Wang Han said dismissively. "Xiaoliang, Xiaowu, you 2 are also strength types. Go have a spar with this kid." Wang Han looked down on Lin Yao, aware that strength types were the most common among ability users. Although melee strength types were indeed formidable, they were at a disadvantage against ranged attackers of the same level. 2 men from the convoy stepped forward with sinister smiles, approaching Lin Yao. Seeing that 2 were coming to assault him, Lin Yao hurriedly took another step back and clasped his hands in front of him, pleading, "I'm sorry, please spare me." Everyone was taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this kid was acting so tough, but turns out to be a coward." Wang Han laughed so hard he could barely stand. Xiaoliang and Xiaowu found it difficult to act against Lin Yao after his display. However, Wang Han was not willing to let him go and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Go beat him up." Lin Yao's expression changed. Seizing the moment while Xiaoliang and Xiaowu were caught off guard, he turned and fled. "Humph! You think you can escape? Chase him!" Wang Han sneered, and all of them abandoned their vehicles to pursue Lin Yao. As Lin Yao ran, he paused to catch his breath. These people were too slow, and he needed to wait a moment. Wang Han's group, comprising 16 individuals, couldn't help but curse internally, realizing just how fast Lin Yao could run. Thankfully, he had to pause occasionally to catch his breath. Otherwise, they would have truly lost track of him. The empty streets became a scene of chase and retreat until Lin Yao reached Juntianfu. Where Su Qingyan and her group were located, in a frantic dash, he plunged into the Juntianfu community, shouting loudly, "Roar, roar, roar, Xiaoyan, I'm coming." Wang Han, infuriated from behind, yelled, "What are you shouting for?" He feared Lin Yao would attract zombies. However, as fate would have it, Su Qingyan, wandering in the community, heard Lin Yao's voice and promptly led a group of female zombies towards him. "I don't know. The zombies really are coming, run." Wang Han exclaimed in shock as he saw over a dozen figures rushing toward them. Particularly the 2 leading the charge, who were clearly at the level of zombie kings, prompting him to turn and flee. Yet, just as he was about to move, he found himself unable to budge. Not just Wang Han, but everyone else remained frozen in place. Chapter 60. Teacher Lin is starting class. Lin Yao had discovered Su Qingyin before Wang Han, transforming into a level 4 zombie and activating the immobilization technique, trapping Wang Han and his crew in place. Lin, Su Qingyin exclaimed with delight as she rushed into Lin Yao's embrace, leaving Wang Han utterly terrified. The female zombie king had just jumped into the arms of that young man. Lin Yao smiled as he gently patted Su Qingyin's head, then turned around, his violet pupils emanating a soothing glow that left everyone in sheer astonishment. This fellow turned out to be a king of the undead. The dozen or so female zombies approaching, aside from Su Qingyin and Wang Jialing, were drooling at the sight of Wang Han and his companions. Were it not for Su Qingyin suppressing them with the aura of a zombie king, they would have lunged forward to tear into flesh, biting aloud. "Or I shall be quite unyielding," Lin Yao commanded his zombie companions before stepping up to Wang Han. Exactly are you?" Wang Han's voice trembled, realizing that his group, all level 1 ability users, had no chance of resisting against the level 4 zombie king before them. Lin Yao's zombie visage broke into a slight smile. "I am but a humble zombie king." Upon hearing the level 4 zombie king speak in Mandarin, Wang Han's fear escalated. "Please spare us, O mighty zombie king. We did not intend to intrude upon your territory. If you would let us go, I could bring more living souls for you to feast upon." "Oh, really? Do elaborate on how you plan to do that," Lin Yao inquired. Wang Han hastily replied, "Well, O zombie king, we are from the Fire Leopard base, which has over 100 people, and our leader, Fire Leopard, is a level 2 ability user. His blood would surely be the most delectable. A lowly being like me would only dirty your palate. Are you running a zoo, with dogs, wolves, and leopards?" Lin Yao could not help but interject. "There's even a fox back home." Wang Han's lips quivered. This zombie king seemed to possess knowledge of their human factions. He quickly responded, "O mighty zombie king, the leader of this lake area is called Golden Lion. The base is under Golden Lion. They are named after wolves and leopards. Now I see the nature of your leader. Tell me, how many bases are there in this lake area, and what are their respective leaders and levels?" Lin Yao asked. Wang Han, suppressing his fear, answered, "O mighty zombie king, aside from the Golden Lion, a level 3 ability user. I am currently unaware of his powers. Our leader, Fire Leopard, is a level 2 ability user who can conjure fireballs out of thin air. There is also a leader named Copper Wolf, a level 2 ability user who can transform into a wolf. Then there is a leader called Rain Elephant, a level 2 ability user who can control rain. And a female leader named Red Fox, also a level 2 ability user, who can conjure flying knives. It seems Red Fox has concealed herself well. Outsiders believe Li Xiaoxing is Red Fox. However, there is even a leader above her, yet she failed to mention that. Oh, I didn't ask either. Never mind, I'll inquire later." Lin Yao mused, nodding in satisfaction. He then conjured a map from thin air, releasing Wang Han from his immobilization spell. "Circle the locations of these bases." Wang Han nearly cursed. This zombie king was excessively anthropomorphic, understanding everything and even reading maps. Faced with Lin Yao's cold gaze, Wang Han dared not entertain rebellious thoughts. He took the pen and circled several spots on the map. After reviewing the map, Lin Yao nodded in approval, stowed it away, and reimposed the immobilization spell on Wang Han. "The zombie lord, did you not intend to let me go?" Wang Han was on the verge of tears. "Did I ever say that?" Lin Yao retorted, for he indeed had not. Silencing Wang Han, Lin Yao turned to summon the newly joined female zombies. "Today, I shall teach you all how to restrain your urge to devour humans." He instructed the female zombies to stand before a human each, directing them. "Class is in session. First, suppress your drool and extend your claws. Claws, not your feet. This is what I mean. See it? Yes, after extending your claws, aim for their necks, the neck, not the head. The neck is right here. You there? Oh, Lily, what are you doing? Close your mouth and do not bite. Aiming for the neck. All right, now, use your claws to pierce through. You're to pierce. Not to strangle him, yes, just like that. Remember to pierce deep enough to draw blood, and once you see blood, simply withdraw your claws." Wang Han could not comprehend Lin Yao's zombie language, but the scene before him was enough to frighten his very soul. These beings were not mere zombies. They were demons. Who had ever seen a zombie king instructing zombies to pierce humans? The female zombies, acting like school children, were reprimanded by the zombie king for not following instructions correctly. Each of these female zombies possessed razor-sharp claws that effortlessly pierced through the throats of Wang Han's subordinates, causing them to convulse and collapse to the ground. With only Wang Han remaining alive, Lin Yao instructed the female zombies to step back and observe quietly. Sure enough, in no time, Wang Han's subordinates began convulsing violently, their eyes turning white as they let out anguished howls. Soon, all of them transformed into zombies, struggling to rise, instinctively opening their bloody jaws upon seeing Wang Han, the last living human. "Please, don't come any closer," Wang Han screamed internally, yet no one could hear him as his subordinates lunged at him, tearing into him, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Before long, Wang Han too succumbed to the transformation into a zombie. With a flurry of arrows, Lin Yao's crossbow bolts shot forth as Wang Han transformed. The group that had set out to steal oil from the Fire Leopard base ultimately became Lin Yao's crystalline harvest. "Why pick on me for no reason?" Lin Yao sighed, continuing to excavate the crystals from Wang Han's brain. With a handful of crystals collected, he fed them all to Su Qingyan. After her promotion to level 3 zombie, Su Qingyan had refused to consume crystal shells, likely due to their insufficient energy. But now, with these energy-rich crystals, she willingly indulged. Lin Yao also supplemented Su Qingyan with several level 2 crystals, causing her body to gradually transform, resembling her former human self more closely, her skin taking on a rosy hue and becoming softer to the touch. However, the softness was merely superficial. Lin Yao sensed that Su Qingyan's skin could now effectively withstand bullets. As Su Qingyan ascended to level 4 Zombie King, her pupils glowed with the same violet radiance as Lin Yao's. Yet the gaze she cast upon him was imbued with a more human-like affection. Chapter 61. The desolate life of the Red Fox base. After Su Qingyan reached level 4, Lin Yao spent the entire afternoon in her company. He casually kicked open the door of a villa, earnestly instructing Su Qingyan on how to utilize human living facilities. Most importantly, he taught her the art of bathing, for even a zombie should smell pleasant every day. Having attained level 4 Zombie King status, Su Qingyan's intellect had approached that of an ordinary 10-year-old child, allowing her to grasp concepts rapidly with Lin Yao's guidance. Should we wait until Xiao Yinyan reaches level 5 to bring over the 5-year college entrance exams and 3-year simulations? Lin Yao pondered, stroking his chin. Beyond teaching Su Qingyan everyday skills, Lin Yao also outlined their future plans. The strategy was straightforward. Su Qingyan would gather all the solitary zombies in the vicinity and lead them to the large square between 2 neighborhoods, where they would simply eliminate them, clear-cut and uncomplicated. As the sun began to set, the female zombies finished consuming the over 6,000 crystal shells Lin Yao had brought, resulting in their ascension to level 3 Zombie Kings. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction, realizing that no one in Zhonghan City would suspect that he had secretly cultivated such a powerful legion of female zombies. The strongest in the lake area, Golden Lion, was only a level 3, while his little Yin Yan, equipped with the weapons bestowed by the system, surpassed Golden Lion by a considerable margin. After instructing Su Qingyan to teach the other female zombies essential life skills, Lin Yao departed. Upon returning to the lakeside garden, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. Today, it was Fang Yi, proficient in agility, who was tasked with guarding the gate. Upon spotting Lin Yao's return, she hurriedly opened the door, exclaiming joyfully, "Uncle, you're back. What did you call me?" Lin Yao was taken aback. Fang Yi chuckled. "Come on, uncle, don't play coy. My aunt already told me." "All right," Lin Yao thought, realizing he was only 3 or 4 years older than Fang Yi, and was momentarily taken aback by the term. As he walked, he inquired, "Was there anything unusual this afternoon?" Fang Yi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Uncle, indeed there was." Lin Yao paused, turning to look at her. "What happened?" Fang Yi lowered her voice and recounted. "Around 3 o'clock this afternoon, a group arrived demanding to see Red Fox. After I reported it, that black-haired sister came out. The leader of the group asked her for crystals, mentioning something about daily quotas. The black-haired sister refused, and they began to argue. However, in the end, no fight broke out. The group left cursing, and I could see that sister was quite upset." Lin Yao nodded, indicating that he understood, and discreetly handed Fang Yi several level 2 crystals for her to keep watch at the gate before turning back towards the villa. Inside the villa, several women, having caught up on sleep throughout the day, were now awake and assisting Fang Yin in preparing dinner. Lin Yao first refueled the generator, restoring power to the entire villa, before seeking out Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing. The Red Fox sighed and said, I had forgotten to mention to you that when I established this Red Fox base, the Golden Lion faction approached us. Their power is formidable, and they coerced us into acknowledging them as our leader. If we disagreed, they threatened to annihilate our Red Fox base, at the time. Both Xiaoxing and I were merely level 2 abilities, and to preserve our lives, we had no choice but to acquiesce. The Golden Lion made it sound appealing. So long as we recognized him as our leader, his underlings would safeguard our base. The price, however, was the daily tribute of 200 crystals. Otherwise, he would come knocking on our door. Now that the Red Fox base belongs to you, we naturally refused them. Today, Xiaoxing almost came to blows with them. Lin Yao stroked his chin and inquired, Such tyranny. Is this treatment exclusive to your base? Or do all bases face the same fate? All bases are required to pay tribute in crystals, the Red Fox retorted fiercely. Are there no other bases aside from yours? Lin Yao asked, somewhat taken aback. In the entire Lake District, excluding the Golden Lion, are there only 4 bases? The Red Fox shook her head. Certainly not. There are approximately over 20 bases in the entire Lake District, albeit with varying populations. The Fire Leopard, Rain Elephant, and Copper Wolf bases rank among the strongest. That sounds more plausible, Lin Yao nodded, reasoning that otherwise, the number of survivors would be alarmingly low. The Red Fox continued to lament. The population in the Lake District was already sparse, leading to a naturally lower number of zombies. With so many bases dividing the territory, the zombies are nearly exterminated, making it increasingly difficult for us to maintain the status quo. We simply lack the energy to hunt more zombies. Lin Yao chuckled. You claim there's no energy, yet when I arrived this morning, you and Xiaoxing seem to be enjoying yourselves quite thoroughly. Both the Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing blushed simultaneously. Please elaborate on the situation of the Golden Lion base, Lin Yao urged them. Time to eat. Half an hour later, Fang Yin's voice rang out. At the grand dining table, the Red Fox gazed in astonishment at the lavish spread before her, exclaiming, Are we no longer living modestly? Is this feast our new norm? In the past, they had to ration their food, fearful of wasting even a morsel. Lin Yao waved his hand, and an array of beers and beverages appeared. Smiling as he proclaimed, With me, Lin Yao, you shall never go hungry again. Rest assured, we have ample supplies. Eat to your heart's content. Aside from the Red Fox and her companion, the other women had grown accustomed to lavish meals and indulged without hesitation. The Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing exchanged glances before succumbing to the feast. Delicious. I haven't tasted such exquisite food in ages, the Red Fox exclaimed, her eyes misting with joy after her first bite. While Li Xiaoxing nodded in silent agreement, I love this food. I will make more next time. Fang Yin chimed in, delighted by their praise. After all, aside from helping Lin Yao gain knowledge, her abilities bore little practical use. Now receiving recognition for her culinary skills brought her great satisfaction. After half the meal, Lin Yao stood and declared, We have established ourselves in this community. From now on, this will be our safe base. Tomorrow morning, aside from the landlady and Wan, all of you will take turns patrolling. Our enemies are not merely zombies. You must have heard that after we claimed this place, the local leader from the Lake District came asking for crystals, which we certainly cannot concede. Trouble will inevitably come knocking soon, he continued, but there's no need for alarm. With our strength, we can navigate through the entirety of Zhonghan City without issue, as long as no one dares to bully us. We shall live here peacefully. However, should anyone foolishly attempt to trouble us, Wan, what should we do? Wan, called upon, raised her hand and innocently declared, Beat them up. Chapter 62. The explosively awesome base Wan's adorable demeanor sparked laughter among the women. In truth, apart from the Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing, they harbored no concerns about anyone causing trouble. With Lin Yao around, no issue would truly be an issue. Through their time together, they had developed unwavering confidence in him. Lin Yao chuckled, ruffling Wan's hair. Wan is absolutely right. If they dare to cause trouble, we shall retaliate. The Red Fox, buoyed by the atmosphere, found her worries dissipating and asked Lin Yao with a smile. Shouldn't we consider renaming our base? Indeed. A name is in order, Lin Yao agreed earnestly. This base, primarily led by his team, would likely incorporate more groups in the future, serving as the name for their alliance. What shall we call it? How about Rainy Smoke Base? I feel Invincible Under Heaven Base sounds the most imposing, Isn't that too blunt? Perhaps something more subtle, like Spark Base? A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. That name is not bad, and I propose we call it Collective Beauty Base instead, Lin Yao interjected, since this fellow specializes in gathering beautiful women. That makes sense. As the women animatedly discussed, Lin Yao, lost in thought, suddenly slammed his hand on the table. I've made up my mind. From now on, our base shall be named Explosively Awesome Base. Upon this declaration, the table fell silent, only to erupt in unison. I object. That name is simply horrendous. Exactly. One is still here. Lin Yao, don't lead the child astray. Explosively awesome? How vulgar. I would be embarrassed to state the name of my own base in public. However, Lin Yao waved his hand dismissively. Objections are futile. It is settled. Though a few women attempted to argue further, they soon found Lin Yao eagerly dragging Yu Qian out. Outside the main entrance, a massive marble slab was inscribed with the words Bin Hai Garden. Lin Yao pointed at the marble and instructed, chop off a piece of this marble, erase the words, and carve Explosively Awesome into it. Why? Yu Qian hesitated. Do we really have to use this name? Lin Yao waved dismissively. Go ahead. It is settled. Knowing she could not argue against Lin Yao, Yu Qian reluctantly drew her crystal knife and leapt up, striking down to remove the engraved words, revealing the smooth, white marble beneath. Just in time, Lin Yao signaled for Lu Deshang and the others to bring a ladder. Yu Qian, begrudgingly, climbed the ladder and inscribed the words Explosively Awesome onto the marble surface. Is this truly our base's name? Good. What a splendid name, Lu Deshang praised, giving a thumbs up. The younger Lu Tian and Feng Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a powerful name! Lin Yao laughed heartily, returning with the unwilling Yu Qian. That night, the survivors of Zhonghan City remained blissfully unaware that a truly explosively awesome base had just been born. 7 to 8 kilometers away from Bin Hai Garden, at a small community marked by a Fire Leopard base sign. The Fire Leopard base was situated within the spacious property office. A burly middle-aged man with a shock of red hair lounged in the prominent chair, listening to reports from his subordinates. Our squad visited 3 gas stations today, acquiring approximately 7 tons of fuel. Boss, our squad raided 4 gas stations today, gathering around 10 tons of fuel. Boss, we were a bit slower today and only managed to rob 2 gas stations. But we still got a decent amount, around 5 tons. After hearing the reports, the Fire Leopard nodded and scanned the room, asking, where is Wang Han? Has his team not returned? The subordinates shook their heads, indicating they had not seen Wang Han's team. The Fire Leopard's expression darkened as he cursed, where the hell is that bastard? I hope he hasn't been eaten by zombies, though he spoke harshly. The Fire Leopard didn't genuinely believe Wang Han's team had fallen prey to zombies. After all, they were the largest group and had vehicles. Even if they encountered zombies, at least one would have made it back, right? He was more inclined to think Wang Han was delayed due to some other matter. Not wishing to dwell on the issue, he waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates to rest. Meanwhile, in a luxurious community 5 kilometers away, within a villa of the Golden Lion base, a burly man with a square jaw shattered the marble dining table before him with a slap after hearing his subordinate's report. Did that red fox truly say such things? The trembling subordinate knelt before him, stammering, every word is true. The red fox indeed said that she would sever ties with our Golden Lion base and cease paying crystals, and she even warned us. Warned us of what? The Golden Lion's eyes blazed with fury. The subordinate hesitated. She said to keep our distance, and if we dared to demand crystals again, we would face dire consequences. Fuming, the Golden Lion's chest heaved as he snapped the subordinate's neck. Sneering, red fox, you truly have the audacity to defy my orders. Bring me someone. Subsequently, 2 underlings entered the room. Upon witnessing the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, they trembled in fear, half kneeling. Relay my orders, commanded Jin Shi coldly. Tomorrow morning, the 2 of you shall respectively convey messages to Yu Xiang and Huobao, instructing them to visit the Hong Hu base together. I wish to uncover the audacity of this wretched Hong Hu who dares to defy my commands. Should she continue to be obstinate, bring her before me. The 2 underlings hurriedly accepted the command and prepared to leave. Hold on, Jin Shi's voice suddenly rang out. The 2 underlings froze, their bodies shaking with trepidation. Jin Shi pointed at the corpse on the floor. Dispose of him outside to feed the zombies. Do not tarnish my carpet. Yes, the underlings, as if granted a reprieve, hastily dragged the body away. Humph. If I weren't scheduled to meet with the leaders of several other districts tomorrow, I would ensure that not a single soul remains at the Honghu base. Jin Shi snorted coldly, clapping his hands as several alluring women descended from the room. He needed to vent his anger appropriately. As the full moon hung high, the busy Tong Lang returned to the base. Having learned of the demise of his subordinate Tai Jiu in a fit of rage, he shattered numerous items around him. The audacity! Such a significant matter is only now reported to me. Are you all merely idling away? He bellowed. Investigate. I must discover which fool dares to slay my men. That night, the Lake District of Zhonghan City was stirred by Lin Yao's presence. Chapter 63. A meeting with the big shots at dawn the next day. Lin Yao rose with vigor. Descending the stairs, he found Chu Wenwen dutifully seated on the sofa awaiting breakfast. With a grin, he approached and embraced the girl. Yesterday, Fang Yin and Yu Xian had both achieved a loyalty level of 100, granting him 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. This time, Lin Yao did not deliberately seek anything, leaving it to fate. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a premium space stone. Congratulations, host. You have drawn level 1 flight skill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a mechanical magic stone. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1,000 skill points. Excellent. The premium space stone was immediately utilized by Lin Yao, for who would ever complain about having too much storage space? In the coming days, he intended to continue stockpiling supplies. With a capacity of 250,000 cubic units, he could store a considerable amount. Flight skill level 1. The host can fly for 10 minutes daily with no height restrictions. Mechanical magic stone. Enhances the host's crossbow bolts into mechanical magic arrows, increasing speed and adding enchantment effects that can erode the target's abilities. Flight skills. The ability to soar through the skies. It certainly felt exhilarating. Without hesitation, Lin Yao expended all his remaining skill points, elevating his flight skill to level 4. Upon reaching level 4, the flying duration increased to 2 hours, which was ample for his current needs. He also decisively enhanced the mechanical magic stone, transforming his crossbow bolts from a crystal-like clarity to an ominous pitch-black hue, emanating an otherworldly aura. After breakfast, just as Lin Yao was about to venture out in search of supplies, Fang Yi rushed over in a flurry. Uncle, there are many people at the door looking for Honghu, and they seem quite fierce. Oh, they have only just arrived. I see, Lin Yao replied, somewhat speechless. He had anticipated Jin Shi would arrive early, making him wait until 10 a.m. Xing, Chu, come with me to meet them. He beckoned, following Fang Yi outside at the entrance of Binhai Garden. Hu Bao and Yu Xiang were staring blankly at the marble entrance. Brother Xiang, did we take a wrong turn? I recall this place being called Binhai Garden. When did it become so extravagant? Hu Bao scratched his head, surveying the surroundings. Why, Yu Xiang, despite his frail appearance, nodded gravely. We haven't gone astray. This is indeed the Honghu base. It seems Honghu has allied herself with a powerful figure. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Hu Bao inquired, turning to Yu Xiang. Why? Yu Xiang pointed at the marble slab. Look, this marble has been sliced with precision. From what we know of the Honghu base, they do not have anyone skilled enough to wield a blade like that. Hu Bao approached the marble, ran his fingers over it, and nodded. Indeed, this cut is impeccably smooth. Only a level 2 ability user could achieve such a feat. That is why I say, Honghu has indeed found a powerful ally. Yu Xiang sighed. However, Hu Bao dismissed the notion with a laugh. Brother Xiang, do not overthink it. Even if Honghu has found a powerful ally, they are merely a level 2 ability user with a blade. What storm could they possibly stir before us? True enough. Yu Xiang's furrowed brow relaxed. Just then, they encountered a young man accompanied by 2 stunning beauties, one of whom was their acquaintance. Hong Hu. As Lin Yao stepped outside, he greeted them with a bow and a smile. Ah, esteemed leaders, your presence is truly an honor. My humble self has failed to provide a proper welcome. At the same time, he activated his clairvoyance skill, discerning that Hu Bao and Yu Xiang were level 2 ability users, while the 10 or so underlings were all level 1 ability users. Such a feeble assembly dared to seek trouble with him? Hu Bao ignored Lin Yao and fixed his gaze on Li Shaoxing. Honghu, is this your new leader? Li Shaoxing returned a cold smile. Indeed, this is my leader, Lin Yao, and also my partner. Inwardly, she found it puzzling. Given Lin Yao's strength, why bother being courteous to these individuals? He could simply eliminate them. As soon as Li Shaoxing finished speaking, both Hu Bao and Yu Xiang frowned. Their leader, Jin Shi, had previously claimed that Hong Hu would eventually be his woman. Now, a young man had suddenly appeared, competing for her affections. Yu Xiang scrutinized Lin Yao, concluding that he appeared to be a mere novice, fresh out of university, posing no threat. Nevertheless, he politely inquired, "You must be Lin, the esteemed leader. Are you aware that Hong Hu was previously under the command of our leader, Jin Shi? Are you not afraid of incurring his wrath by intervening?" Lin Yao, upon hearing this, clapped his hands and sighed. "Ah, I apologize for the imposition. What sort of leader am I? Merely a young lad who has recently arrived in the big city from a small town. I do not even know how to address you esteemed leaders. Shall we step inside and converse?" Hu Bao and Yu Xiang exchanged glances. "Hu Bao, Yu Xiang," they introduced in unison, signaling Lin Yao to lead the way. Given their current strength, they could essentially act with impunity in the Lake District, showing no fear whatsoever. Come, esteemed leaders, please follow me." Lin Yao eagerly gestured for them to proceed ahead. Observing Lin Yao's obsequious demeanor, Li Shaoxing was taken aback and quietly asked Zhou Chuchu behind her, "What does he mean by this?" "Ignore him, it's intentional. He must have some trick up his sleeve," Zhou Chuchu whispered with a laugh. Having spent some time with Lin Yao, she knew that his seemingly harmless demeanor was often a prelude to a scheme. Lin Yao led Hu Bao and his entourage into an empty villa, warmly arranging for the two to take a seat. "Chuchu, bring the tea before long." Zhou Chuchu obediently returned with several cups of tea. Upon seeing Zhou Chuchu, a breathtaking beauty serving tea, Hu Bao's eyes glimmered with desire, and he reached out to touch her delicate hand. Zhou Chuchu, now a level 5 ability user, had enhanced her physical prowess significantly. With quick reflexes, she evaded Hu Bao's lecherous advance, placing the tea down and retreating behind Lin Yao. "Enjoy, esteemed Hu Bao." Zhou Chuchu feigned ignorance of Hu Bao's groping, uttering the words before stepping back. "Come, esteemed leaders, please enjoy the tea." Lin Yao raised his cup enthusiastically, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Anyone who dared to harass his team was courting death. Hu Bao, undeterred by his failed attempt, laughed heartily and gulped down his tea, while Yu Xiang, exercising caution, refrained from touching his cup. He solemnly addressed Lin Yao. "Lin, the tea can be enjoyed at any time, but my brother and I have come with a mission. We are here under the orders of our leader, Jin Shi, to inquire about a matter." He continued, "Is it true that your Hong Hu base intends to sever ties with Jin Shi's jurisdiction?" Chapter 64. Conspiring rebellion. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao set down his teacup with a sigh. "Naturally, we hold great respect for Jin Shi, who in the Lake District is unaware of his formidable strength. However, I calculated some figures yesterday and felt something was amiss." "What seems to be amiss?" Hu Bao asked, resting his leg casually. Lin Yao leaned in slightly closer to Hu Bao and Yu Xiang, lowering his voice. "May I inquire, esteemed leaders, where does Jin Shi rank in terms of strength in Zhonghan City?" "Over 3,000 each place." "Why do you ask?" Hu Bao replied without hesitation, puzzled by Lin Yao's inquiry. Lin Yao retrieved a piece of paper and a pen, asking, "The number of crystals you are required to submit to Jin Shi daily is fixed, correct?" "Yes, it's always 200, Hu Bao replied, still unclear about the direction of the conversation. Lin Yao nodded, jotting down notes on the paper while explaining, "Esteemed leaders, please take a look. Upon analysis, I have discerned that our entire Hushan district comprises over 20 small bases, each contributing approximately 200 crystals daily. By the end of the day, this amounts to more than 4,000 crystals. Moreover, it has been over 20 days since the outbreak of zombies, considering the establishment of the bases began around that time. We can estimate it to be around 15 days. This implies that the two prominent leaders have already submitted crystals for a total of 15 days. Consequently, Boss Jin Shi has accumulated over 60,000 crystals during this period, a figure that should not be too far from the truth. According to our base's default distribution method, the base leader retains half for themselves, while the remaining half is allocated to the others. This means that Boss Jin Shi has absorbed over 30,000 crystals in recent days. Such a colossal quantity could easily nurture a level 5 mutant pig. Yet, astonishingly, Boss Jin Shi remains at level 3, even ranking over 3,000. In the 11 districts of Zhonghanqing, it is utterly perplexing that a leader from one district ranks so low, not even in the top 10. Hence, I find myself questioning where all the crystals we have submitted have gone. As Lin Yao's words echoed, Both Huobao and Yuxiang fell into deep contemplation. They had never calculated this before, and Lin Yao's reminder sparked unsettling thoughts. Are you implying that our boss Jinshi is inept? Yuxiang inquired, his gaze icy. Lin Yao shook his head. I would never presume to speculate on the leader's intentions. It simply defies logic. It does seem somewhat amiss. Huobao scratched his head, momentarily forgetting his initial purpose for coming. Observing the two men wavering, Lin Yao continued to stoke the flames. Do you two recall how many crystals you absorbed to reach level 2? Not many, just over 100, Yuxiang replied, with Huobao nodding in agreement. Lin Yao clapped his hands together. Exactly. Everyone requires just over 100 crystals to ascend to level 2. If my calculations are correct, we would need a maximum of 1,000 crystals to advance to level 3. And with 30,000 crystals, we should at least be at level 4. Huobao stood up, astonished indeed. Therefore, if we had absorbed the crystals we submitted, we would have long since reached level 3. Do you think we still need to rely on boss Jinshi? Lin Yao concluded emphatically. Yuxiang hesitated. Perhaps boss Jinshi has his own grievances? And what about us? Do we not have our own grievances? Huobao slammed the table in frustration, saying, Yuxiang, I shall not pretend any longer. We were developing our bases peacefully. And then suddenly, a Jinshi emerged, compelling us to submit crystals daily to IT has driven me to despair. Thankfully, Lin Yao's reminder has opened our eyes. This cannot continue. Jinshi consumes all the crystals in the Hushan district, yet ends up ranking over 3,000. I refuse to accept this. I have decided. From now on, I will no longer submit crystals. Those 200 crystals could have elevated me to level 3. Why should I fear him? Yuxiang, are you in? Yuxiang remained hesitant, asking Huobao, revolt? It's easy to say, but if Jinshi confronts us tomorrow, with our current strength even united, we would not stand a chance against him. That is true. What should we do? Huobao faltered, feeling troubled. Lin Yao calmly sipped his tea and smiled. With your strengths, resisting boss Jinshi's base may indeed prove challenging. But what if we included Tongling and ourselves, right? How could I forget about that little wolf cub? Huobao exclaimed, realizing the feasibility of this plan. Yuxiang scrutinized Lin Yao, asking, by the way, we are still unaware of how much your strength has improved since you took control of the Honghu base. Lin Yao smiled modestly, to my shame. I am currently at the level of a level 2 mutant. Coincidentally, my sister is a level 2 strength-type mutant, and with my wife, Honghu, we now boast 3 level 2 mutants. What do you think of such strength, Yuxiang? Both Huobao and Yuxiang gasped in astonishment. The strength of the Honghu base was now on par with their own. Excellent. From today onwards, we shall form an alliance among our bases. I will contact Tongling shortly. With the 4 of us united, even if we cannot defeat Jinshi, we can at least hold our ground for a few days. By then, we will have leveled up our powers and will no longer fear him. Huobao declared with great resolve. Yuxiang remained conflicted but, upon considering the prospect of no longer submitting crystals, eventually nodded in agreement to rebel. By the way, I ask that both leaders exit, pretending to be furious. Our discussion must not be leaked, Lin Yao cautioned. Why? Huobao inquired, puzzled. Lin Yao smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. I too am concerned. Whether boss Tongling will agree is still uncertain, and our plans remain verbal. If boss Jinshi catches wind of our alliance, I would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Thus, I must trouble both leaders to perform convincingly, prolonging our time as much as possible. Huobao and Yuxiang nodded in understanding. Lin Yao remained a crucial element of their alliance, and they could not allow him to be compromised prematurely. With that settled, let us toast with tea, wishing both of you success in your endeavors. Lin Yao raised his teacup in salute. Ha ha ha, it is indeed a great fortune to meet Lin Yao today. Cheers! Huobao laughed heartily, downing his drink. Even the typically composed Yuxiang could not suppress his joy. After the tea was finished, Huobao and Yuxiang understood it was time to take their leave and prepared to bid farewell to Lin Yao. By the way, Lin Yao, who is this beautiful lady? Huobao's gaze fell upon Zhou Chuchu. Lin Yao suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes and smiled at Huobao. Ah, my dear brother Huobao, you flatter me. This is my other wife. My household is quite unremarkable in appearance, hardly comparable to the beauties of your base. Upon realizing she was Lin Yao's woman, Huobao reluctantly cast a lingering glance at Zhou Chuchu. He had nearly blurted out a request for Lin Yao to give her to him. Since they were still in an alliance, it was indeed inappropriate to stir up trouble over this matter. With that, We shall take our leave. Yuxiang rose and respectfully clasped his hands in farewell to Lin Yao. Safe travels, my brothers. Lin Yao returned the smile. As they exited, Huobao and Yuxiang's expressions swiftly morphed into scowls as they departed with a host of bewildered subordinates. Li Xiaoxing observed their exit from the community and inquired, "Is that all it takes? They agreed to revolt so easily. That seems rather effortless." Lin Yao subtly glanced at Zhou Chuchu and smiled faintly. "Of course, I used to work in sales. My persuasive skills remain intact. In this base, aside from Wu Shuiyan and Yu Qian, no one was aware of Zhou Chuchu's powers. Previously, Zhou Chuchu possessed the ability of mind reading, which, upon reaching level 4, evolved to include memory retrieval. Now at level 5, she has developed a new ability, mental influence. Under Zhou Chuchu's influence, Huobao and Yuxiang were easily swayed by Lin Yao. Otherwise, as leaders of their own bases, it would have been quite difficult to expect them to consider rebellion. Li Xiaoxing, convinced, asked again, "Then what was the purpose of this elaborate scheme? With our current strength, not to mention Huobao and Yuxiang, even if Jinshi and Tongling attacked together, we would have nothing to fear." Lin Yao reclined back on the sofa, stating, "Because I am bored." "Is that really the only reason?" Li Xiaoxing was taken aback. Struggling to grasp the rationale, Lin Yao nodded without further explanation. In truth, he was also curious about where all the crystals Jinshi had gathered were being utilized. Was there a possibility it was connected to the official organization of superhumans? Thus, he refrained from directly confronting the matter. He had not lied. Since exiting the marketplace, he had found the external superhumans to be rather inept, providing him with no challenge whatsoever. He needed to find something to occupy his time. To be invincible is to be so very lonely. Li Xiaoxing questioned again. "What should we do next? Are we truly going to ally with them against Jinshi? What nonsense. Let them tear each other apart." "I have no intention of getting involved," Lin Yao scoffed. "Huh? I can't seem to wrap my head around your logic. I completely fail to understand your actions," Li Xiaoxing admitted, feeling perplexed. Lin Yao playfully scolded. "What do you mean, huh? Go, gather everyone. We have work to do." Li Xiaoxing exited, filled with confusion. "Let us go, Chu-Chu. It's time for us to be productive," Lin Yao called over his shoulder as he prepared to leave. However, Zhou Chuchu remained still, gazing intently at Lin Yao from behind. "What is it?" Lin Yao turned, puzzled as to why she wasn't following. With a sweet smile, Zhou Chuchu approached Lin Yao and asked, "How did you introduce me just now?" Lin Yao recalled that he had referred to Zhou Chuchu as his woman, wondering if this displeased her. "Chuchu, I did not mean it. I only said that to provoke the fire leopard." Lin Yao raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Humph. You say I am unremarkable. I am offended." Zhou Chuchu pouted. Lin Yao scratched the back of his head and asked, "So, how can I compensate you?" Zhou Chuchu's big eyes twinkled. Her face flushed as she replied, Unless you admit that what you just said is true." "What truth are you referring to?" Lin Yao finally grasped her meaning, his eyes widening as he looked at Zhou Chuchu. "So, this girl wants to be my wife too." Zhou Chuchu, her face crimson, nodded shyly. Lin Yao, feeling a surge of excitement, pulled her close and kissed her fiercely amidst her startled exclamation, "You little minx. If you like me, you should have said so earlier." Zhou Chuchu felt her heart racing. "Humph. Who told you to be so dense and oblivious? Ha ha ha. It is my fault. Let me make it up to you properly tonight." Lin Yao grinned wickedly. "But now, we must hasten to establish a defense line against the zombies in the square next door." Upon returning to the Fire Leopard base, the Fire Leopard inquired about Wang Han and, upon discovering he had not yet returned, could not help but curse vehemently. "That damned bastard Wang Han, hasn't he really been devoured by zombies? Has he?" The Fire Leopard paced anxiously within the room. Without Wang Han, his base had lost a significant number of capable assistants, diminishing their daily zombie-killing power and, consequently, the crystals they could obtain. Fortunately, he had already planned a rebellion. Otherwise, even 200 crystals daily would be a considerable blow for him. However, at present, he needed to rush to see the Copper Wolf. Ordering his subordinates not to disturb him during his rest, the Fire Leopard seized a moment and stealthily slipped out of the room. Once outside the base, the Fire Leopard came across an abandoned vehicle and drove towards the Copper Wolf base. That moment, all of Copper Wolf's subordinates had been dispatched to investigate the cause of Iron Dog's death, leaving only Copper Wolf himself and a few logistical personnel. The fire leopard nimbly scaled the wall and entered the copper wolf base, noting its sparse defenses with a hint of confusion. He stealthily approached Copper Wolf, who was currently in the restroom. "What the hell, Fire Leopard? What are you doing here?" Copper Wolf was somewhat speechless, having never seen someone directly enter another's restroom. Did he not see that I was in the middle of something? The Fire Leopard tiptoed into the restroom, glanced at Copper Wolf, and made a shushing gesture. "I snuck in to discuss something with you." Copper Wolf, pulling up his pants in confusion, asked, "What's so secretive?" The Fire Leopard pointed at Copper Wolf's pants. "You didn't close the door." Copper Wolf flusteredly zipped up, feeling rather embarrassed to be cornered by another man in the restroom. The Fire Leopard, vigilant, listened for nearby sounds and, finding no one, began to share his rebellion plan with Copper Wolf. 10 minutes later, "So it's settled." The Fire Leopard joyfully shook hands with Copper Wolf before climbing back out of the restroom. As soon as the Fire Leopard's figure vanished, Copper Wolf's smile morphed into mockery. "I genuinely question how you became the leader of a base. And with the Red Fox base having a new leader, this matter needs to be discussed with Big Gold Lion." Chapter 66. I am just a legend. In the afternoon, Lin Yao instructed Wu Shuayan, Zhou Chu, and Yu Qian to stay at the base to guard it while he took the other women and the Lu Dachong team to the square. The square was vast. They spent several hours establishing a defense line. According to Lin Yao's estimates, accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 zombies in this square would be no issue. "Lin Yao, why are you placing them there?" The Red Fox, hiding behind cover, watched as 2 of her former subordinates were tied up in the center of the square. "They are bait," Lin Yao replied nonchalantly, glancing at the time, calculating that Su Qingyan should be bringing the zombies over soon. The Red Fox paused, suddenly comprehending the purpose of the bait, and could not help but plead. "But they were once my subordinates, Lin Yao." However, Lin Yao interrupted her. "Do not plead for them. None of your subordinates are worth anything. Just yesterday, they were eyeing your sisters with ill intentions. What purpose does it serve to keep such subordinates? Would you be willing to let me spare them one day if someone else coveted your beauty?" The Red Fox was left speechless. She realized that in her quest for a powerful base, she had failed to properly vet her subordinates. Those individuals had become uncontrollable after gaining power, and had it not been for her and Xiao Xingye's strong presence, they would eventually have turned on her. Lin Yao patted the Red Fox's head, signaling her to focus. 4. The zombies were arriving. Boom! At the square entrance, countless zombies began to surge into the area. Upon spotting living humans, these zombies charged forward as if invigorated. "This is far too many." The Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing trembled simultaneously, the sheer number of zombies overwhelming them, and they could not help but worry for their safety. Lin Yao signaled for them to be quiet, watching as the multitude of zombies overwhelmed the 2 bait figures, patiently waiting. Minutes later, the zombies finally filled the entire square. With a command from Lin Yao, Yu Xian leaped onto a platform and unleashed her powers against the throngs of zombies below. With the assistance of her butterfly knot, Yu Xian controlled her ultrasonic abilities with newfound ease and efficiency. As all the zombies froze in place, Lin Yao waved his hand, revealing all but the Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing, who began to demonstrate their unique abilities to slay the zombies. "Zombies can be killed this way?" The Red Fox gaped at the sight of the zombies collapsing in waves, feeling utterly astounded. Previously, they had stealthily approached zombies, taking them out one by one. Now, thousands of zombies stood idly, like lambs awaiting slaughter. As Lin Yao and his team harvested them, the disparity was staggering. With Yu Xian's ultrasonic abilities at level 5, she could sustain her power effortlessly for half an hour, which was ample time for Lin Yao and his team to wipe out all the zombies multiple times over. Li Xiaoxing shook her dazed head and eagerly jumped out, tossing her flying knives one after another. By the time she finished off the several dozen zombies in front of her, she realized that all the zombies had already been eliminated. That was too fast. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Yao leisurely fired crossbow arrows, having wiped out over 2,000 zombies. The Red Fox rushed out, staring at the sea of zombie corpses, all pierced by crossbow arrows, indicating that most had fallen to Lin Yao's prowess. She could not help but stare at his retreating figure, her awe palpable, so powerful. Is he truly a level 4 ability user? I have never seen such a formidable level 4 ability user. The Red Fox even questioned whether Lin Yao could effortlessly claim the top spot in any official assessment of ability users, becoming the strongest in Zhonghan City. "Old brother Lu, the rest is up to you." Lin Yao confirmed there were no living zombies left before turning to Lu Dacheng. Lu Dacheng nodded, signaling Fang Yi and Lu Tian to lead their female subordinates in gathering crystals. Meanwhile, Lin Yao calmly sat atop the platform, smoking a cigarette. Lin Yao, you are astonishingly powerful. Are you really only a level 4 ability user? The red fox approached, her face flushed. Li Xiaoxing, beside her, also looked starry-eyed, as Lin Yao's strength exceeded her wildest imagination. If they knew Lin Yao had once single-handedly exterminated over 6,000 zombies, they would surely be even more exhilarated. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing at the two women, finally having straightened them out. Previously, they had been rather misguided, lacking an understanding of the joy found in mutual complementarity between men and women. Do not idolize me. I am just a legend. Lin Yao smiled faintly as the sun set. The Lu Dacheng team finally returned with several bags of crystals. Lin Xiaoga, we obtained a total of 2,413 crystals today, including 34 level 2 crystals. The rest are all level 1 crystals, Lu Dacheng reported. Placing the crystals before Lin Yao, the Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing gazed at the casually arranged crystals, feeling a bit dizzy. The day's harvest equated to what they had previously achieved over 10 days of toil in their base, leaving them feeling embarrassed by the stark contrast. Old brother Lu, you've worked hard. This is for you. Lin Yao nodded, allocating 20% of the crystals to Lu Dacheng. Lu Dacheng happily accepted, and Lin Yao generously shared another 20% of the level 2 crystals with him, ensuring they did not suffer losses. Old brother Lu, you might want to consider recruiting more people. The efficiency of crystal gathering is still somewhat low. Lin Yao stood up, brushing off his pants as he addressed Lu Dacheng. Lu Dacheng's expression turned troubled as he lamented to Lin Yao. I know, but the supplies Lin Xiaoga left for us are running low, and I'm currently at a loss. Lin Yao patted Lu Dacheng's shoulder, pointing towards the distant Diaozhetian base. Look, old brother Lu, our base is nestled between mountains and lakes, with so much space behind us. We can fully utilize it to grow grains and vegetables. Doesn't your base have a woman with the ability to promote plant growth? Why not make use of her? Initially, I can continue supplying you with food and vegetable seeds until you can sustain yourselves. Once the fresh vegetables are ready, we can split them 50-50. Lu Dacheng's eyes lit up. Right? How could I have overlooked that, by the way, Lin? How come you are even more aware of our team's abilities than I am? Lin Yao rolled his eyes and retorted. Are you really just preoccupied with satisfying your physical needs with those women, Lu? You're not young anymore. Take care of your health, cough, cough. It's just that my abilities are somewhat unique. My body can handle it. Besides, I learned it from you, Lin. Haha. Lu Da's secret was exposed, but he showed no signs of embarrassment. Lin Yao remarked, what you said makes perfect sense, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 67. Double Agent. After extracting the crystals, Lin Yao casually checked his gains. Today, he had dispatched over 1,900 zombies with his crossbow, including those 34 second-tier zombies. He accumulated 4,480 skill points, bringing his total to over 5,000. Naturally, he also received a considerable amount of attribute points, over 400, which he distributed among his 4 basic attributes, even finding the leisure to add 10 points to his charm. Now, each basic attribute had surpassed the 300 mark. Lin Yao clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, nodding in satisfaction. At this moment, he was already a formidable figure solely based on his physical strength. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Yin had come back early to prepare dinner. At the dining table, Lin Yao distributed all the crystals he had collected that day. Both Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing gazed at the bag of crystals before them, hesitating to reach for it. What's wrong? Don't you two want any? Lin Yao chuckled at their rustic expressions. Yes, yes, yes. The two women hurriedly cradled the crystals in their arms, fearing that Lin Yao would change his mind. After dinner, Lin Yao took a refreshing shower and happily lay in bed watching a movie. Fortunately, Zhou Chuchu had a penchant for films, and their USB drive was filled with various movies. Not long after, Zhou Chuchu shyly opened his bedroom door. You are watching a movie too? Come sit. Lin Yao beckoned with a smile. That evening, the busy Jin Shi returned to the Jin Shi base with a sullen expression. Earlier in the day, he had attended a meeting of local leaders in Zhonghan City, invited by the official organization of ability users. Due to his lowly status, he was ridiculed by the various leaders present, and even the servants of other leaders regarded him with disdain. Humph! If it weren't for the need to support a horde of zombies, would I care about your opinions? Jean Sure muttered darkly as he entered the villa. Only a select few of his closest associates were aware of his dealings with zombies, and it was not yet the time to make it public. Inside the villa, Tong Lang had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Jean Sure return, he hurriedly approached him. "Boss, you're finally back? Huh? What brings you here? Is there something urgent?" Jean Sure inquired, puzzled. Tong Lang sat beside Jean Sure and looked around. Understanding his cue, Jean Sure dismissed the underlings. "Boss, today, Hu Bao suddenly came to see me, claiming he and Yu Xiong are plotting a rebellion." Tong Lang whispered, "A rebellion? Just the two of them?" Jean Sure was taken aback. "Do those fools have the audacity to overestimate their capabilities?" Tong Lang continued, "Not just them, didn't you send them to the Honghu base today? Given the circumstances, it seems they conspired with the new leader there, oh? What do you mean? There's a new leader at the Honghu base?" Jean Sure queried. Tong Lang nodded. "I sent someone to investigate this afternoon. The Honghu base has been renamed the Diaozhatian base, and the new leader is a young man who suddenly appeared. Named Lin Yao." "Lin Yao?" Jean Sure pondered, unable to recall anyone by that name, concluding that he was likely not a prominent figure. He then glanced at Tong Lang and smiled. "So, Hu Bao sought you out to recruit you for their rebellion?" Tong Lang chuckled. "Exactly. That fool has no idea of our relationship and dares to approach me for collaboration. He truly has no inkling of how he might meet his end." Both Jean Sure and Tong Lang erupted into hearty laughter. "Cousin, what are they planning for their rebellion?" Jean Sure rubbed his hands together, invigorated by the prospect. If he could eliminate these two, he could seize their resources and expand the Jean Sure base. They intend to cut off the supply of crystals, hoping to delay things for a few days to elevate their abilities to level 3, at which point they believe they can rival you. Tong Lang murmured, "Is that all?" Jean Sure scoffed, disappointed that Hu Bao and Yu Xiong had such a lackluster plan. "What shall we do next?" Relaxing back on the sofa, Jean Sure contemplated for a moment before responding. "Tomorrow, have those two come over. Just tell them I have plans. We'll capture the leaders first, and then I'll take command of their base. I've heard Hu Bao has been stockpiling fuel, and Yu Xiong has cleared out a farmer's market. These are essential resources in this apocalypse, and I should thank them in advance. Could you take care of this, cousin? Make it seem like you genuinely have a plan. And don't let them see through you." Tong Lang asked again, "What about the Honghu base? How do we handle that?" Jean Sure sneered dismissively. "The previous Honghu and this so-called Lin Yao are nothing but trash who can't even make it onto the leaderboard. They pose no threat. Once we deal with Hu Bao and Yu Xiong, I'll consider them." Standing up, Tong Lang clasped his hands together. "In that case, I shall take my leave, cousin." Jean Sure nodded, waving him off. Unaware that a cold smirk had crossed Tong Lang's lips as he turned away, an hour later, Tong Lang arrived at the Hu Bao base. Hu Bao, reluctantly rising from the embrace of a tall woman, made his way to the reception area. Upon seeing Tong Lang, he quickly dismissed his underlings. "Hu Bao, it seems Jean Sure is aware of our rebellion," Tong Lang stated urgently. Hu Bao was taken aback, asking incredulously, "How does he know?" "And how do you know?" Tong Lang replied, "I have no idea how he found out. Perhaps one of your subordinates let it slip. He called me over tonight, instructing me to inform you that he has plans tomorrow." But the way he said it, it was clearly a trap. Hu Bao's expression shifted to one of alarm. They had only just managed to fool Jean Sure's men into collecting the crystals today, and now he was already aware. What should we do? Hu Bao felt at a loss. "Don't panic. Hu Bao, we need to discuss this thoroughly. Let us call Yu Xiong over. He is usually the calmest among us." Tong Lang observed, slightly disdainful of Hu Bao's flustered demeanor. Hu Bao nodded vigorously. "You're right. I'll send someone to fetch Yu Xiong right away." With that, he hurriedly left to summon assistance. The following day, Lin Yao awoke feeling invigorated. After making sure Zhou Chuchu was covered with her blanket, he stepped outside. Zhou Chuchu's feelings for him had exceeded his expectations. Her loyalty had soared to a perfect 100 overnight, making her the fastest to reach such a level now. He also had 2 chances for system lottery draws. Descending the stairs, he channeled Chu Wenwen's good fortune and acquired 4,000 skill points, raising his total to 9,000. Chapter 68. Rescue the beautiful teacher. After breakfast, Lin Yao took the crystal shells and went to find Su Qingyan. After arranging the plans for zombie extermination in the afternoon, he realized there was still time to kill. So he began to wander nearby. This area was still teeming with zombies, but they were mostly confined to various residential complexes. The streets were eerily empty. Occasionally, a zombie would emerge, but they posed little threat to ability users. After half an hour of wandering, Lin Yao found himself exasperated. The convenience store had bin completely ransacked, and even the gas station was devoid of fuel, a clear indication that it had been stripped by Huabao's base. Oh, there's a school here. Before him stood a high school, where he could see numerous zombies roaming the playground from a distance. Lin Yao, feeling lazy, decided against exterminating them. It would be too cumbersome to kill them all just to extract crystals. Instead, he transformed into a zombie and walked right in, activating his mental detection abilities. The entire teaching building, cafeteria, and dormitories were devoid of life, and all supplies had decayed. Just as Lin Yao was about to leave in disappointment, he suddenly halted. There were living people in the teacher's dormitory. Through his mental detection, he discerned that it was a stunningly beautiful female teacher, easily rated A. Moreover, she was currently in a predicament. On the top floor of the teacher's dormitory, several burly male students were blocking a door, shouting inside, "Teacher Shun, we have some questions about our studies. Why won't you open the door?" The voice from within responded coldly, "Zhou Feng, do you have no shame? My husband and I took you in out of kindness, and you dare to—" This was followed by the sound of weeping. The student named Zhou Feng showed no signs of remorse, laughing as he retorted, "You mean Teacher Wang? Oh, how unfortunate for her. We just wanted to get closer to Teacher Shun, and she actually tried to hit us. Teacher Shun, tell me, how can a teacher punish students? Unfortunately, we accidentally killed Teacher Wang." You are all bastards," the female voice inside scolded. Zhou Feng, with unabashed audacity, continued, "Indeed, we are all scoundrels. However, Teacher Shun, as an educator, you bear the responsibility of guiding your students towards the righteous path. Do you not agree?" The other boys chimed in with laughter, responding in unison, "Absolutely." Zhou Feng then turned back to the door, exclaiming, "See, Teacher Shin, we have acknowledged our wrongs and are willing to amend our ways. Please, open the door. I assure you, as long as you are willing to let us in, we shall be dutiful students who cherish our esteemed teacher." The other boys added playfully, "Yes, Teacher Shin, we will certainly take good care of you." Laughter erupted as one teased, "Hey, Fatty, how do you plan to take care of the teacher? What can you possibly do?" To which Fatty replied with a chuckle, "Oh, hey, you are quite lewd," another interjected. "Stop pretending." "Do you have something else in mind?" Fatty retorted, "Well, me too." The boys engaged in their brazen banter, while inside the room, Shen Tong's face turned a shade of deep anger. She, along with her fiancé, were colleagues who met at the school. One was the renowned teacher's flower known for teaching physics, while the other was Mr. Wang, who had aspirations of becoming the youngest director. The two shared a close bond and soon became engaged. On the day of the zombie virus outbreak, these students found themselves fleeing from the undead, fortuitously arriving at this teacher's dormitory. Shun Tong and Mr. Wang, both on a break, responsibly took care of these students' needs. Initially, the students were grateful to the two teachers. But that changed when they awakened their extraordinary powers. After jointly vanquishing the zombies in the dormitory, their focus shifted to the enchanting Shan Tonged, AT first. They restrained themselves, but as time wore on, they began to openly ogle her with lecherous gazes. If not for the teachers also awakening their powers, which instilled a modicum of fear regarding potential retaliation, they would have acted long ago. With Mr. Wang now dead, only the beautiful Shun Tong remained, a mere lamb awaiting slaughter in their eyes. Unperturbed, the boys lingered outside, possessing ample patience. Shun Tong's provisions had run out, and today marked the 5th day. They were confident that she could not withstand them much longer. Their conversation was fully monitored by Lin Yao, who muttered a curse under his breath before revealing himself from the hallway. Who are you? Where did you come from?" Zhou Feng exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a living person in the corridor. After all, there were still numerous zombies downstairs, and the entire dormitory had long been claimed by them. Lin Yao swiftly immobilized them with a spell. They were merely a bunch of level 1 power novices. He couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them further and approached the door, forcefully pushing it open. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from the room, hurtling towards him. Lin Yao was momentarily stunned but managed to dodge it by tilting his head. Inside, Shun Tong felt utterly despondent. She lacked the strength to unleash a second bolt of lightning. Collapsing onto the ground with a kitchen knife poised against her neck, upon seeing a young man she did not recognize, she was momentarily taken aback. "Shun Tong, Female, 25 years old. Lightning level 1. Can release a bolt of lightning. This ability is quite formidable. It ranks among the strongest in the attack category. No wonder those students dared not force their way in. Who are you? Shintong asked nervously, noticing the students standing frozen outside. Lin Yao, scratching his nose, looked at the stunningly beautiful teacher and smiled. I am the one who has come to rescue you, riding on a rainbow. Shintong was momentarily speechless. How could he jest at such a tense moment? What happened to them? She inquired, slightly distancing the knife from her neck as she glanced at the students outside. Oh, they are immobilized by my spell. Fear not. If I harbored any ill intentions, you would be unable to move now. Lin Yao casually remarked, surveying the dormitory's surroundings. Seeing that Lin Yao appeared to mean no harm, Shintong sighed in relief and lowered the knife, scrutinizing him intently. You are not from our school, are you? How did you come here? Lin Yao replied with a grin. I simply walked over. Chapter 69. Do not fear, classmates. I am here. Shintong was taken aback, then her face lit up with joy. You walked over? Have the zombies outside retreated? Oh, not at all. There are still quite a few, Lin Yao chuckled. Shintong's expression stiffened. Then how did you manage to come here? Lin Yao laughed heartily. Because I am very strong. Shintong felt her thoughts racing to keep up with this man. Lin Yao stood up, saying, All right, check if there is anything here you wish to take care of. If not, let us go. This woman must be taken. Aside from her beauty, she could assist Chu Wenwen and my future children with their studies. Even in the apocalypse, children must continue their education. Shintong furrowed her brow. Asking, go with you? Where to? To my base, to be my woman, Lin Yao stated unabashedly. Shintong immediately pressed the knife back against her neck, coldly retorting, No way. I thought you were a good person. Turns out you are just like those wicked students. Lin Yao chuckled, Not the same. You have misunderstood me. First, I would never prepare a horde to toy with you like they would. In the future, you will have only me as your man. Second, your ability is impressive. I can help you upgrade it, allowing you to control your own fate without being threatened by anyone. Third, I have food, electricity, and air conditioning. I can guarantee your safety every day. Beautiful teacher, consider it. I will come back to ask you again shortly. With that, he left Shintong to contemplate alone before stepping out and releasing control over the students. The students, feeling their bodies and mouths loosened, huddled together, trembling. This man's power was terrifying. They felt no inclination to rebel. You all come with me. Do not even think about escaping, Lin Yao sneered, leading the way into the hallway. The boys exchanged glances, ultimately trailing behind him. Once outside the dormitory, the wandering zombies began to charge towards them, startling the boys into wanting to retreat back inside. Oh, not fear. Classmates, I am here. Lin Yao, embodying a gentle teacher, halted their fleeing instincts. Countless crossbow bolts began to rain down upon the approaching zombies. He is incredibly strong. Zhou Feng felt his legs quivering, but witnessing Lin Yao stand like a warrior, effortlessly dispatching zombies that approached within 5 meters, he thought, this is a true warrior. The boys quickly forgot their fear of Lin Yao, gazing at him with admiration as he cut through the enemy. The campus was swarming with over 3,000 zombies, yet Lin Yao navigated through them with ease, mercilessly harvesting their lives. Inside the dormitory, Shintong was engaged in an internal struggle. Hearing the commotion outside, she rushed to the corridor and was instantly captivated upon witnessing Lin Yao in action. This man, calm and composed, displayed overwhelming strength as he effortlessly maneuvered through the horde of zombies. Impeccably clean and tidy, to Shintong, it appeared as though he danced elegantly amidst chaos. Unconsciously, her cheeks flushed slightly. Becoming his woman, perhaps, wouldn't be so bad on the playground. As the last zombie fell, Lin Yao ceased firing bolts. Go! Extract the crystals from the zombies' heads. He tossed several knives and gloves to the boys, commanding them. Huh? Isn't that too gruesome? I refuse. One boy, the chubby one, protested vehemently. Lin Yao's expression darkened. Did you honestly believe I protected you just to take you on a leisurely outing? Whoosh, without mercy, he shot a crossbow bolt, sending the fat boy to his end, then turned coldly to the others. What about you? Are you capable of doing this? The others finally recalled Lin Yao's fearsome prowess. Hastily shaking their heads, donning gloves in a flurry, and steeling themselves to extract the crystals. These students were still oblivious to the existence and significance of the crystals within the zombies' heads, focusing solely on following Lin Yao's orders. This wave of campus zombies had yielded him over 6,000 skill points and more than 400 attribute points, leaving Lin Yao quite satisfied. Now, with free labor to assist in extracting crystals, life was exceedingly comfortable. While Lin Yao directed their efforts, Fire Leopard, Copper Wolf, and Rain Elephant, along with their loyal subordinates, arrived at the Golden Lion base. The three exchanged subtle glances, each nodding slightly before entering the villa where Golden Lion resided. "Boss," Copper Wolf greeted upon entering, winking at Golden Lion while casually taking a seat nearby. Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant felt somewhat guilty but still managed to greet, taking their seats as well. The Golden Lion nodded, as if nothing had transpired, serving each of the three guests a cup of tea, and with a cheerful demeanor, took his seat at the head of the table. "I've summoned you all here not for any significant matter, but rather to share that I attended a meeting yesterday, convened by an official organization of ability users, which required the participation of all the leaders from the districts of Zhonghan City." The Copper Wolf timely inquired, "So, boss, our gathering is related to this meeting?" The Golden Lion sipped his tea and smiled. "Indeed." The primary agenda of this meeting was to determine the distribution of power within Zhonghan City and the allocation of zombies. During the discussions, the leaders from several districts expressed their intention to adjust their power structures. After contemplating their arguments, which were quite reasonable, I too intend to revise the power distribution in our Lake District. Furthermore, regarding the allocation of zombies, the consensus was that each district could only eliminate zombies within their own designated areas. Crossing boundaries would result in other districts having the right to eliminate the trespassers. Our Lake District is the weakest overall, and coupled with its vast, sparsely populated area, the number of zombies is also minimal. The days ahead may prove increasingly challenging. The Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant simultaneously frowned. "Boss, it feels as though this is targeting our Lake District." The Golden Lion sighed, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. "Indeed. What else can I say when my strength ranks at the bottom among the leaders of the other districts?" The others lowered their heads. While the sentiment behind his words was acceptable, it was prudent to refrain from overt expressions. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes before he continued. "But let's not rush regarding the allocation of zombies. Even with fewer zombies, we have enough to sustain us for a considerable time. For now, I will announce our plan for restructuring our power." The trio of the Fire Leopard raised their heads, their faces etched with confusion as they regarded the Golden Lion. Chapter 70. The Golden Lion's intentions. The Golden Lion cleared his throat and stood, declaring, "I intend to consolidate the core strength of all your bases into one. Our current forces are too dispersed, the personnel beneath us are a mixed bag, and the daily contributions of crystals have become perfunctory. If this continues, our Lake District will remain in obscurity within the entirety of Zhonghan City. Therefore, I ask you to bring the personnel from your respective bases to the Golden Lion base. Including the more than 20 smaller bases beneath us, we shall amalgamate our resources and operate under a unified command, dividing into departments for logistics, combat, and labor. Of course, the three of you will remain my trusted aides and serve as the heads of these departments." Upon hearing this, the Fire Leopard and his companions displayed expressions of shock. The Golden Lion intended to directly absorb their base powers, although they were previously subordinates of the Golden Lion base. Their only obligation was to contribute crystals, allowing them to maintain their autonomy as local rulers. Now, it felt as if he was hollowing out their foundations to bolster his own. The title of minister sounded prestigious. Yet they would essentially be left with empty roles, devoid of any real power, with all operations dictated by the Golden Lion. What authority would they have left? "No, boss, while this consolidation would unite our forces, it would not allow us to cover the entirety of the Lake District," the Fire Leopard protested urgently. The Rain Elephant nodded in agreement. "Boss, this indeed hampers the development of our entire Lake District. If we all gather here, the time spent scavenging for supplies and eliminating zombies will be excessively draining." The Golden Lion poured himself another cup of tea, lifting his gaze to fixate on the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant with a smile. "I understand your concerns, my friends. However, I believe your worries are merely short-sighted. Just consider, once our powers are consolidated, the number of combat personnel available to eliminate zombies will increase, naturally leading to a greater number of zombies dispatched. In this way, we can clear our surroundings centered around the Golden Lion base, and I am confident that in a short while, our travels will no longer pose a problem, thus eliminating the concern of time consumption. The fire leopard and rain elephant lowered their heads, their eyes glinting with cold determination. The golden lion was resolute in his intention to absorb them. Copper wolf, what are your thoughts? The golden lion, unfazed by the expressions of the fire leopard and rain elephant, turned to the copper wolf. The copper wolf pondered for a moment before earnestly responding. I believe what Boss Golden Lion says makes sense. The Golden Lion base is strategically located at the center of the Lake District, and if we can consolidate our forces, we will not be easily picked off by other districts in the future. Ha ha ha! At last, Copper Wolf understands my intentions. Come, let us toast with tea instead of wine. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, raising his cup to clink with the Copper Wolf's. The Rain Elephant let out a long sigh. Inquiring, may I ask, Boss Golden Lion, once we have consolidated our bases, how shall we arrange our subordinates? A fleeting smile graced the Golden Lion's lips. Naturally, they will be assigned to various departments based on their unique abilities. Ensuring that everyone is utilized to their fullest potential. This implied that their direct subordinates would also be dispersed. It seems you are forcing us into rebellion. Both the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant thought simultaneously. The villa fell into a heavy silence. The Golden Lion continued to sip his tea as if relishing an exquisite delicacy, while the Copper Wolf occasionally raised his cup to share a smile with the Golden Lion. In contrast, the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant exchanged furtive glances, seemingly communicating something. The oppressive atmosphere was brewing. After finishing a pot of tea, the Golden Lion placed his cup down heavily on the table and queried the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant. What have you two decided? Any lingering doubts? Exchanging glances, the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant stood, clasping their hands in a formal salute. Since Boss Golden Lion has given an order, we shall not stand on ceremony. In an instant, the Fire Leopard acted, a massive flame erupting from his hand, hurtling directly toward the Golden Lion's face. Simultaneously, the Rain Elephant unsheathed a short dagger, lunging at the Golden Lion's waist from the opposite direction. Despite their sudden assault, the Golden Lion had anticipated their moves. Perceiving the fireball and dagger approaching, a cold smile flickered across his face as he fell backward, narrowly evading the initial wave of attacks from the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant. So swift! Both the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant felt a chill run through them, shouting at the Copper Wolf, who had already taken refuge at the side. Let's attack together. However, the Copper Wolf remained unfazed, sipping his tea and saying, What are you two doing? Are you sparring with Boss Golden Lion? I shall not partake. How dare you betray us? The Fire Leopard could not suppress his ire, having previously agreed to strike together. Now, they found themselves in a precarious situation. But with the arrow already knocked, there was no turning back. The Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant exchanged glances and charged at the Golden Lion once more. Betray? Where did that come from? I haven't done anything. The Copper Wolf wore a teasing smile. This moment, the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant had no time to concern themselves with him, gritting their teeth as they launched a joint attack on the Golden Lion, determined that if they could eliminate him, everything else would fall into place. The Golden Lion moved leisurely, evading their assaults with ease, laughing as he countered, With just the two of you, you dare to come and kill me? What gives you the audacity? With that, his fists suddenly transformed into gold, striking the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant simultaneously in the abdomen. Poof! Both men coughed up blood, staggered backward from the force of the blow. The Golden Lion possessed the ability to transform parts of his body into gold, granting him formidable physical strength. We cannot delay any longer. The Rain Elephant had heard footsteps approaching from outside. If they were surrounded by the Golden Lion's men, capturing him would be nearly impossible. Resolutely, the Rain Elephant pulled out a water pouch from behind, smashing it on the ground to release the contents. Water flooded the floor. The Rain Elephant's power was water manipulation. As he activated his ability, the water rose into the air, forming countless small droplets. Go, he commanded, directing the dense swarm of droplets toward the Golden Lion. Watching the droplets approach like bullets, the Golden Lion remained unfazed, his entire body turning golden as the droplets struck his skin with a metallic clink. Once all the droplets had been fired, the Golden Lion remained unscathed, effortlessly smashing the fireball hurled by the Fire Leopard before reverting to his normal skin tone. Is this all you can do? He sneered, preparing to retaliate. However, the Rain Elephant also let out a cold laugh. Oh, really? Chapter 71. A turn of events as the rain elephant's words fell, the golden lion's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an unusual itch on his body. Something was amiss. Looking down, he saw his skin beginning to rot. His eyes widening in shock. Is there poison in the water? Indeed. The rain elephant chuckled triumphantly. Whatever the toxin was, the golden lion's flesh began to peel away in patches, an unbearable itch overwhelming him as he instinctively clawed at his skin. The more he scratched, the more intense the itching became. Unable to contain himself, he urgently demanded, "What kind of poison is this? How can it be so potent?" Yuxiang and Huobao supported each other, chuckling. "Our base is home to a chemical prodigy whose awakened ability is to concoct poisons. I've kept this matter from you, hoping that one day it would come in handy, yet I never imagined that day would arrive so swiftly." Jinshi felt a chill run down his spine. It dawned on him that these two had been wary of him for quite some time. His only course of action now was to swiftly eliminate them and then head to Yuxiang's base to seek an antidote. This poison is formidable, but to think it could take my life is quite the delusion." With a cold snort, Jinshi's skin turned to gold. Indeed, as his powers activated, the decay of the toxin significantly slowed. With a sinister grin, he charged towards the wide-eyed Huobao and Yuxiang, striking them down with his palm, which had morphed into a blade. The situation reversed rapidly. Only after Jinshi had incapacitated them did his subordinates arrive belatedly. "Bind these two and throw them into Building 29, Jinshi commanded, panting heavily. His underlings hurriedly fetched ropes, binding Huobao and Yuxiang before taking them away. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of Tonglong's applause resonated from behind. As expected of my cousin, effortlessly dispatching 2 level 2 superhumans single-handedly. Truly, I needn't intervene. Jinshi rolled his eyes. Why didn't you assist me earlier? If we had teamed up, I wouldn't have been poisoned. Tonglang feigned surrender. Cousin, you misjudge me. I merely wished to admire your unparalleled prowess. Never anticipating that these two would resort to foul play against you. Enough. Let's make haste to Yuxiang's base and locate that poison maker for the antidote. This toxin is rather alarming. Jinshi waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging his own overconfidence. With his strength, he shouldn't have had to contend with Huobao and Yuxiang so fiercely. Yes, he turned to exit. Tonglang followed closely behind, observing Jinshi's golden-hued skin and inquired, "Cousin, your abilities are indeed impressive. But since you were only poisoned in front, there's no need to shield your back. You could conserve some of your powers for defense, true. I nearly overlooked that." Without glancing back, Jinshi returned his skin to its normal flesh tone. "Cousin, once we neutralize the poison, let's split our tasks. I'll take over Yuxiang's base while you handle." Suddenly, Jinshi felt a sharp pain in his chest. Astonished, he looked down to find a crystalline crossbow bolt piercing through his heart, emerging from his chest. "Cousin, leave the base to me. You may rest easy." Tonglong's voice came from behind, laced with a hint of exultation. Jinshi turned in disbelief to stare at Tonglang, who held the crossbow bolt, and asked, "Cousin, why?" Tonglong's demeanor shifted entirely. His gaze turned sinister as he coldly replied, "What more is there to question? If blame is to be assigned, it lies with you for being so ineffectual." Jinshi's fists turned golden as he summoned all his strength to strike Tonglang. But Tonglang was already prepared, dodging the blow with a swift motion. "You wretched cur! I have always treated you well. How dare you betray me?" Jinshi's voice seethed with rage as he activated his powers to transform his internal organs to gold. Mitigating his injuries, Tonglang smirked mockingly, his hand morphing into a wolf's claw as he lunged at Jinshi, taunting, "You, who daily collects my crystals, dare to claim I've treated you poorly? You aspire to command my forces? You are utterly worthless, Jinshi. Despite amassing so many crystals, you remain a mere level 3 superhuman. Allow me to take charge instead. Rest assured, our Lake District shall soon become the strongest in Zhonghan City." Now, Jinshi had suffered 2 fatal blows and could hardly withstand Tonglong's onslaught. His golden skin had been slashed open in several places. In a state of utter panic, Jinshi realized he had to defend against Tonglong's attacks. But the crossbow bolt in his heart remained, easily aggravated by any movement. At this rate, he was doomed. "You think to pluck the fruits of my labor? How naive," Jinshi thought, using the force of Tonglong's kick to propel himself through the door. Rolling outside, "Help! Tonglang has betrayed us." Kill him! Upon bursting through the door, Jinshi rolled on the ground and scrambled to escape, shouting as he ran. Hearing his cries, members of the Jinshi base rushed out, halting in their tracks at the sight of his grim state. Whoever dares to step forward, I will slay them, Tongling barked, pursuing Jinshi. Indeed, his threat silenced the crowd. None dared to approach. Most were level 1 superhumans, with only a few level 2, and they feared to obstruct Tongling. A renowned powerhouse, seeing his comrades paralyzed by fear, Jinshi's frustration boiled over. Gritting his teeth, he dashed toward Building 29. Tongling followed closely, somewhat puzzled by Jinshi's frantic direction, mistakenly believing him to be lost and slowing his pursuit to savor the thrill of the hunt. Observing the bloodied ground, Tongling felt a surge of delight, his mind already racing ahead to the moment he would seize Jinshi's base and swiftly take control of Huobao and Yuxiang's base. With their support, he could rapidly ascend to level 3, perhaps even level 4 superhuman status. At that point, he would reign supreme over the entire Lake District. Amidst these thoughts, Tongling found his steps lighter. Ha ha ha, Jinshi, do slow down. Your brother is struggling to keep up. He laughed heartily at Jinshi's stumbling gait. Jinshi shot Tongling a tearful glare, acutely aware that the wound on his heart was worsening with every movement. Since you refuse to spare me, I shall ensure you suffer as well. We shall perish together. Building 29 loomed ahead as Jinshi mustered his last reserves of strength, reaching the door and unleashing his remaining abilities. His golden fist crashing against the lock, crack, the lock shattered. Tongling, I await you in hell. Jinshi uttered his final words before collapsing, lifeless beside the door. Tongling was bewildered. Did Jinshi hide something within Building 29? Suddenly, a cacophony of zombie roars erupted from within the building. Chapter 72. Subduing the Beautiful Teacher. Building 29, being somewhat isolated within the base and designated as a forbidden zone by Jinshi, was largely unknown to the inhabitants. Concealing a considerable number of zombies, Tongling felt a surge of trepidation. While he could easily handle a dozen level 1 zombies, the eerie blue-green glow emanating from within signified the presence of dozens of level 2 zombies. To his horror, he realized that Huobao and Yuxiang, whom he had just incapacitated, had also transformed into zombies. Tongling turned to flee, but after only a few steps, he found himself immobilized. A zombie with green pupils had swiftly approached him. It was a level 3 zombie. Despair flooded him as he spun around, only to find himself surrounded by several more level 3 zombies. So this was the truth. Tongling had no time to resist. Consumed by the horde of zombies, his last breath escaping in a gasp of realization. Jinshi had used the crystals he had collected to nurture these zombies. Yet, no one remained to respond to him. For after devouring Tongling, the zombies rampaged through the base, unrestrained. As the undead wreaked havoc, Lin Yao concluded his supervision, and the students, exhausted and flushed, presented several bags of crystals to him. Well done. Your efforts are commendable. Lin Yao praised, nodding in satisfaction as he took one bag, storing the rest in his spatial pocket. Zhou Feng, panting heavily, asked, So, can you let us go now? Lin Yao approached with a smile, patting Zhou Feng's shoulder. Of course not. You must first earn the forgiveness of the beautiful teacher. With that, he led them back to the dormitory, where Shan Tong awaited outside. Beautiful teacher, have you made your decision? Lin Yao inquired. Shen Tong, already awed by Lin Yao's prowess, took a deep breath and replied, I am willing to accompany you. Lin Yao nodded, having anticipated her response. Earlier, while showcasing his abilities downstairs, he had already perceived her excitement. He then pointed to the students behind him. What about them? What do you intend to do? Shen Tong glared fiercely at the students, who, under her intense gaze, averted their eyes. After a moment, she exhaled, Enough. They are merely 17 or 18-year-olds. I cannot bring myself to be harsh. You all, leave as far as you can, and do not let me see you again. Lin Yao was speechless. Even after her fiancé had been slain, she still clung to her mercy. How foolish. I had even prepared a bag of crystals for you, hoping you would take vengeance yourself. Truly, the beautiful teacher is kind-hearted. Zhou Feng and the others eagerly nodded. Thank you, Teacher Shen. We shall leave at once. Teacher Shan is both beautiful and kind. She will surely find happiness. Thank you, Teacher Shen, for your magnanimity. The students expressed their gratitude, relief evident on their faces as they prepared to depart, but Lin Yao had no intention of letting them go. Hold on. A group of students halted in their tracks, having long feared Lin Yao. Zhou Feng, trembling with trepidation, inquired, What do you want from us? Teacher Shun has already let us go. Lin Yao offered a gentle smile. No need to panic. I have no intention of killing you. I merely wish to request a favor from you. What sort of favor? Zhou Feng exhaled in relief, as long as this man did not intend to take their lives. Lin Yao gestured towards the nearby teaching building. I have a younger sister who was about to start high school, but given the current situation, it is clearly not suitable for her to attend. I need you to go to the second floor of the teaching building and retrieve a few books for me, covering all subjects. And don't forget to grab some exam preparation materials from the last 5 years. Zhou Feng and the others quickly acquiesced and turned to dash towards the teaching building. That scared me to death. I thought he was up to something, one said. Keep your voices down. We don't want him to hear us. Another replied, Humph. We've already run far enough. Once we find the books, we will definitely seek revenge on him. Damn it. How dare he threaten us? Once we're out of here, we will reclaim Teacher Shun. The group exchanged hushed conversations as they ran. If you need books, I have some here. All the teachers live in this dormitory. It's easy to find them. Why does he want us to go to the teaching building? Shuntong questioned, puzzled. Lin Yao chuckled. You may be willing to let them off the hook, but I certainly am not. Shuntong was taken aback. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill them? Lin Yao nodded. Indeed. I have no intention of killing them, but before he could finish, shouts erupted from Zhou Feng and the others inside the teaching building. Holy crap! There are zombies, run! That guy must have done this on purpose. Leaving a few zombies for us, son of a gun. Zhou Feng, you dare use me as a shield. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Help, Teacher Shun. Lin Yao had already sensed that several zombies were trapped in a classroom. So he deliberately left some alive while they were killing zombies. If Shantong was too reluctant to kill them, then these zombies were prepared for the students, as expected. The students thought all the zombies had been eliminated and carelessly opened the classroom door, only to be immediately pounced upon by the zombies in no time. None of the troublesome students managed to escape. These individuals only bullied those who cared for them, and when confronted with zombies, they didn't even dare to fight back. Ultimately, they would only serve as fodder for the undead. You are truly ruthless, Shen Tong exclaimed, somewhat shaken. This man had so casually led to the demise of those students with a smile on his face. Lin Yao effortlessly dispatched the approaching zombies and turned to her coldly. It is precisely because you lack the heart to be ruthless that your fiancé was killed by them. There are no police to uphold justice for you now. If you don't want to be bullied in the future, you must strengthen yourself quickly in this world. Kind people are merely victimized, abused, and killed. Do not be so naive. When it's time to kill, you must kill, otherwise, I will retract my previous words. You are unfit to accompany me, and may as well perish on your own. Shun Tong felt her eyes sting with tears at Lin Yao's words. But she understood that he spoke the truth. It was indeed their excessive kindness that had led to the tragic fate of her and her fiancé, killed by their own students. I understand now. I will listen to you from now on, Shun Tong resolved, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, Lin Yao produced a knife and pointed at the bodies of the students. In that case, go and extract the crystals. Shin Tong was taken aback. She had previously witnessed the process of these students extracting crystals, and now she was expected to do the same. For a moment, she felt a wave of resistance. Yet, seeing Lin Yao's scrutinizing gaze, she steeled herself. I must harden my heart. Approaching Zhou Feng's corpse, she aimed for the head and struck down with the knife. Chapter 73. Even in the apocalypse. Assignments must be completed. Suppressing her revulsion, Shun Tong extracted several crystals and handed them to Lin Yao. He did not take them, but gestured for her to remove her gloves and grasp them with her bare hands. Shun Tong was puzzled. As her delicate fingers made contact with the crystals, her eyes suddenly lit up. Do you feel it? The crystals in the heads of these zombies can enhance a person's abilities. Lin Yao explained from the side. But what is the principle behind this? Why can it automatically absorb into my body? What kind of energy is this? Shin Tong bombarded him with questions. Lin Yao, of course, could not answer. The crystals were ineffective for him, and he had no idea what the absorption process entailed. I don't know either. Let us head out for now. You can research it on your own later. Lin Yao waved his hand, ready to leave. By the way, I still don't know your name, Shin Tong suddenly realized, preparing to follow him without even knowing his name. Lin Yao. Oh, I'm Shun Tong. After exchanging names, Shin Tong followed Lin Yao outside. She had a myriad of questions. Your ability is to shoot arrows, right? How do those arrows appear? I didn't see you using a crossbow. Also, if I follow you, where are we going? Is it far? Do we need to drive? By the way, you mentioned having a sister who is about to start high school. Are books really unnecessary? Let me tell you. Even in the apocalypse, one must not neglect their studies. Even if school is no longer an option, acquiring knowledge is always beneficial. Lin Yao grew weary of her incessant questions. Who would have thought that this beautiful teacher would turn out to be such a chatterbox? He raised a hand to halt Shin Tong's inquiries. Hold on. I have a question for you. Shin Tong nodded. Go ahead. Your ability is to unleash a bolt of lightning, that's so. The question is, do you emit alternating current or direct current? Lin Yao asked. Shin Tong was taken aback. Right? Is it alternating current or direct current? The physics teacher Shin Tong truly began to ponder this. Lin Yao smiled slightly and patted her head. Let us go. Follow me home. An hour later, Lin Yao brought Shin Tong back to the awe-inspiring base. With the 2 lottery chances provided by Zhou Chu, Lin Yao now had 3 chances to draw and directly approach Chu Wanwan to begin. This time, he won 5,000 skill points and a new skill. Toxin immunity. The host is immune to all toxins except for zombie viruses. This was a skill that did not require leveling up. And Lin Yao was very pleased. Wouldn't he have to expend his hard-earned 20,000 skill points? Does this mean I no longer have to fear any toxins? Lin Yao mused, stroking his chin. He had long possessed the ability to resist zombie viruses, and now with the addition of toxin immunity, he had effectively become immune to all types of toxins. Splendid. Lin Yao reveled in his newfound power for a while, then spent all 20,000 skill points to upgrade Fireball Technique and Virus Resistance to level 5. The enhancement of Fireball Technique was particularly astounding, allowing him to launch 1,000 fireballs the size of houses each day. With perfect accuracy within a kilometer, Lin Yao estimated the power of the Fireball Technique. If unleashed in full force, he could cover at least half of the Lake District. My current strength is comparable to that of the great Demon King Piccolo. Lin Yao was quite satisfied with the power of the Fireball Technique. Such a trump card could only become stronger. When Fang Yin finished preparing lunch, Lin Yao ushered Shin Tong inside. Upon entering, Shin Tong immediately noticed a gathering of beautiful women in the room and quickly realized that they were all Lin Yao's women. Hey, Teacher Shin? Isn't that Teacher Shin? Xin recognized Shin Tong, her face lighting up with delight. Shin Tong was momentarily stunned, finding Xin's face somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, she exclaimed in surprise, You are Xin? That's me, Teacher Shin. You were also saved by Lin Yao. Xin hurriedly approached Shin Tong. Lin Yao poked his head out and asked Xin, Aren't you a university student? How do you know a high school teacher like her? Xin rolled her eyes dramatically. As if university students have never attended high school, Teacher Shin taught me at the second high school. Now that Shin Tong had encountered a familiar face, she was equally pleased, indeed. I transferred to this high school after your graduation. I never expected to run into you again. This is wonderful. Xin enthusiastically introduced Shin Tong to the other women in the room. When she introduced Chu Wanwan, Shin Tong turned to Lin Yao. Is this really your sister who is about to start high school? What a liar. Chu Wanwan wore a dazed expression, not understanding what she had done to earn such a remark. When introduced to her sister, Yuqian, Shin Tong was utterly stunned. Having taught so many students over the years, the reason she could quickly recall Xin was that Xin had been the school belle at the second high school. Excelling academically and pursued by many suitors, Shin Tong naturally had a strong impression of her. To her surprise, Xin's sister was equally stunning. What astonished her even more was that such beautiful sisters were all Lin Yao's women. What kind of charm does this guy possess? If Shin Tong were to discover that both sisters had been coerced into becoming Lin Yao's women, she would likely be even more shocked. With the addition of a new member, the atmosphere at the dining table grew even more lively. Shin Tong felt a sense of joy in being accepted by these beautiful women. Lin Yao gently patted Chu Wanwan's head. Wanwan, how about letting her be your teacher from now on? The utterance instantly prompted Chu Wanwan to pout. In this post-apocalyptic world, her brother still expected her to study. What a bothersome brother indeed. Shin Tong immediately patted her own puffed-up chest with confidence, proclaiming, Wanwan, fear not. Although I teach high school, imparting elementary knowledge to you will pose no challenge. However, we lack textbooks, Chu Wanwan softly protested. Lin Yao smiled and waved his hand. causing a plethora of books to materialize on the table. Before our return, we visited a bookstore, and within this collection are volumes covering subjects from elementary to high school. In addition to these books, I have practice workbooks and examination papers for various grades. Even the 5-year college entrance exam and 3 years of simulations are prepared. Tell me, Wonwin, how long has it been since you last completed your homework? With red-rimmed eyes, Chu Wonwin plunged into Wu Shuiyan's embrace, sobbing, "Wurwur, I detest my brother." The little girl's adorable demeanor elicited peals of laughter from the women present. Chapter 74. A change in Lake District. While the Diao Zhatian base was filled with tranquility, resonating with laughter and joy, the entirety of Zhonghan City was in an uproar. This commotion arose from the morning's announcement by the official organization of ability users, revealing that the Jinshi base in Lake District had been breached by zombies. The base leader, Jinshi, along with his subordinates, Tonglang, Huabao, and Yuxiang, had all succumbed to the undead, transforming into zombies themselves. Other ability users from various districts were cautioned against taking independent action as scouts had reported the emergence of a level 4 zombie king in Lake District, posing an extreme danger. The Jinshi base was devoid of any living souls, housing dozens of level 3 zombies. All ability users were advised to steer clear of this area. Existing bases within Lake District were urged to elect a new leader post-haste. Otherwise, the zombies in this region would be allocated to others. This news from the official organization raised alarm, particularly regarding the emergence of the level 4 zombie king. It was known that even the top-ranking ability users in Zhonghan City only reached the mid-level of the 4th tier, and none dared to claim they could confront a level 4 zombie king alone. With level 3 zombie kings beginning to awaken their abilities, the powers of a level 4 zombie king could be even more formidable. Although level 4 crystals were tempting, no base presently possessed the confidence to tackle a level 4 zombie king. Recklessly entering Lake District would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, the official organization had issued a decree for Lake District to select a new ruler. And the other regions, intimidated by the organization's formidable might, promptly disseminated orders forbidding their members from entering Lake District. Throughout the afternoon, an undercurrent of tension surged through Zhonghan City, yet Lin Yao remained oblivious. After elevating Shen Tong's abilities to level 3, he enlisted her into the daily zombie hunting activities. Shen Tong's powers were indeed impressive. Her lightning bolts could obliterate zombies without the slightest resistance, reducing them to mere fragments, with crystals tumbling to the ground, making the task remarkably efficient. However, even with such prowess, none could rival Lin Yao's efficiency. Today, he single-handedly eliminated 90 of the over 3,000 zombies attracted by Su Qingtian. Once the zombies were dispatched, while Lu Desheng and others were excavating crystals, Lin Yao stealthily slipped away to find Su Qingtian. "Come, Xia Yanyan, these are all for you," he declared, presenting her with the 3,000 crystals he had gathered from school that morning. As his beloved wife, he could not allow her to subsist solely on scraps. She deserved a treat now and then. Upon seeing the energy-laden crystals, Su Qingtian eagerly stuffed them into her mouth. Crunching joyfully, Lin Yao noted that after consuming these crystals, her violet pupils began to shift to orange in certain areas, indicating the distinct coloration of a level 5 zombie king's eyes. "Thank you, Lin." After finishing her meal, Su Qingtian clung to Lin Yao like a delicate bird, radiating affection. He affectionately ruffled her hair, leaving some crystal shells for her to distribute to the other female zombies before imparting a few reminders and taking his leave. Upon returning to the square, Lu Desheng and the others had just finished excavating the crystals. Following Lin Yao's brief allocation of resources, they all made their way back to the base. Where's Xiaoya?" Lin Yao finally noticed that Fang Yi had not accompanied them. Lu Desheng chuckled. "I sent him out to gather information. With so few of us, we know nothing of the external situation, and given that this lad is quite swift, he should be back by dinner." Lin Yao nodded. Lu Desheng's reasoning held merit. Confined within the base, they remained oblivious to the outside world, and given Fang Ye's status as a level 4 ability user, he was likely unmatched in speed throughout Zhonghan City. Safety was not a concern, as expected. Just as they were enjoying dinner, Fang Yi rushed back, panting heavily. "Uncle, there's been a major event. The Lake District has undergone a transformation." Lin Yao supported him, offering a bottle of water while patting his back. "Calm down, speak slowly." After a gulp of water, Fang Yi recounted, "Uncle, this afternoon, I went to scout the situation, and my first stop was the Jinshi base. You won't believe it, The base is overrun with zombies, including many level 2 and level 3 zombies that I hid and peered in, and the Huobao and Yuxiang who visited our base yesterday have also turned into zombies. Lin Yao stroked his chin. This revelation was indeed unexpected. The Red Fox immediately stood up, asking, "What about Jinshi? Is he dead?" Fang Yi scratched his head. "I don't know what Jinshi looks like. How would I recognize him?" The Red Fox quickly provided a description, and after a moment of recollection, Fang Yi nodded. "He is dead, transformed into a level 3 zombie." Hiss! Both the Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing inhaled sharply, casting nervous glances at Lin Yao, feeling a chill down their spines. This man, not only powerful, had effortlessly deceived Huobao and Yuxiang yesterday, and now the most formidable base in Lake District had been annihilated. "Don T, look at me. I'm just as baffled," Lin Yao quickly clarified, sensing their scrutiny. He had been awaiting Huobao and Yuxiang to seek his assistance, planning to play along and join them at the Jinshi base for a complete annihilation. He never anticipated that these individuals would act so swiftly. By the way, I saw Jinshi's body pierced by Uncle's crossbow arrow. Did you do it? Fang Yi inquired. Lin Yao was taken aback. He had never even seen Jinshi, so how could he have done such a thing? It appeared someone had used his crossbow arrow to frame him. Lin Yao could not help but speculate. He had casually discarded the arrows after slaying zombies, never retrieving them. Acquiring one would not be difficult for anyone. Everyone racked their brains, unable to decipher the situation, until Lin Yao slapped his thigh. "Forget it. It doesn't matter who is framing whom. Our strength is sufficient. We have nothing to fear. Indeed, as long as one possesses strength, any conspiracies are mere illusions. So, when you say the Lake District has undergone a transformation, does it refer to the destruction of the Jinshi base?" Lin Yao asked. Fang Yi shook his head. "No. It's the official organization of ability users that issued a statement declaring the emergence of a level 4 zombie king in Lake District, urging the surviving bases to select a new leader forthwith." "What? A level 4 zombie king?" At the dining table, the women gasped in unison. This news truly caught them off guard. A level 4 zombie king could essentially roam freely within Zhonghan City, and its appearance in Lake District filled them with apprehension. Lin Yao's brow furrowed as he questioned Fang Yi. "Does the organization have any details on this level 4 zombie king? What does it look like? What is it wearing?" Fang Yi responded. The official organization did not provide specifics, only stating it is a female zombie, quite beautiful, wearing a white gown. Lin Yao was speechless. Could they possibly be referring to Su Qingtian? Chapter 75. Raiding the Huobao base. Wu Xuan noticed Lin Yao's expression and asked, "What's wrong, Lin Yao?" He shook his head. "Nothing." These women remained unaware that they had nurtured a harem of female zombies. He felt compelled to help Xia Yanyan ascend to level 5 quickly, as her existence had already drawn attention, and he feared someone might form a team to hunt her down. Lin Yao then inquired again, "What does the official organization mean by requiring Lake District to select a new leader? Why is a leader necessary?" Fang Yi scratched his head. "I'm not sure, but I've learned that each region has a leader overseeing the zombies in that area. Moreover, the organization has declared that each region can only eliminate zombies within its territory. Crossing boundaries is prohibited." "What is their intention?" Lin Yao was perplexed. What scheme was the official organization of ability users concocting? No one could answer his questions, and the group fell into a contemplative silence, even Chu Wenwen resting her head on her tiny hands. "Forget it. Whoever wishes to be the leader may do so. We will maintain our original pace and focus on becoming stronger. There is no need for us to get involved," Lin Yao concluded, dismissing the matter since he had never intended to engage with the organization. The women unanimously nodded. Their abilities were rapidly increasing, making it unnecessary to meddle in such trivialities. After Fang Yi returned, the Red Fox could not help but ask Lin Yao, "Are we truly going to do nothing?" Lin Yao chuckled. "Not quite. Recently, while scavenging for supplies, I found everything emptied. Now that the Huobao and Jinshi bases have lost their leaders, I shall not hesitate to claim their resources and people." "What do you plan to do?" the Red Fox inquired. "Simple as it is, tomorrow you, Xiaoxing, Chu Chu and I, along with Lu Decheng, shall venture to empty out these 2 bases." Lin Yao waved his hand. He had learned from Zhou Chu Chu that the Yuxiang base had previously cleared out a farmer's market. The sheer quantity of supplies was beyond imagination, and as for the Huobao base, it was a fuel depot that certainly could not be overlooked. After dining, Lin Yao distributed the crystals and then took Yu Qian and Yu Xian to enjoy a sisterly meal. At the break of dawn the following day, after a simple breakfast, Zhou Chu drove them to the nearest Huabao base, guided by Li Shaoxing, and they soon arrived at the entrance. The Huabao base, once formidable, now lay in tatters. Upon hearing of their leader's demise at the Jinshi base, chaos erupted among its inhabitants. Everyone aspired to take the lead, resulting in a fierce struggle that left the base in ruins. Bodies strewn across the ground. Such a waste. Lin Yao stepped forward into the base, gazing at the scattered corpses inside. What waste? Hong Hu inquired. Lin Yao pointed to the fallen. These individuals perished without purpose. Had they turned into zombies, they could have provided us with crystals. Hong Hu conceded. You make a compelling point. I am left speechless. With his mental probe active, Lin Yao ventured deeper, discovering that over 100 souls had been lost, leaving no survivors. There it was. Lin Yao's objective was to scavenge fuel, and he quickly unearthed several tons of it in a large reservoir. The reservoir had been modified by the Huabao base's people, ensuring the fuel remained untainted. How are we to transport this? Hong Hu furrowed her brow. So much fuel would require numerous tankers. Lin Yao snapped his fingers. Simple, done. He had already stored all the fuel in his spatial storage, where it compacted automatically, remaining isolated from other supplies, thus ensuring ease of management. Hong Hu expressed disbelief, as this fellow's methods were always so unexpected. Someone approaches. Shaoxing, it's your turn. Lin Yao's mental probe detected an approaching fuel truck. Although Li Shaoxing did not see anyone, she nodded, producing 2 small knives. Leave this to Shaoxing. We shall continue to gather supplies, Lin Yao declared, turning his back and leading the others away. Having sensed that the base still held a considerable amount of food and beverages, with fuel in hand, they could afford to be brazen. The Huabao base had not ceased operations, offering an array of frozen foods and beers. It was needless to say, all of it was mine. The advantage of spatial storage is that whatever is placed inside retains its original state when retrieved, free from concerns of temperature fluctuations or spoilage. Once they had finished collecting supplies, Lin Yao reunited with Li Shaoxing, noticing several new corpses on the ground. Hong Hu approached Li Shaoxing, asking, Shaoxing, are you all right? Li Shaoxing shook her head. I'm fine. These are from other minor bases. Upon sensing the deaths at Huabao base, they attempted to sneak in for fuel and were disrespectful to me, so I dealt with them. All right, there's nothing left to take from Huabao base. Let us proceed to Yuxiang base. Lin Yao was quite pleased with Li Shaoxing's decisiveness, considering her the most resolute in their team aside from himself. Upon exiting Huabao base, Lin Yao noticed a few individuals lurking in the shadows, observing them. However, as long as they did not provoke him, he had no intention of engaging. An hour later, they arrived at the Yuxiang base's entrance. Unlike the tragic sight of Huabao base, Yuxiang base appeared orderly, with patrolling guards at the entrance. What is your business here? A guard soon spotted them and inquired. Liu Decheng, catching Lin Yao's glance, stepped forward with a smile. We are from the Diaozhatian base, here to see the leader of Yuxiang. May we request an audience? The guard fixed his gaze on him. The leader of Yuxiang is already deceased. Then may I ask who currently oversees the base? Liu Decheng feigned surprise. Currently, it is Yundai who is in charge, the guard replied. Liu Decheng immediately clasped his hands in salute. Then I kindly ask that you inform Yundai of our arrival. The guard hesitated, glancing at him. Liu Decheng had maintained a courteous demeanor, appearing non-threatening, prompting the guard to nod and proceed inside. Upon returning to Lin Yao's side, Liu Decheng questioned, Lin Xiaogu? With our strength, we could simply storm in. Why go through all this trouble? Lin Yao shot him a glance. Isn't your Liu Decheng team in need of recruits? If we eliminate them all, where will you find new members? Oh, I see. Liu Decheng smacked his head, realization dawning. Lin Yao kept his mental probe active, suddenly raising an eyebrow, addressing Liu Decheng and Zhou Chu. I will enter alone. You all stay back. Is there danger inside? Zhou Chu asked with concern. No, just a precaution. Lin Yao reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. Before long, the gates of the base swung open, and the guard announced, Our leader requests your presence. Lin Yao stepped forward. I will go in alone. Please lead the way. The guard, confused but seeing Lin Yao's harmless demeanor, nodded and led him inside. The area resembled a small community, devoid of villas, consisting entirely of quaint houses, the scenery quite pleasant and indicative of an upscale neighborhood. Following the guard, Lin Yao's gaze suddenly fixed on a warehouse. A smile gracing his face. There are plentiful supplies, he thought, elated. as his mental probe revealed that the entire farmer's market's goods were stored within the warehouse. An abundance of vegetables, grains, oils, and spices filled every corner. With these supplies, his base could thrive for decades. As they walked, several individuals peeked out to observe Lin Yao. He estimated the base housed around 200 people. Too many for Lu Decheng to manage. A selection would be necessary. The guard led Lin Yao to the property management office, knocking on the door and announcing, "Boss, the guests have arrived. Come in." A melodious female voice echoed from within. The guard gestured for Lin Yao to enter, and he nodded, pushing the door open. The office was spacious, yet stripped of its office furniture, replaced by an array of peculiar equipment. A woman clad in a white lab coat and mask was intently mixing two vividly colored liquids. Oblivious to Lin Yao's presence, Lin Yao patiently took a seat at an empty table, watching her with a smile. Yundai, female, 26 years old, poison level 2, capable of releasing various toxins. This was precisely why Lin Yao had opted to enter alone. The new leader before him was a master of poison, and poison was notoriously insidious. Though Yundai's ability level was not particularly high, caution was prudent. Furthermore, despite her mask, Lin Yao's mental probe revealed her to be an extraordinarily beautiful woman. With a slender figure and a perfectly shaped face, her features strikingly three-dimensional in Lin Yao's eyes, she was at least an A beauty. The office remained silent, allowing Lin Yao to unabashedly scrutinize Yundai. "The red liquid is excessive," he suddenly remarked. Yundai, startled, trembled slightly, casting an irritated glare at him, signaling him to remain silent. She resumed her careful mixing, and after pouring the red liquid, she examined the mixture, letting out a sigh before fixing her gaze on Lin Yao. Indeed, as that man indicated, the red liquid is excessive. The entire batch is now ruined. "How did you know the red liquid was excessive?" Yundai asked, disposing of the failed mixture, a secret. Lin Yao replied with a slight smile. He had been using his mental probe to meticulously analyze the liquids in her possession, though he lacked pharmacological knowledge. His mental analysis indicated that an excess of red liquid would lead to Yundai's intended concoction failing. Yundai sighed, cleaning the glass container before preparing to try again. Lin Yao, curious, inquired, "What are you researching?" "Poison?" Yundai glanced at him, her eyes filled with a hint of disappointment as she halted her work. "Quite the opposite. It is an antidote." "Oh? Why is that?" Lin Yao asked, puzzled. "As I understand it, your ability pertains to poison, right? What brings a poison wielder to concoct an antidote? Are you afraid poison might harm you? It is poison, therefore, I must create an antidote. My abilities have already caused the deaths of many innocents." Yundai's tone carried a tinge of melancholy. Lin Yao surveyed the various experimental apparatus scattered throughout the office. Nodding and understanding, it became clear that this woman was excessively kind-hearted, fearing her poison would harm others, thus isolating herself in this laboratory to develop an antidote. Recalling her past, Yundai lost her motivation to continue her research, scrutinizing the man before her, tall, with neatly groomed hair and an attractive appearance. Unbeknownst to her, a blush crept across her face beneath the mask. "What do you seek from me?" Yundai redirected her thoughts. Lin Yao smiled gently. "I am here to take over your base." Yundai paused, disbelief etched on her face. "Take over? What do you mean?" Lin Yao leaped down from the table and slowly approached her, earnestly stating, "If you are so beautiful, why do you cover yourself so thoroughly all day?" The abrupt shift in topic left Yundai momentarily stunned, her face flushing even deeper. "You? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm quite ugly." Lin Yao smiled as he reached out to remove Yundai's mask, prompting her to hastily step back. "Don't touch me. I'm toxic. Fear not." Lin Yao was taken aback. This woman truly possessed a kind heart. He continued to extend his hand, gently lifting Yundai's mask in an instant. The entire laboratory radiated brilliance, as Yundai's flawless visage left even Lin Yao momentarily spellbound. Like pure water emerging from a lotus, she was naturally exquisite without adornments, due to her frequent experiments. She wore no makeup, yet her bare face exuded an aura of simplicity and elegance, akin to a vibrant white lotus. "I've already told you I'm ugly." Seeing Lin Yao's dazed expression, Yundai shyly hurried to don her mask once more. Then, recalling something, she quickly grasped Lin Yao's hand to examine it. "Don't panic. I've said I'm not afraid of toxins," Lin Yao said, feeling the coolness of her delicate hand, smiling cheerfully. After a careful inspection, Yun Dai reassuredly noted that Lin Yao's large hand showed no signs of poisoning. Thank goodness. How did you manage that? Lin Yao clapped his hands and replied with a grin. Want to know? Become my woman, and I'll tell you. Rogue. Yun Dai playfully scolded, turning her head away. The atmosphere between them suddenly grew somewhat ambiguous. Remembering something, Yun Dai asked Lin Yao, what did you mean when you said you would take over our base? Literally, your base's resources will be under my control, and the people of your base will be integrated into mine. Lin Yao replied earnestly. It dawned on Yun Dai that this man had come to assimilate their base. In the struggle for supremacy in the Hushan district, Lin Yao's image in her mind plummeted. And she coldly retorted, why should that be the case? Lin Yao maintained his smile. Simply because I am the leader of the Diaozhe Tian base. Simply because I am Lin Yao. You are the one who deceived Yu Xiang. Yun Dai pondered briefly before recalling Lin Yao's name, which Yu Xiang had mentioned after returning yesterday. Lin Yao chuckled and said, that's me. It seemed he should refrain from deceiving others in the future. After all, the beautiful girl had already formed a negative impression of him. Chapter 77. The rebellion at Yu Xiang base. Yun Dai took a step back, a wary expression crossing her face. So your objective is this base? Well, what a clever scheme. Lin Yao stepped forward. You are mistaken. My goal is you. This base can be considered your dowry. Hemph. You silver-tongued scoundrel, seeking death. Yun Dai, infuriated, raised her hand, sending a wave of green toxic mist directly towards Lin Yao's face. Lin Yao smiled slightly, not flinching nor evading, allowing the toxic mist to envelop him. Why aren't you dodging? Yun Dai exclaimed in horror. Having assumed this fellow possessed formidable strength capable of easily avoiding her toxins. What should I do now? Have I killed someone again? Yun Dai was frantic, hastening to check Lin Yao's condition. However, when the mist dissipated, Lin Yao appeared unaffected. Your poison has a delightful aroma, and it even carries your natural fragrance, Lin Yao remarked, smacking his lips as he savored it. You're fine. Yun Dai's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Yao. Was he even human? Lin Yao stretched his body and laughed. See? I'm as lively as ever. Yun Dai finally exhaled in relief, yet her vigilance returned as she scrutinized Lin Yao. If he was unperturbed by her toxins, what should she do? Don't be so tense. I typically dislike forcing others. Consider it seriously. Perhaps I can help you control your poison, Lin Yao proposed enticingly. Yun Dai hesitated, asking, how can you control it? At present, I have no means, but if you agree to be my woman, there will be a way, Lin Yao replied with a sly smile. Though he indeed had no immediate solution, he possessed a system. If Yun Dai consented to be his woman, he could utilize the system's lottery chances to potentially draw out an item capable of controlling toxins. Yun Dai pondered. Her ability was poison, which rendered her entire being toxic. While she could release toxins, she currently lacked the means to withdraw them, leading her to be treated like a pariah at the base. Fortunately, Yu Xiang had recognized her potential, providing her with crystals and equipment to research an antidote. For a long time, Yun Dai had yearned to connect with others. If she could control her poison, she could interact with people. Can you truly help me control it? Yun Dai remained uncertain. Lin Yao glanced outside. You must place your trust in me. And your time is running short. What do you mean? Yun Dai was further perplexed. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and a dozen men donned in gas masks and protective gear stormed in, wielding various weapons. Chen Lin, what are you doing? Yun Dai inquired, frowning. The long-haired, muscular man at the forefront sneered at her. What am I doing? Naturally, I'm here to expel you, the plague. Yun Dai trembled in anger at the insult, pointing at Chen Lin and demanding, what do you mean? I am the leader of this base. Hemph. Leader? Our true leader, Yu Xiang, is dead. If it weren't for his prior instructions, do you think you could assume this position? Chen Lin scoffed. It turned out that before Yu Xiang's departure, he had worried that the others might engage in a deadly conflict with Jin Shi. Hence, he had instructed that should anything happen to him, Yun Dai would assume leadership of the base. However, it was evident that the people within the base were not loyal. Yun Dai's eyes reddened. She deeply appreciated Yu Xiang's recognition of her. After his death, she was determined to manage Yu Xiang's base well, yet she never anticipated that the people would wish to oust her. As Yun Dai faced off against Chen Lin and his followers. The back door of the office suddenly swung open, and another group of about a dozen individuals rushed in, similarly armed. Chen Lin. Yun Dai is the leader appointed by Yu Xiang before his death. Do you dare defy his orders? A short-haired, burly man wielding a sickle glared fixedly at Chen Lin. Heh, Fu Changyong, you truly are Yu Xiang's loyal lackey. Why Yu Xiang is dead. Who cares about his commands? If you don't wise up, you might find yourself ousted as well, Chen Lin retorted, unperturbed. Fu Changyong snorted coldly and quickly stepped in front of Yun Dai, whispering, Leader Yun Dai, quickly leave. Chen Lin has already incited a majority of the combat-capable individuals. We can't hold out for long. Yun Dai felt deeply moved. It seemed not everyone despised her. Want to leave? Not a chance, surround her, Chen Lin commanded, and outside the office, a throng of people quickly encircled the area. Lin Yao sensed the situation. It was currently 17 against 95, and Yun Dai's chances of victory were essentially non-existent. Yun Dai stepped forward, adopting a resolute demeanor. Chen Lin, even if you have the numerical advantage. So what? Even if you intend to expel us, there will be a price to pay. Yet, as she spoke, she noticed that each of them was equipped with gas masks, leaving her somewhat troubled. The poison user was least afraid of group battles. But against such well-prepared opponents, Yun Dai's current abilities posed a challenge. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, a round of applause echoed. Well said. I'm truly moved, Lin Yao clapped, praising Yun Dai in the midst of such a standoff. Lin Yao's voice drew everyone's attention. Kid, where did you come from? Chen Lin inquired coldly upon noticing him. Before Lin Yao could respond, Yun Dai quickly shielded him. Chen Lin, he is my guest. Your rebellion has nothing to do with him. Let him go. You treat me so well. It would be a shame not to make you my woman, Lin Yao smiled, expressing his admiration for Yun Dai. At a time like this, you still have the leisure to flirt? Chen Lin was a level 2 ability user, second only to Yu Xiang in strength. Yun Dai had no confidence in her ability to stop him. Find an opportunity to escape. This matter does not concern you. She urged Lin Yao, bewildered by his composure. Chen Lin waved his hand, and a portion of his group surrounded Lin Yao. Humph, kid, since you're here, don't think about leaving with that. His men sprang into action, and Yun Dai charged ahead, unleashing a dazzling array of colorful toxic mists into the crowd. Despite their protective gear, Chen Lin quickly shouted, spread out. Don't engage her in close combat. He directed those with ranged abilities to maintain their distance and attack. What should I do? Yun Dai was frantic. Her powers relied entirely on her poison. If these individuals wouldn't engage her up close, she had no chance to release her toxins, and her own agility was lacking. After narrowly dodging a few attacks, she spotted an ice needle aimed straight at her heart, realizing she had no opportunity to evade. Suddenly, with a crunch, a large hand grasped the ice needle and shattered it effortlessly. Chapter 78. Just a little bit. This is my designated woman. You can't kill her. Lin Yao discarded the broken ice, simultaneously activating a paralysis technique. In that moment, everyone involved in the rebellion, both inside and outside the office, found themselves immobilized. Fu Changyong and his companions were fighting fiercely when they suddenly noticed their opponents had ceased their movements. In a hurry, they rushed towards Chen Lin and his group with their weapons drawn. Lin Yao, witnessing the scene, quickly intervened, exclaiming, Hey, don't be so hasty to strike. These are all precious crystal materials. If you kill them all, where will I find such high-quality crystals? Upon hearing this, Fu Changyong waved his hand, halting his subordinates' actions. This was all you're doing? Yun Dai, rising from the ground, gazed at Chen Lin and his companions with a look of terror, her body frozen in place, unable to utter a word. It was hard for her to believe that among the more than 90 rebels, about 10 were level 2 ability users, while the rest were level 1. Such a force could easily establish a sufficiently powerful base. Yet now, this formidable power was rendered immobile simply by a glare from Lin Yao. What kind of overwhelming ability was this? Lin Yao nodded with a smile as he approached Chen Lin, releasing the restraints on his mouth. Please, spare me, boss. I was deceived by the others. I truly admire Yun Dai. I was merely led astray by them in a moment of folly. Chen Lin quickly pleaded for mercy, terrified of Lin Yao's methods. I ask you, aside from the 90-plus individuals present, how many more wish to expel Yun Dai from this base? Lin Yao inquired. Chen Lin's eyes darted around before he hastily replied, Just these people. Lin Yao slapped him across the face. Do not lie to me. You are deceiving me. With over 200 people in this base, it is impossible that less than half would dare to rebel, boss. I must have remembered wrong. I just recalled that there are over 50 more lying in ambush outside. Chen Lin exclaimed, his face swelling from the slap as he revealed the truth in haste. Much better, Lin Yao nodded, already having detected the hidden individuals outside with his mental probing. These would serve as a backup line of defense should Yundai and her group manage to escape. After all, once Yundai was free, no one could guarantee they could evade a poison master's cunning. Lin Yao turned to Yundai, asking, what do you intend to do? At least half of the people in this base wish to drive you away. Do you still wish to remain? Having experienced such events, Yundai felt utterly disheartened. The people here could no longer accept her. Clinging on would only exacerbate the conflicts. It would be better to follow Lin Yao, as he was powerful enough to assist her in controlling the toxins within her, allowing her to live as a normal person in the future. Forget it. Let us leave, Yundai said, her voice filled with resignation. Then you will come with me? Lin Yao pressed. Yundai's face flushed. After a moment of struggle, she nodded. I will go with you. If it meant living a normal life, what was wrong with being his woman? Lin Yao then approached Fu Changyong and asked, your leader has decided to follow me. What about you? Will you join our base? Fu Changyong immediately knelt. We are willing to follow boss Yundai to the death. Very well, then go out and gather those who wish to join Yundai, Lin Yao commanded. Fu Changyong and his companions complied and exited. Lin Yao extended his hand toward Yundai with a smile. Let us go. Yundai blushed, smiling shyly as she took hold of Lin Yao's large hand. Feeling the warmth from his grip, she sensed her heart warming considerably. Once outside the property office, Lin Yao released Chen Lin and the others from their immobilization spell. As soon as they regained their mobility, Chen Lin hastily ordered that no one obstruct Yundai and her companion's departure. Boss, are we just letting them go? Someone whispered to Chen Lin. He glared coldly at Lin Yao and Yundai's retreating figures. A mix of fear and anger in his eyes. Let them go for now. Once I become the boss of Lake District, not a single one of them will escape. Once he became the boss, he could command the entire Lake District base to submit crystals to him. Upon gaining strength, the first thing he would do is seek revenge on that young man. Lin Yao, holding Yundai's hand, did not leave directly but instead headed toward the warehouse. Chen Lin was startled. The warehouse was filled with various food supplies. He hurriedly ran to Lin Yao, bowing and scraping. Boss, the main entrance is over there. Allow me to guide you out. Oh, I know where the main entrance is, but I wish to take a look inside first. Do you have any objections? Lin Yao pointed at the warehouse. No, of course not. Chen Lin paled, stepping aside, thinking to himself that Lin Yao could hardly take much, and once they left, he would transfer the supplies. Lin Yao instructed Yundai to wait for him before entering the warehouse alone, shutting the door behind him. Beautiful. Absolutely magnificent, Lin Yao exclaimed, gazing at the warehouse brimming with various grains and oils, taking no time to sweep everything into his possession. Half a minute later, Lin Yao emerged carrying a bag of rice and a barrel of oil, causing Chen Lin to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. All right, I've only taken a little. Let us go, Lin Yao said, smiling gently at Yundai, who looked on in confusion. Why didn't you take more? I could help, Yundai whispered to Lin Yao. Lin Yao replied softly, don't worry. This is enough for us to eat for a decade. Yundai pondered Lin Yao's words as she looked at the bag of rice and oil in his hands. This small amount, even with Fu Changyong and the others, would barely suffice for a couple of meals. What was he talking about, however? Seeing the satisfaction on Lin Yao's face, she refrained from questioning further. After all, he was so powerful. What resources could he not acquire? At the entrance, Fu Changyong and over 40 others were already waiting, observing the numerous bags as if they were in a rush to catch a train. Lin Yao nodded in acknowledgement, saying little as he led them out of the base. As Lin Yao stepped out, Zhou Chuchu spotted him, her face lighting up with joy before she noticed he was holding the hand of a slender woman wearing a mask. She paused, relieved that she had become his woman. Otherwise, this fellow would be too quick to indulge in romantic escapades. It had only been a little over half an hour, and he had already brought back another woman. Lu Deshang silently gave Lin Yao a thumbs up, admiring the charm of their young brother. In his eyes, this must be another exquisite beauty. Within the base, after seeing Lin Yao and his group exit, Chen Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. He quickly summoned a few people to transfer the supplies. Boss, the warehouse, the warehouse. One of his subordinates came running back, stunned. What happened to the warehouse? Chen Lin asked, puzzled, as he observed the terrified expressions of his men. A bad premonition flashing through his mind. He rushed to the warehouse. Upon seeing the scene, Chun Lin was also left dumbfounded. "Where are the supplies?" he bellowed, causing everyone to fall silent, none knowing what had transpired. Chun Lin felt tears welling up. There were hundreds of tons of supplies, enough to last them many years even with their indulgent consumption. Now, only a few rotten vegetable leaves remained. Even thieves would not be this ruthless. It must be that guy, Chun Lin suddenly realized. Only Lin Yao had entered the warehouse, it had to be him. But what could he do? He was no match for Lin Yao. He could only swallow his anger. Now that Lin Yao and his group had not yet left, he could not even dare to curse him out. Outside the Yuxiang base, Lin Yao observed Chen Lin's furious demeanor through his mental probing, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He then turned his attention to Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu, noticing his gaze, approached him and whispered, "There are 5 individuals, namely." After listening to Zhou Chuchu's report, Lin Yao nodded. He then turned to the individuals behind Fu Changyong and smiled. "Welcome to our Daojia base. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of the base, Lin Yao. Our base's motto is simply this: mutual support. I do not care what you did before or what roles you held in your previous base. I have but one demand. Should any of you harbor ill intentions towards the members of the base, do not blame me for being merciless. Furthermore, our base's structure is somewhat unique. Currently, our Daojia base is primarily composed of my team, led by me, Lin Yao, and the team of my good brother, Lu Deshang, alongside me. Within the base, we operate as partners rather than a hierarchical relationship, and the crystals we acquire will be divided according to a set ratio. Now, you have 3 options. 1. Join Lu Deshang's team, led by my brother here. 2. Form your own team and choose a leader among yourselves. 3. If you cannot accept our base's structure, you may leave now. I will give you 3 minutes to consider. After 3 minutes, I will take a head count. As soon as he finished speaking, the individuals below immediately began to murmur among themselves. Yundai could not help but whisper in Lin Yao's ear, "Why do you want to allocate it this way? Wouldn't it be simpler for everyone to be on one team?" Lin Yao glanced at her and smiled. "One must allow people a certain degree of freedom. If any team wishes to separate from our base in the future, they only need to inform me and leave with their team. It's better to part on good terms. If everyone is consolidated into one team, I would have to worry about their meals and drinks daily. How exhausting." Yundai expressed that your reasoning was indeed compelling, rendering me speechless. Behind Fu Changyong were over 40 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts. It wasn't long before some chose to depart, unable to accept such a composition, yet the majority remained. After 3 minutes, Lin Yao counted and found 35 individuals still present, observing that the 5 mentioned by Zhou Chuchu had not left. A cold smile flickered across his lips. "Have you all conspired? What are your plans for selection?" The 35 individuals exchanged glances, ultimately designating Fu Changyong to step forward. "Lin Yao, we have chosen to form a separate team and join the Daojia base." Fu Changyong bowed respectfully. Lin Yao nodded. "Very well. What shall your team be called?" "Let us name ourselves Yuxiang, as the leader of Yuxiang has shown us great kindness," Fu Changyong replied. "Agreed. Now, Fu Changyong, come, let us converse," Lin Yao said, leading the puzzled Fu Changyong aside. Lin Yao regarded him seriously. "There are matters I must clarify with you." Fu Changyong hastily bowed. "Please, Lin Lao, speak freely." Lin Yao grasped his arm. "No need for such formality. As I have stated, the Yuxiang team and mine are partners, and our statuses are equal. At least as the leader of this base, I shall not impose any pressure upon you. I brought you here to discuss 2 matters. The first concerns the integrity of your team. Currently, you have 5 members who are undercover agents sent by Chen Lin." "What?" Fu Changyong was taken aback, astonished by Chen Lin's swiftness. Lin Yao gestured for him to keep it quiet. "These 5 individuals are. How you choose to handle them is up to you." Fu Laoj. "Understood. Rest assured, Lin Lao." Fu Changyong responded hastily. Lin Yao then glanced at Lu Deshang and continued. "The second matter pertains to the distribution of crystals. My proposal is as follows. Previously, our team was responsible for eliminating zombies, while Lu Deshang's team focused on excavating crystals, with the spoils divided in an 80-20 split. With the addition of the Yuxiang team, we shall maintain this division. However, Lu Deshang, do not rush." Lin Yao restrained the impatient Lu Deshang and proceeded. "Currently, we possess only one battlefield, where we can eliminate approximately 3,000 zombies daily, which I find inefficient. Coincidentally, with the Yuxiang team's larger number, I plan to establish 2 more battlefields, thereby increasing our daily zombie kills to over 10,000. Liu Desheng's team will continue their work in our original battlefield, while you must select a trustworthy individual from your team to oversee the additional 2 battlefields for crystal excavation. The quantity of crystals you acquire will correspond to the amount found in those battlefields. What do you think? Liu Desheng exhaled in relief. Lin Yao's arrangement ensured their team's interests would not be compromised, and he nodded vigorously. On the other hand, Fu Changyong expressed his doubts. 10,000 zombies daily? Lin Laoda, are you not being a bit overambitious? No base in the Hushan district possesses such strength. Liu Desheng laughed heartily, patting Fu Changyong's shoulder. You are unaware, my friend. The strength of our base far exceeds your imagination. Not only can we handle 10,000 zombies daily, but even if 100,000 were to come, Lin Xiaoga would manage just fine. What we lack is merely personnel for crystal excavation. Fu Changyong remained skeptical. After all, such claims seemed exaggerated. Previously, the Yuxiang team only managed to eliminate 100 or 200 zombies, so suddenly suggesting thousands felt implausible. Liu Laoj, what level of abilities do you currently possess? Lin Yao inquired, noticing Fu Changyong's disbelief. Thanks to Lin Xiaoga, I have reached level 5, Liu Desheng replied with an air of pride. 80 chapter. Assisting Yun Dai in controlling the toxin. Is that for real? Fu Changyong exclaimed, his eyes widening. In all of Zonghanqing, there had not been a single level 5 ability user, and this seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man appeared to be one. Oh, not doubt it. Lin Xiaoga simply does not trust those so-called ability organizations. Otherwise, with my strength, I could easily rank among the top 20 in Zonghanqing. Liu Desheng chuckled. Fu Changyong keenly detected a flaw. Top 20. If you are a level 5 ability user, the first place must surely belong to you. Liu Desheng glanced at the smiling Lin Yao and replied to Fu Changyong. That is because there are many in Lin Xiaoga's team who are even stronger than I. Fu Changyong felt utterly bewildered. It was simply too astonishing. Enough. This afternoon, we must venture out to eliminate zombies. Fu Laoj, accompany us to witness for yourself. Anything said now is mere idle talk. Lin Yao waved his hand and departed. Fu Changyong felt a bit dizzy. Watching Lin Yao's retreating figure, he quietly asked Liu Desheng, what level of abilities does our Lin Laoda possess? Liu Desheng gazed at Lin Yao with reverence and replied softly, I am unsure, but I sensed that even 10 of me would not suffice against Lin Xiaoga. Fu Changyong was utterly flabbergasted. During their discussion, Li Xiaoxing had organized several vehicles for them. Upon Lin Yao's return, a lengthy convoy began its journey towards the diazation base. Hey, where is Mr. Liu? Zhou Chuchu suddenly inquired, perplexed. Lin Yao glanced in the rearview mirror and replied softly, Oh, Liu Laoj went to assist me. Chen Lin, lurking at the entrance of the base, sighed heavily after witnessing Lin Yao's convoy depart, then erupted in a fit of rage. That damned bastard. Not only did he abduct my people, but he also stole my supplies. Cursed be the likes of Lin Yao. After shattering several items in frustration, Chen Lin's anger somewhat subsided. Suddenly, he heard agonized screams emanating from within the base. What on earth is happening? Chen Lin was puzzled. He was already in a foul mood, and the cries of his subordinates only reignited his fury. Roar. Just as Chen Lin took a few steps towards the base, a familiar roar halted him in his tracks. Zombies? Cold sweat broke out on Chen Lin's forehead as he turned to see a subordinate who had already transformed into a zombie lunging towards him. The name of this base is rather peculiar. As Yun Dai disembarked, she observed the marble at the entrance of the diazation base, unable to suppress her bemusement. Lin Yao chuckled. What do you think? I came up with it. Yun Dai could not help but give a thumbs up. At a loss for words, upon returning to the base, Lin Yao arranged for Fu Changyong and his team to occupy 2 villas, also providing them with some supplies before leaving them to their own devices. Watching the vibrant community filled with various amenities and cheerful laughter, Yun Dai instantly fell in love with the place. Hey, you mentioned having a method to control my toxin. How will you do that? Yun Dai asked, somewhat impatiently. Lin Yao smiled. You have yet to agree to become my woman. Yun Dai's face flushed as she lowered her head. I am willing. Hearing the prompt from the system, Lin Yao smiled slightly, taking her towards the villa. Before they reached home, Fang Yi rushed over energetically. Uncle, someone from a base came this morning, claiming they want to take over our base, Fang Yi said. Lin Yao was taken aback. Which base is that? How audacious, Fang Yi grinned. I think it's called Maple Tree Base, also from our Hushan district. They probably aim to seize control of the area. But the individuals who came were rather incompetent, so I chased them off. Good, well done. I in the future. If such blind fools come knocking, you needn't report to me. Just drive them away if they exhibit a hostile attitude. Eliminate them. Lin Yao patted Fang Ye's shoulder, expressing his approval. Fang Yi nodded and departed. You are his uncle? You look about the same age, Yundai remarked in surprise as she watched Fang Yi dart away. Lin Yao nodded. There is no rule that an uncle must be middle-aged. Now, let us return. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Yao overheard Teacher Shen instructing Chu Wanwan in her studies. Wanwan, keep your focus on the blackboard. Now, repeat after me, Guwuin, roll. It can form words like round, roll, snowball, and so forth. Chu Wanwan asked cheerfully, is get lost also this character? Lin Yao pushed the door open, and upon seeing her brother return, Chu Wanwan immediately discarded her book and dove into Lin Yao's embrace. Looking pitiful, brother, Wanwan does not want to study. Lin Yao chuckled, ruffling her hair. That won't do. Shan Tong nodded at Lin Yao and, noticing the elegant Yundai beside him, also offered a nod. He summoned the other women over and arranged for Yundai to sit down, cradling the despondent Chu Wanwan as he began the lottery draw. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a toxin pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a thunderbolt staff. Lin Yao hurriedly inspected the descriptions of the two items. Poison pill. A person possessing poison abilities can compress all toxins within their body into their dantian after consuming this pill, allowing for their controlled use. Thunder baton. Assists individuals with lightning abilities in mastering the release of lightning, also enhancing their effects. Perfect. These two items are just right. One for Yundai, and one for Teacher Shan. With a flick of the wrist, a small green pill materializes in hand, which I then present to Yundai. Here. This is the means to control your toxins. Though Yundai is perplexed, she chooses to trust Lin Yao. Accepting the poison pill and swallowing it. After closing her eyes to sense the change, Yundi's eyes suddenly widen with joy. Lin Yao, I feel as if all my toxins have converged within me. Lin Yao nods with a smile. Items produced by the system are undoubtedly valuable. He pats Chu Wanwan and says with a grin, Go, help your sister remove her mask. Chu Wanwan, looking confused, obediently hops in front of Yundai. Extending her hand to take off the mask, instinctively, Yundai recoils. No, it's dangerous. It's all right, trust me. Lin Yao's gentle voice reassures her. Chu Wanwan reaches out again, this time successfully removing the mask from Yundi's face, exclaiming in delight, Wow, what a beautiful big sister. Yundai watches Chu Wanwan anxiously, fearing her poison might affect the adorable girl before her. After observing for several minutes, she finally breathes a sigh of relief. A wave of ecstatic joy flooding her heart. I can interact with others now. Yundai weeps tears of joy. No one knows the guilt she has carried since awakening her poison abilities, having accidentally harmed others. Now, seeing her toxins under control, she excitedly throws herself into Lin Yao's embrace, sobbing. Chapter 81. The little lowly leader Lin Yao gently pats Yundai's back. This woman has likely endured much disdain due to her abilities. But now that she is his, such concerns will no longer plague her. Suddenly, a teasing voice from the side interrupts. Hey, big sister is blushing. Startled, the two quickly separate. At the same time, Shan Tong calls over Wu Shuiyan and others. Lin Yao briefly introduces Yundai to everyone, and Yundai feels a bit dizzy gazing at the room full of beautiful women. Are all of these Lin Yao's partners? Lin Yao then briefs them on the subsequent tasks for expanding their new battlefield. Wu Shuiyan, Yu Qian, and Chu Wanwan will oversee the base, while Fang Yin and Lu Yin will supervise the first battlefield, and Yu Xian, Zhou Chuchu, and Shun Tong will manage the second battlefield. Hong Hu, Li Xiaoxing, and Yundai will oversee the third battlefield. The abundance of women is quite advantageous. Lin Yao cannot help but marvel. However, as the second and third battlefields are yet to be established, and he has not communicated with Su Qingyan, there is no need for haste. Before lunch, Lu Desheng quietly returns, carrying a bag of crystals, and finds Lin Yao, little Lin, all set. The remaining members from the Rain Elephant base are here. He shakes the bag of crystals. Lin Yao nods. Thank you, brother Lu. You keep those crystals as you've done all the work. Then I shall not be polite. Lu Desheng chuckles, taking the crystals and departing. At lunchtime, Lin Yao holds a simple welcome ceremony for Yundai, a seafood feast, before handing along baton like thunder baton to Teacher Shun, causing Chu Wanwan to shiver in the corner. the Maple Leaf Base. A group returns and rushes to find their leader. The young man at the forefront is Wu Li, who had attempted to recruit the Honghu base earlier that day but was dismissed by Fang Yi. Now, he kneels on the ground, his face a mask of indignation. Boss, the Honghu base seems to have renamed itself the Skybursting Base. When we approached to recruit them, a young man suddenly appeared and told us to leave without a second thought. Who are we? We are the Maple Leaf Base, with the Golden Lion Base completely wiped out, and the Copper Wolf, Rain Elephant, and Fire Leopard bases surely fracturing. We, the Maple Leaf Base, are the new rulers of the Lake District. I never expected this Skybursting Base to be so disrespectful. Boss, I ask for your command. Let us gather our forces and annihilate this arrogant base. The leader of the Maple Leaf Base, her back turned to Wu Li, listens to his report before turning around. She is an adorable girl. Her hair styled into twin ponytails, wearing a lowly dress, appearing about 18 or 19 years old, and munching on grapes. Spitting out a grape seed, she incredulously asks, "What did you say the base was called?" Skybursting? Wu Li nods. The girl suddenly notices the handprint on Wu Li's face and exclaims, "Hey, what happened to your face? Who hit you?" Wu Li wears a pained expression. "Boss, it was someone from the Skybursting Base who hit me. That person seemed to possess agility abilities and was very fast. After we had a dispute, they slapped each of us. Ha ha ha, that's too funny. You've really hit a brick wall this time." The girl bursts into laughter, clutching her stomach, yeffing, "Boss, why aren't you helping me get revenge? Why are you just standing there laughing?" Wu Li looks utterly speechless. While other leaders would rush to avenge their subordinates, his own leader finds amusement in his plight. Who can he complain to? He yeffing shrugs. "I've said it before, I'm not interested in this so-called new ruler of the Lake District. If it weren't for your persistent pleas, I wouldn't bother with it at all. Now, having encountered someone strong, you need to accept the consequences." Wu Li, with a serious expression, counters, "Boss, you are mistaken. This is a different era. All right, enough with the psychological manipulation. It's the same old routine. Aren't you tired of it?" He yeffing interrupts Wu Li impatiently, then sighs. "We've already recruited 3 bases in the past few days. That should be strong enough, right? Let us not provoke the Skybursting Base any further." Wu Li shakes his head. "That won't do. The 3 bases we've recruited together only have a little over 100 people, most of whom are only at level 1. This strength is hardly significant. I believe the Skybursting Base is quite formidable. At least that young man guarding the entrance is on par with me. Indeed, if they can slap you without you being able to retaliate, they must be stronger than you," he yeffing bluntly states. "That hits hard, boss." Wu Li's expression falls again. He yeffing stares at him. "Have you considered that if someone of equal strength is guarding the entrance, the overall strength of that base must be considerable?" Wu Li confidently replies, "Don't worry, boss, I've inquired. The Skybursting Base has previously been visited by the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant bases, and their leader treated them with great respect, indicating that their strength must be inferior to them. Given our current strength, we have nothing to fear." He yeffing nods. Their base currently has around 300 people, with over 20 of them being level 2 abilities users. She herself has just recently advanced to level 3, meaning their visible strength is not inferior to that of the previous Golden Lion base. "Boss, even if you don't seek revenge for me, we must recruit the Skybursting Base for the survival of our base. It cannot be delayed." Wu Li adds fuel to the fire. "Fine, then go and organize the troops. Bring 10 level 2 abilities users. Let us pay a visit." He yeffing finally acquiesces, feeling exasperated by Wu Li. Wu Li beams with joy and rushes out to summon people. All I wanted was to be a quiet and beautiful girl." He yeffing rests her chin on her hand. 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yao and his team head to the square to eliminate zombies. Before leaving, he instructs Fang Yi, "Those people you drove away this morning may return this afternoon. Keep guarding the entrance, and if you encounter someone troublesome, call for Sister Yu Qian." After handing Fang Yi a walkie-talkie, she confidently replies, "Don't worry, Uncle Lin. They're no match for me. Better safe than sorry." Lin Yao reiterates before departing, "Himph. If they dare come, I'll show them my strength with one big slap." Fang Yi clenches her fist confidently as she watches Lin Yao and the others leave. At 3 in the afternoon, having finished slaying zombies, Lin Yao, ignoring Fu Changyong's drop jaw, departs, eager to find 2 vacant areas to establish the second and third battlefields. Simultaneously, 3 vehicles slowly approach, stopping at the entrance of the sky-bursting base. Chapter 82. Little fists hammering your chest. Seeing the convoy arrive, Fang Yi boldly strides out of the base, arms crossed as she watches them. Upon spotting Wu Li, who had been slapped earlier, emerging with a little lowly, she is momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? Is this the person who hit my subordinate this morning? He yeffing notices Fang Yi's stunned expression and, hands on her hips, calls out, "Hey, you're quite handsome." Fang Yi snaps back to reality, mimicking her stance with her hands on her hips and chin raised. "That's right. Who told your subordinate to be so brazen as to try to recruit us from the sky-bursting base? They don't even consider their own worth," he yeffing, fuming. "How can you be so rude? Even if your base is strong, you can't just hit and insult people at will. So what? If you're capable, then bite me." Fang Yi, seeing the lowly's arrogance, raises her nose even higher. "Pa, who cares to bite you? T. As if I'd be interested in your bite. What did you say? I want to repeat myself. If you're brave enough, say it again. I refuse to speak. If you have the ability, go ahead and bite me." Wu Li and the members of Maple Leaf Base exchanged glances. Realizing their leader was somewhat eccentric, they never expected to encounter someone equally deranged here, and the two began to hurl verbal insults at each other at the entrance, their exchange resembling that of elementary school children squabbling. He Yifeng, infuriated, pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Yi, exclaiming, "Humph! I want to hold it against you, but quickly summon your base leader. I have matters to discuss with him." Fang Yi scrutinized He Yifeng with disdain, retorting, "You? Do you really think you deserve to meet my uncle? The sisters and aunts at my uncle's house are all more beautiful than you, my uncle. How can I possibly be unworthy?" He Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, only to be further enraged. "You are simply too ugly," Fang Yi stated bluntly. "What did you just say?" He Yifeng's eyes instantly reddened, her teeth gritting in anger. This was the first time in her life that someone had deemed her ugly. "You are utterly unattractive." Fang Yi mimicked her tone in retaliation. This left He Yifeng utterly speechless, tears streaming down her face as she squatted down to weep. Hey, why are you crying? I didn't say anything wrong." Fang Yi said, perplexed. "I didn't hit you, so why are you crying?" The more He Yifeng listened, the angrier she became, shouting at Wu Li and the others, "What are you all waiting for? Our leader has been reduced to tears, and you still want to make a move?" Wu Li and the others exchanged glances and immediately charged at Fang Yi. Then, a series of resounding slaps echoed. Fang Yi had restrained his strength. Otherwise, Wu Li and his companions would not have been able to withstand the full force of his slap. Wu Li and the others covered their faces. Rolling back to He Yifeng's side, looking pitifully at her, "Boss, we can't defeat him." He Yifeng was left speechless, feeling even more wronged as her subordinates proved ineffective and she had been insulted to tears. She wept even louder. Fang Yi scratched his head, pondering, "Did I go too far?" No one responded. With He Yifeng leading the way, Wu Li and the others all began to weep, covering their faces. How am I supposed to resolve this? Fang Yi was utterly at a loss. It was one thing for a girl to cry, but now the men were joining in, which was quite embarrassing. After a moment's thought, he vaguely recalled that Fang Yi had advised him to be gentle with girls, and if he ever made a girl cry, he should comfort her promptly. "I'm sorry. Please stop crying." Fang Yi approached He Yifeng cautiously. He Yifeng ignored him. "What can I do to make you stop crying?" He Yifeng remained unresponsive. "I didn't say anything wrong. You really aren't attractive." He Yifeng's cries grew louder. "Oh no, wait. You are quite pretty, at least more so than the women in our team." He Yifeng's sobs diminished slightly. "Oh, please don't cry. What can I do to make you stop?" He Yifeng raised her head, eyes brimming with tears, and said, "Then let me hit you, and I won't cry anymore." "That is not happening." Fang Yi shook his head hurriedly. "Neither my aunt nor uncle has ever hit me. Why should you?" He Yifeng burst into tears again. Fang Yi was in a state of frantic confusion, tugging at his hair in frustration. "My uncle didn't warn me about what to do if someone cries." Hearing He Yifeng's sobs grow louder, he sighed. "All right, go ahead and hit me, but make sure you don't hit too hard, or I will retaliate." "Really?" He Yifeng looked up, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Fang Yi, with an earnest demeanor, nodded and puffed out his chest. "Go ahead." Seeing Fang Yi's straightforwardness, He Yifeng found it difficult to hit him hard. She clenched her fists and lightly struck Fang Yi. "That didn't hurt." We're even. Fang Yi rubbed his chest, grinning. He Feng gazed at him, finding this boy's foolishness somewhat endearing, and wiped her tears away. Asking, "Can I finally meet your uncle now?" Fang Yi shook his head. "No way, you." He Feng was furious. This guy, after an amicable exchange, was still so stubborn. Fang Yi patted He Feng's shoulder with authority. "I know you want to recruit us through my uncle, but I advise you to abandon that idea. My uncle's temper is far worse than mine." "Your temper is better?" He Feng couldn't help but scoff internally. Fang Yi continued, "You are merely the leader of a base, though be frank. The strength of your base is quite pathetic. Anyone from our base could easily outmatch you. You should just go back and wash up." "Don't waste your energy," to He Feng, incredulous, replied. "Where do you get your confidence? Even if your base is strong, it's impossible for you to have someone stronger than me just lying around." "Don't believe me?" Fang Yi laughed out. "Of course, I don't." He Feng stood her ground. Fang Yi nodded. "All right, all the members of our base are out right now. Let me have a spar with you. If you can't even defeat me, a mere gatekeeper, then don't even think about meeting my uncle." He Feng confidently declared, "Fine." Who is afraid of whom? Judging by her calculations, her strength ranked between 4000 and 5000 in Zhonghan City. And this guy before her, aside from being quick, lacked any real attack power. Moreover, her abilities were perfectly suited to counter agility types. The two stepped back a suitable distance, and He Feng struck first. Thrusting her palm forward, an invisible barrier suddenly materialized, encasing the oblivious Fang Yi within. Fang Yi sensed that he was trapped by something, reaching out to touch it, quickly deducing that he was enclosed in a dome. A trace of pride flickered across his face. "You think this can contain me?" Before He Feng could initiate her next attack, Fang Yi's figure flickered, shattering the invisible barrier and resulting in a crisp sound of a slap. Smack. Chapter 83. My straightforward nephew. Wawahe. He Feng once again covered her face and squatted down to cry. Fang Yi glanced at his slightly red palm, hastily apologizing. "I'm so sorry. It wasn't intentional. I got carried away while dealing with your subordinates. I didn't mean to hit you." Wu Li and the others expressed their disbelief at his audacity. However, regardless of how much Fang Yi apologized, He Feng refused to forgive him, continuing to weep as she squatted. At that moment, Lin Yao, having finished selecting the battlefield and reuniting with others, returned. What's going on here?" Lin Yao surveyed the scene, observing Fang Yi in a frenzy, several men covering their faces, and a girl crying on the ground, leaving him utterly baffled. Upon seeing Lin Yao return, Fang Yi dashed over as if he had found a savior. Explaining the situation, by the time he finished, everyone was left in shock, and Fang Yi face-palmed, exclaiming, "My dear nephew, how am I supposed to explain you? Aunt, I didn't mean to slap her." Fang Yi stood awkwardly before Fang Yin, resembling a child caught in mischief. Lin Yao could only smile wryly, patting Fang Yi on the shoulder. "It's all right, you did well. Just remember next time, don't slap the face. It hurts their pride." Fang Yi nodded vigorously. As Lin Yao prepared to step forward, Zhou Chuchu suddenly grabbed his arm, whispering a few words in his ear. "Is that even possible?" Lin Yao was somewhat taken aback, while Zhou Chuchu shrugged, indicating her disbelief. Lin Yao felt he was struggling to understand the current youth, approaching He Feng while observing their abilities. He Feng, female, 18 years old, barrier creation level 3. Can create an invisible barrier that restricts the movements of creatures within it. Note: only effective against beings with abilities below level 4. He noted the abilities of the others as well, then approached He Feng with a gentle smile. "So, you're the leader, He? I'm the leader of the explosive base. I've heard you intend to recruit our base." He Feng looked up at Lin Yao, her eyes still teary, suddenly freezing in surprise. "You're his uncle? How can you be so young?" "Indeed. I simply look youthful." Lin Yao maintained an elder-esque demeanor. He Feng hurriedly stood up, wiped her tears, and addressed Lin Yao. "Hello, uncle?" "No, hello, Leader Lin. I initially wanted to recruit your base, but now it seems anyone here is stronger than me. So And she began to cry again. Lin Yao sighed, still keeping a warm smile. "Please don't cry. How about you come to our base for a chat?" "What will we talk about?" He Feng asked between sobs. "We can discuss the recruitment matter," Lin Yao replied with a smile. He Feng nodded, leading Wu Li and the others as they followed Lin Yao into the base. Upon seeing Fang Yi, she shot him a fierce glare, but then couldn't help but laugh when she saw Fang Yi being pulled by a middle-aged beauty by his ear. begging for mercy. Inside the base, He Yifeng followed Lin Yao into a villa, instantly awestruck by its luxury. The living conditions here were far superior to her own base. Please, take a seat, leader He. Lin Yao instructed the women to tend to their tasks, leaving Fang Yin and Fang Yi to accompany them. He Yifeng hastily waved his hand, saying, Lin Lauda, you are too courteous, I am merely a junior. You may call me Xiao Feng. Observing the obedient young lady, Lin Yao nodded with a smile, very well, I shall call you Xiao Feng, and you may address me as Uncle Lin. Fang Yin brought over tea with a benevolent expression, delivering it to He Yifeng's hands. She had heard earlier that this girl had developed some affection for her foolish nephew. It was no wonder that Lin Yao and Zhou Chuchu expressed disbelief at the notion of feelings blossoming from such a slap. Thank you, He Yifeng whispered, accepting the tea and suddenly feeling her face flush in front of her aunt. Aunt, I am thirsty as well, Fang Yi suddenly piped up. Fang Yin shot him a glance. Go pour it yourself. Do you expect your aunt to serve you? Fang Yi looked helpless, not understanding why his aunt no longer favored him. Lin Yao cleared his throat and asked He Yifeng, Xiao Feng, what is the current strength of your maple leaf base? He Yifeng took a sip of tea and replied earnestly, in response to Uncle Lin, apart from myself, who is a level 3 ability user. Our maple leaf base has over 20 level 2 ability users, and the remaining more than 150 individuals are all level 1 ability users. Such a force is already considered quite formidable in the current Hushan district. Tisich, so weak, Fang Yi scoffed from the side. Fang Yin promptly slapped him on the head. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Lin Yao nodded. The number is indeed considerable. However, I must ask if you can ensure the purity of your base. Of course, Uncle Lin, you need not worry. Everyone in our maple leaf base has undergone my rigorous selection process, ensuring absolute loyalty. There will be no individuals with ulterior motives, He Yifeng quickly assured, patting her chest. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction, smiling, very well, then your maple leaf base shall merge into our base. All right, huh? He Yifeng's smile faltered as she suddenly froze. Isn't it supposed to be me incorporating your base? How did it suddenly turn into you incorporating us? Lin Yao sipped his tea and replied, Xiao Feng, you heard correctly. It is us incorporating you. How can that be? I do not agree, He Yifeng exclaimed loudly, rising to her feet. Fang Yi also stood up to admonish, how can you speak to my uncle like that? Fang Yin swiftly covered his mouth. Can you keep quiet for once? Lin Yao gestured for her to calm down and sit. Do not rush, let me explain. From my perspective, Xiao Feng, it appears you do not genuinely wish to vie for the position of the new king of Hushan district. You have merely been pushed into assimilating some smaller bases by those beneath you. Your thinking is quite sound. Although we are unclear as to why this official organization insists on appointing a leader in every region, it certainly cannot be for any good reason. Since you do not wish to be a leader and I have no desire to be the leader of Hushan district either, it indicates that our ideologies align. Otherwise, with our current strength, we could dominate not just Hushan district but even the entirety of Zhonghan city. In these chaotic times, I resonate with your philosophy of self-preservation, yet I understand your dilemma of having to compromise due to insufficient strength. Thus, I propose to incorporate your base. At the very least, I can guarantee the safety of everyone in Maple Leaf Base. Naturally, this safety is not without cost. It requires their labor to obtain it. As for you, you can steadily grow stronger without worrying about the so-called corpse kings outside, and you need not fret about anyone trying to manipulate you. All external troubles will be handled by me, your uncle. Furthermore, think about it. You will be able to bully Fang Yi every day while I and his aunt are around. He wouldn't dare retaliate, so what do you think? Chapter 84. Aunt's illegitimate daughter? He Yifeng had yet to respond when Fang Yi interjected, protesting to Lin Yao, Uncle, this isn't fair, woo-woo-wo. Before he could finish, Fang Yin covered his mouth. In a rush, let Xiao Feng stay for dinner. We can discuss this after the meal. Lin Yao patiently suggested. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I will consider it. He Yifeng replied, genuinely contemplating the matter. The Maple Leaf Base had been established with the assistance of Wu Li and others. This decision could not simply be made unilaterally without considering their thoughts. Lin Yao remained unhurried, exchanging a knowing glance with Fang Yin, who stayed behind with Fang Yi to keep He Yifeng company while he slipped away. This lad, how did I not notice his foolishness before? Fang Yin mused, unable to suppress a laugh at her nephew's navet. I suspect Fang Yi has been single since birth, hence his utter cluelessness regarding matters of the heart. Lin Yao chuckled as well. Fang Yin nodded. In the past, My brother and sister-in-law were quite strict with him. Alas, they have made him rather foolish. Before long, the villa was filled with the sounds of banter between Fang Yi and He Yifeng. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. Let the children be. They are growing up, Lin Yao thought, seizing the opportunity to sneak out in search of Su Qingyan. With 3 new battlefields now opened, the potential for more crystal gatherers would increase if the Maple Leaf base joined. Lin Yao intended to elevate Xiao Yin to level 5 first, followed by Zhao Yulan and the others to level 4 Corpse Kings. With 5 battlefields each managed by a level 5 Corpse King, Lin Yao felt he would be able to reap bountiful rewards. Upon encountering Su Qingyan, she displayed immense excitement, clinging to him and unwilling to let go. While the other female corpses looked on enviously. Xiao Yin, has anyone discovered you recently? Lin Yao recalled the information about that organization. Su Qingyan tilted her head in thought before responding, yes, a few days ago. Some living people were watching me. Since you told me not to eat people at random, I ignored them. Lin Yao smacked his forehead, realizing it was indeed his instruction. He casually produced several level 2 crystals and 2 level 3 crystals for Su Qingyan to consume. Before long, her pupils transformed entirely into orange, marking her official advancement to level 5 Corpse King. An unparalleled aura of fury radiated from Su Qingyan, causing the villa to tremble. Everyone present, except for Lin Yao, was swept away by this formidable presence, and it took Lin Yao considerable effort to help her regain control. With this, Xiao Yin should be the strongest corpse in Zhonghan City. Anyone daring to hunt her would only be courting death. Lin Yao finally felt at ease and issued further instructions. Xiao Yin, unless the living proactively trouble you, ignore them. However, if anyone intends to harm you, do not hesitate to eliminate them. Su Qingyan obediently nodded. She had developed the intelligence of a 15 or 16-year-old and was becoming increasingly agile. Lin Yao then distributed additional crystals to the female corpses and provided them with guidelines for attracting zombies before taking his leave. Upon returning to the base, Fang Yin was just finishing dinner, while He Yifeng was still engaged in a verbal spar with Fang Yi. Who would crave your incorporation into our base? Only my kind-hearted uncle would consider it. Otherwise, with your lackluster strength, my uncle wouldn't even glance your way. As if I would desire to join you. Then don't agree. Humph. Why should I listen to you? I will agree. Ha. You are simply envious of our base's superiority. As if you were strong. You are merely a tad faster. Just a tad faster? I can even slap you. If you have the ability, bite me. The women in Lin Yao's household could not help but cover their heads. Even the young Chu Wenwen could no longer bear to watch, exclaiming, Brother Fang Yi and this sister remind me of my parents. What do you mean? Wu Shuiyan inquired curiously. Chu Wenwen giggled. My parents used to argue like this. But by nightfall, they would make up, ha ha ha. Chu Wenwen's innocent remarks elicited laughter from everyone just as Lin Yao returned. The dinner table. Lin Yao did not pry into He Yifeng's thoughts. Raising his glass instead, come, Xiao Feng is visiting our home for the first time. Let us toast. Cheers. He Yifeng took a sip of the beverage, unable to hide her smile. Uncle Lin's home is delightful. With electricity, ice-cold cola, and Aunt Fang's delicious dishes, it is simply exquisite. Fang Yin wore a gentle smile. If you enjoy Annie's cooking, feel free to tell me what you would like to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. All right. He Yifeng readily agreed. Aunt, I do not receive such treatment, Fang Yi complained from the side. Fang Yin rolled her eyes. Have I not made you enough meals in the past? Fang Yi realized that since He Yifeng's arrival, his aunt seemed to have lost her affection for him. Could it be that she is the illegitimate daughter of my aunt? Does uncle know? He Yifeng, clearly a social butterfly, quickly blended in with the other women, who all found her lively and cheerful demeanor quite endearing. Most importantly, they were all aware that this girl had developed feelings for the dense Fang Yi, which only endeared her further. The dinner was filled with joy and laughter. And after the meal, everyone dispersed to their tasks, leaving Fang Yi and Lin Yao to accompany He Yifeng. After Fang Yi brought her tea, Lin Yao finally asked, Xiao Feng, what have you decided? He Yifeng finally retracted her smile, adopting a serious expression as she addressed Uncle Lin. I have given it considerable thought and consulted with my subordinates. We are willing to join this base. I inquired this afternoon, and it appears that as long as we assist in excavating crystals, we shall receive 20 of the yield. Am I correct? Lin Yao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, once you join, I will enhance the efficiency and assign you to 2 battlefields for crystal extraction. With the division remaining at 20. Excellent, that puts my mind at ease. He yeffing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had learned that Lin Yao's team could eliminate over 3,000 zombies in a single battlefield, totaling around 6 or 7,000 across two. Their share of 20 would yield approximately 1,200 to 1,400 crystals daily, a substantial increase compared to the meager harvest they had previously toiled for at their base. All without significant risk, as Lin Yao's team would handle all the zombie eradication while they merely excavated, ensuring their safety was maximized. Subsequently, he yeffing discussed agricultural matters with Lin Yao. The Maple Leaf Base had several superpowered individuals capable of hastening the ripening of fruits and vegetables, and Lin Yao readily permitted them to operate on the mountain behind the community, who could resist the allure of fresh produce. The two continued their discussions until 10 p.m., thoroughly finalizing numerous arrangements. It must be said that despite her youth, he yeffing displayed remarkable decisiveness and shrewdness, far from the typical demeanor of an 18-year-old girl. Chapter 85. The Human Zombie Harvester. Then it is settled. We will move over tomorrow, Uncle Lin. I must take my leave now, he yeffing said as she rose and bowed to Lin Yao. Lin Yao stood and nodded, then turned to Fang Yi, saying, Xiao Yi, ensure you escort Xiao Feng back to the base safely. Fang Ye's face contorted with reluctance, but she has her own subordinates. Why must I accompany her? Just do as you're told, Lin Yao chided. Giving him a light kick, the boy was hopeless. Ultimately, Fang Yi begrudgingly escorted he yeffing away. After a long day of labor, Master Lin had successfully integrated Yun Dai into their ranks. The following day, Lin Yao led a team to establish a secure defense line at 2 new battlefields, working tirelessly until noon. Upon returning to the base, the personnel from Maple Leaf Base had all arrived by car. In the afternoon, he yeffing observed firsthand the efficiency with which Lin Yao's team dispatched zombies, and she could not help but marvel. Fortunately, she had cultivated a good relationship with Lin Yao. Had she initially adopted a hostile attitude, Lin Yao alone could have decimated the entire Maple Leaf Base multiple times over. By the end of the day, Lin Yao had slain nearly 10,000 zombies, accumulating 30,000 skill points and over 800 attribute points. He had upgraded his skills, clarity of vision, disperse all, and mental detection, to level 5. To date, aside from the immobilization and flight skills, all other skills had reached level 5. I must accelerate my progress. The next day, Lin Yao brought a substantial amount of crystals, helping Wang Jialing ascend to level 5 as a zombie king. Zhao Yulan, Li Yin, and Hu Qiaoling also advanced to level 4 zombie kings, together with Su Qingyan. The 5 female zombie kings led 3 level 3 zombie kings each, tasked with guiding zombies from various locations to 5 designated battlefields. That day, the dazzling base achieved a peak in zombie extermination, with a total of over 16,000 zombies killed across the 5 battlefields, of which 15,000 were felled solely by Lin Yao. Host, Lin Yao, Strength, 1032, Defense, 1030, Agility, 1020, Mental Power, 1030, Charm, 20, Skill Points, 20,040, Skills, Night Vision, Fireball Level 5, Virus Resistance Level 5, Monster Leveling Level 5, Zombie Transformation Level 5, Zombie Tongue, Clarity of Vision Level 5, Disperse All Level 5, Mental Detection Level 5, Immobilization Level 5, Flight Level 5, Toxin Immunity. Items. Mechanical Magic Arrow. Storage Space, 250,000 cubic units. Lin Yao was quite satisfied with his current attributes, reminiscing about the days when his stats were merely between 5 and 10 points upon acquiring the system. Now, he was exponentially stronger than he had been a month prior. Apart from Lin Yao's few women, no one was aware of the formidable strength of his physical body. He estimated that even a level 5 strength-type superpowered individual, Yu Qian, was less than a third as robust as he was. The entire dazzling base, having witnessed Lin Yao's formidable might, was now wholly convinced of their leader's capabilities, and he had earned the nickname, the Human Zombie Harvester. Wherever he went, swathes of zombies fell before him, his power terrifyingly inhuman. In addition to the bountiful crystal harvest, the agricultural endeavors at Dazzling Base flourished. The Lu Dachang team, the Rain Image team, and the Maple Leaf team each produced several talented individuals with the ability to cultivate fruits and vegetables. The vast expanse of the back mountain and open fields had been monopolized by them, yielding several tons of fresh produce daily. While the Dazzling Base remained under the radar, the official organization of superpowered individuals issued a statement. Following a competitive selection, the new ruler of the Lake District was determined to be the Howling Base, As soon as this announcement was made, bases from other regions flocked to the official organization to inquire for further details. The newly appointed leader of the Howling Base was a level 3 superpowered individual, currently ranked 4,214th in strength. With the recent expansion of the Howling Base, its population had surged to over 400 people. According to my investigation, this base was divided into 4 factions: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, with each faction comprising over 100 members. Aside from the leader, Howling, who was a level 3 superpowered individual, there were 42 level 2 superpowered individuals, with the rest being level 1 superpowered individuals. After hearing Feng Ye's report, Lin Yao nodded, not overly concerned. As long as this so-called new leader did not provoke him, he had no intention of meddling in their affairs, being far too occupied with his own endeavors to engage in their trivialities. Lin Yao sensed that once his powers reached level 6, a significant transformation would occur. However, the required skill points were daunting. Each skill demanded 100,000 points to upgrade to level 6, totaling 900,000 skill points across 9 upgradable skills. How many zombies would he need to slay to achieve that? Within the Howling Base, a burly man with a square jaw sat in the main seat, his hair standing on end as he basked in the accolades of his subordinates. The Howling leader, thoroughly pleased by the flattery, raised a hand to silence the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, my ascension to this position today is entirely due to your unwavering support. I implore you to trust me. I shall elevate our standing in the Lake District and not allow us to languish at the bottom like that worthless Jean Sure. Therefore, our first order of business will be to continue assimilating the scattered small bases within the Lake District. There is no need for them to merge with us. They shall continue to remit crystals daily as before. Should anyone dare to resist, the Earth Hall shall suppress them. The Earth Hall leader immediately bowed in agreement. While another, the Yellow Hall leader, inquired, "Shall we continue to collect 200 crystals daily from each base, as Jean Sure did?" Howling shook his head. Certainly not. 200 crystals a day is far too little. With at least 800,000 to 900,000 zombies in the Lake District, if these small bases do not exert themselves, when will they ever finish exterminating them? Therefore, I have decided that each base shall remit 500 crystals. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. They had previously struggled to provide 200 crystals daily to the Jean Sure base, and now Howling was demanding 500. Such an amount would surely incite rebellion among the leaders of those small bases. Relying solely on the Earth Hall may not suffice, the Earth Hall leader worried. I understand that these small bases are content to remain in their corners, living off scraps and avoiding effort in slaying zombies. This cannot continue. The future of our Lake District depends on their diligence. Otherwise, when facing other regions, when will we ever hold our heads high? Thus, it is decided, if the Earth Hall cannot suppress them, then assistance will come from heaven. If necessary, you are permitted to set an example by punishing one to warn others, Howling declared with a grim tone. Chapter 86. Zombies begin to evolve. It is often said that a new official brings 3 fires of enthusiasm. And on the first day of Howling's reign as the new king of the Lake District, he unsheathed his blade against the remaining 20-some small bases. Once the meeting concluded, Howling, brimming with self-satisfaction, dismissed everyone and began singing and dancing alone in his chamber, reveling in his own delight. Oh, our common folk, how truly joyous we are! I am light-heartedly drifting, I am light-heartedly drifting. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke emanated from the floor behind him, coalescing into a human form in mere moments. How refined, Master Howling, the shadowy figure remarked, its voice modulated as if through a voice changer, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was male or female. Startled by the unexpected voice during his revelry, Howling turned to see the black silhouette and quickly knelt, speaking with respect. I did not realize the esteemed steward was personally visiting. Howling has been uncouth. The shadowy figure's face was entirely veiled, adorned with the insignia of the official organization for superpowered individuals, revealing it to be one of the 11 stewards of the Zhonghan City organization, stewarding. The shadowy steward glanced around, seemingly filled with disdain for the environment. Noticing this, Guangxiao quickly took the hint and tidied up a single armchair, clearing away the debris atop it, before laying down a clean cushion. Only then did the shadowy steward nod in satisfaction and settle onto the chair. Uncertain of the steward's intentions, Guangxiao maintained a half-kneeling posture and inquired. From within the voluminous black robe, the steward extended a snow-white hand. resting his chin upon it as he scrutinized Guangxiao. Guangxiao, now that you are in command of the entire Lake District, you should be well aware of your mission, correct? Guangxiao hurriedly bowed his head. I understand. And I owe my rise to the position of leader of the Lake District entirely to the organization's cultivation and support. Rest assured, I will swiftly consolidate all survivor bases in the Lake District and elevate our abilities at the fastest possible pace. The steward replied softly, Do not emulate that fool, Jinshi. He had amassed so many crystals yet clandestinely nurtured zombies, ultimately suffering the consequences of his own folly. It is no wonder he faced such a fate. Guangxiao was taken aback. The incident of the Jinshi base being overrun by zombies was common knowledge, but he had not anticipated that Jinshi had been harboring zombies, only to be devoured by them in the end. This fellow, truly mad. I will certainly heed your counsel, esteemed steward. Fear not. I am confident I can elevate my abilities to level 4 within a month, Guangxiao proclaimed, bowing his head once more. Well, I hope you take heed. Otherwise, at the next leadership conference, you may find it difficult to hold your head high before the others. Do not say I did not warn you, the steward cautioned. Yes, Guangxiao quickly bowed in gratitude. When he finally raised his head, the shadow before him had already vanished. Phew, that nearly frightened me to death. Guangxiao mopped the virtual sweat from his brow and plopped down onto the ground. His ascension as the new king of the Lake District was not due to his own prowess, but rather the organization's clandestine backing. After the news of the Jinshi base being slaughtered by zombies had first circulated, the organization secretly approached Guangxiao, providing him with crystals to elevate him to level 3 and offering substantial support during the various base elections. Without this assistance, Guangxiao's base would not have possessed the capability to vie for such a position. The sole requirement from the official organization for Guangxiao was to promptly elevate his ability level. I must gather crystals quickly. If I fail to meet the organization's expectations, when the day comes that Earth faces destruction, I will find myself without a grave, Guangxiao muttered to himself, settling back onto the sofa. Following this ordeal, he lost all inclination to boast. The next day, Lin Yao opened 2 new battlefronts, traversing 5 battlefields in a single day to slay zombies. Thankfully, he had recently acquired the ability to fly. Otherwise, the sheer exhaustion from running back and forth would have been unbearable. As the last zombie fell, Lin Yao wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Though he was not truly fatigued, he felt the need to feign laboriousness, and indeed, Teacher Shen thoughtfully approached with a handkerchief to help him wipe his brow. Strange, the number of level 2 zombies has increased. Lin Yao mused as he sat on a high platform, surveying the ground littered with zombie corpses. Previously, the chance of encountering a level 2 zombie was less than 1. In other words, among 3,000 zombies. Encountering 30 level 2 zombies was already remarkable. Yet, in recent days, the occurrence of level 2 zombies had surged, with today alone witnessing the slaughter of 15,000 zombies, of which a staggering 5,000 were level 2. Nearly a third of the total. This was highly peculiar. Ordinarily, only level 2 ability users transformed into level 2 zombies after being bitten, or there was a minuscule chance of directly becoming level 2 zombies at the onset of the zombie virus outbreak. However, it was evident that such a high number of level 2 zombies had not previously emerged. Thus, Lin Yao formulated a bold hypothesis: zombies could evolve on their own. Calculating the time, it had been precisely 1 month since the outbreak of the zombie virus. Could this be a significant milestone? Lin Yao speculated. The last critical point was on the 7th day when all survivors awakened their abilities. Now, at 30 days, zombies began to evolve. This was quite terrifying. Level 2 ability users in the Lake District could already assume leadership roles, yet the emergence of such a vast number of level 2 zombies would likely render life in these bases increasingly arduous. However, the evolution of these zombies held advantages for him. As long as there were no level 6 or higher corpse kings, Lin Yao felt confident in his ability to contend with them. Having slain over 15,000 zombies today, Lin Yao's skill points surged, netting him 120,000 skill points and over 800 attribute points, enabling an immediate upgrade. Moreover, Lin Yao observed a notable distinction. These self-evolving zombies differed from the changes seen in Su Qingyan and her companions. Su Qingyan and her group had been nurtured by their own use of crystals. As their levels increased, their appearances increasingly resembled human traits. For instance, the current level 5 corpse king Su Qingyan, if donning sunglasses while walking down the street, would be mistaken for an ordinary urban beauty. However, These self-evolving zombies displayed more pronounced zombie characteristics, their flesh desiccated to mere skin and bones, fangs sprouting from their mouths, and their nails sharpened, drifting further from humanity. Lin Yao could not help but question whether this was the true evolutionary path for zombies, while his act of feeding Su Qingyin and her companions had inadvertently led them down a different route. Unable to resolve this conundrum, Lin Yao chose to go with the flow. With the clock reading 4 p.m., it was time to return and rest. He instructed Shun Tong and the others to continue overseeing the work. And his figure vanished. Upon arriving at the base entrance, he discovered a group of individuals embroiled in a heated argument with Fang Yi. Let me tell you, Kuang Xiao is our boss in the Hangzhou base. We will not submit to his authority, nor will we pay him any crystals. How audacious, Fang Yi shouted furiously. The visitors numbered over 30, led by a burly middle-aged man who, upon hearing Fang Ye's words, erupted in anger. You little brat, I've told you before, we are from the Guangxiao base. The entire Lake District now reveres our Guangxiao base. You blind fool, I told you to report to your base leader that you must submit 500 crystals daily. What nonsense are you spouting here? I see you haven't even grown a full beard yet. I won't stoop to your level. If you keep yapping, I'll skin you alive. Fang Ye's fury reached its peak. This fellow was openly belittling him. Just as he was about to retaliate, he yeffing received word and rushed out from the base entrance. Hey, do you really think your Guangxiao base is an emperor? Just because you demand crystals, do you not recognize this place? You cannot rampage here. He yeffing declared, hands on hips, standing beside Fang Yi in solidarity. However, Fang Yi was not receptive. Why are you here? I can handle these weaklings alone. He yeffing rolled his eyes. If you could handle them, why are you letting them insult you like this? You should have struck them the moment they demanded crystals. Why haven't you learned anything from Uncle Lin's imposing demeanor? Instead, you're bickering like a woman. Fang Ye's nose crinkled in anger. Who are you calling a woman? You are the woman. He yeffing lifted her chin defiantly. I am a woman. You. Fang Yi was so enraged he nearly tore into he yeffing on the spot. Just as Lin Yao was preparing to step out, he instead leaned against the wall, observing the two in their petty squabble. The members of the Guangxiao base were perplexed. Why were the inhabitants of this base arguing amongst themselves? Hey, can you all stop bickering and summon your base leader before continuing? The burly man at the forefront exclaimed. Exasperated. Shut your mouth. Fang Yi and he yeffing shouted in unison. The burly man was taken aback, only for rage to swell within him. Today they had collected crystals from several bases, although some were reluctant. Once they realized they were from the Guangxiao base, they all submitted crystals respectfully. Yet here, they had found none and were instead berated by two youngsters. Brothers, attack, break their arms and legs. The women will be taken back to enjoy tonight with the brothers of the Huangtang. The burly man commanded with a wicked grin. Fang Yi turned to glare at him. You dare speak such words? This is my cousin's daughter. By extension, she is my sister. Our squabble is a family matter. You dare utter such nonsense? You must not know how to meet your end with that. He sprang into action. Bang, bang, bang. He yeffing felt a gust of wind beside her. When she looked again, all the members of the Guangxiao base were clutching their groins. Collapsed on the ground, groaning in pain. Before her stood Fang Ye's imposing figure, shielding her eye in that moment. She forgot the earlier insults hurled at them, staring at Fang Yi in a daze. This guy, though immature, exuded a sense of security. The burly man, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, cursed, Brat, you've crossed the line. You'll pay for offending our Guangxiao base. Fang Yi kicked him again. I'll be waiting. Let's see who meets their end first. Brothers, retreat. The burly man struggled to rise, calling to his subordinates as he prepared to leave. Hold on. Suddenly, Lin Yao emerged from the shadows after watching the spectacle unfold. Uncle, hello, Uncle Lin. Fang Yi and he yeffing greeted in unison, rushing to him. Lin Yao nodded, signaling that he was aware of the situation. The burly man, being supported, turned to ask, Who are you? Lin Yao wore an utterly harmless smile as he said, I am the leader of this base. I hear you are looking for me. The burly man at the forefront pushed away the hands of his subordinates who were supporting him, enduring the pain to stand upright. Clearing his throat, he declared, You are the leader of this base. Let me tell you, we are. I know, Lin Yao interrupted directly. You are from the Guangxiao base, here to collect crystals. My nephew has already informed me that the crystals are absolutely non-negotiable. You, then prepare for the retaliation from our Guangxiao base. The burly man felt deceived, his anger boiling within him. After saying this, he turned to leave, only to discover that he could not move. Not just him, but everyone from the Guangxiao base found themselves immobilized. What on earth is happening? Panic surged through them as they silently questioned. Lin Yao slowly approached the man, his smile unwavering. Since you are here, it is only proper to present a gift. Don't you understand the customs of Huagua? Xiaoyi, Xiaofeng. Search them for all their crystals, and check those vehicles as well. They have come to visit, bringing so many gifts. We certainly cannot refuse. Fang Yi and He Yifeng eagerly set about collecting the crystals. See, experience speaks volumes. How did I not think to seize their crystals? Fang Yi remarked as he rummaged through the crystals. That's because you are foolish. Learn more from Uncle Lin, He Yifeng retorted, pulling out several bags of crystals from the vehicles. In no time. The two returned with bags brimming with crystals. Uncle, I estimate we have around 2,000 first-level crystals, Fang Yi reported. Lin Yao nodded approvingly. Very well, this is all your hard work. You two can split it equally. Uncle is generous. Uncle Lin is the best. The two cheered, immediately starting to divide the spoils. After all, one was his beloved nephew and the other his future niece-in-law. They were hardly outsiders, and Lin Yao felt no reluctance. After releasing the immobilization spell, once the Guangxiao base members regained their mobility, they instinctively stepped back, the burly man regarding Lin Yao with a hint of fear in his eyes. This guy must also be a level 3 ability user. Go back, and feel free to visit again. This time's gift was quite satisfactory. Next time, remember to bring more. Lin Yao waved them off. The burly man, suppressing his fear, said, Very well, so it's the Diosity base, is it? You will wait? A cold glance from Lin Yao silenced him instantly. Having already lost over 2,000 crystals due to his bravado, he feared for his life if he continued. Withdraw. The burly man, feeling utterly humiliated, gestured for his comrades to leave. After their convoy had distanced itself, Fang Yi approached Lin Yao, asking, Uncle, I thought you would just eliminate them outright. Lin Yao rolled his eyes at him. Do you view me as so heartless? Fang Yi quickly shook his head. No. Uncle has always been magnanimous and kind in my eyes. Stop the flattery, Lin Yao chided with a laugh, preparing to return to the base. Fang Yi, noticing He Yifeng heading back first, hurriedly approached Lin Yao and whispered, Uncle, do you know that Xiaofeng is my aunt's daughter? Chapter 88. My father has an illegitimate child. Lin Yao stumbled, staring at Fang Yi in disbelief. Huh? Fang Yi, believing Lin Yao was unaware of this fact, leaned in closer to whisper, Uncle, it seems you are not in the know. Don't worry, I am on your side, I must say. My aunt is indeed in the wrong for not telling you about such a significant matter as having an illegitimate daughter. However, rest assured, that girl has grown up now, and I, as her cousin, will take care of her. You just need to live happily with my aunt. He patted his chest, portraying a sense of reliability. Lin Yao scratched his head, bewildered. What does any of this mean? Who told you that Xiaofeng is your aunt's daughter? Fang Yi looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before whispering, I deduced it. Did you not notice? Ever since that girl appeared, my aunt has treated her exceptionally well. Whenever there are delicacies, she is the first to receive them. I, her biological nephew, do not enjoy such privileges. Moreover, I have secretly witnessed my aunt frequently seeking that girl out for conversations, often inquiring about her family. Perhaps due to years of absence, my aunt feels a sense of guilt. The most outrageous part is that every time I have a dispute with that girl, my aunt always sides with her. Tell me, what else could this possibly be if not an illegitimate daughter? Lin Yao felt as if his jaw would drop in shock. I knew you were straightforward, but I never expected you to be this blunt. The entire base is aware that He Yifeng has feelings for you, yet you remain oblivious. Could it be that your aunt dotes on her because she regards her as a prospective niece-in-law? Lin Yao patted Fang Yi's shoulder, hinting subtly. Fang Yi waved dismissively, impossible. I am well aware of the dynamics in my family. My aunt has only one nephew, me. Where would a niece-in-law come from? Wait a minute, could it be that my father has an illegitimate child? Is this girl the daughter of that illegitimate child? After saying this, he began to ponder seriously. Lin Yao covered his face, thinking, my dear nephew, you have outdone yourself. Yet it was implausible. My father's meager savings could hardly allow for keeping a mistress outside, and given how fierce my mother is, he would have to be courting death to try such a thing. Where are you going, uncle? While Fang Yi was still analyzing the situation, Lin Yao had already shaken his head, muttering about how hopeless it all was, and quietly left. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host's wife, Fang Yin, is pregnant, rewarding the host with one lottery draw. Well, this time I truly have an illegitimate daughter. Ugh. What even constitutes an illegitimate daughter? The system suddenly announced Fang Yin's pregnancy, prompting Lin Yao to quip that he would tell Boss Fang to cook for fewer people from now on and would find a couple more chefs himself. Yes, they must be female chefs. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yao found Wu Shuiyin, who was nurturing her pregnancy, tutoring Chu Wanwen. After Lin Yao entered, he scooped up the little girl and began upgrading his skills. Now, any matters related to the system, Lin Yao preferred to ride on Chu Wanwen's luck. With so many skill points at his disposal, Lin Yao contemplated first upgrading his monster slaying skill to level 6. Monster slaying level 6, each level 1 zombie kill grants 5 skill points. A level 2 zombie grants 50 skill points. A level 3 zombie grants 500 skill points. A level 4 zombie grants 50,000 skill points. A level 5 zombie grants 100,000 skill points. Probability rewards attribute points. Note: this skill is bound to the host's wife. Whenever any wife kills a zombie, the host will receive the corresponding skill points. Nice. Lin Yao could not suppress his elation and lifted the little girl high once more. Slow down. Don't scare the baby. Wu Shuiyin hurriedly intervened. Oh, I was just too happy. Hee. Lin Yao quickly set down the now exasperated Chu Wanwen. What has you in such a good mood? Wu Shuiyin inquired curiously. Lin Yao pondered for a moment and shared the earlier incident with Fang Yi, which sent the boss lady and Chu Wanwen into fits of laughter. Even Chu Wanwen knew that Feng liked Fang Yi, while the person involved remained blissfully unaware. Afterward, riding on Chu Wanwen's good fortune, Lin Yao initiated another lottery draw. This time, he received skill points again. But the amount had doubled, totaling 40,000 skill points. Now, his skill points had reached 60,000. After a round of laughter, Lin Yao let Chu Wanwen resume her homework and return to his room, reveling in his success. Indeed, after leveling the skill to 6, a qualitative change occurred. In addition to receiving more skill points for each zombie killed, the most significant transformation was that this skill could now be bound to each of his wives. This meant he could venture outside to hunt zombies instead of being confined to the base. Based on Lin Yao's current estimates, once he absorbed the crystals from today, Wu Shuiyin, Yu Qian, Yu Xin, Zhou Chuchu, Lu Yin, and Fang Yin would all likely attain level 6 abilities. Meanwhile, the recently joined Hong Hu, Li Xiaoxing, and Yun Dai, after several days of accumulating crystals, had reached level 4, while the less experienced teacher Shintong would likely reach level 3 tonight. From a purely combative standpoint, if they coordinated well, they could easily handle daily zombie-slaying tasks. However, since Wu Shuiyin and Fang Yin were both pregnant, Lin Yao could only set them aside for calculations, allowing them to stay at the base to nurture their pregnancies. Yet, as Lin Yao calculated, he ultimately found himself short of personnel. It seemed he needed to quickly bring home a few more women. Lin Yao sighed deeply. That evening, all the overseers and crystal miners returned. Fang Yin arrived visibly furious. Lin Yao, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Why so angry?" "It's that little Yi. When I was coming back, he actually ran over to secretly ask me if his father has an illegitimate child. Can you believe this kid? How dare he speak such treason against his own father?" Fang Yin plopped down on the sofa, venting her frustrations about her nephew. "Oh, I see. There's a reason for this. Let me explain." After hearing Lin Yao's account, Fang Yin found herself both amused and exasperated. Her big nephew was truly beyond saving. "Forget it. I can't be bothered with him anymore. You must be hungry, right? I'll go prepare dinner." As Fang Yin finished speaking, she began to rise from her seat to head towards the kitchen. Lin Yao hurriedly pressed down on her shoulder. "You are pregnant now? Let me ask the others to handle the cooking. Just sit here and rest, all right? What?" Fang Yin was momentarily stunned. "I said you were pregnant. Now, it seems that Xiao Yi might truly have a little sister, though it could also be a little brother." Lin Yao gently tapped her nose, his tone warm. Next to them, Wu Shuiyin wore a look of delight. "Fang Jie, I had no idea you were. That's wonderful. We can keep each other company." Chapter 89. Women can stand on their own. Fang Yin, unable to believe her ears, asked, "Am I really pregnant?" "Absolutely," Lin Yao responded earnestly. That's fantastic. That's fantastic." Fong Ying cried tears of joy, her hands gently caressing her belly as she murmured, "I thought it would be impossible to conceive at my age. I've been worried for so long." "Thank you, heavens," Lin Yao pointed at Chu Wenwen, chuckling. "The heavens may not be the ones to thank. You should express your gratitude to this girl instead." Chu Wenwen looked bewildered. "What does this have to do with me?" Lin Yao was aware that ever since Fong Ying learned about Wu Shuiyan's pregnancy, she had been anxious about her own ability to conceive, constantly hoping that she too would be blessed. Fortunately, they had Chu Wenwen, whose abilities reached level 5 in the base. Her good fortune would surely be infectious. Lost in her joy, Fong Ying thought of dinner and decided that Lin Yao would ask Yu Qian and the others for help. Although these women had little cooking experience, they often assisted Fong Ying and had learned a thing or two. Besides, even if Fong Ying didn't tea-cook, she could still provide verbal guidance, ensuring the meal would not be subpar. After dinner, Lin Yao summoned Lu Deshang and Lu Tian from the Lu Datsong team, Fu Changyong from the Yuxiang team, and He Yefeng from the Maple Leaf team. "Now, I have an announcement to make. Once today's crystals are absorbed, everyone's abilities will see a significant improvement. Furthermore, I cannot always be hands-on with everything, so I have decided to entrust the task of dealing with zombies to you all. Currently, we have 5 battlefields for zombie extermination, and the assignments are as follows. The first battlefield will be managed by Yu Qian, the second by Yu Xin. You two sisters should both be able to advance to level 6 tonight. Dealing with a few thousand level 2 zombies should pose no problem, right?" Yu Qian and Yu Xin exchanged glances and replied in unison. "No problem." Lin Yao nodded and continued. "The third battlefield will be led by Lu Yan, accompanied by Zhou Chuchu and Shun Tong. Since Chuchu does not possess offensive abilities and Shun Tong's powers are still developing, Lu Yan will take the lead, while you two assist." Lu Yan, Zhou Chuchu, and Shun Tong all agreed. The fourth battlefield will be overseen by Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing. You two have a good rapport, so it should be manageable, right? Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing exchanged glances and responded in unison. "No problem." The fifth battlefield is somewhat special. Brother Lu, I'd like to borrow Lu Tian from you. His wind abilities combined with Yun Dai's poison abilities will yield formidable results. I want to borrow him for nothing. I will offer him an additional 20% of the crystals collected from the fifth battlefield. Do you have any objections? Lu Deshang smiled and shook his head. I have no objections. I'll defer to you. Lin Xiaoji Tian quickly stood up, patting his chest. Uncle Lin, rest assured. I've grown tired of digging for crystals all day. I'll definitely make it work. Only then did Lin Yao feel reassured. With Lu Tian's abilities nearing level 6, his presence would at least ensure Yun Dai's safety. Fu Changyong and Xiao Feng. I also ask you two to look after them at all times. They are all incredibly important to me. There is no distinction between them. Lin Yao spoke this with utmost seriousness. Fu Changyong and He Yefeng promptly stood up to assure him. Brother Lin, Uncle Lin, don't worry. I will make sure they face no harm. Similarly, his words moved the women deeply, gazing adoringly at this tall man who always stood at the forefront, shielding them from all risks. After such a long time, they too wanted to be capable and share the burden with their man. In that moment, Lu Yan, Hong Hu, Li Xiaoxing, Shin Tong, and Yun Dai's loyalty all unexpectedly surged to 100, granting Lin Yao 5 system lottery chances, leaving even Lin Yao himself astonished. What a delightful surprise. Once the meeting concluded, Lin Yao immediately used up his lottery chances, earning 100,000 skill points. He could upgrade a skill again. What a joy. Lin Yao was overjoyed. After considering it, he upgraded the zombie transformation skill to level 6, resulting in a significant qualitative change. Zombie transformation level 6. The host can transform into a level 5 zombie king for 10 hours each day. New skill added. Zombie king domain. Note. This is merely a superficial transformation and does not carry the zombie virus, but cannot be detected by any high-level zombies. Zombie King Domain creates a radius of 200 meters where the Zombie King can control the life and death of zombies below level 5. This skill is impressive. As a level 5 Zombie King, apart from lacking the zombie virus, he would be indistinguishable from any other zombie. With this, he could comfortably help Su Qingyan level up, without the previous worry that she might see through his human identity due to her rapid advancement. Wonderful. Moreover, his level 5 Zombie King also granted an additional domain skill, which Su Qingyan, who was also a level 5 Zombie King, did not possess. Perhaps this was the benefit of having a system as an auxiliary. Elated, Lin Yao began to enjoy the meal prepared by Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing. Meanwhile, at the Guangxiao base, A tempest was brewing. Excellent. Half of the smaller bases have the audacity to refuse to surrender their crystals. Tiantang and Ditong, tomorrow both of you lead your teams and suppress these bases one by one. They've truly gone too far. Guangxiao shattered the teacup in his hand, his face filled with murderous intent. Before the leaders of Tiantang and Ditong could respond, a burly man from Huangtang, who had visited the Diazation base earlier, quickly stood up. Guangxiao, I have yet to report something. Seeing him, Guangxiao inquired, what is it? How many crystals did you collect from the bases today? The burly man, Ma Hongfei, immediately broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the question. Reporting to you? Boss, we from Huangtang collected crystals from 4 bases today, totaling a total of 2,000 crystals. Guangxiao nodded, his irritation easing a bit. That's not bad. Why haven't you surrendered them? Ma Hongfei trembled uncontrollably, barely able to stand. Speak. Why are you shaking? Did you encounter a base that refused to comply? Tell me the name of that base, and I'll have Ditong suppress them tomorrow. Guangxiao's curiosity piqued. Ma Hongfei could no longer hold himself up and knelt on the ground. Reporting to you, boss, the crystals we collected were taken by the Diazation base. What? Guangxiao, having just taken a sip of tea, spat it out upon hearing Ma Hongfei's words, incredulous. Chapter 90. Comprehensive upgrade. Not only did Guangxiao lose his composure, but everyone in the conference room was left speechless. They had gone to collect crystals, and while some smaller bases might have had the audacity to refuse, none would dare to completely offend the Guangxiao base. Who could have imagined that Ma Hongfei would lead a team to collect crystals only to be robbed? Where did these bumpkins come from, unaware that the Lake District was under the control of the Guangxiao base? Repeat that. What happened to the crystals you collected? Unlike his earlier rage, Guangxiao's expression was now terrifyingly grim. Ma Hongfei hurriedly kowtowed. They were taken by the Diazation base. Guangxiao's tone turned frigid. Good, very good. While some may defy my authority, now they dare to rob crystals right under my nose. Ma Hongfei, tell me how you were robbed. Ma Hongfei quickly recounted the events, embellishing the story as he went down. No wonder. It turns out there was a level 3 ability user involved. Who would have expected that such hidden talents existed in this small lake district? Ma Hongfei, do you take me for a fool? Guangxiao roared, the invisible sound waves radiating out, causing the base's officials to feel their ears ringing. Ma Hongfei was the first to suffer, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Cough, boss, I wouldn't dare lie. The leader of that base is indeed a level 3 ability user, and possibly even higher. Ma Hongfei coughed up blood, trembling on the ground. Guangxiao found the situation absurdly amusing. Ha ha. Are you saying that besides me, there's another level 3 or even level 4 ability user hidden in the Lake District who only comes out to strike against me after I've just become the leader? Ma Hongfei, you better explain why this person didn't emerge sooner to contest for the position of leader. His tone dripped with skepticism. Hongfei cried out, Boss, I truly wouldn't dare deceive you. How about this? Tomorrow I'll take you to see for yourself. Humph. It is indeed essential to pay a visit, yet who knows if you are colluding with that so-called heaven-shattering base to deliberately frame me. Guards, take Ma Hongfei away. I shall decide his fate after my return tomorrow. With a cold snort, he commanded that Ma Hongfei be taken away. Boss, Ma Hongfei has always been loyal and should not be accused of lying. I implore you to spare his life, pleaded the leader of the Huang Hall. Guangxiao raised a hand to stifle his plea and replied coldly, whether he is truly loyal or not, we shall determine upon my return tomorrow. The leader of the Huang Hall could only sigh and return to his seat. Tomorrow, we shall gather all level 2 ability users from the 4 halls, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, and I will personally lead the charge. We shall confront this heaven-shattering base, Guangxiao declared after a moment of contemplation. The leaders of the 4 halls gasped in surprise. Boss, what of the operations against the smaller bases? Guangxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Tomorrow, we shall mobilize our entire force and obliterate the heaven-shattering base with overwhelming ferocity. The smaller bases will see our might and will naturally refrain from resistance. The 4 hall leaders cheered in unison. Boss is brilliant. The following day, Lin Yao awoke feeling refreshed. After Wu Shuiyin and her 5 companions had all broken through to level 6 ability users the previous night, the system rewarded Lin Yao with 60,000 skill points, bringing his total to an exhilarating 120,000. Sneaking downstairs, he found Fang Yin had prepared breakfast. Did I not ask you to refrain from cooking? You should be resting at home, Lin Yao gently chided. Since learning of her pregnancy, Fang Yin had donned loose, comfortable loungewear, exuding a gentle aura as she brought breakfast to Lin Yao. Smiling, I have grown accustomed to it. Besides, Wenwen has abundant energy and wakes up early. We cannot let the child go hungry, can we? Ah, those women do love to linger in bed, Lin Yao lamented. After breakfast, he affectionately ruffled the hair of Chu Wenwen, who was diligently completing her homework, and upgraded the fireball technique to level 6. Fireball technique level 6 can launch 5,000 high-temperature fireballs per day, each the size of a small mountain, hitting targets within 5,000 meters with perfect accuracy. And the flames evolve into endless inferno, which cannot be extinguished except by the host's will. Upon reaching level 6, the fireball technique underwent a qualitative transformation. The fireballs grew larger, more numerous, and longer. Most notably, the flames evolved, reminiscent of the mythical true fire of Samadhi, making it impossible for anyone to extinguish them after being released. Lin Yao estimated that if he unleashed his fireball technique at full capacity, a significant portion of Zhonghan City would be engulfed, and with the unquenchable nature of the endless inferno, incinerating the entire city would pose no challenge. I possess formidable destructive power, yet I lack the opportunity to test it. Lin Yao sighed, recognizing that the greater his trump cards, the less chance he had to showcase them in addition to his skill advancements. Lin Yao also observed the changes in Wu Shuiyin and her companion's abilities on the system's interface. Each had developed a new ability, and remarkably, each new ability was already at level 6. Wu Shuiyin, level 6 X-ray vision, level 6 laser eyes. The boss lady is venturing further into the Marvel realm. UXIN, level 6 ultrasound, level 6 soul shock. UXIN has embraced formless attacks, with one ability targeting the body and the other the soul. Yuqian, level 6 strength type, level 6 absolute defense. Yuqian is increasingly embodying a tank-like warrior. Fang Yin, level 6 soft as bone, level 6 water-like form. Fang the boss is becoming increasingly supple. Lu Yin, level 6 partial giantization, level 6 partial skin hardening. He's striding further down the path of decay. Zhou Chu Chu, level 6 mind reading, level 6 mind control. Shi Tu is advancing into the Marvel realm. Lin Yao then attempted to examine Chu Wenwen's ability changes, but he could no longer see. His insight skill only allowed him to probe level 1 to level 5 ability users, and now that the little girl had reached level 6, he could no longer perceive her. Never mind. I shall wait until my skills improve, he thought, reasoning that the little girl was still rather naive and would likely struggle to articulate her abilities anyway. Now, it was time to venture forth and rescue the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged maiden. However, before embarking on his mission, Lin Yao first arrived at Su Qingyin's location. Xiao Yin, I've brought you some food, Lin Yao announced, producing a large bag of level 2 crystals. Thank you, Lin. Su Qingyin beamed, accepting the crystals and dividing them evenly, then leaning against Lin Yao's shoulder as she nibbled on the crystals. Lin Yao's eyes sparkled. His zombie transformation technique had reached level 6, and it was time to test its capabilities. Xiao Yin, would you like to ascend to paradise? Lin Yao asked with a charming smile. Chapter 91. The uncle truly knows people well. Su Qingyin was taken aback, then exclaimed excitedly, yes, yes. She vividly recalled when Lin Yao had obliterated 6,000 zombies with a single move, uttering the now famous line, I come from paradise. Very well, follow me, Lin Yao said, leading Su Qingyin into an empty room. 2 hours later, Lin Yao emerged from the community with a satisfied grin on his face. Overall, there are both advantages and disadvantages, he mused as he walked. Su Qingyin possessed an astonishing physique, perhaps the strongest Lin Yao had ever encountered among women, yet her knowledge was lacking. It seemed he would need to prepare some learning materials. He recalled having acquired several USB drives filled with youthful vigor during previous scavenging missions. He decided to initiate video lessons. As Lin Yao was about to continue his stroll, he spotted a convoy heading toward the heaven-shattering base. It appeared to be the crew from Guangxiao's base. Never mind, I'll return to check it out. With that, Lin Yao swiftly made his way back to the base. So this is the heaven-shattering base? Wasn't it previously called the Red Fox base? Upon disembarking, Guangxiao gazed at the marble sign declaring heaven-shattering and scoffed, tossing aside his cigarette butt. Indeed, this was once the Red Fox base. I remember the former leader was a striking woman with short hair, who caught the eye of the previous Golden Lion leader. Unfortunately, before he could act, The Golden Lion leader was no more, someone nearby remarked. Why the name change? Guangxiao inquired, perplexed. Just then, Lin Yao stepped forward to respond. That is because the leadership of the base has changed. The members of Guangxiao's base scoffed upon seeing a young man emerge, deriding him. What audacity, kid! Summon your base leader. How fortunate! I am the base leader. Lin Yao declared, standing firm with his hands in his pockets as he activated his insight skill. Tio him. These individuals were merely offerings of crystals. Guangxiao finally focused on Lin Yao, asking, You are the leader of this base? Do you know who I am? Lin Yao replied dismissively, Of course, you're merely a clown propped up by the official organization of ability users. At these words, Guangxiao was momentarily taken aback, but his subordinates erupted in outrage. Kid, mind your words, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Exactly, you haven't even grown hair yet, and you dare speak so brazenly before our leader? Today's youth truly do not know the meaning of danger. Hurry and kneel before our leader to beg for mercy. Perhaps he will show you kindness and spare your life. Lin Yao merely rolled his eyes at their attempts at intimidation. Is this the best you can do? Xiao Yi, come here for a moment, Lin Yao called out to the base entrance. Fang Yi scampered over. Uncle, what do you need? Lin Yao pointed at the group from Guangxiao's base. Let them experience our base's prowess and insults. Fang Yi scratched his head. Uncle, you're joking. I'm such a well-behaved child. I wouldn't insult anyone. 500 crystals as a reward, Lin Yao retorted, rolling his eyes. Hee, Uncle truly knows people well, Fang Yi chuckled, standing beside Lin Yao and launching into a tirade. Hey, you all from Guangxiao's base? Let me tell you the truth, that 2,000 crystals you lost yesterday, I, the Great One, snatched them all. Do you know why it was so easy for me to take them? Because QQ Farm called me yesterday and told me your crops had died. You all are here in such numbers, but in my view, it's like Chow Pai's wife entering the vegetable garden. Zhangji pulling up the vegetables. And you must be that Guangxiao, right? Look at you, all brawn and no brains. Did you hide during humanity's evolution? And you, with that monkey-like face, your neighbor Is and the old Wong but a rat, right? What s with that grin? Did you grow a tumor between your ears? What are you glaring at me for? Trying to make your eyes look bigger. Funny enough, I stepped on a few frogs yesterday, and their eyes look just like yours. What? Is this making you angry? I haven't even begun to enjoy myself. Enough. Guangxiao bellowed in fury, unleashing an invisible sound wave that shook the very gates of the heaven-shattering base, causing even the towering marble sign to tremble. Yet, Lin Yao and Fang Yi remained unscathed, with Fang Yi even digging in his ears. What are you yelling about? Does it make your voice any louder? Oh, and there's a foul odor. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Or did you eat something unsavory? It reeks. With a furious roar, the wild howl twisted his nose, yet he dared not act recklessly again. Just moments ago, he had unleashed a full-throated bellow. An ordinary level 2 ability user struck directly would either perish or sustain grave injuries. Yet, the two young individuals before him remained unscathed. This indicated that they were likely both level 3 ability users, or perhaps even higher. Ma Hongfei did not speak falsely. Are you both level 3 ability users? The wild howl deeply resented himself for doubting Ma Hongfei's words, and his tone began to betray a hint of retreat. Lin Yao smiled and replied. No, the wild howl breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not level 3 ability users, it sufficed. We are level 6, Lin Yao declared, leaving no room for disbelief. The wild howl was stunned, and an icy sweat broke out on his skin. However, those behind him from the wild howl base expressed their disbelief. Humph, just a little power, and you think you can act so high and mighty? Level 6? There isn't even a single level 5 in the entire Zhonghan city. Indeed, today's youth are far too impetuous. Silence! The wild howl bellowed once more, this time directed at his subordinates. The group was taken aback, unsure of their leader's sudden outburst. Ignoring them, the wild howl trembled as he turned and bowed before Lin Yao, saying, My apologies, gentlemen. My subordinates lack understanding, and if they have offended you, I shall punish them right away. Faced with the nonchalant defense against his abilities, the wild howl could not help but believe. Lin Yao smiled gently. Very well, you may proceed with the punishment. The wild howl found himself in a predicament. He had merely been extending pleasantries, yet this man took it seriously. What? Is the wild howl leader hesitant to take action? Lin Yao's tone turned cold. Chapter 92. We youngsters have not seen much of the world. The wild howl felt his body quiver as he realized that those he had brought were the elite of his base. If he truly harmed them, even if he survived, the strength of the entire wild howl base would undoubtedly plummet. What do you think of this? I will return and ensure they are properly punished. Lin Yao fixed a cold gaze upon the wild howl. So, wild howl leader, are you intending to offer me an empty promise? I wouldn't dare. The wild howl sensed the pressure emanating from Lin Yao, and his regret deepened. What are you, a level 6 powerhouse, doing hiding here? With your strength, you could roam freely throughout Zhonghan City. I shan't make it difficult for you. Yesterday, your subordinates visited and brought 2,000 level 1 crystals as a greeting gift. Today, as the leader, you ought to present a more generous offering. Furthermore, my dear nephew just had a friendly exchange with you, and his mouth is parched. Surely, he deserves a little something to buy some water. Lin Yao feigned concern. Next to him, Fang Yi discreetly cleared his throat. Ah, my mouth is so dry. I could use a drink. The wild howl wore a bitter expression. So, how much do you suggest? Lin Yao waved his hand dismissively. You speak as if you were the leader of the Hushan district. We reside in Hushan district and must rely on the protection of the wild howl leader. How could we be so ungrateful? Just give us a little something, wild howl leader. We are merely youngsters, unaccustomed to the ways of the world. The wild howl shot a fierce glare at his subordinates. Recalling how one of them had previously mentioned youth, the wild howl tentatively asked, then, 3,000 level 1 crystals? Lin Yao looked up at the sky. 4,000 level 1 crystals? Lin Yao continued to gaze upwards. 5,000 level 1 crystals. This is the utmost we can offer, leader. Lin Yao remained fixated on the sky. Then, perhaps you could suggest a number? Lin Yao continued to look skyward. The wild howl gritted his teeth, resolutely declaring 10,000. If you still disagree, then you may kill me directly. Lin Yao finally shook his neck. Ah, I slept awkwardly last night and can't seem to get my neck back into place. Xiao Yi, could you give it a rub? He then turned to the wild howl with a smile. What did you say earlier? 10,000. How could I accept such an amount? It's simply too much. How about just 100? I don't believe you. The wild howl cursed internally, yet maintained a sycophantic smile. No need to lessen it. Just 10,000. When we venture into the world, we must adhere to our promises. He was convinced that if he dared to reduce the number by even 1 crystal, this man would not hesitate to strike him down. Then I shall comply with your wishes. Lin Yao responded warmly, clasping his hands in greeting. However, 10,000 crystals is quite a hefty sum for us. How about granting us 5 days? I assure you that I will deliver them to your doorstep. The wild howl tentatively proposed. Lin Yao's smile faded, a chilling aura enveloping the wild howl. The wild howl trembled, hastily amending, 3 days. 3 days will suffice. Feeling the oppressive aura persist, the wild howl was nearly in tears. 1 day, I will deliver them to you by tomorrow. Lin Yao then retracted his menacing aura, continuing to smile amiably. Then I shall await the esteemed arrival of wild howl leader tomorrow. The wild howl felt his calves tightening as he bowed to Lin Yao. In that case, I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, he led his subordinates in a hasty retreat, as though fleeing from hell, not daring to linger for even a minute. Uncle, do you think they will refuse? Fang Yi inquired while helping Lin Yao massage his shoulders. Lin Yao waved him off, his gaze fixed on the departing convoy. They wouldn't dare if they do not comply. I can always pay them a visit myself. Fang Yi nodded. Unless the entire wild howl base managed to escape overnight, the crystals would inevitably be delivered. Fang Yi then asked, will they resort to robbing the smaller bases for crystals? Lin Yao shot Fang Yi a surprised glance. My dear nephew, you're not foolish, of course, they will. However, this does not concern us. Now that zombies can evolve independently, these smaller bases will inevitably become fodder if they remain stagnant. Be why forcing the wild howl to raid them. I can incite their anger. With anger comes the drive to grow stronger. While many will perish, at least those who survive will truly find their footing in this apocalyptic world, Lin Yao explained softly. Although this action would ultimately lead to the smaller bases directing their resentment towards him, it mattered little. As long as he remained powerful, The opinions of others were inconsequential. Lin Yao waved his hand, signaling Fang Yi to return to his post. Keep a watchful eye. Handle any troublemakers yourself. And your aunt is pregnant. Keep her stress to a minimum. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving Fang Yi in a state of bewilderment. Wow, aunt is amazing. Wait, aunt is pregnant. Does that mean I will have a younger sibling? In the Wild Howl convoy, the Wild Howl seethed with anger as he cursed Lin Yao, daring only to voice his grievances once they were far away, the vehicle filled with a cacophony of complaints. Boss, is that leader of the Hanging Heaven base truly a level 6 ability user? One individual cautiously inquired. Once the Wild Howl had ceased his tirade, I don't know. But to withstand my sonic waves unscathed, he must at least be a level 3 ability user. Moreover, the ease with which he locked onto me with his killing intent suggests he is at least level 4. He is not someone we can contend with. The Wild Howl recalled Lin Yao's gentle smile, a chill creeping down his spine. One subordinate grimaced. Then, how are we supposed to acquire those 10,000 crystals? The entire base barely has 1,000. The Wild Howl's eyes gleamed with cold determination. We will raid the next base. Those 10,000 crystals will be taken from all the smaller bases in the Hushan district. The entire Hushan district was thrown into chaos due to Lin Yao's words. Yet the man himself began to wander aimlessly through the streets. At shops far from the base, all usable supplies were plundered clean by Lin Yao. Any zombies that dared to approach were swiftly dispatched by crossbow bolts. There are still living people in this restaurant. Lin Yao's mental probing detected a diner. In truth, it was more fitting to describe it as a dining establishment. A Western restaurant that Lin Yao vaguely recalled being among the top-rated eateries in Zhonghan City before the apocalypse. However, he had never visited such a trendy place, as Western cuisine typically indicated high costs. Chapter 93. The overbearing CEO falls for me inside the Western restaurant. A cliché scene of an overbearing EO unfolded. You still refuse to accept me, Yuran? For you, I have forsaken the invitation to the banquet of Princess Camille of France. For you, I have relinquished my chance to become the heir of my family. For you, I traveled all this way to this desolate town. Why, even now, do you still hesitate to accept me? A young man clad in an opulent suit knelt on the ground, his handsome features marred by a slight puffiness, his meticulously groomed hair now disheveled, and his attire ill-fitting as his abdomen had begun to bulge. Standing opposite the man is a young lady adorned in a pristine white chef's attire, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Even Lin Yao, who has been covertly observing from outside the restaurant, cannot help but exclaim inwardly, "What beauty!" The girl possesses skin as white as snow, stands at approximately 175 centimeters, and boasts long, slender legs. Her delicate features are softened by her strikingly large eyes, which twinkle like stars in the night sky, deep and enchanting. In a wonder, she captivates the domineering CEO. Indeed, she possesses an allure worth noting. Lin Yao muses internally. Based on his estimations, the girl named Yuran should be rated an S-class. She must be taken. Qin Yuran is meticulously arranging a piece of bread into an aesthetically pleasing shape, complementing it with an artificial flower, before turning to the man and saying, "Gu Bei Xian, you should leave. I have stated more than once that I prefer ordinary people who can share the brilliance of this world with me. While you, as the privileged heir of the Gu family, and I are destined to be on different paths." Lin Yao shivers, unable to suppress the goosebumps rising on his arms. The two remain oblivious to Lin Yao's presence. As Gu Beixian continues to profess his feelings, "No, for you, I can relinquish my identity as the Gu family's heir. I am willing to be an ordinary person struggling in this mundane world for you. Yet, you still regard yourself as the lofty young master of the Gu family. We have been trapped here for days, and you cannot even boil noodles or wash your own clothes. Were it not for me, you might have starved or wallowed in filth. Yet, you have shown no willingness to learn, though you see me as a woman or merely a servant." Qin Yuran shakes her head, her tone laced with disappointment. Gu Beishuan's expression stiffens, then he feigns nonchalance, chuckling, "Isn't it just that your cooking is too delicious? Look, I've even gained weight." He pats his rounded belly. "As for learning to do laundry, rest assured, as long as you agree to return to the Gu family with me, those chores will be handled by servants. Your hands will only need to prepare meals for me." Qin Yuran's expression begins to grow icy. "So ultimately, You still refuse to be an ordinary person and continue to view me merely as a servant. It is at this moment that Gu Beixian realizes he has misspoken and hurriedly apologizes. However, Qin Yuran remains unmoved. As Lin Yao feels the tension mounting to an unbearable level, Gu Beixian finally erupts. Qin Yuran, I have already spent a month wearing you down. Today, you will agree, whether you like it or not. No one has ever been able to refuse me, Gu Beixian. What? Are you finally dropping the pretense? Gu Beixian, I have never liked you. Just leave. Qin Yuran coldly commands, pointing towards the restaurant's entrance. Gu Beixian smirks coldly. Oh? You think I will just walk away because you told me to? Since no one else is around? You will become my woman today. With that, he rises from the ground, a menacing grin on his face as he strides towards Qin Yuran. She stands up, pointing at Gu Beixian and scolding, What are you doing? Get away from me! Gu Beixian seizes her arm. What am I doing? I am doing what I have always wanted to do. He then forcefully pushes Qin Yuran to the ground and begins to unbutton his suit jacket. The domineering CEO suddenly transforms into a beast, and Qin Yuran is paralyzed with fear. Just then, her eyes gleam with an unexpected light, causing Gu Beixian to freeze in place. This ability, a mirage, perhaps? Lin Yao ponders. Stroking his chin. 2 minutes later, Qin Yuran's body begins to tremble, clearly exhausted, while Gu Beixian shakes his head, regaining clarity. Humph. Your ability is formidable, but how long can you control me? He resumes, removing his clothing. While Qin Yuran, in a state of despair, struggles, perspiration glistening on her face. Suddenly, Lin Yao kicks open the restaurant door, transforming into a heroic figure, and shouts, Stop, at the same time. He employs his keen perception skill. Qin Yuran, female, 24 years old, Starlit Mirage Level 1. Eyes can create a starlit illusion. Creatures trapped within cannot distinguish reality. Note. Can only control Level 1 abilities, duration 3 minutes. Indeed? It is an illusionary ability. Gu Beixian, male, 31 years old. Digging Level 1. Enhanced fingers can quickly create a hole in the ground. Does the identity of a domineering CEO really mismatch with your abilities? Upon noticing a young man appear, Qin Yuran quickly pushes Gu Beixian away with all her strength, retreating a few steps. Help! This guy has gone mad. Gu Beixian, now pushed away, glares at Lin Yao. Who are you? Kid? Yet internally he thinks, this brat is even more handsome than me. How can I tolerate that? I, Gu Beixian, will not allow anyone more attractive than me to exist. Humph. I am merely someone who cannot stand injustice. Darn, your way of speaking is rubbing off on me. Just consider me a man who is smitten and wants to rescue a damsel in distress. Lin Yao casts a sidelong glance at Gu Beixian before unabashedly appraising Qin Yuran. Gorgeous, truly breathtaking, on par with the stars of television. Seeing Lin Yao's unwavering gaze on Qin Yuran, Gu Beixian's expression turns icy. Kid, if you dare to leer again, I will ensure everyone accompanies you to your grave. Lin Yao meets his challenge. Oh, I am so frightened. You, just a braggart. Guards, throw him into the river to feed the fish. Gu Beixian fumes, waving his hand. Lin Yao is taken aback, realizing he had not noticed anyone else present. Could the opponent be powerful enough to evade his mental detection? He quickly adopts a defensive stance. Half a minute later, Gu Beixian awkwardly retracts his hand. Damn, I was almost scared by you. After being on guard for so long and finding nothing, Lin Yao realizes this fellow is just accustomed to posturing. Humph. There may be no one here now, but the Gu family is not to be trifled with. I'll be honest with you. I am from the Gu family. What are you doing, commoner? Get your filthy hands off me. Don't. Before Gu Beixian can flaunt his family connections, Lin Yao effortlessly tosses him out. Chapter 94. A culinary showdown. Let us go. Lin Yao exclaims as he hurls Gu Beixian out, clapping his hands together. Your suit is about to burst. You should consider shedding a few pounds. Gu Beixian tumbles outside the restaurant, rolling several times before coming to a stop, dazed and collapsed in a pile of garbage. Dio, you know who he is? Qin Yuran asks with concern, glancing at Gu Beixian, now unconscious in the refuse. Who cares? Just a chubby domineering CEO. Lin Yao dismisses. Qin Yuran sighs. He is the direct descendant of the Gu family. Do you have any idea of the status and influence the Gu family holds globally? Lin Yao smiles slightly. Nope, not interested. You really don't understand the Gu family. Qin Yuran attempts to enlighten him, but Lin Yao interrupts. I have no interest in any family. My focus is solely on you. Qin Yuran is taken aback, feeling as though she has narrowly escaped a tiger's jaws only to fall into a wolf's den. Instinctively taking a step back, What do you intend to do? Lin Yao slowly approaches the dining table, takes a bite of the bread Qin Yuran had arranged earlier, chews for a moment, and shakes his head. Come home with me. Be my woman. This bread is stale and truly unappetizing. It is a pity that Qin Yuran still took the time to create a design. Qin Yuran replies coldly, impossible. You can forget it. Lin Yao, unfazed, sits back in the luxurious dining chair, crossing his legs. Then what are your plans? Wait for that guy outside to wake up and continue his advances? Or do you intend to run out on your own? I must inform you, the outside is teeming with zombies. They won't care if you're a beauty, unlike my gentlemanly demeanor. You hardly embody a gentleman. Qin Yuran mentally scoffs, yet she begins to seriously contemplate Lin Yao's words. Indeed, as he stated, once Gu Beixian regains consciousness and sees her in the restaurant, he will undoubtedly pursue her again. However, escaping is no simple task. Moreover, the influence of the Gu family compels her to tread carefully. Having humiliated Gu Beixian so publicly today, no matter where she hides, the Gu family will find her. At that point, there may not be anyone around to rescue her as there is today. What to do? Qin Yuran finds herself in a quandary. As if sensing her turmoil, Lin Yao smiles. I do not know just how formidable this Gu family is, but this is a post-apocalyptic world. At least right now, fear no power. If you follow me, you will not need to fear retaliation. We can cook, fight zombies, and enjoy life with other girls. What a joyous existence, should the Gu family come to cause trouble. I can fend them off. Qin Yuran looks at him in astonishment. Where does this man find such confidence? His clothing combined cannot exceed 1,000 yuan. How does he expect to contend with the Gu family? What is your name? Qin Yuran inquires. Lin Yao. Qin Yuran lowers her head, deep in thought. The Huagua nation indeed possesses a Lin family that rivals the Gu family, but she has never heard this name before. Are you a direct descendant of the Lin family? She asks. Lin Yao rolls his eyes. I have no family, but I do have an extraordinary base. Has this woman been so long in the upper echelons of society, mingling with the likes of Gu Beixian, that she assumes everyone is connected to a grand family? What abilities do you possess that could possibly contend with the Gu family? Qin Yuran inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Yao responded with a slight smile. Just this. Suddenly, a zombie burst into the restaurant, and without a backward glance, Lin Yao snapped his fingers. An arrow shot forth from thin air, piercing through the zombie's skull, sending it flying far away, landing right beside Gu Beixian. Impressive. Qin Yuran couldn't help but exclaim. She had encountered zombies before, and even a single one required cooperation between her and Gu Beixian to defeat. Yet this man before her dispatched one with such effortless grace. Is this all you've got? I have a gun that's even more formidable, Lin Yao said with a wicked grin. Qin Yuran, oblivious to the double entendre, hesitated for a moment before firmly rejecting. I cannot agree to that. My lifelong ambition is to create culinary masterpieces. The equipment and ingredients here are plentiful and the environment tranquil. Staying here is essential for me to achieve my goals. Are you a female version of a master chef? Lin Yao teased. In this apocalypse, you still have the luxury to experiment with cooking. That's easy to arrange. My team is in need of a chef, and I can take your ingredients and equipment with me. If you're seeking tranquility, my kitchen is spacious enough. No one will disturb you, he offered. But you know nothing of Western cuisine, my man. Even if he is an ordinary person, should at least have a modicum of understanding of Western cooking, an awareness of my profession. Qin Yuran retorted. So that's the issue. Lin Yao lit a cigarette and mused. Western cuisine is merely about large plates, small portions, a smear of sauce, and a sprinkle of herbs. You truly know nothing of Western cuisine. Qin Yuran exclaimed, exasperated. I believe my argument holds merit. I may not understand Western cuisine, but I do know how to enjoy food. How about a competition? Lin Yao proposed with a smile. That a competition? What do you mean? Qin Yuran turned to him, intrigued. Lin Yao extinguished his cigarette and replied, let us compete in cooking. Each of us will prepare a dish, and then we shall taste one another's creations. If my dish surpasses yours in flavor, you will accompany me. If mine is inferior, I shall not impose and will leave immediately. What do you say? Humph. Very well. Let the competition commence. Qian Yuran declared, her pride ignited. Cooking was her forte. During her time abroad, even Michelin-starred chefs praised her culinary skills. Had it not been for her need to avoid Gu Beixian, she would have already achieved 3-star status. The two retreated to separate kitchens, out of sight of one another. Qian Yuran thoughtfully retrieved a tomahawk steak from the freezer, expertly thawed it and then, with professional precision, dried it with kitchen paper before seasoning it with olive oil, sea salt, black pepper, and rosemary. With only half an hour for the competition, she felt the pressure, but this urgency served to highlight her culinary prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Yao entered his kitchen, retrieved a clean plate, contemplated briefly, and began to gather his ingredients. With newfound dexterity, he sliced vegetables with his knife. His previous struggles with knife skills had faded, thanks to his enhanced attributes. After preparing the vegetables, he recalled a memory and cooked a bowl of noodles, finally unveiling a cherished jar of spicy meat sauce. This was something he had discovered while sorting through his mother's belongings after her passing. She had secretly prepared it in anticipation of her limited time. Regrettably, only one jar remained, which Lin Yao had brought back to Zhonghan City. "Mom, let your future daughter-in-law witness your famous spicy noodle dish." As the simple spicy noodles neared completion, Lin Yao took a moment to mentally check on Qian Yuran. A woman immersed in her craft is truly the most beautiful sight. Qian Yuran was intensely focused as she seared the steak, beads of fragrant sweat forming on her brow, utterly absorbed in her task. When time was called, she confidently presented her steak, only to find Lin Yao already waiting for her, causing a flicker of nervousness within her. "I am done. Come, taste my spicy noodles," Lin Yao grinned, revealing his creation. Qian Yuran scrutinized the spicy noodles in Lin Yao's hands. Regardless of taste, the vibrant color of the spicy meat sauce was undeniably enticing, and the vegetable cuts appeared skillfully done. Setting aside her steak, she picked up her chopsticks and cautiously sampled a bite. Instantly, her eyes widened in astonishment. The noodles, perfectly intertwined with the rich sauce, created an indescribable satisfaction. Before Lin Yao could taste her steak, Qian Yuran quickly cut a piece of her steak and tasted it. After a moment of chewing, she dejectedly set down her knife and fork. "I concede." Due to time constraints, her steak had not thawed sufficiently. In her rush to cook, it had turned out dry and unappetizing, leaving no room for further evaluation. "This is how I lose." Lin Yao was taken aback. He had confidence in his mother's spicy noodles, but had not yet tasted her steak. He took a robust bite of the steak, exclaiming, "Oh, there's still blood." Having been defeated in her area of expertise, Qian Yuran lowered her head, her eyes glistening. "I aimed for medium rare, but misjudged the cooking time." Lin Yao devoured the steak in a hurry. Truth be told, it was quite delicious. Even though he had never tasted Western cuisine before, he couldn't help but shout, "Delicious!" Yet, since Qian Yuran had conceded, Lin Yao saw no reason to prolong the matter. Wiping his hands, he said, "All right then, see if there's anything left to tidy up. If not, you should come with me." Qian Yuran shook her head despondently and couldn't help but ask Lin Yao, "Which chef did you learn your culinary skills from? How did you manage to handle the fish and meat so adeptly in such a short time?" Lin Yao smiled mysteriously. "My mother, by the way, can you cook Chinese cuisine?" Qian Yuran nodded. As a Chinese national, she had no trouble with it. "All right, wait for me a moment," Lin Yao said, then entered the kitchen where Qian Yuran had been. Collecting all the utensils and ingredients from the freezer, he returned to the dining area, extending his hand. "Let us go. Back to the base." Qian Yuran slowly reached out, grasping Lin Yao's hand, her heart a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Bringing back a little chef delighted Lin Yao, and upon returning to the base, he declared grandly that from now on, cooking would be entrusted to Qian Yuran. When the other women saw Lin Yao return with such a beautiful woman, whose beauty surpassed all others, an alliance was swiftly formed. "This woman is too stunning. I feel threatened." Indeed, if things continued this way, Lin Yao would likely favor her alone, and they needed to unite. "What should we do? We can't just drive her away. What if we provoke Lin Yao?" "Humph. This woman seems innocent. She surely can't compete with us in that regard. We just need to outshine her in creativity. How do we go about that?" "Lin Yao is already quite skilled in that department. We can't possibly outdo him." "That's not a problem. Lin Yao brought back plenty of clothes for us, and I noticed some particularly alluring lingerie." "This is too embarrassing. What are you afraid of? You can't reap rewards without taking risks. Besides, I already have several sets prepared. After exchanging pleasantries, Qian Yuren felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine as she entered the kitchen to cook. Ah, you brought all this for me, Qian Yuren exclaimed in surprise, seeing her favorite cooking utensils. Lin Yao smiled slightly. Not just that. I brought all the usable ingredients and seasonings from the restaurant. With such a large kitchen, feel free to unleash your creativity. Qian Yuren was quite pleased with her current environment. The villa had electricity and fuel, allowing her to explore her culinary ideas without equipment limitations. It was almost lunchtime, and she was eager to showcase her skills. The dining table. Aside from the pregnant Wu Shuiyin and Fang Yin, several women exchanged glances, silently nodding. They had unified their stance. Qian Yuren enthusiastically presented the final dish. Here comes the last bowl of soup. I prepared a variety of cuisines since I wasn't sure of everyone's tastes, including a bit of Western fare. Thank you for your patience. Wu Shuiyin smiled warmly. You've worked hard. Please, take a seat. Lin Yao was blissfully unaware that his women had formed an anti-Qian Yuren alliance, and he casually picked up his chopsticks. Let us eat. Everyone, try Qian Yuren's cooking. I'll say this up front. She prepared this entire spread alone, so you all must finish it. As expected, Lin Yao favored her, exchanging a glance with his sister. Humph. I'll just have a couple of bites and then snack later, Yu Chu thought to herself. She's even thinner than a celebrity. I can't tolerate this. I'll just sip some soup and call it a day, Lu Yin mused, rubbing her belly. Unbeknownst to Lin Yao, the women harbored various thoughts. Upon tasting a dish, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Delicious. What a hype man. I'll critique it, Yu Qin scoffed, taking a bite, only to find the alliance collapsing instantaneously. This is divine. Not only Yu Qin, but everyone who tasted it revealed expressions of delight. Each dish tantalized their taste buds, causing them to forget their previous plans and indulge wholeheartedly. Delicious, delicious. It brings to mind the flavors of my mother's cooking. Nonsense, our mother certainly lacks such culinary skills. This meat is extraordinarily tender. How exactly is this soup prepared? It is simply too fresh. I wish to savor another bowl. Ahem. I am not particularly hungry. Not hungry? Then don't let your chopsticks rest. That one tea do. I suddenly feel ravenous again. Qian Yuren observed the scene where everyone was nearly at each other's throats over the dishes, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Culinary art knows no bounds. One merely needs to infuse their emotions into each dish they create, and thus every meal becomes a masterpiece. Lin Yao interjected at the right moment. The jar of spicy meat sauce left to him by his mother before her passing was undoubtedly filled with her profound love for him. Ah, I see. Qian Yuren nodded earnestly. This is the life of earthly delights that I desire. What does it matter whether it is Chinese or Western cuisine? The most important thing is that everyone enjoys their meal. Chapter 96. Everything is within my plan. After dining, Lin Yao received a system notification indicating that Qian Yuren had become his woman. Observing everyone eagerly rushing to wash the dishes for Qian Yuren, Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction. The harem was indeed harmonious. Name: Qian Yuren. Age: 24 years. Height: 175 centimeters. Measurements: 36D-23-24. Charm rating: S. Loyalty: 30. Offspring: none. Special ability: Level 1 Stellar Illusion. As he had anticipated, Qian Yuren's rating reached an astonishing S level. Besides her perfect visage, her physique was also exceptional, causing Lin Yao to feel a surge of excitement. However, as Qian Yuren was busy tidying up, Lin Yao initiated a lottery, this time without relying on Chu Wenwen's good fortune, letting fate decide the outcome. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill, Domain Mastery Level 1. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10,000 skill points. Lin Yao found himself at a loss for words. He had received yet another new skill. His current skills were already sufficient, yet the influx of skill points was still lagging. Now, with an additional skill, he felt both amused and exasperated. Domain Mastery Level 1. Upon activating this skill, a 50-meter radius around the host becomes the host's domain. Within this domain, the host can manipulate any object at will. Another skill with maximum safety. Lin Yao conducted a brief experiment. Upon activating this skill, all beings and objects within the domain came under his control, granting him godlike power to command everything at a mere thought. He was quite pleased with this skill, casually lifting skirts and erasing the homework completed by Chu Wenwen. Now that he had surplus skill points, Lin Yao directly upgraded the skill to level 5 and took Qin Yuran, who had finished tidying up, upstairs. Look at you, you can't always wear a chef's outfit. Let me take you to change into something else. This change took an entire hour in the afternoon. Lin Yao instructed Qin Yuran to rest on the bed. Today marked the first independent zombie hunt for her women. It was essential to observe for safety's sake on the first battlefield. Yu Qian donned casual sportswear, her wine-red hair tied into a ponytail. Facing the countless approaching zombies, she unsheathed her crystal knife, slicing through, and hundreds of zombie heads fell to the ground on the second battlefield. Yu Xian imitated her sister's attire, opening her cherry-red lips towards the thousands of zombies. An invisible ultrasonic wave spread forth, causing all zombies to tremble violently, and soon their heads burst spontaneously on the third battlefield. Lu Yin charged ahead, wielding two hardened hands approximately 20 meters in diameter, smashing down a horde of zombies. Behind her, Zhou Chuchu shielded Shen Tong, who unleashed a furious lightning strike from her electric baton, disintegrating the bodies of the zombies. On the fourth battlefield, Hong Hu and Li Xiaoxing coordinated seamlessly. Hong Hu enchanted and controlled the zombies before her, while Li Xiaoxing skillfully scattered her daggers, each accurately striking a zombie's head. On the fifth battlefield, Yun Dai and Lu Tian stood atop a high platform as a gentle breeze blew. All the zombies succumbed to poison, convulsing on the ground until they lost the ability to move. Liu Dishang, Fu Changyong, and He Yefeng could not help but gasp in astonishment. Lin Yao's efficiency in slaying zombies had already left them in awe, and now, his women possessed such terrifying power without them even realizing it. Previously, the levels of special abilities were merely numbers. Today, they had manifested into reality. They understood that achieving a level above 5 in special abilities rendered them nearly invulnerable in this post-apocalyptic world. Lu Disheng felt immensely fortunate for having early on agreed to collaborate with Lin Yao and maintaining a good relationship. Currently, their base's strength could rival the best in Zhonghan City, and perhaps even nationwide or globally. As they grew stronger, their efficiency in slaying zombies would only increase, leaving those still languishing at levels 1, 2, or 3 far behind. Lin Yao, secretly observing from above, finally breathed a sigh of relief. His women had undeniably developed the ability to stand on their own, effortlessly handling 2,000 to 3,000 zombies without breaking a sweat. The 5 battlefields collectively bestowed Lin Yao with 300,000 skill points and 1,200 attribute points, a wealth he had never experienced before. He promptly upgraded virus resistance, insight, and everything dispersed to level 6. With the remaining skills, he anticipated reaching level 6 within 2 days. Notably, virus resistance at level 6 was maxed out, capable of warding off any level of zombie virus, ensuring maximum safety. Upon reaching level 6, insight became formidable. It could not only detect the special abilities of beings from levels 1 to 6, but also directly seal the abilities of opponents, silencing them effectively. The Everything Disperse skill, aside from expanding its range, also enhanced its unidirectional control capability, achieving a distance 4 times that of the full range, reaching 4,000 meters. The 1,200 attribute points were evenly distributed across the 4 basic attributes, causing each of his attributes to surpass 1,500. With such pure physical strength, it should be no issue to crush a mountain with a single punch. How astonishing! Who could withstand my full strength now? Lin Yao clenched his fist high above, suddenly experiencing a chill of solitude at the summit. In the afternoon, Lin Yao refrained from venturing out to rescue damsels, instead flying solo to the Golden Lion base. Previously, the Golden Lion base had been overrun by zombies, and not a single survivor had escaped. All had transformed into zombies. This place was among the most formidable in the Lakeside district, aside from Su Qingyan and her group. Thus no one dared to venture forth to scavenge. Without transforming into a zombie, Lin Yao boldly entered the Golden Lion base. All the zombies prepared to roar at the sight of him. They were swiftly dispatched by the domain skill, and the crystals flew automatically to Lin Yao. This skill is a must-have for the indolent. Lin Yao collected all the crystals into his storage space, leaving only the Golden Lion. Before him stood the Golden Lion, now a level 4 zombie king, frozen in place. The crystal crossbow bolt lodged in its chest was indeed his. Lin Yao stroked his chin in contemplation. He had never encountered this individual, which indicated that someone had used his crossbow bolt to ambush the Golden Lion. As his mental probe enveloped the entire base, Lin Yao gradually pieced together the truth. Upon exiting the mall, He had seemingly killed a man named Iron Dog, who was a subordinate of Copper Wolf. Thus, Copper Wolf obtained the crystal arrow from Iron Dog's corpse and used it to ambush the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion must have raised a horde of zombies and, before dying, released them to retaliate against Copper Wolf, resulting in no survivors at the base. Indeed, everything is within my plan, Lin Yao mused to himself.